Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1431 to Chapter 1512. The conversation between Kong Xing and Sha Luo Man replayed in Gu Chen's mind. Lord Xing had recruited him to lure out a man known as the White-Haired Demon Monarch. The reason why Xing County had set his sights on the Ninth Realm back then was actually related to some big shot from the Upper Realm. That big shot was so powerful that even Li Wuwei chose to submit to him and even participated in the hunt for the tyrants. The conversation between the two of them was not explained in detail, but just a few words had already outlined the complicated situation back then, which was shocking. The white-haired demon monarch was mentioned the most in their conversation, and he was also the person Gu Chen had always wanted to know what Lord Xing's intentions were. Gu Chen closed his eyes, and he could not help but think of the mysterious white-haired man he had met in the tyrant's secret land back then. Could the white-haired demon monarch be that white-haired man? According to the two of them, the white-haired demon monarch had a special relationship with the tyrants, and when Gu Chen met the white-haired man, he was in the tyrant's secret land. The two of them did not clearly explain the time when the white-haired demon monarch appeared in the Ninth Realm, but this matter was discovered after Pang Xing arrived in the Ninth Realm. In that case, it coincided with the time when Gu Chen met the white-haired man. There was no such coincidence in the world. Gu Chen was almost certain that the white-haired man was the white-haired demon monarch. He had never imagined that the reason why Lord Xing was willing to accept his surrender was because of the man he had only met once. Back then, it was because of the white-haired demon monarch that I obtained the complete inheritance of the overlord body cultivation. Did he do that on purpose to help me? Gu Chen muttered to himself. Kong Xing and the others thought that the white-haired demon monarch might have gone to the Ninth Realm because of him. Combined with this conjecture, everything that he had experienced in the secret land seemed even more unusual. Lord Xing's plot was more complicated than Gu Chen had imagined, and Kong Xing and the others had only briefly mentioned it. This solved one of Gu Chen's doubts, but at the same time, he had more doubts. He did not doubt that the two of them were lying. They might have made it up because they sensed his presence. This was not only because he was confident in the concealment ability of this divine sense doppelganger, but also because what the two said vaguely matched what Chu Meixin had told him about Li Wuwei's situation. Gu Chen's divine sense doppelganger stood on the spot and pondered for a long time. It was only when the doppelganger's duration was up that the doppelganger's main body, which was sensing from afar in his residence, finally opened its eyes. I've finally figured out Dao Lord Xing's true intentions. This is a huge surprise. In that case, as long as the white-haired demon monarch doesn't appear, I'm safe. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. With a thought, he sent a voice transmission to Wu Li, who was far away in his residence, asking her to come over. Kong Xing had mentioned that Dao Lord Xing only discovered the traces of the white-haired demon monarch when Pang Xing arrived in the Ninth Realm. Wu Li had been by Pang Xing's side at that time, so she should have the information he needed. Wu Li quickly arrived at Gu Chen's residence. Gu Chen let her into his room, then laid down restrictions around the surroundings to prevent eavesdropping. He appeared very serious. Wu Li did not know why Lord Gu had called her over so hastily after returning. She was extremely surprised. Wu Li, there are some things I want to ask you. I hope you can report them to me truthfully. Gu Chen confirmed that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation and spoke solemnly. What questions do you have, Lord Gu? Wu Li asked respectfully. Gu Chen then asked about the details of Pang Zhang's army entering the Ninth Realm. What? 2 people passed through the defensive line and entered the Ninth Realm? The two of them did not even talk for a moment before Gu Chen's face was filled with shock. Yes, Lord Gu. Back then, the matter was very strange. The Ninth Realm had been isolated from the rest of the world for a long time. How those 2 people managed to enter the Ninth Realm has always been a mystery. It left a deep impression on me, Wu Li answered seriously, but she was confused as to why Gu Chen would suddenly care about something that happened so long ago and seemed to have nothing to do with him. How much do you know about those 2 people? Gu Chen asked thoughtfully. Because I was in charge of interrogating the soldiers who failed their duties at the border. I searched their souls, so my understanding of them is relatively deep. Wu Li thought for a moment, then explained in detail. The first person to pass through the defensive line was a white-haired man. His cultivation was unfathomable, and his actions were tyrannical and direct. When he passed through, the soldiers stationed there could not move at all. They could not resist at all. The second person who passed through the defensive line had a completely different style. He destroyed the restrictions at the border and even took control of a few soldiers. From start to finish, no one saw his true body. After hearing this, Guchen thought about it seriously. The first white-haired man should be the white-haired demon king that he wanted to know more about. However, what was the background of the second person? Guchen frowned. The information revealed by Wu Li was somewhat shocking. This meant that long before the arrival of the Xing County's army, when he was in full swing with the Outer World 100 seedlings, a mysterious expert had already infiltrated the Ninth Realm. It was possible that he had seen the entire situation clearly. It was even possible that he had no secrets in front of the other party. The white-haired demon king alone was enough to make Guchen nervous. Now, there was another person whose background was completely unknown, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. The white-haired demon king's trip to the Ninth Realm should be related to the tyrants. What about the second person? What was his motive? Guchen was very concerned, so he asked Wu Li for more details. However, it was a pity that Wu Li's understanding of those two people only came from searching the souls of the soldiers stationed there. The information she could provide him was very limited. Seeing that he could not get any more information, Guchen sighed in his heart and said, "You can leave now. You can leave now. Remember, forget everything I asked you today." Wu Li nodded when she heard him. "I've already forgotten." She quickly left, leaving behind Guchen whose thoughts were still in a mess. That night, Guchen used his attainments in the fate doctrine to try to divine the situation of the white-haired demon king and the other mysterious person. Knowing the whereabouts of the white-haired demon king was beneficial to his safety. However, he was also very concerned about the other person's unknown motives. The result of his divination was not surprising. Guchen found nothing. The white-haired demon king's strength should be at the same level as Xing Daoist. If Xing Daoist could not find him, then it was naturally impossible for Guchen to find anything. As for the other mysterious person, Guchen focused on his divination. However, as long as the divination was related to him, it would be shrouded in fog. It was as if the heavenly secrets had been completely blocked, and he was also helpless. He had obtained extremely important information, but the further clues were all cut off. This made Guchen sigh repeatedly. "Uncle Gu, why are you sighing? I heard that you'd become rich in Lei County. You shouldn't be like this." Guchen was so focused on his divination that he did not notice that a little ant had slipped into his room. It was Xianxia. The girl's cheekiness dispersed some of Guchen's melancholy, and he responded with a smile. "You came quite quickly. Of course, we are allies. I heard that you made a fortune outside, so of course I had to come and get a share of the profits." The ant that Xianxia's consciousness was attached to shook its head. Guchen's face immediately revealed a look of regret. "It's a pity that I've handed over all my gains. My own gains are very limited. Cut it out." The little ant climbed onto Guchen's shoulder and circled around. Xianxia's tone was teasing. "Uncle, I know your personality well. Would you let yourself be taken advantage of? I've heard that you kicked Eagle King Fuwang away, blinded Fuwang Qingsong with a sword, and even bullied the leader of the Sky Shadows, Sharaman. You're very powerful now. What do you mean I bullied her?" Guchen had a strange look on his face. Everything that came out of this girl's mouth seemed to have a different meaning. Tearing her clothes in public, "Uncle Gu, you have a strong taste." Xianxia snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied. "You're well informed, but can you stop joking? I didn't do it on purpose." Guchen's face darkened. "Alright, I'll stop joking. Let's get down to business." Xianxia's tone changed, and she was extremely carefree. "Uncle Gu, didn't you ask me to help you investigate the infinite tyrant dragon and the tyrants before you left? Speaking of which, we did manage to obtain some intelligence after that." "Oh? Tell me about it." Guchen's expression suddenly became serious. A million years ago, Lord Xing suddenly issued an order to hunt down the tyrants that were wandering in Xing County. At that time, no one knew where the tyrants came from, and Lord Xing's order was very sudden. In order to hunt down the tyrants, Lord Xing mobilized a large number of troops and appointed war god Xin to be in charge of this matter. Soon after that, Xing County successfully captured many tyrants. I heard that the infinite tyrant dragon was captured at that time. I heard that some of the tyrants escaped. I'm not sure where they went, but I heard that the captured tyrants were imprisoned in Prison Star and tortured to death. After Feng Yaya finished speaking, Gu Chen felt inexplicably depressed. Even though he knew that the tyrants from a long time ago had little to do with him, it still made him uncomfortable, perhaps due to the instinct of his bloodline. He had already guessed what Feng Yaya had said, and it was roughly in line with his. As for some of the tyrants who had escaped back then, Gu Chen guessed that they had escaped into the ninth realm. It was precisely because they had escaped into the ninth realm that a series of events had occurred. Back then, things were very strange. Xing County sent out a large number of troops to search for the tyrants, but not many soldiers knew why. This information seems to have been purposely concealed by someone. Even now, it has been completely forgotten. Feng Yaya knew that Gu Chen was from the tyrants, and her originally lively voice became much quieter. Gu Chen didn't say anything as he thought about the situation back then. Xingdao Lord, the big shots of the upper realm, Li Wuwei, the tyrants, the white-haired demon lord, there were too many people and forces involved in those events back then, and he couldn't figure them out. He believed that there must be a clue connecting these complicated people and events. As long as he found that clue, he might be able to find out everything he wanted to know. By the way, Uncle Gu, after confirming that the tyrants had been imprisoned on Prison Star, I deliberately sneaked in to investigate. Unfortunately, other than that limitless tyrant dragon, who has stubbornly survived until now, the rest of the tyrants have long died, so I couldn't get any information. I deliberately went to visit the tyrant dragon and chatted with the hunchbacked old man whom we gave wine to. It's a pity that he was imprisoned on Prison Star too late and didn't come into contact with any tyrant prisoners. Feng Yaya continued. Hunchbacked old man? Gu Chen, who was immersed in his thoughts, suddenly narrowed his eyes as he recalled what the old man had said. Before the Realm Sea appeared and before the primordial Chaos Dao world was born, the Tyrant Dragon tribe had already lived in countless worlds in the Chaos Sea. They were once the overlords of the ancient Netherworld era and dominated many eras. However, after the ancient Netherworld era ended and the Realm Sea was born, the Tyrant Dragon tribe gradually died out. Rumor has it that the Tyrant Dragon tribe also migrated to the primordial Chaos Dao world. Realm Sea, primordial Chaos Dao world, the big shots of the upper realm, a bright light seemed to flash in Gu Chen's mind, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. Kong Sheng and Xiao Luo Man had repeatedly mentioned that the Realm Sea was about to open again, and Xingdao Lord seemed to take this matter very seriously. If the limitless Tyrant Dragon is really from the so-called primordial Chaos Dao world, as the old man said, and it followed the Tyrant Dragon, doesn't that mean that the Tyrant Dragon also came from the primordial Chaos Dao world? Gu Chen muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If the Tyrant Dragon came from the primordial Chaos Dao world, it wouldn't be surprising if this matter involved a big shot from the upper realm. There might be some grudges between the Tyrant Dragon and the big shot from the upper realm. And the reason why Xingdao Lord suddenly chased after the Tyrant Dragon might be because he was instructed by the big shot from the upper realm. As for what role the white-haired demon lord and Li Wuwei played, Gu Chen was still unclear. However, if he followed this clue, he might be able to get the answer he wanted. Ripples appeared in Gu Chen's heart. The primordial Chaos Dao world and the Realm Sea were existences that he had never understood before. Perhaps they were a huge secret hidden in the Chaos Sea. Kong Sheng said that the Realm Sea was about to open again and that the Chaos Sea would become more and more chaotic. It seemed to indicate that the mysterious primordial Chaos Dao world and the unknown Realm Sea might change the entire structure of the Chaos Sea. Gu Chen's mind was filled with thoughts. He suddenly understood many things and also felt his own insignificance and the vastness and mystery of the world. Uncle Gu, what are you thinking about? Feng Yaya asked curiously when she saw Gu Chen's uncertain expression. Gu Chen didn't hide anything from Feng Yaya. He told her his guess truthfully, including the conversation he had overheard between Kong Sheng and Xiao Luo Man. The Tyrant Dragon might come from the primordial Chaos Dao world? Feng Yaya's face was full of shock as she hesitated. Where is the primordial Chaos Dao world? There are countless worlds in the Chaos Sea, but I've never heard of such a world. Furthermore, why is the primordial chaos Dao world a upper realm? According to Gu Chen's speculation, Xing Dao Lord might be chasing after the Tyrant Dragon on behalf of the big shot from the upper realm. If that was the case, just the thought of it was terrifying. The Chaos Sea was already vast and boundless, but there was actually a world that surpassed it. What kind of place was that? There's someone who should be able to answer our questions and tell us what the primordial chaos Dao world is and where it is, Gu Chen muttered. You mean? Feng Yaya's heart stirred as she spoke almost at the same time as Gu Chen. When the hunchbacked old man had mentioned the primordial chaos Dao realm, Gu Chen and Feng Yaya had not taken it to heart. They had thought that he was talking nonsense. But now, thinking back to what he had said, the old man had suddenly become unfathomable. Shall we sneak into Prison Planet again and ask the old man about this? Feng Yaya said after some deliberation. That's the only way. Maybe we can get some useful information. Gu Chen nodded. He had promised the old man that he would take him away the next time he went to Prison Planet, but that was when the time was right. Although his strength had improved greatly, it was not the right time yet. He could not fulfill this promise. But the question he wanted to ask was very important, so he could only make this trip. Gu Chen and Feng Yaya discussed for a while and decided to sneak into Prison Planet. That Xiaoluo man is watching me very closely. We will act after she leaves the penalty realm. Considering the sharp sense of smell of the head of sky shadows, Gu Chen decided to wait until the storm was over. Anyway, according to Xiaoluo man and Kongxing, she would not stay in the penalty realm for too long. After the two finished their discussion, the little ant turned into ashes, and Feng Yaya's consciousness dissipated, leaving no trace as usual. In the next few days, Gu Chen's life was very peaceful. Apart from cultivating, he paid attention to the news of the outside world. Because he had a good relationship with Ouyang Mo, he could obtain a lot of information from the outside world from the Shadow Division, mainly about the aftermath of the incident in the Primal Chaos Secret Land. A month had passed, and the news from all sides had already spread. According to his discussion with Chu Meixin, she had indeed helped him take the biggest blame. The various counties in the Chaotic Sea had rumors that the Jian County had snatched the greatest creation. Chu Meixin became famous because of this, but other than that, there was no other news, which meant that she should be safe. Gu Chen himself was famous because he had entered the Primal Chaos transit window alone. For a time, he was even more famous than Chu Meixin. Although the natural source had not appeared in the world for a long time, after the battle in the Longevity Realm, the details of the battle spread like wildfire. Gu Chen's identity as Li Wuwei's successor was finally revealed, and it quickly caused quite a stir in the various counties. Instantly, Gu Chen's name spread throughout the entire Chaos Sea. He hadn't caused much of a stir even when he had become the Heavenly Wrath General of the Xing Commandery. However, the name Li Wuwei had caused him to enter the sights of all the commanderies, and even the Dao Lords. Gu Chen wasn't sure if this was a good or bad outcome, but he did it on purpose. Dao Lord Xing had long known of his identity, but had chosen not to reveal it. Since that was the case, he would take the initiative to reveal it, and see if there would be any unexpected effects. Following her private discussion with Kongxing, Xiaoluo Man left the punishment realm after a period of time. Gu Chen got the news of her leaving from Ouyang Mo. Hearing that she had left, Gu Chen was greatly relieved. Xiaoluo Man cared a lot about him, Li Wuwei's successor. She had a keen sense of smell, and it would be inconvenient to do anything in the dark with her around. Since Xiaoluo Man had left, Gu Chen began his plan to infiltrate Hellstar. He discussed the exact date with Feng Yaya. That night, Gu Chen waited for Feng Yaya at the place they had agreed on. In his spare time, he used his internal space to check on the situation of the demonic sky-devouring butterflies. Ever since they had embarked on the path of evolution, the demonic sky-devouring butterflies' cannibalism had become more and more intense. After a few months, the original tens of millions of demonic sky-devouring butterflies had been reduced to a few 100,000. Fortunately, although the number of butterflies had greatly decreased, the cannibalism had finally stopped. They didn't evolve in the direction of having only one king. Instead, they reached a compromise and ended the cruelest part of their evolution. After seizing the key to evolution, the demonic sky-devouring butterflies all turned back into cocoons, bright silver cocoons. Most of the cocoons were still in the process of hatching, but a few had already broken out of their cocoons and turned into silver-white butterflies. Because of this, Guchen paid special attention. These newborn demonic sky-devouring butterflies looked very different from before. They seemed to be more agile, and their wings seemed to be made of prisms, constantly glowing with a strange luster. The energy contained in each of them was not weak, and they had made up for their previous physiological defects, reaching a high point in the evolution of insects. Their numbers had decreased, but their combat power had also undergone a transformation. Guchen was looking forward to when the 100,000 demonic sky-devouring butterflies had all evolved, and they would become an invincible army under his command. Guchen studied the path of transformation of the demonic butterflies as he waited for Xianxia. But when the appointed time came, Xianxia still didn't show up. What's going on? Guchen's brows gradually furrowed. The Xianxia he knew was not a person who was not punctual. Guchen continued to wait, but until the night passed, Xianxia still didn't show up. Guchen's face suddenly darkened. Xianxia didn't show up. It couldn't be that she had forgotten. Something must have happened. He immediately returned to his residence and pretended that nothing had happened in the morning. In the afternoon, he went out to inquire about Xianxia's situation. Finally, through Wu Li, he indirectly inquired from the Ministry of Works, and Guchen learned of a situation. Just last night, Xianxia suddenly fell ill, and she couldn't recover. When the news reached Guchen's ears, his pupils shrank, and he felt a wave of unease. A cultivator's body was strong, so how could they easily fall ill? Moreover, Xianxia had the divine hands of creation, and her physique was even more outstanding. It was even more impossible for her to suddenly fall ill. The two had been in contact a few days ago, and Xianxia suddenly fell ill. This made Guchen very worried, and he remembered what Kongxing and Xiaoluo Man had mentioned in their conversation. That little girl's problem still hasn't been solved? Will your theory work? My theory won't be wrong. As for that little girl, I already have a way to solve it. The little girl was obviously referring to Xianxia. Guchen guessed that the two were probably talking about Xianxia's breakthrough in cultivation. Kongxing had been waiting for Xianxia's cultivation to break through to the Dao querying realm for a long time, and Xianxia believed that once she successfully broke through, some disaster would befall her. Kongxing and Kongxing's conversation confirmed that Xianxia's worries were correct. Guchen had also mentioned this matter to Xianxia when they conversed, reminding her that she had to be careful. At that time, Xianxia had solemnly promised that she had suppressed her cultivation well, and that there was no need to worry about this problem for the time being. But only a few days had passed, and Xianxia had suddenly fallen ill. Not knowing what exactly was going on, Guchen began to feel anxious. Xianxia was one of the few friends he had in the realm of punishment, and he couldn't sit by and watch her fall into danger. In order not to arouse Kongxing's suspicions, the two of them had very little direct contact before. Guchen's actions were somewhat risky, but Xianxia lived in the heavily guarded Ministry of Works. Guchen had no other way to investigate the situation. Wu Li quickly returned. The result was that Kongxing refused everyone's good intentions to visit her. No one could see Xianxia's current condition. This made Guchen even more worried. That damned Kongxing. Lord Gu, Miss Feng's sudden illness is somewhat abnormal. This subordinate is worried that Lord Kong, Wu Li had gradually become Guchen's confidant. She more or less knew about his relationship with Xianxia. She spoke gravely after returning. She did not voice her worries, but Guchen understood what she wanted to say. The Ministry of Works was a nightmare for Wu Li. She was disfigured there and turned into a monster-like existence. Kongxing had never been a normal person. Now that Xianxia had suddenly fallen ill, it was hard to say if he had done something. Wu Li thought of herself back then and felt sympathy for Xianxia. Guchen was silent. He wanted to sneak into the Ministry of Works to investigate, but things had happened too suddenly. He was worried that if he acted rashly, it would be disadvantageous to Xianxia. He hesitated in his residence for a night. The next morning, he almost couldn't resist the urge to go investigate. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Kongxing came. He personally came to Guchen's residence. This was the first time he had done so. Fellow Taoist Kong, what business do you have with me? Guchen's heart was full of questions, but he pretended to be very calm on the surface. He invited Kongxing into the living room and personally made tea for him. Little brother Gu, I heard that you are well versed in the Tao of Time and have some attainments in medicine. Is that true? Kongxing asked Gu Chen with a smile. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He cultivated the source of time and space, so his understanding of the Tao of Time naturally far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. However, this Kongxing should not be clear about this. He asked this question because Feng Yaya had probably told him. But why did Feng Yaya tell him about this? Also, when did he learn medicine? Gu Chen pondered and quickly understood the deeper meaning behind these words. He didn't deny it and nodded. I did learn medical skills from a senior in the 9th realm. As for the time Tao. Gu Chen pointed at the tea leaves floating on top of the tea in his teacup. Then, something strange happened. The tea leaf was like a spring breeze. It quickly took root and sprouted. Then, a camellia flower bloomed. Kongxing clicked his tongue in wonder. Little brother Gu's origin of nature is truly enviable. It's all-encompassing and even involves the Tao of Time. Gu Chen smiled but said nothing. Most people did not understand the origin of nature. They thought that the space-time Tao technique that he mastered was also a derivative of the origin of nature. Gu Chen did not intend to explain this point. To him, it was best for everyone to think that he only cultivated one natural source. I wonder why Brother Kong is asking about this? Gu Chen brought the topic back to business. Kongxing sighed regretfully when he heard this. Little brother Gu, to tell you the truth, the night before yesterday, my fiancée Yaya accidentally went berserk while cultivating and fell seriously ill. Why would she go berserk for no reason? What does this have to do with the Tao of Time? Gu Chen frowned. Kongxing shook his head. Little brother Gu also knows that I have always doted on my Yaya. She is very talented and I have always hoped that she could enter the Tao querying realm as soon as possible. That would not only be beneficial to her future, but we could also get married earlier. However, Yaya has been stuck at the bottleneck of the quasi-emperor realm for too long. Little brother Gu is the same age as her and is now famous throughout the chaotic sea. But she has not been able to break through. It is really worrying. Coincidentally, I developed a kind of elixir called the 5 flavors of time. After experimenting, it has a clear effect on breaking through the bottleneck. So, the night before yesterday, I let Yaya take it and try to break through. Initially, everyone else was fine after taking the elixir. Who would have thought that something would go wrong with Yaya? Kongxing made light of this matter, as if he had given Feng Yaya the wrong medicine and caused her body problems, and it had nothing to do with him. A chill rose in Gu Chen's heart. The night before yesterday, Feng Yaya did not come as promised. Was it because Kongxing suddenly used her to test the elixir? It seemed that Feng Yaya's inability to break through for a long time had caused Kongxing to gradually lose his patience. He had actually used the elixir. Just from listening to fellow Taoist Kong, I can't be sure how serious Miss Feng's condition is. Can I go take a look? Gu Chen muttered. The girl's current condition was most likely very bad. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk of being suspected and asked for his help under the guise of seeking a doctor. I came here to invite little brother Gu over. Seeing Yaya seriously ill, my heart is really sad. Kongxing sighed, but he did not look very sad. Then let's not delay. Let's go now. Gu Chen was concerned about Feng Yaya's condition. He quickly followed Kongxing to the Ministry of Works. The seriously ill Feng Yaya did not recuperate at her own residence. Instead, she was arranged to be sent to Kongxing's personal research institute. Once again, they came to Kongxing's research institute. The first floor was filled with all kinds of colored glass pillars. The corpses of the foreign races soaked in the solution were still very uncomfortable. The last time Gu Chen came here, he had only seen the first floor. This time, Kongxing directly brought him to the second floor. Feng Yaya was arranged to stay in a secluded room on the second floor. When Gu Chen and Feng Yaya opened the door and entered, there were a few maids taking care of her. Once he saw the appearance of Feng Yaya on the sickbed, Gu Chen's pupils shrank imperceptibly. Feng Yaya's body glowed from time to time. Her entire body had shrunk quite a bit. She looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. She was currently in a deep sleep. Her facial features were as delicate as a porcelain doll's. She looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, but her face was twisted into a ball. She looked to be in extreme pain. This is the after effect caused by the 5 cents of time elixir. These 2 days, sometimes she looks like a child, sometimes she looks like her original self. Sometimes, her hair turns white and her face withered. Kongxing explained, then looked at Guchen expectantly. Little brother Gu, how is it? Do you have a way to solve her problem? I have to examine her before I can come to a conclusion. Guchen said. He walked to the sickbed and put a hand on the petite Fengya's wrist. At this time, she looked very weak and helpless. Although she was in a deep sleep, she seemed to be living in a nightmare. There were even a few crystal tears hanging at the corner of her eyes. Guchen felt inexplicably sad for her. It was like his own little sister had been wronged, but he could not stand up for her. Fengya's body was in a very strange state. Her internal organs and meridians were being eroded by the power of time. Her flesh and blood were sometimes aging, and sometimes radiating the vitality of youth. It was this continuous change that violently tore at every part of her body, bringing her immense pain. If this situation was not effectively resolved, Fengya's life would be in danger. Guchen did not know what kind of elixir the 5 cents of time was, but how could normal elixirs be like this? Guchen frowned. No matter how much of a bastard Kongxing was, Fengya still had value in his eyes. He could not have given her any life-threatening elixir. And even if there was something wrong with the elixir, Fengya should have quickly noticed it after eating it. With her level of cultivation, she should at least be able to forcibly control the power of time within a certain range. How could it have spread to her entire body like this? Guchen was puzzled. His divine sense sank into Fengya's dantian. He could not feel the resistance between her power of origin and the elixir, so he wanted to find out what was going on. As soon as he entered the dantian, Guchen's expression froze. Within Fengya's dantian, the power of origin derived from the divine hand of creation was extremely majestic, far surpassing that of an ordinary peak quasi-emperor. If it were anyone else, they would have broken through long ago after cultivating to this level, but Fengya had somehow suppressed her cultivation and managed to hold on until today. The power of time was wantonly eroding Fengya's body, but within the dantian, the enormous power of origin was unmoved. It simply held up and allowed things to develop. This did not make sense. How could the power of origin allow Fengya's life to be in danger, unless this was Fengya's intention? Guchen shuddered. He closed his eyes and imagined what might have happened. Kongxing had forced Fengya to take this elixir in order for her to break through as soon as possible. Fengya had been taken in by Kongxing since she was a child, so she had an instinctive fear of him. Coupled with the fact that her weakness had been seized by him, she could only choose to obey. However, regardless of the effects of the elixir, Fengya did not want to break through, so she must have tried her best to prevent the elixir from taking effect. Why did she have to restrain all her power of origin to prevent the elixir? How did that age force evolve to the point where it could harm his entire body? As Guchen was deep in thought, Kongxing's voice came from the side. Little brother Gu, have you found a solution? Guchen opened his eyes and said calmly. That power of time has already seeped into every part of Miss Feng's body. Although I have a way to expel most of it, I can't remove it completely. The key lies with Miss Feng herself. If she can cooperate with me to expel this power of time, the problem can still be solved. Kongxing rubbed his chin when he heard that. Yaya is now in a coma. She will only regain consciousness when she returns to her original appearance. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to cooperate with Friend Gu. The person is unconscious, but the consciousness still exists in the mind. My divine sense can enter Miss Feng's sea of consciousness to communicate with her. I wonder if fellow Taoist Kong would mind. Guchen pretended to be casual. Well, the sea of consciousness is extraordinary. A slight mistake could endanger Yaya. Please be careful, little brother Gu. Kongxing's eyes flickered, and after some consideration, he agreed. Guchen nodded and placed a hand on the top of Fengya's head. What he had said to Kongxing earlier was true. Kongxing had already checked the condition of Fengya's body, so he must be clear about this, so he did not lie or hide anything. Guchen's primordial spirit formed a divine sense doppelganger, and it quickly entered Feng Yaya's sea of consciousness through the top of her head, making contact with her unconscious consciousness. Before Gu Chen's eyes, there was a sudden change, and the image of Feng Yaya's subconscious appeared. "Don't run. Little beggar, how dare you steal? I'll beat you to death." Gu Chen appeared on an old street. In front of him, there was a dirty little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, holding a few steamed buns in her hands. She was running frantically on the street. She was chased by an angry peddler holding a rolling pin, cursing incessantly. From her facial features, Gu Chen could tell that the little girl was Feng Yaya, and he was surprised. Was this Feng Yaya's past memory, or was it a pure nightmare? Although Feng Yaya was young, she ran very fast. The stall owner was soon left behind, and had no choice but to give up. This place looked like a remote town. Feng Yaya turned left and right in the town, and soon entered a dilapidated temple. There were a few children dressed in rags in the temple, and one of them, a girl about the same age as Feng Yaya, was sick and lying weakly on a pile of straw. Feng Yaya ran to her side, and a few boys helped the sick girl up. Feng Yaya cut the stolen steamed buns into small pieces, and fed them to the girl with water. A group of little beggars in the dilapidated temple were penniless, but the scene looked very heartwarming. The sick girl looked much better after eating, and Feng Yaya immediately smiled sweetly and contentedly. She distributed the stolen steamed buns to the rest of her friends, even though she was still hungry. Gu Chen looked at the scene silently. The scene before him was too realistic, and it did not look like a pure dream. It should be Feng Yaya's past memory. Gu Chen did not expect Feng Yaya to have had such a hard time when she was young, and so ordinary. With her talent, he thought that she had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth in her original world. Seeing her stubbornness as she stole the steamed buns, Gu Chen somewhat understood why she would be called a crazy girl in the future. The process of growing up would always be imprinted in one's soul. Gu Chen continued to look at this memory. Feng Yaya was immersed in the past in her coma, and this memory was very long. Feng Yaya and a group of little beggars depended on each other for survival. In order to survive, they stole things and fought with vicious dogs. Their days were extremely hard. Until one day, a kind face appeared in front of the group of little beggars. It was an ordinary, slightly plump woman who looked very kind. She found the dilapidated temple where the group of little beggars stayed, and came to them, bringing them a lot of flatbread and porridge. Feng Yaya and the little beggars were already starving, and they did not care about anything else. They gulped down all the porridge. The woman looked at them wolfing down the food, and her heart ached. When they finished eating, she smiled at them and said, "Come with me. From now on, I will take you in. If I go with you, will I be able to eat such delicious flatbread and porridge again?" Feng Yaya asked timidly. "Yes, I will have enough in the future." After that, little Yaya's life became better. She wore new clothes that the woman knitted for her, and she no longer had to wolf down her food. A group of little beggars gradually recovered their innocence, and they ran about their childhood carefreely. As for the woman, the wrinkles on her forehead increased. Because she had worked too much, her body became weaker and weaker, and she aged very quickly. Little Yaya gradually reached the age of 10, and on this day, her life suddenly ushered in a dramatic change. The usually blue sky was burned red by the flames of war, and the towering city was reduced to ruins. Even this remote town could feel the smell of war. Everyone, regardless of children or adults, was screaming, crying, and running away. The woman protected little Yaya and the other children and wanted to hide in the deep mountains, but before they could leave the town, a building not far away exploded. The building fell apart, and one of the pillars collapsed towards little Yaya. Little Yaya panicked, and at this time, the woman rushed over without hesitation. Little Yaya fell, and the woman's body was completely crushed by the pillar and the rubble. Blood flowed from the woman's mouth, and her eyes gradually dimmed. Little Yaya looked at her and cried bitterly. As she cried, the whole world suddenly became quiet, and a strange wind blew from her body. In the next scene, a green-haired young man appeared in front of little Yaya. Looking at her crying, his eyes shone with a fiery light, as if he had seen a treasure. "Come with me, I can save her, and your friends will no longer have to be afraid." The scene suddenly collapsed at this moment, and little Yaya's memory suddenly stopped, and her painful murmurs were heard. Gu Chen was surprised. He sensed the condition of Xianxia's body, and found that her body was rapidly aging from the appearance of 7 or 8 years old. Her black hair turned white, and her delicate face was gradually covered with wrinkles. It was obvious that the power of time in her body was causing trouble again. Because the pain caused by the changes in her body made her suddenly show signs of waking up from her memory. Seeing this, Guchen called softly in her sea of consciousness. "Crazy girl." His voice was not loud, but it contained a slight spiritual impact, shaking Xianxia's consciousness. Uncle Gu, her consciousness quickly recovered and turned into a primordial spirit, appearing in front of Guchen's divine sense avatar. Guchen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he could finally communicate with her normally. "Don't wake up. Continue pretending to be unconscious. This is how we communicate," Guchen reminded. Xianxia nodded, but her face was very pale. Her body was in constant pain. "What's going on in your body?" Guchen asked with concern. "That night, as we agreed, I was going to look for you, but I didn't expect Kongxing to suddenly come to me. He gave me a pill and urged me to take it to cultivate. I could only accept it. That medicinal pill is indeed miraculous for breaking through bottlenecks. After I consumed it, the power of time in the medicinal pill spread out. It actually allowed me to accumulate several decades more. The origin energy in my body became restless, showing signs of breaking through to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, it is very difficult to suppress it. In my haste, I used the divine hand of creation to cause my body to fall into a state of qi deviation. The power of time suddenly went berserk, and the medicine became poison." At this point, Xianxia paused for a moment. "Not only did you let the medicinal pill go berserk, but you also forcefully withdrew all the origin energy. This caused your body to lose the ability to defend itself and regulate itself, causing the situation to worsen." Guchen understood, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. "This was all I could do. Otherwise, with Kongxing's ability, he would quickly solve the problem in my body, and then continue to force me to break through." Xianxia pursed her lips. "You're putting the cart before the horse." Guchen frowned. He could understand Xianxia's difficulties, but she did not break through to save her life. Now, because of this, her body was on the brink of danger. This was not the right choice at all. "I won't die. Aren't you here?" Xianxia smiled optimistically. "But how much longer can you hide?" Guchen asked after a moment of silence. This time, Kongxing forced Xianxia to take the medicinal pill, which showed that he was losing patience with her. And this time, Xianxia was a little impulsive in order to escape. Her actions were too obvious, and Kongxing might have already seen through her. In this way, after she recovered from her illness, Kongxing would only try harder to find ways to help her break through. Xianxia originally wanted to stall for time, but now, there was less and less time left for her. Xianxia understood this as well, and was silent for a moment. "Looks like there's only one way." Guchen thought seriously for a long time, and his eyes turned cold. "Let's find a chance and kill Kongxing." Xianxia's body trembled, and she mumbled. But what? "I'll help you take care of Kongxing, and you help me take down Xingjun. Wasn't this what we agreed on when we worked together?" Guchen smiled. "But the time is not ripe yet. Do you have the confidence to kill Kongxing? You have to know that if you fail, you'll be doomed eternally, and your hometown will not be able to stay," Xianxia said in a rapid tone. "After coming back from Lake County, my abilities have increased greatly. As long as we plan carefully, we can kill him." Guchen answered seriously. If he wanted to take down Xingjun, he had to get rid of Xing Daojuan's helpers. Originally, this matter was not urgent, and he should have waited for a more suitable time to act. However, he had Xianxia suppress her cultivation to give him time to grow. This was not a man of character. She had helped Guchen many times, and Guchen had yet to repay her. This time, Kongxing was serious, and Xianxia's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Guchen knew that if he did not act now, Xianxia's life would be in danger. If that was the case, then he would take the risk. If he could take down Kongxing, the head of the Ministry of Works, it might not be a bad thing. Guchen knew very well that, as Xing Daojuan's confidant, Kongxing knew many secrets that he wanted to know. But, it's too rushed. We don't even know what Kongxing's abilities are. Feng Yaya was still hesitant. On one hand, she was afraid of Kongxing ever since she was young, and on the other hand, she was worried that Gu Chen would be dragged down by her. The two of them were already friends, and she could no longer ignore the price that he would have to pay for her sake. There are no buts. As long as no one knows that we killed Kongxing, there will be no problems. We don't have much time. Let me treat your injuries first, and at the same time, think of a foolproof plan. This time, we can only succeed, and not fail. Gu Chen comforted Feng Yaya. His confidence gave Feng Yaya an inexplicable courage. Alright, I'll listen to you. Feng Yaya nodded heavily. Inside the room, Gu Chen pulled his hand away from Feng Yaya's skull. Fellow Kong, she should wake up soon. Once she wakes up, we will begin the treatment, he said calmly. Kongxing nodded with a smile. Sorry to trouble you, friend Gu. Not long after, Feng Yaya's eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up. She opened her eyes with a pained expression. Miss Feng, you will only be awake for a short period of time. We need to hurry up and treat your injuries. Please do as I say. Gu Chen said politely. Feng Yaya had turned from a young girl to a white-haired woman, her face wrinkled like a tangerine peel. If she were to experience the passage of time a few more times, it could cause irreparable damage to her. Sorry to trouble you, Master Gu. Feng Yaya nodded with difficulty. Following that, Gu Chen spent a full 6 hours using his own space-time source to expel the power of time that was eroding Feng Yaya's body. Because Feng Yaya had untangled the knot in her heart, she used her own power of origin to help expel the power. With the internal and external cooperation, the treatment process was very smooth. Alright, Miss Feng should be fine now. Remember to let her rest for a while. When the treatment was complete, Gu Chen looked a little tired as he said to Kongxing. As for Feng Yaya, after the power of time disappeared from her body, she returned to her original appearance. However, her complexion was still very pale, and her body was severely depleted. Thank you so much for today, Brother Gu. Kongxing grasped Gu Chen's hand and said gratefully. Just a small favor. You don't have to take it to heart, Brother Kong. I will need your help in many areas in the future as well. Gu Chen smiled in response. Not at all. If Brother Gu has any requests in the future, just let me know. No need to stand on ceremony, Kongxing said confidently. Then I will leave first. I will not disturb Miss Feng's rest. Gu Chen looked at Feng Yaya. Take care, Master Gu. Feng Yaya said softly. Kongxing personally saw Gu Chen out of the research center, and then immediately returned to Feng Yaya's room. All of you, get out. After sending off Gu Chen, Kongxing's warm smile became very cold, and he casually ordered a few maids in the room. The maids quickly left, leaving Kongxing and Feng Yaya alone. Yaya, how do you feel now? Kongxing stood by the bed, his eyes twinkling. No one knew what he was thinking. Feng Yaya subconsciously clenched her fists, feeling a little panicked in her heart. Having known Kongxing for so long, she had long understood his temper. Usually, no matter how big the matter was, he was always smiling and had a frivolous look. Judging from his current expression, it was clear that this matter had angered him. Once he put on a serious face, the things he did afterwards were often terrifying. Sorry. Thinking of the plan she had discussed with Gu Chen, Feng Yaya forced herself to calm down and spoke before Kongxing could say anything. What are you sorry for? Kongxing's attitude was neither cold nor warm. Feng Yaya clenched her teeth, mustered up her courage, and said, I did not follow your instructions to cultivate properly. This time, I took the elixir, and it was the same in the past. Kongxing's eyes narrowed, and his voice was cold. Why did you do this? I'm doing this for your own good. Because I'm not sure, Feng Yaya said softly. Not sure about what? Kongxing frowned. Feng Yaya took a deep breath and organized the words she had prepared in her mind. She murmured softly. When I was 10, you saved my hometown and helped me save Aunt Feng. I have always been grateful to you, and from then on, I followed you to Xianxia. At first, I only felt gratitude towards you and wanted to repay your kindness. But as time passed, how could my feelings not change? But other than giving me pointers in cultivation, you were always busy in the laboratory of the Ministry of Works. I'm not sure if you have the same feelings for me. Xianxia pursed her lips as she said this. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled. When I was 15, you announced to the public that I was your fiancé. I thought you cared about me too. You didn't say it, but I was actually very happy. Kongxing's eyes flashed. He did not seem to believe Xianxia's confession. He said, if that's the case, why don't you listen to me and focus on cultivation? Cultivation, cultivation. You're always like this. Xianxia's voice suddenly turned urgent. She was angry, and her face was flushed. All these years, other than letting me cultivate, how much have you cared about me? You've thought of all sorts of ways to get me to the Tao querying realm, but you don't care about me like before. I don't know if I'm really that important to you. Xianxia bit her lip until it bled, revealing her true feelings. Kongxing looked at her tearful expression and was a little shocked. This was the first time he had heard Xianxia speak her heart to him like this. You're saying that because of this, you don't want to focus on cultivation? He asked. Kongxing, you want me to be your fiancé. Do you really like me? Xianxia did not answer him directly, but looked at him with disappointment. Kongxing was speechless for a moment. Yaya, I understand what you mean. Rest well first. We'll talk about this later. After a while, Kongxing sighed and left the room. He did not ask any more questions. Xianxia saw Kongxing leave so quickly, and the grievance on her face quickly disappeared. A strange light shone in her eyes. In her mind, she thought back to what Gu Chen had said to her when they were discussing the plan. Now that you've gone berserk, Kongxing must have sensed that you're purposely not wanting to break through. Under such circumstances, he might very well get to the bottom of it, and even resort to more drastic measures. If he starts to suspect you, and becomes wary, it will be even more difficult for us to find a chance to kill him. Therefore, after your injuries are healed, the first thing to do is to think about how to dispel his suspicions. Then how should I explain? Kongxing is a very suspicious person. Normal explanations won't fool him. There's no need to explain. Just keep pestering me. What? Pestering me? That's right. You won't be able to convince Kongxing no matter what excuse you come up with. Why don't you start from your feelings? No matter what, you're engaged in name, and there's bound to be feelings. And for a girl your age, don't you care about your own feelings the most? As Gu Chen said this, Xianxia roughly understood what he was trying to say. It was nothing more than pushing her distrust of Kongxing onto her feelings. Such an excuse seemed ridiculous, but as a young girl, how many of them would not be emotional? Xianxia was an extremely intelligent person. She understood what Gu Chen was trying to do, and so she shifted the issue to her feelings. In the end, Kongxing had nothing to say, and the matter was over. Uncle Gu is really amazing to be able to think of such a move. After leaving Kongxing's research institute, Gu Chen returned to his residence. He was still worried about Xianxia's safety. If Xianxia followed his plan to fool Kongxing, she should be able to delay him for a while. Xianxia was very young, and her personality had always been weird. It was normal for her to do something emotional. But Kongxing was different. He was actually an old monster who had lived for countless years. Such a person was destined to gradually become very indifferent to feelings. If Xianxia and he used all sorts of excuses, Kongxing, who was old and experienced, could easily see through the truth. However, if Xianxia were to pester him endlessly about their relationship, a person like him would only feel a headache at first, and then there was a high possibility that he would run away to avoid trouble. This was the conclusion Gu Chen came to after analyzing Kongxing's psychology. Whether or not they could fool him, the key was Xianxia's acting skills. If her acting skills were not up to standard, the next step of the plan would not be able to be carried out smoothly. Gu Chen could only pray that Xianxia could succeed. If she succeeded, she should be able to quickly inform him, and the two of them could discuss the next step of the plan. Gu Chen waited uneasily in his residence for 2 days. Finally, on the second night, the little ant with Xianxia's spiritual will slipped into his window again. Seeing her appear, Gu Chen was completely relieved. It seemed that the first step of the plan had succeeded. Uncle Gu, Kongxing did not bother me for the past 2 days. He must have believed what I said. Feng Yaya said happily as soon as they met. Very good. It seems that your acting skills are not bad. Guchen smiled, and then changed the topic. But this kind of little trick will not delay him for long. When your body is completely healed, he will still force you to break through as soon as possible. Yes, I understand this, so I came to discuss the next step of the plan with you. How exactly are we going to kill him? Feng Yaya's tone became very serious. When Guchen asked Feng Yaya to pester Kongxing endlessly, he had already thought of the next step of the plan. At this moment, his eyes were shining. Take care of your injuries first. When you are almost healed, find a reason to let Kongxing accompany you to leave the punishment area. The only place to kill him is outside of the punishment realm. Feng Yaya understood what Guchen meant. There were many masters in the Xianxia, and it was impossible for them to assassinate Kongxing without anyone noticing. Only by luring him out would there be a chance of success. However, Uncle Gu, Kongxing rarely leaves the penalty realm. He spends almost all of his time in the laboratory of the Ministry of Works. It's very difficult to persuade him. If the excuse is not good, even if we lure him out, he will be extra vigilant and even bring a bunch of subordinates with him, Feng Yaya analyzed seriously. That's why I let you and Kongxing have a relationship. Guchen chuckled, tell Kongxing that you're homesick and want to return to your hometown. Ask him to accompany you. In order to appease your emotions and get you back on the right path of cultivation, he should agree. Feng Yaya could not help but roll her eyes. I understand what you mean. You're really cunning. Kongxing must be having a headache about how to coax me to continue cultivating. If I bring up a request that can help us repair our relationship, the chances of him agreeing are very high. Since we're going back to my hometown, he won't bring too many people with him. It's a long journey from the punishment realm to my hometown, and we'll have many opportunities to make a move. Guchen nodded. Sure enough, Feng Yaya got it with just a hint. Don't be in a hurry to bring up this matter. You have to maintain your emotional state for now. When it's about time, bring it up. When you succeed, tell me the exact time and I'll follow you. Guchen reminded. However, if we succeed in killing Kongxing, Xing Daoist will definitely be furious when he dies. He'll investigate the person who did it. In the punishment county, there are only a few people who have the ability to kill Kongxing. If you don't have an alibi, you'll still be in danger. Feng Yaya was very thoughtful for Guchen. She didn't think about the fact that if Kongxing died, she, who was with him at the time of his death, would be interrogated fiercely. Before I leave, I'll leave a doppelganger in the punishment realm. Now that Xing Daoist isn't here, no one should be able to tell that the doppelganger isn't me. The doppelganger will often show itself in front of people, and even cause some trouble. This way, no one will suspect anything. As for you, this plan is a little rushed. I haven't thought of a surefire way for you to escape. Actually, if Kongxing dies, it'll be the best choice for you to leave Xing County. Guchen said hesitantly. Even if Kongxing dies, I can't just leave like that. Xing County knows me very well. Feng Yaya shook her head. You must be doing this for your family. Guchen sighed and recalled Feng Yaya's childhood memories. Just like how you can't give up on the 9th realm, I can't give up everything either. Feng Yaya smiled casually. Don't worry. When the time comes, no matter how Xing Daoist interrogates me, I just have to pretend that I don't know anything. With my talent, Xing Daoist won't kill me in a fit of anger. Instead of thinking about these things, it's better to think about how to kill Kongxing without any accidents. I remember Uncle saying that Kongxing's cultivation level is strange. There's a chaotic flower in his body, and no one knows how strong he is. Feng Yaya successfully changed the topic. Guchen thought about the strange thing about Kongxing's body and started to think seriously. The chaotic energy is like a deadly poison to cultivators. Just a little bit of it can kill you. However, Kongxing has a chaotic flower in his body. This is completely against common sense. Is it possible that Kongxing is a chaotic creature, and the chaotic flower was born with him? Feng Yaya guessed. That's possible. However, based on my observation, Kongxing's cultivation level isn't even at the celestial prime realm. This is completely different from other chaotic creatures. Guchen frowned. He hadn't seen many chaotic creatures, but Heaven's Equal Emperor was one of them. Heaven's Equal Immortal Emperor also had a primal chaos eye. However, his primal chaos eye evolved along with his cultivation. When Heaven's Equal Emperor was still a white ape and was at his weakest, his chaotic eye couldn't even open. On the other hand, Kongxing was different. His cultivation seemed weak, but the chaotic force in his body was quite astonishing. Before Guchen's dominating cauldron of origin evolved, it couldn't even compare to Kongxing. Therefore, the chaotic flower in Kongxing's body was definitely the biggest factor in whether or not they could kill him. Not only is Kongxing's physique unfathomable, don't forget that he is the man who created countless killing weapons in Xing County. He alone could be a threat equivalent to an army of millions, Xianxia said softly. She was about to lay her cards on the table with Kongxing, but she realized that this man's combat ability was unknown. I will do my best to prepare while you rest. No matter how many killing weapons he has, I won't let him have the chance to use them. Guchen's eyes were cold. No matter how many killing weapons he had, he needed time to use them. He didn't intend to give Kongxing the chance. 8 ferocious black pillars crisscrossed inside and outside, propping up the majestic Xianxia. Black steel buildings glowed with a cold metallic texture. Today, it was still heavy and oppressive. In the square built from an unknown dark purple crystal, a triangular warship was docked. Xianxia wore a red coat that wrapped her up tightly. She was walking towards the warship in the square. Her long purple hair matched with the red coat, and her figure, which was getting better with age, made her look breathtaking. Today, Kongxing was dressed in a gray and white long robe, and was waiting by the side of the battleship. With a look of admiration, Kongxing examined the once ignorant girl who had gradually grown into a slender and elegant young lady. A thought-provoking smile appeared on Kongxing's face. Are you feeling better now? Kongxing asked with concern as Xianxia approached him. Xianxia nodded and said softly. Thank you for coming home with me. That's what I should do. Come to think of it, you haven't been home for a long time. I was negligent in the past. Kongxing was very gentle. He used his hand to rub Xianxia's strange purple hair, and then came closer to sniff. You smell better and better. I've thought about it. When we get back to the 70th world, let's get married in your hometown, the Blue Sea Star. He said softly, and Xianxia's body trembled imperceptibly. Why do you want to get married all of a sudden? Didn't you say we'd talk about it after I break through to the Dao Querying Realm? Xianxia asked, puzzled. I've thought about what you said before. For a long time I've neglected your feelings. Because your talent is too outstanding. For your future, I've always been concerned about your cultivation progress. We are engaged. It's time for me to give you an answer. What, you don't want to? Kongxing said with a smile. If you don't really like me, you don't have to force yourself to marry me. Xianxia seemed to be in a bad mood and avoided Kongxing's eyes. Of course I'm serious. When we go back, your Aunt Feng and your brothers and sisters will be witnesses. We will get married in the Blue Sea Star. As for the Xianxia, when we get back, we will invite you to the wedding feast. Kongxing began to talk about his plan with great enthusiasm. Up to you. Xianxia was very calm and boarded the warship before Kongxing. Kongxing followed behind with a smile on his face. The door of the cabin slowly closed, and the battleship quickly rose into the sky, leaving Xianxia. As the triangular warship took off and left, in a corner of Xing Realm, in Guchen's residence. I'll leave this to you. Guchen, who was dressed in a black cultivator's attire, said to his clone, who was dressed in loose white robes. Don't worry, I can deal with everything here. The clone smiled. Guchen nodded. Although the clone he left behind did not even have a tenth of his strength, his ability to disguise himself was superb. As long as he didn't fight with others, there would be no risk of being exposed. Ever since his identity as Li Wuwei's successor shook the Chaos Sea, not many people in the punishment realm dared to provoke him. After bidding farewell to his clone, Guchen's main body turned into a shadow and quietly left his residence. A moment later, there would be a spaceship leaving Xianxia, and he planned to sneak onto it and use this route to leave. After leaving Xianxia, he would act alone and go after Feng Yaya and Kong Xing. He and Feng Yaya had a message talisman, and to ensure that he could lock onto her position at any time, the two of them had prepared a mother and son astrolabe. The child astrolabe was with Feng Yaya. As long as she kept it with her, unless she entered the next world through the chaos transit window, he would be able to accurately track her position through the mother astrolabe. The route to Feng Yaya's hometown, the 70th world, was fixed. If there were any changes, Feng Yaya would inform him immediately, so as long as he wasn't too slow, he wouldn't lose her. An hour later, a spaceship left Xianxia. This was a supply ship. The soldiers of the Xing County had nothing to do before they arrived at their destination, so they drank and talked about the romantic encounters they had in a certain world and a certain star region. No one noticed that when the supply ship entered one of the triforked chaos-dimensional windows, a figure had left the ship silently. Guchen looked at the supply ship and took out an astrolabe from his body. On the astrolabe, the light spot that he represented was red, and the green light spot belonged to Feng Yaya. After identifying the direction, Guchen flew toward the chaos transit window on the left. Like an arrow released from a bow, his speed increased all the way. His figure and appearance also changed as he moved forward. His face turned into that of a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had a resolute expression and a full beard. His body also became a little shorter from the original tall and slender, but his shoulders became broader. From his appearance alone, one couldn't find any resemblance between him and the original Guchen. Whoosh! 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 Black holes appeared along the star path, and the weathered middle-aged man's figure frequently disappeared into the black holes, and the next moment, he would appear in a faraway place. Guchen didn't choose to take the spaceship. If he used the spaceship of Xing County, it would be easy to give himself away, and other spaceships were far slower than Kongxing's triangular warship. Therefore, he crossed the chaos transit window and various worlds on foot. With his current speed, he was even faster than Kongxing's warship, but he needed to stop occasionally to rest. Guchen chased relentlessly, and finally, after 6 hours, he caught up with Kongxing's warship. The warship came into sight from afar, and Guchen's body turned into a shadow, blending into the lonely and dark starry sky, and began to maintain a suitable distance from the warship. What he needed to do next was to wait for the right time to strike, and Feng Yaya would inform him at once. From the Xing realm to the 70th universe, and from the 70th universe back to the Xing realm, it would take a whole month to go back and forth, and the right time would definitely appear. Guchen seemed to have returned to his life as an assassin a long time ago, hiding in the dark, waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. The triangular warship flew at a constant speed, and Feng Yaya stayed alone in her room, looking at the starry sky outside the window, her thoughts running wild. Where would Uncle Gu be now? She glanced back and forth between the stars in the distance, guessing that Guchen might be hiding in one of them. For a long time, Kongxing had been a shadow in her heart. Not to mention fighting against him, she would sometimes feel afraid when she was alone with him. He could dissect the corpse of a foreign race baby in front of her without any expression, and even show a look of joy and admiration in his eyes. And he would show this kind of look on her from time to time. However, now that she was about to assassinate this lifelong shadow, the fear in her heart was not as deep as she had imagined. Because she knew that someone was protecting her outside. Thinking of the man who always wore a cold face but had a gentle heart, she felt an inexplicable surge of courage in her heart. "Uncle, if we succeed this time, I want to tell you." Feng Yaya murmured softly, her mouth forming a few words that others could not hear. It was the secret hidden in the girl's heart. Boom. The triangular warship suddenly slowed down and stopped above a life star, causing the body of the ship to shake. Feng Yaya snapped out of her thoughts and furrowed her brows. They were still far from her hometown, the 70th world. Why did Kongxing suddenly stop the spaceship? "Yaya, this life star has a few rare ores that will be helpful for my experiments. I want to go take a look. Do you want to stay on the spaceship, or do you want to go with me?" Kongxing's voice came from outside the cabin door. Feng Yaya thought about it and answered through the door. "I won't go. Recently, I feel that I am not far from a breakthrough. I want to cultivate in peace." Hearing that Feng Yaya rarely put her heart into cultivation, Kongxing naturally would not object. He smiled. Good. Cultivate well. When I come back, I will bring you a few gifts. As he finished speaking, he left the warship and flew towards the star below. Xianxia looked through the window and confirmed that he had left. Her eyes flashed as she took out a voice-transmitting amulet from her storage ring and quickly left a message. Not far from the warship, Gu Chen, who was hiding in the dark, activated his deep-sea purple eyes and saw Kongxing flying towards a yellow star below. At this time, the voice-transmitting amulet on his body heated up. Gu Chen received the message from Xianxia. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Gu Chen was deep in thought. Now that Kongxing had left the spaceship alone, if he could kill him on that star, then Xianxia could say that she did not know. As Gu Chen thought about it, he took a detour and quietly entered the atmosphere of the yellow star from the other side. As soon as he entered the planet's atmosphere, Gu Chen's divine sense spread out and immediately sensed the auras of countless living beings. There were many deserts on the surface of this planet, and the climate could be said to be rather harsh. However, the number of living beings was much more than expected, numbering in the hundreds of millions. In particular, Gu Chen found quite a few mines and caves in the undulating mountain range, where large numbers of sallow and emaciated creatures were working diligently. Most of their eyes were dull, as if they had become numb to the hard work they had to do day after day. Gu Chen's deep-sea purple eyes lit up, and he quickly found Kongxing's location. There was a chaos flower hidden in Kongxing's body. No matter where he went, he was as conspicuous as the sun in Gu Chen's purple extreme pupils. He was currently in a towering black iron castle on this planet, and a large group of foreign cultivators dressed in luxurious clothes were receiving him. Master Kong, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The owner of this planet had a fawning smile on his face, and he had already prepared a banquet. Beautiful women walked leisurely, carrying silver trays of delicacies. Kongxing was talking and laughing with the other party, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with such a scene. Gu Chen looked from afar. The owner of this planet had oily hair and a powdered face. In terms of strength, he was purely a weakling, and there was not a single Dao querying realm expert on this entire planet. A weak planet could attack Kongxing here, and there was no need to worry about anyone interfering. Gu Chen began to seriously consider whether he should attack. The only thing that made him feel restrained was the ordinary living beings on this planet. If he fought with Kongxing, it would not be surprising at all for this planet to collapse. As Gu Chen deliberated, time passed by bit. Kongxing received a storage ring from the owner of this planet, then rejected his invitation to stay, and left the black iron castle. Should I attack? Gu Chen's eyes flickered. This was a very suitable place to attack, but looking at the hard-working living beings in the mines, he could not make up his mind. At this moment, after Kongxing left the black iron castle, he did not leave this planet directly. Instead, he transformed into a breeze and arrived outside an abandoned mine on this planet. When he arrived, his eyes flickered, and he walked into the mine unhurriedly, disappearing into the darkness. Gu Chen noticed this somewhat abnormal scene, and his divine senses extended in that direction. He was shocked to find that around the mine, there was actually an extremely secretive and high-level restriction. Outside an ordinary abandoned mine on an ordinary planet, there was actually such a high-level restriction. This caused Gu Chen's expression to freeze. He activated the deep-sea purple polar eyes again, wanting to see what was inside the mine. Still, he found nothing. This was because Gu Chen discovered that the space inside the mine was actually distorted, and it could swallow up all vision. Gu Chen stared at the mineshaft in silence. He suddenly had an intuition. Kongxing probably did not come to this planet to collect some ore, but purely for this place. But why, with Kongxing's identity, what was inside the mine that he needed to hide? Gu Chen could not restrain his curiosity, and he was also worried that he would miss the right opportunity to kill Kongxing. After thinking for a while, he finally flew towards the mine. Although this mine had a restriction set up outside, it was not difficult for Gu Chen to pass through it without anyone noticing. He quickly walked to the entrance of the mine. Inside the cave, a gloomy cold wind blew, and Gu Chen vaguely seemed to hear a strange whimpering sound, or even, the sound of breathing. Gu Chen became vigilant. He transformed into a shadow, stuck close to the rock walls of the cave, and chased all the way down. Just as he turned into a fork in the cave, Guchen suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his expression was one of shock. Kongxing was standing at the corner, and at this moment, he was staring at his position. There was no aura on his body, and Guchen actually did not sense him one step ahead. "Oh no, have I been discovered?" Guchen's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Kongxing had already sensed his existence, and purposely lured him out? He hid in the shadows without moving, but in his heart, he already had the urge to make a move. Just at this time, a rat slipped into the mine from outside, and tried to burrow deeper. "Kill the intruder." Kongxing, who was in front of him, rolled his eyes, and suddenly fixed his gaze on the rat, and said emotionlessly. Bang, his left eye shot out a beam of light, and the rat was instantly burned to ashes. After doing this, he still stood motionlessly at the fork, and there was no aura on his body. So it's a puppet. Seeing this, Guchen understood, and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Just now, the puppet did not even notice him, and just happened to be staring in his direction. But the puppet in front of him looked exactly the same as Kongxing, causing Guchen, who had ulterior motives, to jump in fright when he saw it, and almost exposed his own tracks. Guchen once again calmed down. Kongxing purposely left a puppet here, and it seemed to be used as a warning. What exactly was in the mine that made him so cautious? Below the mine was a huge space that had been hollowed out. Guchen followed the tunnel to the end and found himself on a steep cliff. Below him was a huge pit. The cliff walls were covered with countless restrictive spell arrays, as if there was some frightening monster hidden inside. It was necessary to seal this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. The panting sounds that he heard at the entrance of the mine became very clear here. The panting sounds were heavy and oppressive, with a hint of pain. Guchen carefully hid in the shadow of the cave entrance on the cliff wall. A pair of deep purple eyes swept across the bottom and quickly noticed a square poisonous insect pond in the center of the countless restrictive spell arrays. 7 colored centipedes, purple-scaled poisonous snakes, poisonous scorpions with giant pincers, leeches dripping with venom, countless poisonous insects that made people shudder were living in the pond, and there was actually a person sitting in the pond. It was a dwarf with disheveled hair. His hands seemed to be tied up by chains, and he could not walk out of the poisonous insect pond. From afar, Guchen could not see the dwarf's appearance clearly, but he could see that his body was covered with new and old wounds, as if he had been trapped here for a long time. Countless poisonous insects crawled over his body from time to time. Every time a poisonous insect bit him, he would let out a heavy panting sound from his mouth and nose. The panting sound that Guchen heard came from him. This person's panting was like thunder, stirring one's heart. Kongxing came here sneakily just to see this person? Guchen looked thoughtfully at the side of the poisonous insect pond. Kongxing was standing there with a smile on his face. "Dwarf Sovereign, long time no see. Are you willing to hand over the thing that I want?" Kongxing said. The dwarf with disheveled hair who was sitting among the poisonous insects seemed to have realized that someone was here when he heard the voice. He raised his head and looked at Kongxing with his eyes hidden under his dirty hair. With this one glance, his originally lifeless eyes quickly turned red. Then, he let out a roar. "Kongxing, you should give up on this idea. It's impossible for me to give you the secret method of forging crystal cores." That roar set off billowing waves of air, causing the poisonous insects in the pond to tumble, forming an empty space around the dwarf sovereign's body. With the venomous insects gone, Guchen realized that not only were the dwarf's hands and feet tied up, but they were also chained up. The chains that bound his hands and feet extended out from a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was a word Xing engraved with silver hooks. The word punishment was like the might of the heavens, suppressing people here forever. Guchen suddenly thought of the divine monument under the Taoist mountain in the divine realm. The divine monument symbolized the supreme heavenly law of Xing County and was used to suppress the entire ninth realm. Yet, the same heavenly steel was only used to suppress a single person. "Dwarf Sovereign, your hostility towards me is unreasonable. You should know that if it weren't for me, you would have died in the hands of Destroyer." Kongxing stood in the midst of the commotion, smiling casually. "Bullsh *T. If it weren't for you, my entire tribe wouldn't have been massacred, and I wouldn't have ended up in this state." The dwarf sovereign roared angrily. He tried to stand up, but after taking a few steps, he stumbled and fell into the pond, attracting countless poisonous insects to his body. You can't say that. Back then, you were the one who refused to submit to my lord. If you had changed your mind back then, you and I could have formed the strongest army in the chaotic sea. And you, at the very least, would have been on equal footing with me. You wouldn't have ended up like this. You never understood the principle of a fine bird choosing a good tree to nest in, which led to the destruction of your clan. You, on the other hand, managed to escape with great difficulty. Back then, you actually killed your way into Miazin's nest alone and killed his entire family. If I hadn't caught you earlier, you would have been caught by Destroyer long ago, and you wouldn't have survived until now. Kongxing shook his head repeatedly, giving the dwarf sovereign a headache. Destroyer, you, and that son of AB*TCH, Dao Lord Xing, all of you deserve to die. Cough, cough. The dwarf sovereign wasn't good with words. He was infuriated by Kongxing's words and his internal injuries worsened. He coughed continuously and spat out blood. It's been so many years, but you still can't get over it? You should know that I have many ways to force you to hand over the secret method of forging the crystal core. The reason why I chose to imprison you here is because I hope that you can think it through and sincerely submit to Xing County. If you are willing to submit, I can ask my lord to mediate between you and Destroyer and me. That way, not only will you not have to rot here, but you will also be able to build on the reputation you once had. Kongxing spoke with fervor and looked like he was sincerely persuading the dwarf sovereign. When the dwarf sovereign heard this, he suddenly laughed out loud. Kongxing, I may be stubborn, but I'm not stupid. The reason why you only imprison me here and not think of other ways to get the secret method out of me is not because you cherish me. There is only one real reason. You know very well that even if you obtain the secret method of forging the crystal core, it will be useless. In the entire chaotic sea, only I have the skill to forge it. The dwarf sovereign spat a mouthful of blood at Kongxing, his face full of disdain and disdain. Everyone says that you, Kongxing, are very impressive. You invented a large number of killing weapons for Xing County and helped Dao Lord Xing conquer the entire chaotic sea. However, to me, your weapons are just small tricks. They are third-rate toys. You do have some decent weapons, but they are all only in theory. You are only good at theory, but your forging skills are too inferior. The dwarf sovereign mocked Kongxing unscrupulously. For the first time, Guchen saw Kongxing's face darken. He was always smiling, but he was always scheming. You are right. In terms of forging skills, I'm afraid that no one in the entire chaotic sea is better than you. I have some weapons that I can't invent because I lack an expert blacksmith like you. You have all these skills, but you would rather rot here. You are really stupid. His thoughts were exposed, so Kongxing decided to just say it out loud. His gaze became extremely cold. This place is too remote. The number of times I come here will decrease, which means that you won't have many chances. In fact, the Lord has already given up on you. Only extermination is still looking for you. I will not hand you over to extermination, but if you are not of use to me, you will rot until you die. Think about it carefully. I'll be back in a few days, and that might be your last chance. Kongxing flicked his sleeves and turned around, flying towards the entrance of the mine that Guchen was in. Guchen's eyes flickered. He hurriedly left the mine ahead of Kongxing and avoided his line of sight. Guchen watched as Kongxing broke through the atmosphere and left. In the end, he did not choose to make a move. There were countless creatures on this planet and it was not a suitable place to make a move. Moreover, there was a mysterious master imprisoned underground, which made Guchen even more afraid. After Kongxing left, Guchen came to the outside of the mine alone. And pondered. The conversation between Kongxing and the dwarf sovereign was still fresh in his mind. The dwarf sovereign seemed to have a blood feud with the Xing County, and he possessed abilities that were no weaker than Kongxing's. A person like this was exactly what Guchen wanted to recruit. He was thinking about whether or not he should rescue him. However, the more capable a person was, the more rebellious he would be. The dwarf sovereign seemed to have gone through a great catastrophe and would not trust others easily. His thoughts were hard to read. Guchen pondered for a while and decided that it was not the right time to do so. If there was some mystery in the sealed land and he alerted Kongxing by rescuing the dwarf sovereign, it would be difficult for him to carry out his assassination plan. Everything had its priorities. Guchen deliberated for a while before he turned around and left the planet as well. It took them half a month to reach the Cerulean Sea Star in the 70th world. Guchen guessed that there would be many assassination opportunities along the way. However, after leaving the planet where the dwarf sovereign was imprisoned, the opportunities were much fewer than what Guchen had expected. They passed through many worlds along the way. It was unknown whether Kongxing revealed the news of his trip or someone found out, but every time they passed through a new chaos transit window, there would be local dignitaries coming to receive them. Being under the rule of the Xing County, Kongxing was the right-hand man of Xingdao Lord. To the rulers of each world, he was a big shot that could not be neglected. Wherever he went, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for Guchen to assassinate him. Even if he could kill him successfully, he might be exposed and Feng Yaya would not be able to get away from the suspicion. Guchen could only suppress his thoughts and wait. Until half a month had passed and they reached the end of the journey, the 70th world, he still did not find an opportunity to make his move. Looks like I can only make my move on the return trip. After passing through the Chaos Transit window and entering the 70th world, the master of this world was welcoming Kongxing and Feng Yaya warmly. Guchen hid far away and muttered to himself. He was very patient. Although half of the time he could have used had passed, this did not cause him to panic. In fact, he had been observing the situation along the way, looking for the most suitable time and place to strike. Kongxing's return route was basically impossible to have any changes, and now that he had a clear understanding of the situation along the way, his chances of success should be greatly increased when he made his move. Thank you for your hospitality, but this time I came to the 70th world to accompany Yaya back to her hometown to visit her relatives. Yaya hopes to have some peace and quiet. You may leave now. In the distance, Kongxing smiled at the group of cultivators who received him. Since he had said so, although the rulers of the 70th world felt that it was a pity, they still tactfully left. In the end, only Kongxing and Feng Yaya were left. They flew alone to the star path to Cerulean Sea Star. This star path was very desolate. Guchen followed from afar and was a little surprised. He thought that there would be no chance to make a move in the hometown of Feng Yaya in the 70th world, but after Kongxing sent away those who were in the way, the opportunity seemed to have appeared. Half a day later, in the dark starry sky ahead, a beautiful aqua-blue ancient star with life appeared. Feng Yaya, who was in the triangular warship, saw the star from afar and immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes showing a trace of palpitation. She left home at a young age and came back as an adult. Feng Yaya was inexplicably excited at this time. Although the purpose of returning to her hometown this time was not simple, this was the first time she had returned home since she left at the age of 10. Many years ago, when she followed Kongxing to the Xing realm, she had been practicing hard according to his requirements. There was not much time for her to miss home. Coupled with the long distance between the two places, she simply gave up the idea. On weekdays, she would only miss her family in the dead of night, missing the kind smile of Aunt Feng. Finally back, Feng Yaya took a deep breath and missed her family very much. Every inch of her hometown looked so beautiful. Let's go, Yaya. Your Aunt Feng will be very surprised to see you. Outside the Cerulean Sea Star, the hatch of the triangular warship opened, and Kongxing smiled and said to Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya looked at his gentle expression and inexplicably felt a little complicated. No matter what, it was Kongxing who saved Aunt Feng, who she cared about the most, saved her brothers and sisters, and saved her home. Looking at him now, it seemed that he really cared about her. Now she was thinking of ways to kill him. Was it returning kindness with ingratitude? The kindness in Feng Yaya's heart made her a little shaken. During this time, she followed Kongxing into the Cerulean Sea Star and flew to a coastal town on the edge of the sea. Guchen followed behind the two and quietly entered the Cerulean Sea Star from another direction. 3/4 of this ancient planet was covered by a vast ocean. The blue ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, looking extremely beautiful. Guchen flew above the sea. From time to time, there were schools of fish emerging from the sea and seagulls flying in front of him. Everything looked so refreshing. However, the cool sea breeze blew, and Guchen felt an inexplicable chill in his hands and feet. What's going on? Guchen frowned slightly. This star clearly gave off a peaceful and tranquil feeling, but he instinctively felt a chill. As he was thinking, the two in front of him had arrived at Xianxia's hometown. This was a somewhat remote coastal town. The old streets and moss-covered bluestone bridge were exactly the same as the scene Guchen saw in Xianxia's dream. Xianxia and Kongxing came to an old house in the town. Xianxia timidly knocked on the door. Guchen stood far away and looked at them thoughtfully. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. At this moment, the old door creaked open, and an ordinary-looking woman with a kind face appeared in front of him. She had aged a lot since many years ago, and the wrinkles on her face were more obvious. But Xianxia still recognized her the moment she saw her. Aunt Feng. Xianxia felt a lump in her throat and jumped into the arms of the woman in front of her. The woman was startled at first, but she quickly recognized Yaya. Her eyes were red as she hugged her gently and patted her on the back. She spoke softly just like when she was young. It's good that you're back. It's good that Yaya is back. This scene of a loving mother and a filial son was very touching, but Guchen suddenly realized something was wrong at this moment. The coastal town looked exactly the same as in Xianxia's memory. It seemed that the passage of time had not changed it at all. However, this was not right. In Xianxia's memory, after the Qing County's army had landed on the planet, the town had been engulfed in the flames of war. Many buildings had collapsed, and Xianxia's Aunt Feng had almost died under the collapsed buildings. Even if the town could be restored after the war, how could it be restored to the same state? A chill spread through Guchen's limbs. He took a deep breath and activated the deep-sea purple polarity eyes. At the same time, the origin of soul between his brows also lit up. In his field of vision, everything suddenly changed. What appeared in front of him was a wasteland. There were bones everywhere in the abandoned town. And far away, the woman who had been gently hugging Xianxia and comforting her had suddenly turned into a pile of bones. Steamed fish soup, 3 delicacies, and 8 treasures exquisite rice. They were all my favorites. Thank you, Aunt Feng. In the small but cozy living room, a group of people sat around the stove. Xianxia looked at the table full of dishes from her memory and couldn't stop smiling. Yaya, thanks to you, Aunt Feng hasn't cooked so many dishes in a long time, said a girl about the same age as Xianxia. Her eyes were like crescent moons when she smiled. Yeah, Yaya, you've been gone for so many years. We thought we'd never see you again, said a dark-skinned young man with an honest smile. I remember when we were young, we didn't have enough to eat, but Yaya took everyone to eat. She was like a tomboy at that time. Who would have thought that a girl has changed so much? She's almost unrecognizable now, sighed a thin and short young man with freckles on his face. Bamboo pole, who are you calling a tomboy? Xianxia immediately glared at the young man, causing everyone at the table to laugh. Everyone present was a brother and sister who had lived together in the rundown temple when they were young and were later taken in by Aunt Feng. Because they depended on each other since they were young, even though they had grown up and had their own livelihoods, they all rushed home as soon as they heard that Xianxia was back. And in order to welcome Xianxia back, Aunt Feng went far away to buy groceries early in the morning. In the evening, she cooked a table full of dishes. All the family sat around the stove, as if celebrating the new year. The house was happy and harmonious. Xianxia hadn't felt the warmth of a family for a long time. The smile on her face never disappeared, and she even secretly wiped away her tears. Everyone laughed and talked about the good times when they went to the sea to catch fish together. They talked about how, in order to buy new clothes for them during the new year, Aunt Feng worked in a rich family's house until New Year's Eve, while they waited at the door, and then went home together singing in the heavy snow. Although they were poor when they were young, they found that there was so much happiness when they looked back, because Aunt Feng gave orphans like them a warm home. Alright, it's rare for Yaya to come back. Why keep bringing up the past? Do you have to make her cry? Aunt Feng saw that Xianxia's eyes had turned red as she chatted with the crowd. She smiled and stopped the crowd from talking about the past. Aunt Feng, what I owe you, I will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. Xianxia was a little drunk and sobbed seriously. Silly child. Aunt Feng shook her head when she saw this. She secretly turned around and wiped away her tears. The scene in the house was moving. Far away from the house, Guchen stood on a hillside, looking at Feng Yaya, who was immersed in the joy of reuniting with her family. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails pierced into his flesh. He looked at Kongxing, who had not said a word and was smiling at the reunion of his family. His eyes were filled with coldness. "By the way, Yaya, did you come back for something urgent?" After 3 rounds of wine, Aunt Feng smiled and asked Feng Yaya. At this moment, Kongxing, who had been quiet all this while, finally spoke. "Actually, Yaya and I came back this time to prepare to get married in Cerulean Sea Star. I hope that Aunt Feng and everyone here can be witnesses." Feng Yaya's siblings were excited when they heard this. They laughed and cheered. Aunt Feng's face was filled with surprise. "Our Yaya is finally getting married," she said happily. Feng Yaya saw Aunt Feng's elated look and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could only respond with a soft hum. That night, the topic of discussion became how to prepare for the wedding. The group of siblings promised to make Feng Yaya's wedding grand. Contrary to the enthusiasm of the crowd, Feng Yaya was very calm and did not speak most of the time. It was not until midnight that the crowd dispersed after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Feng Yaya and Aunt Feng slept in the same room. The two of them sat together and talked for a long time, as if they had endless things to say. Under the moonlight, Guchen watched Feng Yaya and Aunt Feng talk from afar. He did not say a word for a long time. After a long time, when Feng Yaya fell asleep, Guchen turned and left. Even after she fell asleep, she still had a smile on her face. As Guchen thought so, he walked all the way to the seaside. The sea breeze blew gently, messing up his hair. Just like his mood, it was extremely restless. He suddenly hoped that Feng Yaya would never wake up from this beautiful dream. But he knew very well that a dream was a dream. No matter how cruel reality was, one had to wake up eventually. Guchen sat cross-legged by the seaside and quietly meditated. The sun rose and the moon set. The tides rose and fell. He stayed there for a few days, like an old monk in meditation. Occasionally, some passing fishermen noticed him, but they acted as if they did not see him and leisurely walked past him. No one noticed that Guchen sat in the sea and sky. As the tides rose and fell, his essence, qi, and spirit were constantly condensing and rising. It was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed, intending to cut open the chaos under the heavens. Feng Yaya's brothers and sisters were very efficient. In just a few days, they had settled all the matters of the wedding. Today, Feng Yaya and Kongxing were going to be married. This became a major event in this seaside town. From the harbor to the winding alleys, there were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. "Yaya, you look so beautiful today." Inside the room, a girl whose eyes were like crescent moons when she smiled enviously said while helping Feng Yaya dress up. Feng Yaya only responded with a soft hum, looking a little depressed. Feng Yaya's heart was indecisive. Ever since returning to Cerulean Sea Star, Guchen suddenly cut off contact with her. She did not want to marry Kongxing, but she had no reason to reject him. Therefore, her feelings were particularly conflicted at this time. She hoped that Guchen could give her some advice. Even if it was just to tell her to get married first and then think about it, she would feel much more at ease. However, Guchen suddenly seemed to have disappeared from the world. This made her very flustered. She was worried that something had happened to Guchen, and she was also worried that he had given up on her. Feng Yaya's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This continued until the night, when the wedding day arrived. Many people in the town came to attend her wedding. The banquet was held from the courtyard to the outside. Kongxing and Feng Yaya wore local wedding clothes and slowly walked into the hall side by side. Feng Yaya looked around. There were many familiar faces among the guests. There were even a few uncles and aunts who chased them fiercely when they went to steal food from them in the past. They were all here. Feng Yaya used to think that she was very powerful when she was able to steal food every time. But as she grew a little older, she realized that these fierce-looking elders were actually taking care of her in their own way. Feng Yaya looked at all the people who had taken care of her. They laughed heartily, genuinely happy for her wedding. Everything was so beautiful, and she could not bear to ruin it all. She would just play along with the show. Feng Yaya told herself that even if she had no love for Kongxing, for everyone, she was willing to marry him today. The bride and groom entered the hall, flanked by countless well-wishers. Aunt Feng sat at the head of the table, watching Feng Yaya get married, tears glistening in her old eyes. Feng Yaya was sad. Aunt Feng had been looking forward to this day. Had she been looking forward to it for a long time? Yaya, I did not care enough for you in the past. After today's wedding, I promise to care for you even more. Kongxing, who was dressed as a bridegroom, had become much gentler today as he promised her softly. Feng Yaya pursed her lips and did not say anything. Bow to your parents, the master of ceremonies announced loudly. Kongxing and Feng Yaya were about to bow to Aunt Feng. Clang, suddenly, a loud and clear sword cry resounded. From outside the hall, a sharp sword light seemed to have come from beyond the heavens. It forcefully tore apart the courtyard, tore apart the space, and tore apart all falsehood. Kongxing, who was bending over, sensed it and immediately turned around, his eyes shining brightly. However, the flash of the sword was too fast. Like a ray of light from the beginning of the world, it instantly pierced through Kongxing's skull. Ding! A long sword flowing with rainbow light pinned Kongxing's head to the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. Fresh blood flowed from his head onto the ground. In an instant, countless townspeople in the courtyard screamed. They had never seen such a bloody scene in their lives. For a moment, some ran away, some cried in fear. Just like that, the originally beautiful wedding was suddenly destroyed. Outside the courtyard gate, a burly middle-aged man wearing a black warrior robe strode in with a resolute expression. Even though he had a beard, and even though his face was unfamiliar and cold, Feng Yaya immediately knew who he was. Uncle Gu. Feng Yaya was in a daze. She looked at the seemingly dead Kongxing on the ground, not knowing what was going on. Why did Uncle Gu make a move on Cerulean Sea Star? Could it be that he didn't know that this would implicate her family and countless innocent lives? Gu Chen walked up to Feng Yaya in a few steps. Most of the townspeople had fled, and only Aunt Feng and Feng Yaya's siblings were still there. Who are you? What do you want to do? Don't hurt Yaya. Seeing Gu Chen approach Feng Yaya, even though they were mortals, they braced themselves and stepped forward. Gu Chen glanced coldly at the dark-skinned youth and casually struck out with his palm. Bang! He did not have the slightest ability to resist, and exploded into a bloody mist right in front of Gu Chen and Feng Yaya. Fresh blood splattered all over Feng Yaya's face. Uncle Gu, what are you doing? Feng Yaya felt an inexplicable fear. She could not believe what she was seeing. Gu Chen remained silent. He looked at the girl whose eyes were like crescent moons when she smiled and waved his palm again. Ah, the girl screamed miserably as she perished, unable to escape this calamity as well. Run, Yaya! Aunt Feng and the remaining siblings were horrified, and they urged Feng Yaya to run for her life. Gu Chen. What are you doing? Feng Yaya went crazy. She did not understand why her beloved Uncle Gu would attack her family. Gu Chen still did not speak, but there was a rare trace of sorrow in his eyes. He reached out to Aunt Feng. Stop. Feng Yaya's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as she tried to stop Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen instantly restrained Feng Yaya and flicked his fingers to shoot out a beam of gang light. Bang! Aunt Feng's benevolent face disappeared forever, and she became a headless corpse that slowly fell to the ground. No, Feng Yaya let out a hysterical scream of despair. At this moment, the mental support that had supported her for so many years had completely collapsed. Yaya, wake up. They died a long time ago. Gu Chen killed everyone and spoke in Feng Yaya's ear with a solemn voice. He placed one hand on Feng Yaya's head, and a huge flow of soul power flowed out of his body. Feng Yaya felt like she was struck by lightning. It was as if a deep-rooted restriction in her mind had collapsed, and all the illusions were shattered. Everything in front of her changed. The once beautiful coastal town turned out to be a ghost town in ruins. Auntie Feng's headless corpse, as well as the corpses of her brothers and sisters, turned out to be nothing more than cold white bones. How could this be? Feng Yaya was dumbfounded. She sat on the ground, and endless tears flowed from her eyes. Everything was just Kongxing's scam. Gu Chen's Adam's apple moved with difficulty. Although the reality was cruel, he still told Feng Yaya the truth. After arriving at Cerulean Sea Star, Guchen quickly saw through the illusions with his strong spiritual mind. This was not a beautiful life star, but a dead one. A dead star that had long been destroyed in the flames of war. This star had long been destroyed in the flames of war, but it had been artificially cast with an illusion that covered the entire star. As long as one entered it, all they would see was an illusion of peace and beauty. Why would someone do that? What was the benefit? Guchen, who knew Feng Yaya's past, quickly guessed everything. Xing County had not given up on destroying Cerulean Sea Star, and Feng Yaya's family, Aunt Feng, and her other brothers and sisters had all died in that catastrophe. If that was the case, why did Feng Yaya think that Kongxing had saved Aunt Feng and protected the peace of Cerulean Sea Star? Guchen had been observing in secret, and found that Feng Yaya had sunk deep into the illusion of this planet. She had lost her sharp observation skills. The illusion of this star was even operating according to the beauty of her imagination. This situation could only mean one possibility. When Kongxing found the 10-year-old Feng Yaya, he must have tampered with her memory and created an illusion in her mind. This illusion had existed in Feng Yaya's mind for so many years that she had sunk deeper and deeper into it, and she could not even realize it. After Guchen realized this, he knew that he could not wake Feng Yaya up with ordinary methods. If he talked calmly, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Therefore, he chose the most extreme method today, which was to kill her illusory family with his own hands. Finally, she could see the real reality. For this, Guchen had rested for a few days, adjusting his spirit to the strongest state, and launched a lightning-fast attack on Kongxing. He tried to wake Feng Yaya up and kill Kongxing at the same time to comfort her wounded heart. Aunt Feng died a long time ago? Everything was a lie? Feng Yaya slumped to the ground, her face as white as paper. She could not accept this cruel reality. Guchen stood to the side in silence. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only Feng Yaya could think it through. Although it was extremely cruel to expose the beautiful illusion and reveal the ugly reality in front of him, it was also the only way to transform and be reborn. Why? Why? Why did you lie to me? Feng Yaya's tears fell like rain as she recalled the first time she met Kongxing. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. In the end, she clutched her head and cried her heart out. In the ruins, bones littered the ground. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Kongxing's corpse. The sword of desolation, which had pierced through Kongxing's skull, suddenly began to hum. It was as if it was being forced by a mysterious force and was being pulled out inch by inch. Not dead? Guchen abruptly turned his head and his expression changed. The attack that killed Kongxing was a carefully planned attack. It was the fastest and strongest attack he could execute under the state of lightning speed. It was an attack that could not be defended against. To ensure that Kongxing died, he had stabbed between Kongxing's brows. No matter how strong a person was, once their consciousness was destroyed, their soul was destroyed, they were truly dead. Therefore, though the assassination was surprisingly smooth, Guchen believed that Kongxing was truly dead. But the strange hum from the Sword of Desolation was a warning, telling him that Kongxing was still alive. Destroy. Guchen's eyes turned cold as he manipulated the Sword of Desolation in an attempt to rob Kongxing of all the remaining life in his body. Zing. Zing, the Sword of Desolation shone brightly as it attempted to pin Kongxing's head to the ground again. However, it seemed to have met with great resistance and the hum intensified. Gotcha! All of a sudden, Guchen heard a crisp sound. The Sword of Desolation had cracked. From the blade to the hilt, cracks visible to the naked eye quickly appeared, and the connection between Guchen and the sword was also forcibly broken. The Desolate Emperor's sword is broken? Guchen's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Desolate Emperor's sword was forged from the desolate ancient treasure tree. It was a chaos spiritual artifact born alongside the desolate immortal and desolate god. No matter how many battles it had been through, it had never been broken. But now, a dead body had shattered it. Under Guchen's shocked gaze, Kongxing, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly raised his hand and slowly pulled out the Desolate Emperor's sword from his head. What a surprisingly fast sword. Even though I sensed it in advance, I still couldn't block it. Kongxing, who had a frightening bloody hole on his forehead, let out a muffled laugh as he staggered to his feet. Why? It clearly pierced through his brain, so his soul should have perished by now. Gu Chen's expression was abnormally ugly as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Kongxing's chest. On his chest, there was a faint gray light that penetrated through his flesh. That is, Gu Chen's eyes turned deep purple as he saw a shocking scene. In Kongxing's chest, the misty flower of chaos was swaying. It was probably the power it emitted that had shattered the desolate emperor's sword. After Kongxing stood up, the chaotic flower's energy flowed through all the meridians in his body. His body was like a cloud of gray fog, emitting a terrifying aura. Gu Chen sucked in a deep breath. He already knew about the strangeness of Kongxing's body. It seemed like it would not be easy to kill him. Crackle, Gu Chen used his lightning speed and blue electric currents flowed through his body. Since the first attack had failed, then he would attack again. His speed was far above Kongxing's reaction speed, and the previous strike had already proved it. He still had the upper hand. I've really misjudged him. This kid's growth is much faster than my lord's expectations. Kongxing squinted his eyes as he faced off against Gu Chen. Just then. Why? Kongxing, why did you kill Aunt Feng? Why did you kill my entire family? Feng Yaya, who was immersed in grief, saw Kongxing come back to life. She trembled as she stood up, her eyes red. She could not understand. Aunt Feng and the others in Cerulean Sea Star were insignificant to Kongxing. There was no reason for them to die. Since he had designs on her, why did he not fulfill her wish? Why did he not let them go back then? Kongxing heard Feng Yaya's cries of blood and tears. He looked over and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. When I found you, Aunt Feng had already died trying to save you from a collapsed pillar. Your family had also been slaughtered by the soldiers of Xing County. You awakened the divine hand of creation in that state of great sorrow. That was how I discovered your existence. You can't blame me for this. Mortals are too weak. I couldn't revive them even if I wanted to. Kongxing said in an innocent tone. Feng Yaya's body trembled even more as she listened. The painful memories started to resurface in her mind. Yes, she remembered. Back then, she had seen Aunt Feng die to save her. She had seen many of her brothers and sisters die tragically in the hands of the Russian-like soldiers from Xing County. Back then, you were too sad because of the death of your family. You even had the thought of suicide. I couldn't bear it and could only tamper with your memories, leaving you with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, do you think you could have lived until now? Yaya, I meant well. After all, the dead can't be revived. Kongxing sighed. Nonsense. Feng Yaya's tears continued to flow. You were not afraid that I would kill myself. I remember now. You spared my life because of my talent. You wanted me to follow your heart. That's why you made up an illusion to trick me. You're wrong to think that way. It was just a white lie. Kongxing smiled like a devil. Scum. Gu Chen suddenly moved. His body turned into lightning and appeared in front of Kongxing in an instant. Kongxing had ordered the massacre of the entire Cerulean Sea Star. Yet, he had played around with Feng Yaya for so many years. To do this to a little girl was extremely cruel. However, he still looked like he was doing it for her own good. This made Gu Chen unable to suppress the anger in his heart. Martial arts, mystical hand of combat. Gu Chen's palm turned into a bright gold color. He slashed at Kongxing's head with the force of a thunderbolt. Kongxing was already prepared. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Do you think the same move will work a second time? Boom, the flower of chaos in his body swayed. A gray force overflowed like sticky water and wrapped around his body. Swoosh, after blocking the attack, the gray energy that covered Kongxing's body extended a tail, whipping towards Gu Chen. His attack speed was not fast, and Gu Chen, who had the lightning speed, dodged it in an instant, putting some distance between them. TSK, this speed is really troublesome. Kongxing saw that he could not get what he wanted, and laughed in disdain. Is that the power of chaos? Gu Chen was not in a hurry to attack, and looked at the defensive Kongxing with a gloomy expression. The gray energy reminded him of the aura of chaos, but it was different. If it was the aura of chaos, with its chaotic and dangerous nature, his hand would have been crippled the moment he touched it. And Kongxing would not have been able to store such energy in his body. Although it was not the original aura of chaos, it had an extraordinary power. Kongxing's cultivation did not seem high, but with the gray energy covering his body, he had an absolute defense. Guchen realized that it would be impossible for him to use his speed to attack Kongxing again. Kongxing. Feng Yaya could not accept the truth after getting the answer from Kongxing, and rushed forward in a frenzy. Not good. Guchen's expression changed. Feng Yaya's betrayal of Kongxing had been exposed, and there was no guarantee that Kongxing would not kill her. Swoosh, Guchen turned into a flash of lightning, and before Feng Yaya could reach him, he grabbed her by the waist and carried her away. Let me go. Let me go. Uncle Gu, let me go. Feng Yaya struggled with all her might, and her tears soaked Guchen's clothes. Guchen let her cry and throw a tantrum, and even when Feng Yaya bit his arm, he did not budge, and only stopped when he brought her thousands of miles away. Calm down. What you've lost can never come back, think about what you still have to cherish. If you die, your Aunt Feng's sacrifice back then would have been in vain. Guchen threw Feng Yaya on the ground and scolded her out of pity. Then, he disappeared on the spot in an instant. Feng Yaya was stunned by Guchen's scolding. She sat there in a daze, her eyes lifeless. Guchen returned to Binhai town as fast as he could. Kongxing was still standing in the same place, but the bleeding from his head had stopped. Taking her away is the right thing to do. She is my most cherished fiancée. I can't let her be harmed in the slightest. Seeing that Guchen had returned, Kongxing said with a smile. Shut up, you don't have the right to call her that. Guchen said coldly. It was rare for him to hate someone so much. Kongxing's actions had already challenged his bottom line. If I, the fiancé, am not qualified, then do you think you are? You followed me secretly to this cerulean sea star. It seems that you have an accomplice with Yaya. Let me guess when you reached the agreement. Was it when you first came to the Xing County, or when you were in the 9th realm? Kongxing's smile turned cold. Guchen did not say a word. He flipped his hand and took out the sweeping heaven blade. Even the powerful Baron Emperor sword had been shattered by Kongxing's strange chaotic power. There were not many weapons that he could use now. The sweeping heaven blade. I caught a glimpse of it in the past. As expected, it has fallen into your hands. Kongxing said the name of the Tyrant blade in Guchen's hand with just a glance. Guchen's pupils shrank slightly. You must have a lot of things to know about the Tyrants, right? Poor you, you are like a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know anything at all. Kongxing continued, as if he had figured out all of Guchen's thoughts. Guchen really wanted to find out a lot of secrets from Kongxing, but he knew that Kongxing was just trying to distract him. Guchen silently raised his blade and stepped forward. When you took Yaya away just now, I did something. I hope you have a good time. Kongxing smiled and took the initiative to step back. At the same time, he whistled. Guchen stopped in his tracks and looked around in shock. From every corner of the ruins of Binhai town, green-haired Kongxing walked out one after another. Their expressions were dull. There were hundreds of them, and their eyes were locked on Guchen. They are puppets. Guchen remembered the fake Kongxing he had met in the mine. Kill the enemy. The hundreds of Kongxing said in unison. Then, they opened their mouths and released a terrifying energy shock wave. Boom. Boom. Boom, the entire Binhai town was engulfed by the vast energy, and Guchen was trapped in it. The real Kongxing stood in the distance and watched calmly. Each of these metal clones is not weak. Can you withstand the attacks of hundreds of them? Smoke and dust billowed in the distance. The ground was cracking, and the seawater was surging. It was a doomsday scene. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a figure holding a blade stood in the void. Kongxing's smile froze when he saw this. Guchen stood there unscathed. The dark blue seawater around him surged and formed a jellyfish shape. All the attacks of the clones had only penetrated the barrier formed by the seawater, and the barrier was restored to its original state in an instant. Shinto path, deep-sea heavy water, Guchen used the local materials. This Dao technique was amplified in a place like the cerulean sea star, where the source of water was rich. Die. Guchen swung his blade against the wind. A huge golden blade aura rode the wind and waves, spreading towards Kongxing. Along the way, the clones were chopped into pieces one after another, turning into strange metal fragments. They could not withstand a blow from the heaven-plundering blade. The blade aura flew in front of Kongxing. Kongxing waved his hand, and the gray energy coat retracted, canceling out the rest of the power. Your growth is really impressive. But don't underestimate my metal clones. Each of them has the destructive power of an army if they go all out. Kongxing's words had just landed when he saw the metal clones that had been chopped into pieces by Gu Chen's blade aura. The metal had all liquefied and reformed, and their bodies were restored to their original state. Gu Chen's eyes darkened, and his body turned into lightning and disappeared. He had no interest in entangling with Kongxing's toys. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Boom, boom, boom. The metal clones fired energy waves wildly from their mouths, but they could not catch up to Gu Chen. The explosions caused huge waves to form on the surface of the sea. Gu Chen's wings of time spread out, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Kongxing's Your Holiness. He waved his blade again. Clang, Kongxing's real body was sent flying by this blade. But under the cover of the gray energy coat, he was still unharmed. Splash. He fell into the water, as if trying to avoid Gu Chen's attack at the bottom of the sea. Where do you think you're going? Gu Chen rushed into the sea without hesitation. Hundreds of Kongxing's clones followed him like shadows, diving down. My lord is really letting a monster grow. When he first joined Xing County, how could he have such combat power? Kongxing moved quickly in the water. Once the seawater came into contact with the gray energy coat that was protecting him, it disappeared. It's still too tiring to control this power at the moment. I have to deal with him as soon as possible. Fortunately, I already have experience in dealing with the tyrants. While thinking, Kongxing flipped his hand and took out a dagger. In the sea, Gu Chen unfolded the wings of time. Lightning surged all over his body as he chased after Kongxing. Hundreds of metal doppelgangers surged from all directions, trying to stop him. However, they could not keep up with the speed of the lightning speed. With the deep-sea purple pupils fully activated, Kongxing, who had the flower of chaos hidden in his body, could not hide even if he dived into the deep sea. Gu Chen chased after him relentlessly. Clang, the dazzling golden saber light slashed down again and again. Although Kongxing had the protection of the gray energy coat, it could only protect himself. It was difficult for him to effectively counterattack against Gu Chen. What a hateful fellow. Kongxing was getting anxious. His figure suddenly stopped on the deep-sea reef. With a wave of his hand, colorful talismans were thrown out. Boom. Boom. Boom, the destructive energy stirred up the entire deep sea, forming countless huge whirlpools. Gu Chen's pursuit was thus hindered. This sea is too much of a hindrance. Gu Chen's eyes were cold as he pointed with his empty hand. Divine path, 9 dragons spitting fire, the natural energy in his body shone brilliantly. 9 huge fire dragons appeared around him. They opened their bloody mouths towards the sea and spat out extreme flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sea suddenly evaporated at an alarming rate. The surface of the entire cerulean sea star formed a huge hole in the sea. Kongxing was sent flying by the heat wave. When he regained his footing, the sea had disappeared. All he could see was the land riddled with holes. Whoosh, without the obstruction, Gu Chen flashed again. The whole attack was airtight, not giving Kongxing any time to react. Bang! Boom! Kongxing was repeatedly slashed by the plundering skyblade. The gray energy coat was very condensed, protecting his vital parts. However, under the fierce attack of Gu Chen, he was still shaken. My doppelgangers, stop him! Kill him! Being completely suppressed by Gu Chen's super speed, Kongxing was furious. While fighting with Gu Chen, he summoned all his doppelgangers. The hundreds of metal clones were not afraid of death. They surrounded Gu Chen and launched an intensive attack. As for Gu Chen, he held the sweeping heaven blade in his hand, but he only chased after Kongxing's main body and fiercely attacked him. He didn't care about these clones at all. Explode! Kongxing's main body took the chance and suddenly retreated a few steps, while his 7 or 8 clones rushed towards Gu Chen. The moment they came into contact with Gu Chen, 7 or 8 avatars exploded with dazzling flames. They had actually self-detonated. Boom boom boom. The terrible explosion shook the entire cerulean sea star, as if it could not withstand the raging energy. Seeing that his sneak attack had succeeded, Kong Xing was about to laugh when Guchen shot out from the energy storm. His shirt had been completely torn in the explosion, revealing his upper body, which was full of scars. His black hair danced wildly in the air. Clang, Guchen rushed over with the blade in his hand. From the tip of the blade to the tip of his toes, blue lightning flashed. This blade's speed had once again reached the extreme. Kong Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he had time to let his doppelgangers protect him, the tip of Gu Chen's blade was already in front of him. The bright blade flashed. Under Gu Chen's full-force attack, Kong Xing's gray energy coat was finally pierced through, and his head flew into the air. Gu Chen chopped off his head, but he did not dare to be careless. His body that was pouncing forward forcefully stopped in the air, and he turned around and waved his blade again. This time, the blade slashed towards Kong Xing's chest. He was trying to destroy the chaotic flower. The flower of chaos seemed to have sensed the threat. From Kong Xing's bleeding neck, a stream of gray energy flew out and fiercely whipped the heaven-sweeping blade. Clang! Gu Chen could not withstand the huge force and was sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gu Chen, how dare you cut off my head? A sinister voice came from the headless Kong Xing's body. Then, countless flesh sprouted from his neck, and within a few breaths, a new head was born. An undying body? Gu Chen was moved. With the deep-sea purple eyes, he could see far more than what he could see on the surface. The gray energy emitted by the chaotic flower had only entered the meridians that led to Kong Xing's neck, but his head seemed to have been stimulated and grew back. He did not know what the chaotic flower was, but it could not only provide Kong Xing with an extremely powerful defense, but it could also help him regrow his flesh and blood. Regrowth of flesh and blood, that is the power of the source of life, and that powerful defensive power is similar to the source of toughness. Gu Chen took a deep breath. The characteristics of these two sources appeared on the chaotic flower at the same time, but he did not know if there were any other characteristics of the source that would appear. Are you surprised? The source of nature isn't the only thing that can possess the abilities of multiple sources. The primordial energy in my body is on a completely different level from your source of nature. Kong Xing smiled coldly at Gu Chen and waved his hand. So. The remaining metal doppelgangers closed in on Gu Chen. Before they reached him, their bodies began to crack and emit bright flames. It was clear that they were going to continue to self-destruct. Primordial energy? Gu Chen's heart trembled. His instincts were faster than his reactions. The wings of time flashed with lightning, and his entire body disappeared, avoiding the metal doppelganger's attacks. He appeared 1,000 feet to the west of Kong Xing. Kong Xing revealed a sinister smile and reached out with both hands. Both his hands were covered in gray energy, and he aimed his palms at Gu Chen. A terrifying flame gathered from the gray energy, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. Gu Chen dodged again with his extreme speed, but he could not help but raise his eyebrows when he felt the heat of the flames. The third characteristic, the gray energy, could actually transform into a terrifying heavenly flame, and it was not any weaker than the pure source of fire. What is the primordial energy? What is the origin of the primal chaos flower? How can I kill Kong Xing? Gu Chen felt that this was a thorny problem. Even though his speed was above Kong Xing's body was too strange. Normal methods would not be able to do anything to him. Die. A tyrannical grand diagram appeared behind Gu Chen's back. He gathered all his energy and slashed at Kong Xing once more. It's useless. Kong Xing laughed maliciously. The gray energy wrapped around him tightly, and he once again withstood the attack. He was only thrown back 1,000 feet. His breathing was ragged, and he looked at Gu Chen with a mocking gaze. You want to take revenge for Yaya with just this? Gu Chen's face was gloomy. The golden phantom behind him twisted and turned into the majestic tyrannical martial world-suppressing tablet. Rumble, the heavenly tablet emitted an incomparably tyrannical aura, and it pressed down on Kong Xing. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Gu Chen's wings of time flapped, and the surrounding time and space instantly fell into a state of stillness. Kong Xing's attempts to dodge became extremely slow. Boom. Wow. Kongxing, who was being crushed by the tyrannical martial monument, spat out blood despite the protection of the Flower of Chaos. Guchen saw that his move was effective and flew into the planet's core. No matter how strange your body is, since I can't kill you, sealing you is the same. Guchen's eyes flickered. 2 golden chains extended from his spine and fluttered in the air with a clattering sound. He tried to avoid the Flower of Chaos and use the chain of hegemony to control Kongxing. Doppelgangers. Kongxing could not move under the pressure of the tyrannical martial monument and could only scream hysterically. His remaining doppelgangers suddenly rushed in from all directions and charged at Guchen. Guchen dodged them and from time to time pulled out his saber to defeat the doppelgangers and calmly approached Kongxing. At this time, the two had been fighting for a long time and the whole deep-sea star was in ruins. It was unknown when Xianxia had recovered from the extreme pain. Her frail figure stood in the distance, watching as Guchen walked towards Kongxing. Was the man who had destroyed all her happiness, even her hope, finally going to die? Guchen finally came in front of Kongxing and looked indifferent. The chain of hegemony danced and was about to enter Kongxing's body. Guchen. At this time, Kongxing let out a gloomy voice and his whole body suddenly rotted and turned into a pure gray fog. Only the Flower of Chaos was left in the gray fog. Its stems and leaves turned into black tentacles and easily broke free from the suppression of the tyrannical martial monument and attacked Guchen. What? Guchen was shocked. At this moment, Kongxing seemed to be inseparable from the Flower of Chaos, but he was already prepared. He waved the sweeping sky blade and slashed at the Flower of Chaos. The flower bud suddenly bloomed as the blade approached and turned into a ferocious face of Kongxing. He opened his mouth and bit the blade of the sweeping sky blade. The gray tentacles instantly wrapped around Guchen's body. Unable to move, Guchen tried to break free. At this time, the remaining metal clones all pounced on him. At this moment, Guchen's attention was completely focused on the Flower of Chaos. He did not care about the doppelganger that repeatedly harassed him but had very limited combat power. Guchen felt a sudden pain in his back. Then, his eyes seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. His body quickly turned cold and stiff. What happened? His pupils shrank to the size of needles. He turned his head with great difficulty, only to see one of Kongxing's doppelgangers stabbing a dagger full of holes into his back. It was only a very shallow wound, and to Guchen, it did not hurt at all. It was in line with his original judgment that these clones were not a threat. However, at this moment, Guchen felt that the vitality in his body was constantly flowing away, and his soul was actually showing signs of weakness. The dagger pierced through his skin, and a drop of blue blood seeped out from the dagger and flowed into Guchen's body through the wound. It was that drop of blood that caused the boiling tyrant blood in Guchen's body to become cold and stagnant. The huge golden blood qi rapidly dissipated. How can this be? Guchen's whole body was invaded by a chill. He could not understand why he suddenly became like this. Are you surprised? Did you think that the tyrant race's bloodline in your body is invincible? The gray tentacles wrapped around Guchen loosened and turned into gray fog that surrounded the Flower of Chaos. Then, it condensed into Kongxing's appearance again. He looked at Guchen with a mocking expression. The anxiety and impatience he had felt during the previous battle had suddenly disappeared. What is that? Guchen asked with difficulty. The tyrant blood in his body was rapidly dimming, and even his body had become extremely stiff. He could no longer activate his origin. Are you talking about this? Kongxing retrieved the dagger from his doppelganger and played with it happily. Back then, the big shots in the upper realm asked us to help hunt down the tyrants. They gave us some divine weapons that were specially used to restrain the tyrants. The dagger that stabbed you just now killed many ancestors of the tyrants in the past. Kongxing stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger, his face full of surprise. This dagger can't even hurt mortals, but it can restrain the tyrant race's bloodline. I once tried to figure out the secret of the blue blood hidden in this dagger, but unfortunately, I couldn't figure it out. The primordial chaos Tao world is too distant and mysterious for us. Kongxing's voice became shrill. He abruptly held the dagger and stabbed Guchen a few more times. Guchen groaned. Every time the dagger pierced his body, he felt that a part of his life was taken away. Uncle Gu. Xianxia, who was in the distance, didn't expect the situation to suddenly turn around so completely. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she covered her mouth. Damn it. Fighting from the very beginning, is this your strategy? Gu Chen's voice became hoarse and weak. He suddenly understood Kongxing's sinister intentions. His doppelgangers posed little threat to him, but Kongxing had been tirelessly using them to harass him from beginning to end. He was probably looking for an opportunity to sneak attack him with the dagger from the beginning, and the clone's continuous attacks were to make him careless. Gu Chen was furious. He knew that the other party had a lot of information that he didn't know. He had been on guard, but he still fell here. Gu Chen, according to the Lord's original intention, he wanted to keep you alive to lure out the white-haired demon lord. Kongxing put away the strange dagger and looked at Gu Chen with pity. But after this battle, I have clearly realized that I can't let you continue to grow. His expression suddenly became gloomy. If I let you continue to grow, the situation will get out of control sooner or later. Although the Lord will be angry if I do this here, I have no choice but to kill you. Kongxing revealed an extremely cruel smile. Gu Chen's condition was getting worse. Blood flowed from his mouth, but it was no longer the golden tyrant's blood, but black and lifeless blood. His blood was dying out, his body was rotting, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Have I lost? Gu Chen's consciousness started to fade at the same time. Kongxing looked down at the collapsed Gu Chen. He reached out with one hand, ready to end him once and for all. Today, he had killed Gu Chen without informing the Lord. He would definitely incur the wrath of the Dao Lord, but he had already thought of a way to salvage the situation. Stop. A familiar voice came from afar, with a faint sobbing tone. Kongxing stopped what he was doing and narrowed his eyes. Yaya, now that things have come to this, you still want to plead for this man? You colluded with him to murder your husband, and I am extremely disappointed. Kongxing said coldly. He had no intention of stopping, and his body exploded with a shocking murderous aura. If you kill him, I will die right in front of you. Just as he was about to make his move, Feng Yaya's desperate but determined voice echoed. Kongxing's movement stopped abruptly, and his expression became extremely ugly. You would rather use your life to threaten me for him? The veins on his forehead bulged, and the way he looked at Feng Yaya was horrifying. Feng Yaya stared straight at Kongxing, no longer fearful of him. She smiled bitterly and tightened her grip on her neck. If I die, all your years of hard work will go to waste, right? Kongxing felt as if he was being strangled, and his murderous aura subdued involuntarily. His dark eyes weighed the pros and cons. He had watched Feng Yaya grow up, so he knew her personality very well. Although she did not show it on the surface, she was actually very afraid of him. But now, the way she looked at him made him realize that she could really end her life in an instant. The truth of the cerulean sea star had been exposed, and Kongxing knew that he no longer had the leverage to control Feng Yaya. She had lost all her loved ones, and that meant she had lost all hope. Death was probably nothing to her. Kongxing was very clear about the power of the divine creator. If Feng Yaya was determined, it would be difficult for him to stop her from committing suicide. If he really let her die like this, then all these years of painstaking effort would be completely wasted. The death of Gu Chen is enough to anger the Lord. If Yaya were to die as well, my experiment would be a complete failure, and the Lord would be very disappointed in me. Kongxing pondered, and forced a smile on his face. Yaya, no matter what, I still love you. Alright, since you want to spare his life, I might as well let him go. He did not think for long, and his quick agreement surprised Feng Yaya, who was already prepared to die. But, in return, you have to return to Xing County with me, and finish what you left unfinished. This time I will not allow you to play any tricks. You will always be under my strict surveillance. Is that okay? Kongxing changed the topic. Feng Yaya's heart trembled. After knowing the truth, she had to go back with Kongxing, and even live according to his wishes. To her, it was an unbearable torture. However, looking at the injured Gu Chen on the ground, Feng Yaya's eyes were filled with tears, and she choked. Alright, as long as you let him go, I promise you. I will work hard to break through to the Dao querying realm. After that, you can do whatever you want. Kongxing smiled when he heard this and said happily. Alright, deal. Crazy girl. No, Gu Chen, whose consciousness was on the verge of collapsing, heard the conversation between the two. He struggled to raise his head and said in a hoarse voice. With just a slight struggle, he spat out even more black blood. His internal organs seemed to be rotting at an alarming rate. The golden runes that covered his body slowly dimmed. All right, since we've come to an agreement, let's go. Let's leave this place. Kongxing gave up on Gu Chen and looked at Feng Yaya expectantly. Are we just going to leave him here? Feng Yaya looked at the heavily injured Gu Chen with red eyes. Not killing him is already the greatest kindness. Could it be that you want me to save him, Yaya? If he is lucky, he will naturally survive. Kongxing's face turned cold. Feng Yaya saw his expression and said. Nothing. She walked slowly towards Gu Chen. Kongxing did not stop her, watching coldly from the side. Crazy girl, the wounds on Gu Chen's body were oozing black blood. Feeling Feng Yaya approaching, he struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open. Feng Yaya came before Gu Chen and squatted down. Gu Chen's vision blurred. He could only see tears on the girl's face under her long, purple hair. Uncle Gu, you told me that what is lost can never come back. Think about what is worth cherishing. I've thought about it. I've never had many friends. The only one I can cherish is you. The girl's voice was choked, causing Gu Chen's heart to tremble uncontrollably. Don't go with him. Gu Chen knew what would happen to Feng Yaya if she left with Kongxing. He tried to persuade her and even tried to stand up, but his body was not listening to him. You've done enough for me. Don't force yourself. Feng Yaya's hand rested lightly on Gu Chen's shoulder. Gu Chen felt a crystal tear fall from his forehead. It was cold. Uncle Gu, goodbye forever. The girl's voice was full of longing and reluctance. After she finished speaking, she let go of his hand and stood up. Don't go. Gu Chen heard the word goodbye forever and felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. In that instant, he realized what Feng Yaya was going to do. He was anxious, but no matter how angry and unwilling he was, his body was not listening to him. It was as if his body was not his own anymore. Let's go. Feng Yaya walked back to Kongxing's side. The tears on her face had evaporated and her voice had returned to normal. Kongxing looked at her in surprise, but did not leave. Instead, he walked towards Gu Chen. You promised me you wouldn't kill him. Feng Yaya panicked, thinking that Kongxing was going to go back on his word. Don't worry, I'm just saying goodbye to him. Kongxing smiled and opened his arms to show that he would not touch Gu Chen. He squatted down and put his face close to his ear. Gu Chen, isn't the speed of the loss of life far beyond your imagination? Although I promised Yaya not to attack you, you've been stabbed so many times. Even if I don't continue to attack, you won't live for long. That is to say, I've just lied to Yaya again, and her concern for you is messed up. Kongxing murmured like a demon, the corner of his mouth raised into a sinister smile. Gu Chen's body trembled. Feng Yaya's sacrifice was exchanged for Kongxing's teasing again. He did not care about his own life or death, but Kongxing's words at this moment pierced his heart. Gu Chen went crazy. Hysterically, he opened his mouth and tried to bite Kongxing's throat. Kongxing easily dodged, looking at him with pity and mockery. It doesn't feel good to be powerless, does it? Don't be too sad. Since that girl has such deep feelings for you, when she enters the Dao querying realm, I will send her to accompany you. Gu Chen's heart sank, and his eyes were bloodshot. Stand up. Stand up, kill him. Kill him, he screamed to himself in his heart, but the tyrant's blood in his body was completely frozen. Kongxing looked at his unwilling gaze and smiled proudly. He stood up, dusted himself off, and turned to leave. Before he left, his words floated into Gu Chen's ears. Right, don't think that you don't have to pay the price for stealing my woman's heart. Even if Yaya is just a human cauldron, she is not someone you can touch. When Gu Chen heard this, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with despair. I can't wait to see the flames of war in the 9th realm. I won't let a single one of your family go. Kongxing said quietly, walked to Feng Yaya's side, and smiled lightly at her. Let's go. Feng Yaya looked at Gu Chen worriedly, but did not say anything else. She turned around and left with Kongxing. The two of them flew away from the dead star that had long decayed. In this huge world, only Guchen was left, his limbs were extremely cold, and Guchen's consciousness seemed to be floating above the 9 heavens. He was like a wisp of smoke that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. His body fell into a pool of blood. It had been several hours since Feng Yaya left. During this time, he desperately wanted to stand up, but his body did not listen to him. He tried to use his mind to communicate with the demonic sky-devouring butterfly in his body, but he could not even condense his consciousness. How could he send the correct signal? He thought that he was probably really going to die. The blue blood that seeped out from the dagger was strange. After entering his body, it caused a destructive blow to his tyrant body. This blow seemed to start from the source. Once the blue blood came into contact with the tyrant body's bloodline factor, it would cause a series of self-destruction. Any remedial measures would be useless. Guchen's heart was completely in despair. He had lost this battle to an unknown force. He did not know enough about the origin of the tyrants, so he did not know that the tyrant body had such a big weakness, and Kongxing had taken advantage of it. He was indignant and resentful. The lack of information had led to this fatal mistake. Crazy girl, on his deathbed, Feng Yaya's mischievous appearance appeared in Guchen's mind. He remembered that under the moonlight, she had risked her life to sneak into Prison Star again and again to heal him. She had done so much for him, but now, he could not even save her. He even made her sacrifice herself for him again. Ninth realm, everyone, Lanchu, mother, father, my son, Feng Yaya's beautiful figure disappeared, and countless faces appeared in Guchen's mind. They were the family and friends he had sworn to protect with his life. Now that he had fallen, who would protect them? I can't wait to see the flames of war in the 9th realm. I won't let any of your family go. Kongxing's crazed threats were still ringing in his ears. Guchen's heart was filled with an intense unwillingness and unyielding spirit. He didn't want to die, he still had a lot of things to do, he could not die here. Ah, Guchen shouted desperately in his heart. All of a sudden, he could move his body, bang, his head slammed heavily on the ground, and his scattered consciousness quickly returned. What happened? Although his body was abnormally weak, Guchen suddenly became clear-headed. He tried to move his fingers and found that he could barely move them, his tired eyes moved down with difficulty, and he found that he had bled all over the ground. The blood was originally black, as if it had been contaminated, but when he was in a state of confusion, it had unknowingly turned bright red. Red blood? Guchen was stunned. The tyrant blood in his body was golden. How could it be red? That was the blood of an ordinary human? Farewell, Uncle Gu. The scene before Feng Yaya left flashed across Guchen's mind. Feng Yaya's hand gently rested on his shoulder. Divine hands of creation, Guchen was in a daze. Before Feng Yaya left, did she use the divine hands of creation to turn him into an ordinary human? That's right, Kongxing had once said that the dagger only had a restraining effect on the tyrants. It was not a threat to ordinary people. Feng Yaya had probably realized that Kongxing did not really want to spare his life, so she had secretly done something to him. But it doesn't make sense. How can it be done? Guchen was confused. Although the divine hands of creation could change the structure of everything, there was actually a limit to it. Guchen's tyrant body was a very complicated structure. In such a short time, Feng Yaya had only patted him lightly. How could it be done? Uncle Gu, can you give me a drop of your tyrant blood? Not bad. Uncle Gu, you are very generous. Don't worry, I won't use this drop of tyrant blood for nothing. I will repay you in the future. Guchen recalled how Feng Yaya had asked him for the tyrant blood. He suddenly understood everything. Feng Yaya had helped him heal for a long time, so she knew his body like the back of her hand. She had also studied the tyrant blood, so in such a short time, she had done something that Kongxing had not expected. That girl is really smart. It seems that I have profited from such a big return. Guchen muttered, and he could not help but smile bitterly. There was a pool of red blood on the ground, mixed with an almost imperceptible light blue color. Guchen guessed that the blue blood that had eroded his tyrant body had all been expelled, so he had regained his mobility. Feng Yaya had used the divine hands of creation to boldly change his constitution under Kongxing's nose, thus helping him break the restraining effect of the dagger. That girl is really too smart. If I die here like this, I will not be able to face you. Gu Chen understood everything, and his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. He struggled, roared, and crawled up from the ground step by step, buzz. At the same time, his body was like a spring breeze, and the remaining red blood in his body turned golden again. After turning into a normal human body and expelling the blue blood, the effect of Feng Yaya's divine hands of creation was also over, and Gu Chen had regained his tyrant body. Everything was going according to her plan, and she had left a spark of hope for Gu Chen. Life, return. The golden blood in Gu Chen's body boiled again, and the mark of the source of life and death appeared in his palms, releasing a majestic life essence. Ah, he roared into the sky, and the weather changed. All the remaining chi of the broken star surged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. His injuries healed at an alarming rate, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, or the god of death returning from hell. Crazy girl, thank you for leaving me a glimmer of hope. Gu Chen plucked a petal of the tricolor lotus from the space in his body, put it in his mouth, and chewed on it as he mumbled to himself. His severely depleted life essence was quickly replenished by the nourishment of the first herb. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes became crazed and filled with murderous intent. You brought me a glimmer of hope, how can I let you despair? Kongxing has returned to the Xing County, and I will not be able to hide in Xing County anymore. The Ninth Realm is also facing a crisis, and by the time Kongxing gets what he wants from you, the Ninth Realm could be destroyed at any time. Since there is no point in hiding, I might as well declare war on Xing County. Xing Daojun has yet to return from the 100-County Conference, and Sin Destroyer is guarding the border, and Xiaoluo Man has just left the Xing County, and will not return for a while. Xing County is at its weakest right now. It is extremely dangerous, but it is worth a try. Don't do anything stupid. The golden blood was boiling like the ocean, shaking the broken ground and sending the sand and stones flying. At some point, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A huge amount of blood entered his body and the healing process ended. His surroundings returned to silence. Under the powerful healing of the petals of the tricolored Bingdi lotus, his injuries were completely healed and his strength was restored to its peak. On the other hand, there were a few new scars on his previously wounded upper body. These were the unforgettable marks left by Kongxing's dagger. 3 days, it has been 3 days since the crazy girl left. Gu Chen mumbled to himself, calculating the exact time when Kongxing took Feng Yaya away. He felt a sense of urgency. It took him a lot of time to purge the blue blood in his body and a lot of time to heal his wounds. Now that 3 days had passed, with the speed of Kongxing's warship, he was probably a few worlds away. He stood up, changed into a brand new black warrior suit and left Cerulean Sea Star. Once out of Cerulean Sea Star, Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out the position-seeking astrolabe that was used to locate Feng Yaya. At this moment, the astrolabe was broken. Just as I expected, Gu Chen mumbled to himself. The position-seeking astrolabe was a mother and child pair. When one of the astrolabes was broken, the other would follow. He had not touched his mother astrolabe, so it was obvious that the child astrolabe on Feng Yaya's body was broken. And this could only be done by Kongxing. Kongxing was almost plotted against by him and Feng Yaya. After bringing her back, out of caution, he would definitely search her body. Since the child astrolabe was found, it could only be destroyed. Not only the child astrolabe, but also the voice-transmitting charm he used to communicate with Feng Yaya could not be used. Kongxing must have completely controlled Feng Yaya this time. Not to mention whether he could transmit his voice to her from a few worlds away, he would first alert the enemy and expose the fact that he was still alive. The situation was very bad no matter how he looked at it. As Gu Chen flew towards the chaos transit window of the 70th world, he calmly thought about his next move. The most optimistic prediction was that he could catch up with Kongxing, who was on his way back, and kill him before he returned to Xing County, saving Feng Yaya. In that case, all the problems would be solved. However, considering that the other party was already several worlds away and that the astrolabe had shattered, this plan could not be realized. As such, there were only 2 things that Gu Chen had to do. The first reason was to prepare for the war that the Xing County might launch against the Ninth Realm. The second reason was to save Feng Yaya. Considering that Kongxing clearly wanted to solve Feng Yaya's problem first, and that his hometown was far away from Xingjia, Gu Chen's choice was undoubtedly to save Xianxia first. While saving Xianxia, if he could kill Kongxing and inflict great damage to Xianxia at the same time, then he could delay the army's attack on the Ninth Realm and gain more time to prepare. As for how to deal with Dao Lord Xing and whether or not the Ninth Realm would be able to resist him, Gu Chen didn't care about that for the time being. If he were to think about those things, it would only make him overcautious and distract him from what he shouldn't be doing. Therefore, all he could think about now was how to take down Xianxia. Although Dao Lord Xing was not in Xianxia and the two leaders of Annihilation and Shaluo Man were not there, Xianxia was not that easy to take down. This time, Kongxing alone had almost killed him. Gu Chen knew that his chances of taking down Xianxia were extremely low. However, no matter how slim his chances were, he had no better choice now that he had completely fallen out with Xing County. No matter how difficult the task was, he had to do it. What he needed to think about now was how to increase his chances of winning by any means necessary. There are many experts in Xianxia, and a large number of the Ministry of Works killing weapons are also gathered there. It's hard for me to consider all aspects by myself. The most important thing now is to have companions. Gu Chen opened the wings of time and carefully analyzed the situation as he shuttled between worlds. I've spent a lot of time on this trip to Cerulean Sea Star. The sky-devouring demonic butterflies had mostly completed their evolution when I wasn't paying attention. When I return to Xianxia, they should have enough combat power. Judging by the extent of their evolution, they should be able to help me a lot. However, I don't have enough companions to rely on just the butterflies. Gu Chen frowned. He wondered if it was possible to get Lin Jun, his secret ally, to help. However, after thinking about it for a while, he immediately rejected the idea. Putting aside whether Lin Jun would agree to help, their army was still in the Seven Realms confronting Annihilation. They were far away, and distant water could not put out a nearby fire. It's not just a problem of helpers. There's also Kongxing. The reason why I lost to him this time is not that I'm not strong enough, but that I have too little information. Although I already know about the existence of the dagger that can restrain the tyrants, Kongxing himself still has many secrets. Gu Chen thought of Kongxing's near-immortal body. Until now, Gu Chen still could not understand the primordial power and the chaos flower in Kongxing's body. If he did not understand Kongxing better, he was worried that even if he fought with him again, he would still lose due to some unknown circumstances. I need more helpers, and I also need to figure out Kongxing's weakness. Otherwise, taking down the Xing realm is just a delusion. Gu Chen's eyes flickered, and his brain was doing extreme deductions, trying to find a feasible countermeasure. The path ahead was shrouded in fog, and danger lurked everywhere. Most of the routes that he could choose would lead to certain death. Gu Chen pinched his fingers and calculated carefully, constantly analyzing the possibilities of various combat strategies. Finally, after a long while, he found a route that had a slim chance of survival. Although it was a slim chance of survival, it was still better than a slim chance of survival. It seems like that's the only way. Gu Chen decided on a strategy and gritted his teeth. He no longer hesitated and flew toward the world in front of him. Outside the abandoned mine, Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the deep darkness, deep in thought. He needed companions, and he also needed someone who might understand Kongxing. Therefore, he immediately thought of the Dwarf Emperor, who was imprisoned by Kongxing on this inconspicuous planet, and traveled thousands of miles to this place. That day, he had personally heard the conversation between the Dwarf Emperor and Kongxing, and he knew that the Dwarf Emperor and the Xing County were like fire and water. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. If he saved the Dwarf Emperor, there should be room for cooperation. Furthermore, this person had superb craftsmanship skills that were superior to Kongxing's. Gu Chen guessed that this person might be able to answer some of the questions that he had about Kongxing. The Dwarf Emperor was the first key to winning the war with the Xing County. Realizing this, Gu Chen strode into the mine with a perturbed heart. In the huge space under the mine, Gu Chen saw the Dwarf Emperor again. Swoosh, under his messy hair, a pair of eyes stared at Gu Chen in shock. Who are you? Other than Kongxing, no one had ever been to this place before. Hence, Gu Chen's arrival was a huge surprise to him. Gu Chen did not respond to him immediately. Instead, he circled around the edge of the space and activated his purple polar eyes to study all the restrictive spells. The dwarf emperor noticed that this young man of unknown origins was staring at the restrictive spells that trapped him. He was deep in thought and even felt a sense of anticipation that he had not dared to hope for a long time. Guchen spent 2 hours to understand the restrictive spells here. Then, a black whirlpool appeared behind him and swallowed him in an instant. Where did he go? The dwarf emperor looked around anxiously. Whoosh. Beside the poisonous worm pond, another black hole appeared and Guchen walked out of it calmly. This time, Guchen was only 10 feet away from the dwarf emperor. The dwarf emperor's eyes were filled with a strong desire, but more than that, he felt uneasy and nervous. Rumble, the formation sensed Guchen's intrusion and the blinding light of the restrictive spell swept over like waves. Guchen raised his left hand and a black whirlpool appeared in his palm, releasing a terrifying suction force. Boom boom boom, for a moment, all the barriers that were activated spontaneously were uprooted by the violent gravity and swallowed into the black hole unstoppably. This process lasted for half an instance's time. When the black hole in Guchen's palm closed, all the restrictive spells here were damaged and could no longer pose a threat. Not bad. The dwarf emperor glanced at Guchen with excitement in his eyes. However, he quickly changed the topic. However, those restrictive spells are only used to deal with outsiders. The real thing that trapped me here is this thing. He pulled the chain that was connected to his hands and shook off the poisonous worms, revealing the heavenly monument with the word Xing carved on it. If I destroyed this heavenly monument, did Kongxing notice it immediately? Guchen finally spoke to the dwarf emperor. Unless he's in this world. In that case, it might be possible. The dwarf sovereign hesitated for a moment, but he did not lie just to leave. Instead, he made a cautious estimation. Guchen was slightly surprised. After being trapped in this place for so many years, he thought that the dwarf sovereign would come up with all kinds of lies in order to leave this place. It seemed that this person was either simple-minded or extremely principled. The dwarf emperor seemed to have sensed Guchen's surprise as he looked at the dilapidated restriction in the distance. You spent 4 hours examining those restrictions, so I thought you were looking for a way to break them. But that space-type Dao technique of yours is very strange. You were able to ignore the Jinji and arrive in front of me in an instant. Clearly, you didn't spend so much time thinking about how to break the Jinji. Thinking about it this way, you should be worried that breaking those restrictions would alarm Kongxing, so you spent a bit more time to understand them. Since you still came in despite having such concerns, it means that you're very determined to save me and won't give up easily. Under such circumstances, it's best for me to be honest with you. Otherwise, I might end up harming both you and me. His thoughts were clear, and his observation skills were sharp. He was completely different from Kongxing, who only knew how to roar in anger the last time he came. Guchen suddenly felt a little more confident. This is a wise man. Kongxing isn't in this world now. Seems like I can save myself some trouble. Without hesitation, Guchen strode into the poisonous bug pool. Everywhere he passed, terrifying flames surged out, burning the centipedes, snakes, scorpions, and countless other poisonous bugs into ashes. The sounds of the poisonous bugs exploding could be heard continuously. Very quickly, he arrived in front of the dwarf sovereign. The dwarf sovereign was not even half his height, and his face was filled with excitement. I'm counting on you. With a trembling voice, he stretched out both his hands. Other than shackles and chains, his hands were covered with scars that had accumulated over time. Guchen shook his head and walked past the dwarf sovereign. The dwarf sovereign's heart trembled. Was this person not here to save him? After so many years, the hope that he had waited so long for was going to be dashed again. He watched as Guchen walked past him and stopped in front of the divine monument. Could it be? The dwarf sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. Guchen looked at the divine monument. It represented the supreme authority on the monument, and it was the word punishment that was pressing down on him. What kind of god are you? Guchen murmured. He flipped his hand and took out the sweeping heaven blade, raising it high. Clang, his blade fell without hesitation, and the domineering aura in his body swept out like a storm. Tyrants, the dwarf sovereign said. Subconsciously. Crack, the divine monument shattered, and a violent force escaped from it. It was like a storm in the nine heavens, not allowing anyone to blaspheme its authority. Guchen faced the storm head-on and shielded the dwarf sovereign behind him. His face was full of fearlessness. The storm lasted for a long time, and it only stopped when the entire underground space was destroyed beyond recognition. Clang! Clang! As soon as the divine monument with the word punishment shattered, the chains that bound the dwarf sovereign lost their power. He roared and broke them, then threw them on the ground. I don't know who you are, and why you saved me, but I will remember your kindness. The dwarf sovereign's eyes were red. He knelt down in front of Guchen and kowtowed 3 times, only he knew that he had been trapped in this place for countless years, and he could not die even if he wanted to, and he suffered the pain of being bitten by thousands of bugs at every moment. He had fantasized about someone coming to save him countless times, but he had been disappointed countless times. The sudden happiness that came to him today made him feel like he was dreaming. Guchen kept the sweeping heaven blade. The moment he shattered the divine monument of punishment, the emotions that he had been suppressing for a long time were relieved. He looked at the dwarf sovereign and stretched out his hand. Stand up. I didn't save you to thank me on your knees, but to fight for me with your spear. The dwarf sovereign's body shook violently, and he looked up at Guchen seriously. I wonder who you want me to fight against. Qingdao Lord, Kongsheng, Miezue, and all the enemies of Punishment County. Guchen's voice was cold and murderous. The dwarf sovereign laughed. He suddenly understood why the young man in front of him wanted to save him. Your Excellency has saved my life, and we share the same ideals. How can I refuse? The dwarf sovereign stood up and bowed at Guchen once again. This was the highest form of respect the dwarfs had to show to their leader. As the dwarf sovereign, he had never bowed to anyone in such a manner. Even a Dao Lord could not make him submit. However, after a few exchanges with the young man, he decided to let go of his pride. His pride had not been destroyed even after being locked up for countless years. There was only one reason for this. He wanted revenge. He once swore that he was willing to give up anything for the sake of revenge. The person before him had given him a second chance at life. There was nothing he could do to repay this kindness. No matter how arrogant he seemed, he wanted to take this gamble. This decaying body is willing to fight for you until the very last moment. Now, please give me some time to recover my strength. As the dwarf sovereign finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the poisonous bugs that were burnt by the flames. He grabbed them by the handful and stuffed them into his mouth. These poisonous bugs that had tortured him for countless years were now his food. His eyes were red as he wolfed them down. Below the mine, Guchen and the dwarf sovereign sat face to face. Thank you, sir. The effect of the petal is amazing. My injuries are recovering very quickly. The dwarf sovereign said gratefully. He ate the venomous insects to appease his hunger. Upon seeing this, Guchen gave him a petal of the tricolor Bingdi lotus. After consuming it, the dwarf sovereign realized the value of the petal and his gratitude towards Guchen deepened. How much of your strength have you recovered? Guchen asked calmly. The dwarf sovereign had been trapped in this place for too long. His new and old wounds were a ghastly sight to behold. He was worried that even the petals of the tricolored twin lotus would not be of much help to him, or in other words, he would not be able to fully recover in a short period of time. The dwarf sovereign noticed that although Guchen's tone was calm, there seemed to be some anxiety in his words. He realized that this lord was probably pressed for time. I have recovered about 20% of my strength. Give me a few more days and I should be able to recover half of my strength. The dwarf sovereign estimated conservatively. How was your original strength? Guchen asked again. The 9th heaven of the Tao-seeking realm. The dwarf sovereign answered honestly. Guchen estimated that half of the strength of the 9th heaven of the Tao-seeking realm could help him a little. But he was going to attack the Qing County next. It was far from enough. Sir, you seem to be in a hurry to attack the Qing County? The dwarf sovereign guessed. Guchen nodded. I am going to attack the Qing County as soon as possible. Since you and I are on the same side now, listen carefully. I will tell you the whole story. Then, Guchen told the dwarf sovereign about his background, Feng Yaya's situation, and the battle with Kongsheng. The dwarf sovereign listened carefully and pondered from time to time. When Guchen finished, the dwarf sovereign sighed. In order to save a little girl, you are going to destroy the Xing county alone. You are so righteous. For the sake of the ninth realm, you have endured humiliation in the Xing county for a long time, which I admire even more. If I could endure humiliation in the past, my tribe would not have been destroyed. As the dwarf sovereign recalled the past, he felt guilty and started to understand Guchen a little better. His initial decision to pledge allegiance to Guchen to repay a debt of gratitude gradually turned into respect. Back then, the Xing county also had their eyes on him and his tribe. However, he was too proud and refused to yield. Back then, he had thought that he was courageous enough to do that, but after being imprisoned here for so many years, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he was just unwilling to let go of his pride and selfishly refused to think for the sake of his race. If he had endured humiliation like Guchen, his clan wouldn't have perished, and he wouldn't be living with such great regret. He had the same experience as Guchen, so he knew very well that a proud person who gave up his dignity for the person he loved deeply, endured humiliation, and lurked among the enemy's ranks, which required greater determination and perseverance. Based on this point alone, the dwarf sovereign admired Guchen very much. Now that Guchen was going to destroy the Xing county for a little girl, the dwarf sovereign saw the hot-bloodedness of a hero. This was a man with both courage and wisdom, who could rise and fall, and who was worthy of the world. Sir, I understand your situation. Don't worry. Even though I can only recover half of my strength in a short time, the help I can give you is definitely beyond your imagination. As long as you give me enough materials, I can make a batch of powerful weapons in a short time. I will take care of those killing weapons in the Xing county. The dwarf sovereign patted his chest and said with an eager look on his face. Oh? After years of research by Kong Xing, there are countless killing weapons in the Ministry of Works. The Xing clan, Xing beast, and Xing ghost are not easy to deal with. Are you really confident? Guchen frowned. He felt that the dwarf sovereign might not be able to judge the current strength of the Xing county. After all, according to the dwarf sovereign's description, the Xing county was not as big as it was now when he was captured. I know Kong Xing's skills. The killing weapons he made are just common goods. As long as I have enough materials, I am confident that I can destroy his army. However, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Time is running out, and many of the weapons I can think of are very precious materials. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find them. After the dwarf sovereign boasted, he thought of the practical problem. I do have a lot of materials here, but I don't know if they meet your requirements. Hearing this, Guchen handed a storage ring to the dwarf sovereign. Even though most of the gains from the mysterious land of chaos were given to the Xing county, Guchen kept some of the most valuable materials for himself. The dwarf sovereign took the storage ring and looked at it carefully. Soon, his expression changed. My lord, you have so many top-grade dawn stones. These are the key to making a few powerful weapons. Also, these materials already possess some characteristics of chaotic spiritual treasures. Did my lord get these materials from a mysterious land of chaos? The dwarf sovereign's eyes were as sharp as torches. He was able to guess the origin of Guchen's treasures. Will these materials be of use? Guchen did not deny it and asked with concern. Of course they will be of use. Of course they will be of use. With top-grade dawnstones, I can make a few powerful killing weapons. Given enough time, I will be able to wipe out the entire Xing county's Ministry of Works. The dwarf sovereign said confidently. Time? Too bad I don't have much time. Guchen shook his head. The dwarf sovereign understood what Guchen meant. He hesitated for a while and said. Time is of the essence. I can make some useful forbidden weapons in a few days. But they are all one-time use. If I use them all, these precious materials will be wasted. As a blacksmith, the dwarf sovereign knew how rare precious materials were. With his abilities, he could use the materials in front of him to make exquisite and durable weapons. It would be much more cost-effective than making forbidden weapons. Let it be wasted. As long as it is effective. Guchen said without hesitation. All right, I understand. The dwarf sovereign smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had no choice but to waste these resources. I will need about 10 days to prepare the forbidden weapons. This is the fastest I can do. What do you think? The dwarf sovereign pondered. Guchen was deep in thought. Kongxing should have brought Xianxia back to the Xing County not long ago. They were not far from the Xing County now. Before Xianxia broke through, Kongxing would not attack her. Since Kongxing thought that he was dead, he would not rush to attack the ninth world. They should still have time. This time was about a month. If a month passed, the situation could change at any time. If Xing Dao Lord returned to the Xing County, everything would be over. Alright, I will give you 10 days. Please. Guchen said to the dwarf sovereign. Regarding manpower, I already have an idea. You don't have to worry about it. Guchen replied. He had already thought of the entire strategy on the way here. Getting the support of the dwarf sovereign was the first key, and then there was the second key. His plan would only have a chance of succeeding if he could get through these two key points. It seems that you are not all brawn and no brains. If that's the case, Kongxing is the only problem left. The dwarf sovereign heaved a sigh of relief and talked about Kongxing. Back then, I fought with Kongxing, and his cultivation level was also at the 9th level of the Dao Querying Realm. However, according to what you just said, Kongxing's cultivation level no longer exists. Instead, a strange chaos flower appeared in his body. One of the main reasons why Guchen came to the dwarf sovereign was to figure out Kongxing's secret. Hearing the dwarf sovereign mention it, his expression became solemn. That's right. Kongxing called the power he has now the primordial chaos power. Did you notice anything? Primordial chaos power? What a boast. The dwarf sovereign's eyes were filled with deep disdain. If what you said about the battle is true, I can roughly guess what happened to Kongxing. Do you know anything about the primordial chaos power? Guchen pondered for a while. Is this primordial chaos power related to the primordial chaos Dao world? It seems that although you are young, you are not ignorant. That's right, you are the successor of the Tyrant clan. It is impossible that you don't know these things. The dwarf sovereign smiled. Guchen's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised when the dwarf sovereign recognized his identity as the successor of the Tyrant clan. According to his investigation, the Xing County deliberately hid the truth when they were pursuing the Tyrant clan a million years ago. Therefore, many forces in the Chaos Sea did not know about the Tyrant clan at all. However, the dwarf sovereign could recognize his identity from his saber, which meant that he understood the Tyrant clan very well. In fact, although I am the successor of the Tyrant clan, I don't know much about the past of the Tyrant clan. I don't know what the primordial chaos Dao world is either, Guchen answered truthfully. The dwarf sovereign was a little surprised to hear that. Seeing that Guchen did not seem to be lying, he sighed. That's right. You look so young, how much do you know about the ancient legends of the Chaos Sea? Even for me, most of my understanding of the tyrants comes from the inheritance passed down from generation to generation. Since my lord doesn't know about these things, let's not discuss it for now. Let's focus all our energy on attacking the punishment realm. I have never heard of the so-called primordial chaos power, but I know about the primordial chaos power and primordial chaos world. My lord, you can understand primordial chi as a kind of primordial chi that is safe for all living beings to absorb and use. Primordial chaos power. Is there such chaotic chi in this world? Guchen asked in surprise. God to tut. 2. Sovereign. The dwarf sovereign looked deeply at Guchen. The primordial chaos power that Kongxing possesses has nothing to do with the primordial chaos essence energy or the primordial chaos Dao world. However, I roughly understand why he named the power in his body that way. He sovereign, to say, Kong of Kongxing, his, have do about it all, he. To Kong, he, to sovereign, of it. The primordial chaos power that Kongxing possesses has nothing to do with the primordial chaos power or primordial chaos world. However, I can roughly understand why he named the power in his body that way. Kongxing's power should have come from the chaos flower. It should have been born from the chaos and is an extremely rare oddity. This oddity has stable primordial chaos power inside. Kongxing must have taken a fancy to this power, so he transplanted it into his body in an attempt to steal this power. Hearing this, Guchen asked curiously, "Can such a thing be done?" If it were some natural chaotic creatures, a part of their body would possess primordial chaos power by chance. Although the probability is extremely low, it is still possible. However, Kongxing is obviously not like this. Therefore, he has to pay a huge price for trying to control this external primordial chaos power. The dwarf sovereign touched his chin and analyzed seriously. "You said that Kongxing's true cultivation level is not high. This should be a huge price he has to pay. I'm afraid that when he transplanted the chaos flower, his cultivation level at the 9th level of the Dao Querying realm dropped significantly. Also, I'm afraid that his physical body is no longer in existence as the price." Guchen could not help but squint his eyes as he recalled how Kongxing came back to life despite being pierced through his mind. "You said that Kongxing can still come back to life even if his head is chopped off. This means that his physical body is probably just an artificial limb derived from the chaos flower." The dwarf sovereign sneered. "Artificial limb?" Guchen was surprised to hear this. "That's right. In order to control that chaotic flower, Kongxing must have paid the price of both his cultivation and his physical body at the same time. After that, his soul integrated into the chaotic flower and became inseparable from it, becoming an existence that was neither human nor ghost. Because of this, it's useless no matter how you attack his body, Lord. That kind of physical body can continue to grow." Guchen was enlightened, but he was also shocked by Kongxing's madness. Is it worth paying such a huge price? One should know that Kongxing was originally at the 9th level of the Dao Querying realm. He was only one step away from becoming a Dao monarch. For him to go to such lengths just to control the chaos flower was truly unbelievable. That will depend on how valuable that flower of chaos is. The dwarf sovereign frowned as he pondered. Although Kongxing's skills aren't good, his theoretical level is actually higher than mine. Since he was willing to pay such a huge price to control the chaos flower, it means that there is indeed an unimaginable value hidden in it. Since Kongxing's soul has merged with the chaos flower, how can we defeat him? Guchen asked. The simplest way is naturally to destroy the chaos flower. However, Kongxing was willing to pay a huge price in order to control it, which means that it's not that easy to destroy, the dwarf sovereign said after some consideration. Is there any other way? The other way is to make him lose control. The dwarf sovereign smiled coldly. From the details of the battle between you and Kongxing, Lord, his control over the chaos flower should be far from perfect. Even controlling the chaos flower should be very taxing on him. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have sent so many clones to disturb you, Lord. In the end, he wouldn't have chosen to use the dagger that can restrain the tyrants to ambush you. After listening, Guchen rubbed his chin. I see. Let him reach his limit and lose control? Initially, when he was fighting with Kongxing, Guchen felt helpless because of his immortal body and strange primordial energy. As a result, he thought that he would lose if the battle dragged on. Because of that, he became a little anxious during the battle, which was why Kongxing's sneak attack succeeded. Now that he heard the dwarf sovereign's words, Guchen suddenly understood. At that time, Kongxing was probably even more anxious than him. That was because he possessed a speed that was above Kongxing's. If they were to fight a prolonged battle, Kongxing, who was relying on the power of the chaos flower, would probably be the first to collapse. After listening to what you said, I feel enlightened. I understand everything now. Guchen said to the dwarf sovereign gratefully. He already knew how to deal with Kongxing. Guchen still had many questions he wanted to ask the dwarf sovereign about the tyrants and the primordial chaos Dao world. However, the matter of attacking the punishment realm was imminent, so he decided to put it aside for the time being. The two discussed the specific battle strategy, and the dwarf sovereign devoted himself to refining the forbidden weapon. Time was pressing, and he had to race against time. Guchen also immersed himself in preparing for the battle. While adjusting his energy, qi, and spirit, he deduced all kinds of accidents that might happen in this battle. He could only succeed in this battle. If he failed, not only would he, Feng Yaya, and the dwarf sovereign die, but his relatives, lovers, and friends in the 9th realm would also die. This was a battle where they had to cut off all means of retreat and sink their boats. This was a battle with their backs against the wall. Gu Chen went all out, hoping that no more accidents would happen. Clang clang. Clang clang. While Gu Chen was preparing for the battle, the sound of metal clanging could be heard from time to time from where the dwarf sovereign was, accompanied by hot flames and the earth-shattering sound of restrictions. With the support of all the materials that Gu Chen obtained from the chaotic mystic land, the dwarf sovereign's forging of the forbidden weapon went very smoothly. Even Gu Chen was moved by the occasional energy fluctuation that came from where he was. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already 11 days later. It took a day longer than expected, but it's worth it. This battle, the old man will not be a burden. The dwarf sovereign wore a set of armor that had just been forged. His hair was neatly combed, and he wore a horned helmet, looking majestic. There was a pitch-black arrow quiver hidden under his arms and a huge black iron box on his back. He was fully armed, and he smiled excitedly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen had also ended his cultivation. He glanced at the back of the dwarf sovereign with anticipation in his heart. Over the past 11 days, he witnessed the creation of forbidden weapons one after another under the dwarf sovereign's uncanny craftsmanship. He did not know the extent of the dwarf sovereign's forging skills, but after witnessing it with his own eyes, he realized why Kongxing wanted to subdue him. The dwarf sovereign's body cultivated his own refining fire, and his hands were born for forging. An ordinary artificer might need several years to refine a slightly more powerful forbidden artifact, but in his hands, he could easily refine one in an hour. He was very familiar with all of the materials, and his smithing technique was so good that it seemed like there was no weapon that he could not make. The number one artificer in the Chaos Sea, Gu Chen realized that he had picked up a powerful ally. The armory is ready. Sir, where are our helpers? I can't keep you in suspense now. The dwarf sovereign looked at Gu Chen with anticipation. Don't worry, we'll set off now. Gu Chen's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Hopefully, the second key point of the plan could also be successfully taken down. Penalty Realm, Ministry of Works, Kongxing's Independent Research Institute. Wu Li's entire body spasmed and twitched inside the glass trough that was soaked in some unknown liquid. She constantly screamed in pain. Kongxing stood outside the glass trough and watched her suffer so much that she wanted to die. A joyful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feng Yaya stood silently at the side. Strange silver rings were tied around her neck and wrists at some point. Lord Kong, I really didn't know that Lord Gu had ulterior motives. I was wronged. Wu Li explained bitterly. Her already disfigured face now looked even more hideous than usual. Her face sizzled as it was soaked in the liquid, and large pieces of skin were falling off. Even now, you're still trying to deny it. You are Gu Chen's most trusted and only subordinate in the penalty realm. No matter where he goes, you follow him most of the time. How could you not know his intentions? Wu Li, you really disappoint me. I've spent so much effort to remake you into such a perfect person. Kongxing said coldly. Wu Li endured the corrosion of the liquid in the glass trough. She felt so much pain that she wanted to die, and deep resentment appeared in her eyes. She had been remade by Kongxing into something that was neither human nor ghost, and the face that she once loved the most had been destroyed. In the end, did she still have to thank him? Gu Chen, Lord Gu had suddenly disappeared, and as soon as Lord Kong returned to the penalty realm, he captured her and brought her to the research institute. It was as if he was taking revenge, and he tortured her with endless tortures. What did she do wrong? She had been conscientious for so many years in Xing County. Even if she had not made any contributions, she had still worked hard. But to be casually treated like trash, who would speak up for her? Lord Gu, Wu Li was in extreme pain. Her consciousness gradually blurred under the intense pain, and she subconsciously called out Gu Chen's name. What? Are you still hoping that Gu Chen can save you? Let me tell you, he's already dead. I killed him with my own hands. Kongxing looked at Wu Li mockingly. His words were not only directed at her, but also at the person beside him. When Feng Yaya heard Kongxing's words, memories from many days ago suddenly surfaced in her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She knew that Wu Li had suffered because of her. Although Kongxing had let Gu Chen go that day, he was actually very unhappy in his heart. Therefore, Gu Chen's subordinates became the targets for him to vent his anger. Now that they had returned to the penalty realm, everything was under his control. He was even more unbridled towards her, which was why he dared to directly say that Gu Chen was dead. Fortunately, I was not deceived by Kongxing again. I managed to deceive him that day. But Uncle Gu's injuries are so severe, even if the blue blood poison is cured, can he still live? Uncle Gu, if you do come back to life, run as far away as you can. Where there's life, there's hope. Feng Yaya silently prayed for Gu Chen in her heart. Kongxing thought of ways to torture Wu Li for a very long time, until she completely fainted. Only then did he leave the research institute with Feng Yaya in satisfaction. Yaya, you've been back for a few days, but your cultivation progress is still lacking, he said coldly after walking out the door. Feng Yaya's heart trembled as she gritted her teeth. I've already put on the spirit binding hoop according to your instructions. Now everything is under your control, are you still worried? You should have broken through a long time ago. Every day, every night, my patience with you is decreasing. 1 month, if you still can't break through in a month, I'll lead an army to flatten the 9th realm. Kongxing looked at Feng Yaya coldly, no longer pretending to be gentle. You. Feng Yaya's eyes were red as she looked at Kongxing with resentment. Cerulean Sea Star has been destroyed. You wouldn't want the hometown of your beloved Gu Chen to be destroyed, would you? I've heard that Gu Chen has a very young son. Kongxing whispered a few words into Feng Yaya's ear. Feng Yaya's face suddenly turned as white as paper, and she stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Let's go, I've arranged a place for you to cultivate in seclusion. This month, you'll have to cultivate well in there. Work hard if you don't want the tragedy to repeat itself. Kongxing walked out of the research institute. Feng Yaya took a deep breath and followed without any resistance. The blood-red earth was barren and cracked. Under the demonic moon, the night wind was like a knife. From time to time, the painful moans and whimpers of prisoners could be heard. This was the Scorching Land, one of the 10 major areas of Xing County's prison star. It was controlled by Qi Tianluo. Late at night, in Qi Tianluo's residence, a fair-skinned and beautiful female prisoner knelt on the ground, trembling. Her long eyelashes were trembling because of fear. Qi Tianluo's red-boned fingers, which had no flesh and skin left, were moving around her delicate skin. In his other hand, he held the supreme punishment whip, which symbolized authority. In this scorching land, I am the absolute king. You have just arrived. If you don't want to suffer, you have to serve me well. Do you understand? Qi Tianluo's red skull eyes under his hood emitted an evil light, and his voice was full of hints. I understand, my lord. How should I serve you? The female prisoner had long heard of Qi Tianluo's cruel and vicious methods. At this moment, although she was afraid, she was obedient. Don't worry, I will teach you slowly tonight. If you perform well, not only can you avoid the pain of capital punishment, I can also arrange a better cell for you. Qi Tianluo held the female prisoner's chin with his fingers, and one of his bone fingers went into her mouth, stirring her smooth and tender tongue. Hearing the female prisoner gasping in pain under his torture, Qi Tianluo felt exceptionally happy. He loved the position of Tianluo. On this prison star, he always had a great sense of achievement when he tortured those prisoners who were once in the limelight. It is said that compared to General Tian Fa of the military headquarters and Tianing of the Shadow Division, Tianluo of the prison star has the least sense of existence in Xing County. But how would they know that Tianluo is the real good job? General Tian Fa leads the army to war all day long, and Tianing lurks in all the counties. Danger lurks everywhere. How can Tianluo compare to me? Qi Tianluo thought like this in his mind. He slightly increased the strength of his hand, and the female prisoner suddenly couldn't bear it and let out a scream. Yes, scream, scream. This made him even more excited, and the supreme punishment whip in his hand fiercely lashed out. He had forgotten his promise, and his promises had never been accurate. The poor female prisoner screamed again and again. After a while, Qi Tianluo exhausted his interest. He stood up and dragged the female prisoner with the whip, preparing to throw her into the prepared cell. Although this female prisoner looked weak and easy to bully, how many prisoners sent to prison star were simple. She was an assassin hiding in Xing County from the enemy county. She had just been caught a few days ago. Although he was having fun, he still had to fulfill his duty. Chi Tianluo had just dragged the female prisoner out of his residence when he suddenly stopped and looked around in bewilderment. Unbeknownst to them, a thick white fog had appeared around them. One had to know that although the environment on Hellstar was extremely complicated, there had never been any fog on this barren land. The appearance of this fog was too strange, and it instantly alerted him. Warden Beast. What happened? He shouted towards the fog. The patrolling jail beasts should know what was going on. However, the surroundings were quiet, and no one responded to him. What the hell? Chi Tianluo's heart inexplicably palpitated. He cautiously walked into the fog, and walked towards the position of the jail beasts according to his memory. After a while, he saw the jail beasts, and his expression changed. The huge and strong jail beasts had encountered something, and more than half of their bodies had been savagely eaten. Before they died, their eyes were wide open, as if they had encountered some terrifying existence. One had to know that the jail beast's spiritual intelligence was not high, and they did not know what fear was. What kind of monster could cause them to have this kind of mentality that they should not have? Chi Tianluo took a deep breath, and his heart trembled with fear. He realized that the situation was not good. There might be prisoners escaping from the barren land, or enemies invading. I must quickly discuss with the other Tianluos. He quickly turned around and prepared to fly to the other Tianluo's territories. At this moment, he heard a strange buzzing sound. In the fog, there seemed to be something approaching from all directions. Soon, he saw a black spot of unknown origin. Who is it? Chi Tianluo withdrew the supreme whip from the female prisoner's body, and fiercely whipped the void in front of him. Pa! This whip was powerful and heavy, and it dispersed a lot of fog, so that he could clearly see the appearance of the black spots around him. It turned out to be a strange silver-white butterfly. Their bodies and wings looked as if they were made of prisms, and there was a bit of colorful luster in their metal-like smooth surface. The buzzing sound was the sound of the airflow caused by the flapping of their wings. Judging from the sound that was getting louder and louder, their number was extremely astonishing, and they were constantly approaching. Were the jail beasts eaten by these butterflies? Chi Tianluo felt that it was incredible. These butterflies looked too beautiful, and the only thing that could make him feel connected to these fierce beasts was the red light emitted from their eyes, which was deeper than his. Go away. Get out of here. Seeing that the butterflies were approaching him, Chi Tianluo raised the supreme whip and fiercely whipped it again. Pada. In the fog, he felt that something had caught his whip. His expression changed, and he tried to pull it back, but it did not move at all. Chi Tianluo, long time no see, do you still want to use this whip to whip me? An indifferent voice came from the fog, and immediately, a handsome young man in black slowly walked out. Beside him was a fully armed dwarf, and neither of them was dressed like a prisoner. Guchen? Why are you here? Is this your doing? Chi Tianluo recognized who the newcomer was at a glance, and said in horror. The person in front of him was a tough guy who had endured the torture of 1,000 supreme whips every day for a whole 6 months, but had never begged for mercy, which left a deep impression on him. I'm here to liberate this place. Guchen curled up the corner of his mouth, and said something that did not make sense. Are you kidding me? Even if you restore your position as a Tianfa general, you are not qualified to be presumptuous here. Whatever you say now, I will report it to His Highness. Chi Tianluo braced himself and said, not to be outdone. Obviously, he did not know that Guchen had already betrayed the penalty realm. Unfortunately, you have no chance to see Dao Lord Xing again. Guchen said indifferently. His body was instantly covered by blue electric current, and his hair stood up. Crackle. Chi Tianluo only saw a flash of electric light in front of him, and the next moment, Guchen appeared in front of him, holding his head with one hand. No. His eyes emitted a frightened light, and he tried to say something, but it was too late. The terrible sound of bones cracking gradually reached his ears, into the depths of his consciousness, and was magnified to the limit. Crack! The red skull was twisted and thrown to the ground, and Guchen stepped on it expressionlessly. My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. The female prisoner saw the arrogant Chi Tianluo die in an instant. she kowtowed to Gu Chen in panic. At this moment, Gu Chen's whole body was covered in lightning. His cold eyes were staring at her as if he could see through her heart. "Do you want to leave this place?" "I'm in a hurry." "I have a task for you," he said. The female prisoner trembled and said in a trembling voice. "What can I do for you, my lord?" "Go and help me release all the prisoners in this exposed land. Gather them all and cause a ruckus." Gu Chen turned around and left. The dwarf sovereign and countless demonic sky-devouring butterflies followed behind him. The female prisoner knelt on the ground. She looked at the dead Qi Tianluo and took a deep breath. After a long while, her eyes revealed a resolute expression. She stood up and ran with all her might towards the numerous prison cells within the scorching hot ground. At this moment, all the jailer beasts in the scorching land were dead. Some of the prison cells had been broken by the demonic sky-devouring butterflies. The huge prison planet was now in a state of chaos from the scorching sun. "I didn't expect the helpers you are looking for are the prisoners of the prison star," the dwarf sovereign said as he followed Gu Chen. The two of them moved forward quickly. "The prisoners imprisoned on the prison star are all powerful felons, and they have a deep grudge against the Xing County. They are the only force we can fight for if we want to attack the Xing County," Gu Chen said indifferently. "That's true. However, the prisoners here have been tortured for a long time. It's hard to say how much combat power they have left. Moreover, the prison star is very close to the Xing County. In less than 6 hours, the Xing County will receive the news that there is a riot here," the dwarf sovereign said. "So, we need to be fast." Gu Chen looked serious. The reason why he used the Serpent Speed Thunderbolt at the beginning was that he wanted to attack the prison star as soon as possible. He wanted to gather an effective force. The faster he was, the less time the Xing County would have to react and the higher his chance of winning this battle. As the two of them spoke, they passed through the scorching land and arrived at the second area, the icy forest. "Who dares to trespass my hell star?" The movement of the scorching ground was not small, and the neighboring icy forest detected it immediately. Bing Tianluo immediately charged towards Gu Chen. Just in time. Gu Chen glanced at him coldly. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged forward. More than 100,000 demonic sky-devouring butterflies that had completed their evolution, except for a few that were left on the scorching ground, followed him. Some of them pounced on the jailer beasts, while others pounced on the prison cells. The dwarf sovereign looked around and found the prisoner that was being planted in the tree as nutrients. He opened his mouth and spat out his own weapon, refining flame. The icy forest turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye, and a large number of prisoners struggled to climb out of the trees. "We're saved! We're saved!" they roared excitedly. Some of the originally vicious people, who were clearly very weak, still pounced on the jailer beasts closest to them. In just a short period of time, the icy forest was broken through like a scorching ground. In the sky, Gu Chen took Bing Tianluo's head. With his strength, it took him less than 5 breaths to end the whole battle. Billowing green smoke and flame soared into the sky. Terrifying energy waves came from the 8 major districts in the distance. The other 8 great Tianluo had also sensed the danger in the 2 districts. Gu Chen grabbed Bing Tianluo's head and glanced coldly into the distance. Then, he looked down at the prisoners that had just been released. "Listen up. If you want to leave this place alive, if you want to take revenge on Xing Jun, this is your best chance. Follow me, let's destroy the prison cells that trapped you." As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, the head of the Tianluo in his hand exploded into a mist of blood and flew towards the 8 great Tianluo who were rushing over from afar. Roar! The prisoners did not know who their savior was, but they knew what they should do. Their eyes were bloodshot, and some pounced on the jailer beasts, while others helped to release the other prisoners. Everyone's killing intent was stimulated by their desire to live, and the entire Hell Star was in chaos. The dwarf sovereign looked at Gu Chen, who was fighting with the 8 great Tianluo in the sky, and did not step forward to help. The remaining 8 Tianluo were not weak, and their leader was even at the 8th heaven of Dao querying. No matter how he looked at it, it was too much for him to deal with them alone. However, he had received a mission from Gu Chen. Gu Chen said that he would handle the 10 great Tianluo, and he would be in charge of releasing the prisoners, especially the most important ones. At this time, the dwarf sovereign chose to believe in Gu Chen. After turning the icy forest into a sea of fire, the dwarf sovereign moved forward at top speed, broke through the boundless desert, and broke through the sword prison and thunder pool. Wherever he went, all the prison cells were split open by the giant axe in his hand. One by one, the prisoners were released, and they roared as they joined in the battle. In less than an hour, he had already killed his way into the Void Wind Cave, released most of the prisoners, and arrived in front of a giant with red skin. This giant was imprisoned in the deepest part of the Void Wind Cave. Countless wind pillars pierced through his body, and he looked ferocious. Sensing the dwarf sovereign's arrival, the giant's lantern-like eyes stared straight at him, and he grinned. "It's really lively tonight. Are you here to release me?" His voice was like rumbling thunder, and his voice was naturally filled with hostility that could scare countless beasts. The dwarf sovereign looked at him and asked calmly. "The leader of the devouring Kuan race, who was defeated by Miezin 100,000 years ago, was that you?" "Tsk," the giant's face was filled with displeasure. "That Miezin will die by my hand sooner or later. Who are you, and what right do you have to call me by my name?" "I was the one who destroyed Miezin's home planet," the dwarf sovereign said proudly. "You are the weapon-refining grandmaster whose name shook the entire Chaos Sea a million years ago?" The devouring Kuan race leader's face was filled with shock, and he recalled a certain rumor about Miezin. "It seems like you know me." "That makes things easier," the dwarf sovereign said with a smile. The dwarf sovereign smiled. "I'm here on Lord Gu Chen's order to recruit you. Are you willing to serve under Lord Gu?" The devouring Kuan race leader was enraged. Who is that Gu Chen? Why would the devouring Kuan race submit to others so easily? "I heard that you, the dwarf sovereign, swore that you would never submit to Tao Lord Xing. Why are you willing to serve others now?" "Gu Chen, Lord Gu, is the one who is fighting with the 8 envoys. If you are willing to serve him, I will let you go immediately," the dwarf sovereign said. In the mission that Gu Chen had given him, there were a few prisoners that he had to pay special attention to, and this devouring Kuan race leader was one of them. T. "Do you think you can enslave me just because you let me go? I'd rather rot here." "Dwarf sovereign, you have no backbone, but I'm different." Unexpectedly, the leader of the devouring Kuan race rejected him without hesitation. The devouring Kuan race was a powerful race that used to feed on Kuan pungs. Their pride was extraordinary. Seeing that the leader of the devouring Kuan race had rejected him, the dwarf sovereign hesitated for a moment before raising his hand and aiming the black quiver at him. "What, you want to kill me after failing to subdue me? Is that all that Lord Gu has?" The leader of the devouring Kuan race said with disdain. Pooh, an arrow flew out of the dwarf sovereign's black quiver. Its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past the devouring Kuan patriarch's body and hit the cliff behind him. Boom boom boom, the entire void wind cave shook violently. The wind pillars that sealed the leader of the devouring Kuan race slowly dissipated. Roar. Regaining his freedom, the leader of the devouring Kuan race roared into the sky, causing a hurricane to blow across the entire planet. "Why did you save me?" After venting, he looked at the dwarf sovereign with a burning gaze. "Lord Gu didn't ask you to submit to him. I made the decision on my own. What he meant was to let you go. He didn't say anything else," the dwarf sovereign said truthfully. After that, he ignored the leader of the devouring Kuan race and flew towards the next area. There were more important prisoners there that needed to be released. Lord Gu had reminded him repeatedly. The leader of the devouring Kuan race watched as the dwarf sovereign left. He pondered over his words and then looked at Gu Chen, who was fighting the 8 great Tian Luo in the sky. His eyes shone with interest. "What Lord Gu? He looks like a little brat who's still wet behind his ears. This brat has released all the prisoners in Prison Star. Is he planning something big? Interesting, interesting." The leader of the devouring Kuan race crushed the entire abyss in a few steps. Then, he walked towards the battlefield of the 8 great Tian Luo murderously. "Gu Chen. As a great general of Tian Fa, aren't you afraid of His Majesty's wrath?" High up in the sky, only 5 of the 8 Tian Luos were left. Du Tian Luo, who was the leader, asked sternly with a hint of panic in his eyes. The wings of time unfolded behind Gu Chen. His entire body was bathed in lightning as the corners of his mouth curled up. If I was afraid of Dao Lord Xing's anger, I wouldn't have come here today. The 8 Tianluos looked strong, especially Du Tianluo, who was at the 8th tier of the Dao querying realm. His poison arts were at the acme of perfection and he was not easy to deal with. Gu Chen had thought that it would be very troublesome to face the 8 of them together, but the battle was much easier than he had imagined. The 8 Tianluo seemed to be on the same level as the Tianfa great generals, but after spending so much time on the prison star, their actual battle prowess could not compare to the Tianfa great generals of the same cultivation level. After Gu Chen unfurled the wings of time in his Godspeed thunderclap state, his speed was already the fastest below Dao Lords. Even if the 8 of them joined forces, it would be meaningless in front of him. Relying on his battle instincts that had been tempered by countless killings, Gu Chen killed 3 people consecutively in a short period of time under the joint efforts of the 8 Tianluos. The remaining 5 Tianluos were already scared out of their wits. 5 Tianluos have already died in such a short period of time. We can't defeat this person. We must inform the Xing realm to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Du Tianluo realized that the enemy was difficult to deal with and secretly shot a look at Feng Tianluo, who was far away. He and the other 3 were responsible for holding the enemy back. Feng Tianluo's speed was the fastest, so he would be the one to inform the Xing realm. As long as they could hold on for an hour, the experts from the Xing realm should be able to rush over. Attack. After the secret discussion, Du Tianluo and the other 3 Tianluos charged at Gu Chen without a care for their own safety. Meanwhile, Feng Tianluo slipped away and transformed into a gust of wind, trying to escape from the prison star. We can't let him leak the news. Gu Chen's eyes darkened. If he allowed Feng Tianluo to successfully inform the Xing realm, the subsequent attack would be much more difficult. He moved and was about to intercept them when Du Tianluo and the other 3 Tianluo's sleeves flew out one after another with the supreme punishment whips. Working together, they sealed off all the space that he could move forward. Gu Chen forcefully broke through, but the supreme punishment whips took advantage of his carelessness and wrapped around his limbs like snakes. Gu Chen could not move for a moment. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Tianluo tried to escape. Rumble. Suddenly, a giant red hand that blotted out the sky and the moon reached up from below. It brought along a terrifying storm and grabbed Feng Tianluo before he could escape. Tianluos, thank you for taking care of me for the past 100,000 years. It was the clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan. His face was filled with murderous intent as he grabbed Feng Tianluo with one hand. No matter how hard Feng Tianluo struggled, the clan leader dragged him to his mouth like a little bird and swallowed him. Ah! Feng Tianluo's scream came from the clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan's abyss-like throat. He licked his lips in satisfaction, sending chills down the spines of the remaining 4 Tianluos. This is bad. The clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan has been released. I'm afraid that the other vicious criminals will not be an exception. The 4 Tianluo's faces were as pale as paper. Right at this moment, boom, Gu Chen's arms shook with force, and a monstrous force shook off the supreme punishment whips. The 4 Tianluo's joint attack formation was instantly broken. Run! Du Tianluo's scalp went numb. He realized that he could no longer do anything. He lost all his will to fight and fled in a panic. Where can you run to? Gu Chen's lightning speed caught up to Du Tianluo in an instant. His face was cold and merciless. Spare me! Spare me! Du Tianluo screamed. Gu Chen's sky-sweeping saber turned into a beam of light and instantly chopped off his head. The remaining 3 Tianluos did not fare any better. One of them was punched to death by the clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan. The other 2 saw that there was no safe escape route in the sky, so they went in the opposite direction and ran into the prison star. In the end, one of them accidentally entered the area where the butterflies were wreaking havoc. He was swarmed by the ferocious sky-devouring demonic butterflies and was devoured clean. The other person was slightly luckier. He did not encounter the butterflies, but he happened to bump into a large group of prisoners who had just regained their freedom. Where do you think you're going? Have a taste of the torture here. Die, Tianluo. The group of prisoners pounced on him, and that Tianluo quickly died with a grudge. After that, all 10 Tianluos were killed, and all the prison cells in the 10 major areas of the prison star were opened. The prisoners welcomed a feast. The prison star, which symbolized the rule of the Qingdao sovereign, was completely turned into ruins. After killing Du Tianluo, Guchen returned to the ground with his saber and coincidentally met the clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan. The clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan stared at him arrogantly while Guchen was expressionless. "Little brat, don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you saved me. This world is not as simple as you think it is." The clan leader of the devouring Kuan clan roared provocatively. From the scorching land, the sword prison, the thunder pool, the ice forest, and the other major areas, numerous prisoners who seemed to be hiding their strength had arrived at some point in time. They were either looking at Guchen with great interest or hostility. Many of the prisoners imprisoned on the prison planet had once been powerful in their own world, or even in the chaotic sea. Such people would not be easily subdued, and their temperaments would become strange and unpredictable after being tortured for a long period of time. After the destruction of the prison planet, Guchen released a batch of monsters that he could not be sure if they would turn on him. Guchen descended from the sky with his saber and looked at the leader of the swallowing Kuan race and the group of vicious criminals calmly. He was not familiar with this group of prisoners, and similarly, the prisoners did not know him at all. Under such circumstances, he was very clear that it was not realistic to directly subdue them, let alone to get them to help him attack the Qing realm. "The 10 heavenly envoys are all dead. You are free now." Guchen's cold voice spread across the entire prison planet. Many prisoners were sincerely grateful to him, and cheers were incessant. However, led by the leader of the swallowing Kuan race, a small number of prisoners did not show much joy. Instead, they revealed extraordinary calmness and vigilance after surviving a disaster. Truly useful experts, Guchen did not need to use the deep-sea purple eyes to determine which of the people present could really be of use. There were only a dozen of such experts. "So? What's your reason for doing this?" A ferocious-looking prisoner with fins on his back opened his forearms, revealing his sharp claws as he questioned Qin Xiaobei. Guchen glanced at him. This person was one of the dozen that he had chosen. "I want to use your strength to destroy the Qing realm." Guchen did not lie and calmly stated his true thoughts. The expressions of the experts among the dozen prisoners changed when they heard this. Even the leader of the swallowing Kuan race was shocked. The prisoners who had been cheering for Guchen to save them immediately quieted down, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of their eyes. Although the 10 heavenly envoys and jailer beasts that had tortured them for a long time were dead, what really scared them was actually the outside world. Everyone present had either been defeated in the war against the Qing Prefecture army or had been captured by the experts of the Shadow Division. They knew how terrifying the Qing Prefecture was. Especially Dao Lord Qing. As a peerless Dao Lord whose name shook the chaotic sea, he had left a huge shadow in their hearts. "Why? All of a sudden, all of you are terrified? Where's the arrogance you had when you first gained your freedom?" When Guchen saw that the audience had suddenly quietened down, he did not conceal the disdain on his face. As if the disdain had hurt his pride, a skinny prisoner with cross-shaped eyes sneered. "If you want to die, why should we accompany you? Dao Lord Qing isn't in the same realm as us. Seeking trouble with him isn't courage, it's sheer stupidity." Many of the prisoners nodded in agreement. Only the devouring rock clan's patriarch remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. "What if I say that Dao Lord Qing isn't in the Qing realm right now?" Guchen smirked. Among the group of prisoners, several experts narrowed their eyes, and their faces showed that they were tempted. They'd been imprisoned on Hellstar for countless years, so if they had the chance, how many of them wouldn't want to take revenge? It's not just Dao Lord Qing, War God Sin Destroyer and the leader of the Heaven's Shadows, Sharaman, aren't here either. I'm afraid there's no better time than now to attack Qing realm," Guchen said again. His words made more prisoners show an eager expression on their faces. Without Dao Lord Qing and War God Sin Exterminator, the two most terrifying people, the Qing realm didn't seem so unbreakable. Even if Qing realm is weak now, attacking it will still result in many casualties. Now that we've regained our freedom, the wisest thing to do is to escape. Why should we take such a big risk with you? Could it be that it's all because of a so-called life-saving grace? A short female prisoner covered in seaweed-like hair chuckled coldly. These words might seem ungrateful, but to a prisoner whose principles were pragmatism, it was a very wise analysis. Although the person in front of them had saved them, it was naive of him to think that they would risk their lives for him. When Gu Chen heard this, the mockery on his face became even more obvious. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Do you think that I'm willing to take you in as my subordinates just because I saved you? Gu Chen held his sword and pointed at the burning prison cells in the distance. His voice was powerful and penetrating. With my strength alone, I can conquer this Hellstar and slay the 10 great envoys. What use are ordinary good-for-nothings to me? Do I really need you that much? His voice rumbled like thunder, and it revealed heartfelt contempt, yet it caused the expressions of countless prisoners to change. That's right, almost everyone had seen the battle just now. No matter how weak the 10 envoys were, they were still powerful cultivators. The fact that they had been killed just like that was enough to show the strength of the person in front of them. Such a powerful cultivator did not need ordinary subordinates, let alone a bunch of wounded prisoners. For a moment, many prisoners were nervous. They had thought that they would be of great use to the person in front of them, but now it seemed that they needed him more. Since you're so powerful, why are you still talking so much nonsense? The short female prisoner choked and said with an ugly expression. The background of the person in front of her was unknown. Therefore, she wanted to figure out his intention. That was why she had incited all the prisoners just now. She wanted to create a barrier between him and the prisoners so that she could have more power to speak. However, the person's disdainful words had made most of the prisoners understand the situation they were in. They instantly sided with him, which made her realize that this person was not simple. I'm giving you a chance to live. Gu Chen answered her. You're lying. The Hellstar has been destroyed. We can survive as long as we escape before the Xing County realizes what's going on. Going to the Xing County with you is suicide. A stone man with half of his body full of cracks said in a muffled voice. The Hellstar is only a short distance away from the Xing County. How long do you think it will take for the Xing County to realize what's going on? Gu Chen shook his head when he heard this. If all of you scatter like birds and beasts and flee for your lives, I can guarantee that most of you will definitely die in a few days. Everyone was silent, thinking about whether Gu Chen's analysis was reasonable or not. On the contrary, if we gather our limited forces and break through the Xing County, the situation will be very different. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. I won't hide it from you. I used to be the general of Tianfa in the Xing County. My understanding of the Xing County is far beyond your imagination. With the military forces around the Xing County, once we break through the Xing County, they will suffer heavy losses. At that time, they will have to transfer troops from other places. By the time their reinforcements arrive, we will have already escaped. Only by breaking through the Xing County can we prevent the Xing County from forming a tight blockade. There are a large number of slaves in the Xing County. Once the Xing County is broken, the slaves will also escape. From the point of view of the prisoners, Gu Chen made his speech in a rhythmic and reasonable way. The impact of his speech was no less than the shock of killing the 10 envoys. For a moment, it wasn't just the ordinary prisoners who were tempted. Even the dozen or so experts revealed expressions of deliberation. You only have one chance. If you fear the Xing County from the bottom of your heart and don't have the courage to take revenge, you can leave now. I will not force you to stay. I need warriors, not useless cowards. Gu Chen's straightforward words aroused the courage of the prisoners. Many of them were red-eyed. What you said is very reasonable. I am willing to follow you and destroy the Xing County. A tall prisoner with 3 heads stood up and said passionately. That's right. You can only survive by destroying the Xing County. We are not afraid of him. We are willing to follow you, sir. Destroy the Xing County, destroy the Xing County. With the first person speaking up, the rest of the prisoners responded one after another. Their shouts were continuous and pierced through the clouds. The most powerful prisoners looked at each other. Seeing that the prisoners had reached a consensus, they also wanted to join in. Sorry for offending you earlier. May I know your name? The skinny man with the cross-shaped eyes said to Gu Chen politely. My name is Gu Chen. Remember it, Gu Chen replied calmly. What you said is reasonable. I am willing to fight with you. The prisoner with the fins on his back said. Gu Chen just nodded with an expressionless face, causing many experts to unknowingly feel a little more reverence for him. Wait. Just as the prisoners were about to reach a consensus, the leader of the devouring Kuan tribe spoke. Many of the prisoners turned to look at him. If one were to ask which prisoner on Hell Star was the worst to provoke, the first person that came to mind was the leader of the devouring Kuan clan. Being on Prison Star, many people knew how powerful this person was in the past. Every word that he said naturally carried great weight. Your plan to attack the Xing County is reasonable. Even if you didn't mention it, I would still want to make a scene in the Xing County. However, if you want me to listen to an unknown person like you, you'll have to defeat me first. The patriarch of the devouring Kuan race glared furiously and his tone was filled with indignation. His volume was so loud that it hurt many people's eardrums. Brute, at a time like this, you should put away your stupid pride. The short female prisoner whose entire body was covered with seaweed hair frowned and said with dissatisfaction. She was a calm and wise person. She had previously opposed Gu Chen because she doubted his motives, but now that she clearly understood the stakes, she naturally chose to stand on his side. In her opinion, everyone should unite as one. It didn't matter who was the leader of this battle. The most important thing was to conquer Xianxia. The devouring Kuan tribe's patriarch wanted to fight with Gu Chen for the sake of his meaningless pride, which was only a waste of their strength. I've long heard that the leader of the devouring Kuan race is simple-minded and well-developed. Indeed, it's true. Pfft, could it be that you can't see the situation clearly at a time like this? The dozen or so experts among the prisoners either ridiculed him or cursed him in a low voice. The others might be afraid of the devouring Kuan race's patriarch, but they weren't. Cut the crap. The devouring Kuan race's patriarch roared angrily when he saw that he had become the target of public criticism. I lost to Dao Lord Xing and Exterminator. That was because I was not as skilled as them. I admit it. But I have never submitted to them, and now they want me to submit to them? How can it be so easy? If you want me to be your follower, then show me what you've got. He roared at Gu Chen, and the terrifying sound waves sent sand and pebbles flying all over Hell Planet. Gu Chen stood in the strong wind caused by the patriarch's voice. His robes fluttered loudly, but he didn't look angry. Instead, there was a hint of admiration in the depths of his eyes. Many of the prisoners present, especially the dozen or so experts, had agreed to fight alongside him, but in their hearts, not many would acknowledge him as their leader. It was just a temporary measure. Both sides were well aware of this. Gu Chen just wanted to make full use of his current combat strength. But the devouring Kuan race's patriarch was different. He was extremely proud and straightforward. In his eyes, it was hard enough to accept someone else's kindness. If he still wanted to fight alongside him, it would mean that he had to submit to him wholeheartedly. That was why he challenged him to a duel. This seemed like a meaningless display of pride, but it also showed how valuable he was. Such a person, once he submitted wholeheartedly, would definitely be extremely loyal. I understand. I will fight with you. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. The devouring Kuan race's patriarch was an expert at the 9th level of the Dao Querying realm. His race was extremely talented. Fighting with such an expert before the attack on the Xing realm would undoubtedly result in internal strife. But if he refused to fight now, not only would he lose such a powerful fighter, but the authority he had just established with the other prisoners would also weaken. That was why he had to fight even if he didn't want to. Gu Chen stepped into the air, and the devouring Kuan race's patriarch was in high spirits. Both sides were ready to fight, at this moment. Roar, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. The roar was even louder than the one caused by the devouring Kuan race's patriarch. The roar was filled with the aura of a king, as if it was going to knock down the stars in the sky. All the prisoners' faces changed when they heard it. It's the existence that caused such a commotion every half a year or even a year. It hasn't caused such a commotion for a long time. I thought it was already dead. It's the limitless tyrant dragon that has broken out of prison countless times. The true overlord of planet Hell, it's still alive. Many of the prisoners felt their scalps go numb. Anyone who had stayed on planet Hell for a long time had felt the commotion caused by that existence. Every time it caused a commotion, the 10 major districts of planet Hell would be put on lockdown. There were legends about it in all the districts. It's not dead? When the devouring Kuan race's patriarch heard the roar, his face was filled with fear. Pung pung. Pung pung. What followed the roar was the sound of footsteps that shook the heavens and earth. Every time the footsteps landed, all the prisoners' hearts would tremble, causing them to subconsciously hold their breaths. It's really slow. But from the looks of it, its body has recovered quite a bit. Gu Chen knew that the dwarf sovereign had completed the most important mission he had given him. A rare smile appeared on his face. The footsteps got closer and closer. Under the fearful gazes of the prisoners, a scar-covered but incomparably sturdy limitless tyrant dragon slowly appeared on the battlefield. It was not as spirited as a Kirin or a dragon horse, but it exuded the most primitive beauty of strength. It had a pair of golden eyes that were like amber. When it arrived, it raised its domineering dragon head and focused its gaze on Gu Chen. All the prisoners acted as if they were facing a great enemy. This limitless tyrant dragon was rumored to be delirious, so it wasn't strange for it to suddenly attack anyone. Roar! The limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head to the sky and roared again. To everyone's surprise, its voice was filled with joy and nostalgia. The appearance of the overlord of Prison Planet would cause a huge uproar. However, the unbounded tyrant dragon's behavior confused all the prisoners. Its roar was filled with childish admiration, as if it had seen its own family. That emotion even unknowingly infected everyone present. You're good. You really listened to me. Gu Chen abandoned the leader of the devouring Kuan clan and landed in front of the limitless tyrant dragon under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The last time he saw the unbounded tyrant dragon, its body was already filled with a thick aura of death. Its injuries were so severe that its intelligence had deteriorated. This time, it looked much better than before. At least it could walk normally, and its injuries had mostly healed. This meant that it had followed Gu Chen's instructions and did not try to break out of the prison. Instead, it had really recovered from its injuries. Roar! Hearing Gu Chen's praise, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes lit up with joy. It actually crouched on the ground and lowered its head. Gu Chen smiled and reached out to pat its head. The unbounded tyrant dragon was unusually docile and obedient. This scene fell into the eyes of many prisoners, and for a moment, their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. I heard that this limitless tyrant dragon has been in Hellstar for over 1,000,000 years. Even the 10 envoys couldn't make it submit no matter how hard they tried. But now, it's so obedient to Lord Gu. Where did this Lord Gu come from? The more the prisoners looked at Gu Chen, the more they felt that he was unfathomable. They were even more confident that they would follow him. The experts among the prisoners were also shocked. Even the arrogant unbounded tyrant dragon was tamed. This person's background was probably far beyond their imagination. How is this possible? It's fine if it's the dwarf sovereign, but even the unbounded tyrant dragon is willing to follow him. How is this guy qualified? The leader of the swallowing Kuan race, whose duel had been disrupted, had an ugly expression. The dwarf sovereign was once one of the top weapon refiners in the chaotic sea. Even some of the Dao lords treated him with respect. Back then, he had refused to submit to Dao Lord Xing. After falling out with Xing Jun, he had even single-handedly destroyed war god Sinzin's home planet. It was strange enough that such a big shot would choose to surrender to that little brat. But now, this limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex was abnormally docile, which was even more unbelievable. His Kuan devouring race originated from the ancient underworld era, so he had heard of the legends of the dinosaur race. The dinosaur race was an overlord of the ancient underworld era, and the tyrant dragon race was the king of the dinosaur race. Their bloodline was exceptionally noble. As for the limitless tyrant dragon, it was the only leader of the tyrant dragon tribe. It was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of all living beings. Such a creature was even more noble than him. Why would it show such a docile side to a human? The patriarch of the devouring Kuan tribe was in a mess. After the appearance of the unbounded tyrant dragon, his self-esteem suddenly seemed to have become meaningless. Although the devouring Kuan clan is proud, your clan's ancestor once submitted to a wise ruler for the sake of the clan's survival. Otherwise, the devouring Kuan clan would have already ceased to exist during the War County era. Suddenly, an old voice rang in the ears of the devouring Kuan tribe leader. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The prisoners carefully searched for the source of the voice, only to find a hunchbacked old man and a fully armored dwarf standing not far behind the unbounded tyrant dragon. The one who had just spoken was the hunchbacked old man. His face was haggard, but he was smiling as he spoke, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth. He looked so frail that he could not even withstand a gust of wind, and he was missing one of his front teeth. Many people broke into a cold sweat on his behalf when he spoke to the hot-tempered patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan. "Who are you?" Unexpectedly, the patriarch's eyes were fixed on the hunchbacked old man. He did not lose his temper, but instead, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The old man had just mentioned the War County era, and the decision made by the devouring Kuan clan's ancestor for the sake of the clan's survival. This was an extremely secretive matter, and even the patriarch had only heard about it from the elders of his clan when he was young. Anyone who knew about such a secretive matter could not be an ordinary person. Looking at the old man's half-dead appearance, especially his hunchbacked back, the patriarch had a shocking guess. "You? Could it be that you're the legendary one?" Before he could blurt out, the hunchbacked old man had already interrupted him with a smile. "What legend? In this chaotic sea, there are countless second-rate figures who have been defeated by Tao Lord Xing. There's no need to mention them." When he said this, the patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan immediately shut his mouth. However, he was more certain of the old man's origins. "Junior of the devouring Kuan clan, the legacy of your devouring Kuan clan has almost been severed. As the patriarch, don't you have anything to reflect on? Although it's precious to stick to your heart, there are many times when recognizing yourself and the world is even greater. Courage." The hunchbacked old man's words were sincere and heartfelt. When the patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan heard this, it was as if a huge bell had rung in his mind, and he was momentarily speechless. "You're right, senior." After a long time, his face revealed a deep sense of guilt, and he no longer had the domineering attitude from before. "Who is this old man? Aren't there too many important figures hidden on this prison star?" The patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan actually admitted defeat. "This old fellow's background is probably terrifying." When the dozen or so experts saw the change in the patriarch's attitude, they could not help but mutter to themselves. The hunchbacked old man walked in front of Gu Chen and smiled as he spoke to him. "Young man, you really did what you said. You didn't let the old man wait too long. Thank you, senior, for taking care of the limitless tyrant dragon." Gu Chen said gratefully to the hunchbacked old man. The recovery of the limitless tyrant dragon's injuries had exceeded his imagination. He reckoned that the old man had really taken good care of it. "There's no need to thank me. Its injuries have only improved a little, and the problems within its body are still serious. Right now, its intelligence has only recovered to the stage of a child. It will be a long way to go before it can be completely cured. It's best if it doesn't participate in this battle," the hunchbacked old man reminded. "Roa air." The limitless tyrant dragon understood what the hunchbacked old man meant and let out a dissatisfied roar at him, baring its teeth. "Forget it, the old man doesn't know your temperament. I can't stop you anyway." The hunchbacked old man shook his head and looked at Gu Chen. "What do you think?" Gu Chen looked at the limitless tyrant dragon. Its eyes were full of hope and desire. It had been alone on this prison star for millions of years. No matter how many times it failed to escape, it would stand up again to find its master and fight with him in the starry sky again. However, its real master was probably long dead. There were only a few descendants of the tyrants left in this world. Gu Chen was not clear about what happened in the past, but the decline of the tyrants and the limitless tyrant dragon's fate were closely related to Xing County. "You can fight with me, but promise me that you must protect yourself. Don't try to be brave. Destroying the Xing realm is only the first step. I still need you in the future." Gu Chen caressed the unbounded tyrant dragon's head and instructed. Upon hearing that, the unbounded tyrant dragon let out a long roar in excitement. The hunchbacked old man smiled but did not say anything. "Senior, are you willing to participate in the battle to attack the Xing realm?" Gu Chen turned to the hunchbacked old man and asked with a smile. "If I don't destroy the Xing realm first, how can I escape with peace of mind?" "Fine, I'll fight with these old bones of mine," the hunchbacked old man said helplessly. "Thank you for your help, senior." Gu Chen smiled and looked up at the leader of the devouring Kuan race. Do you still want to fight? The leader of the devouring Kuan race suddenly knelt down on one knee with red eyes, causing the ground to tremble. I don't know how to say nice things, but from now on, I, Gu Huang of the devouring Kuan race, entrust my life to you. He bowed deeply to Gu Chen, not because it was an expedient compromise, but because of some kind of determination. This scene moved countless prisoners. Under the influence of the atmosphere, many prisoners followed suit and saluted. Even the dozen experts also bowed to show their respect. Gu Chen looked at everyone in surprise. He did not expect to subdue this group of people, but the effect was beyond his imagination. At this moment, his heart was inexplicably boiling. Leader, is it time to talk about the next plan? The hunchbacked old man also bowed slightly to Gu Chen and smiled amiably. Gu Chen came back to his senses, and his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Of course, dwarf sovereign, distribute the prepared pills and weapons to everyone. I will only give everyone an hour. In this hour, you must heal your wounds and familiarize yourself with the weapons as soon as possible. After an hour, we will set off to attack the Xing realm. We must win this battle. In a grand hall in the Xing realm, Kong Xing sat on the seat of the head of the county and was receiving the Marquis of Tian Fa, who had just returned from the border of Lei County. After Gu Chen returned to the border of the Xing Commandery from the Longevity realm, Sha Luo Man brought Gu Chen back to the Xing Commandery on the same day. Not long after, the situation calmed down. Ouyang Mo also returned to the Xing Commandery. Only the Marquis of Huanyang continued to guard the border. Ha ha ha, Lord Kong is wise. You really got rid of a great threat to Xing County. The Marquis of Huanyang had been in a bad mood for the past few months. When he first returned to Xing County and reported the military situation to Kong Xing, he was also depressed. Unexpectedly, after chatting for a short while, Kong Xing unexpectedly told him that Gu Chen had betrayed the Xing realm and was killed by Kong Xing himself. The haze that had clouded his mind for many months was swept away, and he laughed heartily. After Kong Marquis of Tian, the Marquis Huanyang, the Xing realm, Emperor, Huanyang, the Marquis the King. Brother Kong, it has been almost a month since you came back from visiting your family. Why did you only tell us now? Ouyang Mo's eyes flashed. Different from Marquis Huanyang's joy, his expression was gloomy. That's right, Brother Kong. No matter what, Gu Chen is the Tian Fa general. You should have told us about his betrayal immediately, another Marquis Huanyang said. Now that Dao Lord Xing wasn't here, Kong Xing was fully in charge of the affairs of the realm of punishments. His arbitrary actions had already caused some people to be dissatisfied. I have indeed neglected this matter. Since Gu Chen is already dead, I did not take it to heart. I have been busy with other things these days, another Marquis Huanyang said. Kong Xing replied with a smile, today, Huanyang Marquis came back. I just thought of this matter and immediately told everyone about it. A few of the higher-ups looked at each other. Kong Xing was relying on the fact that the Ministry of Works had monopolized the resources of the punishment world, and he himself was deeply trusted by the Lord. He was not taking them seriously at all. Although they were unhappy, they did not show it. What had already happened. Kong Xing had killed a Tian Fa general just like that. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, when the Lord returned, he would naturally deal with it. There was no need for them to get involved in this mess. Fellow Taoist Kong, may I know where Gu Chen died? Is there a corpse? Ouyang Mo asked after some deliberation. He died without a grave. Why, do you care about him a lot, Brother Ouyang? Kong Xing glanced at Ouyang Mo and asked in a thought-provoking manner. That's not it. It's just that this matter is of great importance. After all, Gu Chen used to be a general of divine punishment in the military headquarters. Since he has rebelled, we must ensure that he is really dead to avoid leaving behind any future troubles, Ouyang Mo explained. I see. Brother Ouyang is very cautious. But you can rest assured, he is indeed dead. Kong Xing nodded and said confidently. Ouyang Mo did not speak again. No one knew what he was thinking. That Gu Chen is usually arrogant and thinks that he is the successor of the natural source. But in the end, didn't he still fall into the hands of Lord Kong? I knew he had ulterior motives. Fortunately, Lord Kong is wise and powerful and got rid of this threat in advance. The Marquis of Huanyang had been slapped by Gu Chen in front of countless troops at the border. He had long harbored hatred for him, but he did not dare to speak up at that time. Now that he knew that Gu Chen had betrayed him and was dead, he began to slander him and flatter Kong Sheng. This person was indeed a hidden danger. Fortunately, he was eliminated early. However, it is not good for me to act first and report later. When the time comes, please put in a few good words for me in front of the Lord. Kong Sheng smiled. He had used the opportunity of the Marquis of Huanyang's return to speak of this matter to gain his and the others' support. He was the one who knew the Lord's arrangements for Gu Chen the best. If he killed him first and report later, no matter how much the Lord trusted him, he would still be somewhat unhappy. At this time, if others spoke up for him, the situation would be better. Lord Kong is sharing the Lord's burdens. There is no need to worry. Don't worry, I will definitely stand on your side. The Marquis of Huanyang spoke confidently before anyone else could speak. The other higher-ups all nodded their heads. The person was already dead. Regardless of whether Gu Chen had really betrayed them or not, they could not offend Kong Sheng for a dead person. Lord Kong, getting rid of Gu Chen does not mean that all the hidden dangers have disappeared. The people in the Ninth World were originally not willing to accept the teachings of Xing County. We should uproot them. The Marquis of Huanyang was very enthusiastic and actively gave suggestions. Everyone knew that the Marquis of Huanyang wanted to settle the score and take revenge for Gu Chen's humiliation. Gu Chen is already dead. The remaining people in the Ninth World are just a bunch of unruly people. This matter is not urgent. If fellow Huanyang wants to kill the enemy, I will recommend you to the Lord. Kong Sheng smiled. Then, thank you, Lord Kong. The Marquis of Huanyang was overjoyed. As long as he could destroy Gu Chen's hometown, he believed that no one in Xing County would dare to mention the humiliation of being slapped twice. Rumble, a sudden strong tremor spread throughout the entire Xing zone. What's going on? The higher-ups of the Xing County in the main hall were all shocked and confused. Kong Sheng stood up from his seat as well. His face was full of surprise. There were 8 sky-high pillars in the Xing zone that protected it. There had never been any disasters. Therefore, it was impossible for an earthquake to happen. However, at this moment, the tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Faint rumbling sounds could be heard from outside. Obviously, something big had happened. Could it be that an enemy has invaded? The same thought appeared in the minds of many higher-ups. However, they found it even more unbelievable. Because ever since Tao Lord Xing established Xing County, no enemy had ever invaded the Xing zone. This was the holy land of Tao Lords. No one dared to offend it. This is strange. Who is so daring? Let's go and take a look. Kong Sheng squinted his eyes and led the way out of the hall calmly. The higher-ups of Xing County walked out of the hall one after another. They were about to question the intruder. However, the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Boom. 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 The Research Institute of the Ministry of Works, the barracks of the Military Department, and the entrance of the Intelligence Department were all engulfed in a sea of fire. Countless beams of light were descending from the sky, many palaces exploded and burned in the light. The heat waves reached the entrance of the hall. All the higher-ups of Xing County could clearly feel the scorching heat. The protective formation has been broken. Is it really an enemy attack? Ouyang Mo raised his head and looked at the sky. Many large holes had appeared in the sky. Many battleships from Xing County were falling from the sky. Which county attacked the Xing zone? Why didn't we hear anything about it? Many higher-ups of Xing County were terrified. To them, only a force of equal strength would dare to attack the Xing zone. Perhaps it was a Tao Lord who had led an army to attack the Xing zone. Kong Sheng, who was the leader, had a gloomy expression. The Xing zone had never been invaded before. Tao Lord Xing had only gone out for a short period of time. He was in charge of the Xing zone temporarily. How was he going to explain himself when something happened? He was caught off guard by this sudden change. At this time, he saw a soldier struggling in a fallen battleship, crawling out of the thick smoke covered in blood. What is going on? Which force attacked the Xing zone? What about the outer realm guards? Kong Shing and the other upper echelons stepped in front of the soldier and asked anxiously. The soldier had just escaped death and was in a state of panic. When he raised his head and saw Kong Shing and the others, he stammered. So many vicious bugs, so many prisoners. They're all dead. The outer world's guards have all been destroyed. His speech was inarticulate, causing Kong Shing and the rest to be confused. Prisoner? Could it be that something happened to Hellstar? One of the higher-ups frowned. That's impossible. The 10 heavenly Luos are guarding the prison star. The defense there is like an impenetrable fortress. What problem could there be? What's more, even if there's a problem with prison star, are those prisoners crazy? How dare they attack my Xianxia? Marquis of Returned Sun said in disbelief. A lot of fierce insects? What do you mean? Kong Shing's eyes flashed as he pondered over the meaning of the soldier's words. Suddenly, a strange and continuous sound came from the sky. Buzz buzz buzz, a huge wave of silver light surged in from the outside world. Many generals and soldiers from Xing County were running for their lives in front of him. Butterflies? Everyone gazed into the distance and clearly saw the appearance of the large expanse of silver light. It turned out to be many mystic-looking butterflies. The butterflies were surging towards them, and the well-trained soldiers from the Xianxia were being chased by them. All the higher-ups looked at each other. It was hard to imagine how a swarm of butterflies could cause such a huge commotion. There were 5 million guards outside the Xianxia, and there were thousands of warships that could attack the enemies immediately. Now, the soldiers were running for their lives, and the warships were falling from the sky. Such a huge destructive force was definitely not something that a swarm of fierce insects could cause. Bang bang. Bang bang. Just as everyone was confused, the shocking sound of footsteps could be heard from the sky. An incomparably huge figure tore the space apart and stepped into the Xianxia by force. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, and his skin was crimson red. He held a few burning warships in his hand, and with a roar, he threw them towards the ground of the Xianxia. Rumble. The entire area of the Xianxia was instantly turned into ruins, and he roared happily. Trash of the Xing country, this old man has come for revenge. He stepped into the Xianxia, and his deafening roar set off a powerful shockwave. Many of the soldiers in the Xianxia couldn't even stand straight. The patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan? The prisoners on planet prison really escaped? Many of the higher-ups quickly recognized the origin of the giant, and their scalps went numb. Kill. Attack the Xianxia. Destroy this place. Get revenge on Dao Lord Xing. After the patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan, a large amount of criminals rushed into the Xianxia like a flood. They were filled with killing intent. All things are born here, and all things are destroyed here. The heavens and earth will return to dust. A skinny prisoner with cross-shaped eyes landed on the endless iron net outside the Ministry of Works and gently touched it with his hand. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the barbed wire that stretched for thousands of miles rusted and collapsed. Even the surrounding buildings were turned into dust. The soldiers that ran out in panic didn't escape this disaster. It was as if all their bones had melted, and only their flesh and blood remained. They died a strange death. Ha ha ha, die, die. Shark Star Rain. A prisoner with fins on his back opened his arms. Countless water droplets seeped out from his webbed palms and he casually threw them out. Puff, 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 puff. The destructive power of the water droplets was shocking. One drop could destroy a building. Countless droplets gathered together, and wherever they went, the soldiers that had just formed were all destroyed. So the Xianxia is like this. I thought it would be heavily guarded. The short female prisoner covered in seaweed-like hair formed a seal and black-robed swordsman appeared out of thin air. It was as if they were multiplying infinitely, and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Their swords and blades formed a formation that shot out in all directions. Zhong Shenrua, Evil Shark Emperor, Invisible Woman. Not good, these are all vicious criminals that have caused a lot of losses to the Xing country. How did they all escape? All 10 heavenly nets are dead? Ouyang Mo recognized the true identities of some of the prisoners that had invaded the Xianxia and exclaimed. Damn it! Each of these prisoners is as powerful as a whole army. The Marquis of Huiyang was also shocked. It happened too suddenly. The Xianxia had been peaceful for too long, and the high-level officials had never thought of the possibility of someone invading this place. They were in a panic. They are just a bunch of lowly prisoners. Our Xing County could throw them into the Hell Star one by one in the past, and we can still do it now. Woo, the sound of the flute spread far and wide. The eyes of the puppets scattered all over the Xing realm turned red and they began to move in an orderly manner. A large number of monsters also surged out from the metal buildings of the Ministry of Works and spread toward the enemies. Seeing this, the higher-ups of the Xing County finally calmed down a little. They thought of the slaughtering weapons of the Ministry of Works. The slaughtering weapons of the Ministry of Works had helped the Xing County conquer the various worlds so easily. Compared to the guards of the Xing realm, the slaughtering weapons of the Ministry of Works were much more terrifying. Those prisoners must be tired of living if they dared to cause trouble in the headquarters of the Ministry of Works. Most of these prisoners are a motley crew, but some of them are quite powerful. Everyone, please do not hold back at this time. Attack with all your might and finish off the invaders as soon as possible. If we do not resolve this disturbance as soon as possible and the Xing realm is severely damaged, I believe you all know what the consequences will be. After Kongxing awakened the large number of slaughtering weapons of the Ministry of Works, he stared at the sky and reminded everyone. Ouyang Mo, the Marquis of Return of Sun, and the others were shocked. The Xing realm was being invaded like never before. This was equivalent to slapping the Lord in the face. If they did not handle this well, they would definitely suffer the wrath of the Lord of Dao. Gather our men and take down all these prisoners as soon as possible. The Marquis of Return of Sun shouted. As a general of Tianfa, he had experience in commanding in battle. The higher-ups all began to move. They organized their troops and flew toward the troublesome prisoners. Seeing that everyone had split up, Kongxing turned and flew toward the depths of the Xing realm. It seemed like he was not going to face the enemies. Ouyang Mo noticed this before he left. He was deep in thought but did not ask anything. He flew toward the Ministry of Works, where the commotion was the loudest. Ah! The leader of the Swallowing Kuan clan roared angrily. His huge body smashed into a pillar that reached into the sky not far away. There were 8 intersecting pillars that reached into the sky inside the Xing realm. It was said that if 3 or more pillars were broken, the entire Xing realm would collapse. The leader of the Swallowing Kuan clan smashed into the pillars savagely, trying to break all of them. However, the effect was slow. Just one pillar was enough to make him go through a lot of trouble. He kept crashing into the heavenly pillar, but the heavenly pillar only shook a little and remained standing. On the contrary, the shockwaves caused by his actions destroyed a large number of buildings, and many soldiers were trampled to death by his feet. Is it really okay to let Guhuang do as he pleases? The unbounded Tyrant Dragon King flew into the punishment realm after the other prisoners. The dwarf sovereign looked at the back of the devouring Kuan clan's patriarch and shook his head. From the looks of it, the heavenly pillar supporting the realm of punishment won't collapse so easily. Let's let him go for now. Guchen smiled as he sat on the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex. With lightning speed, they launched a sneak attack on the garrison on the outskirts of the punishment realm and broke the protective formation. The situation was much smoother than expected. Even the killing machines of the Ministry of Works of Xing County have been mobilized. It seems like many of our people are going to die. On the other side of the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex, the hunchbacked old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down at the battle situation. With the help of the forbidden artifact I prepared in advance, the number of casualties will be greatly reduced. This is also a test for this group of people. Only by walking out of the punishment realm alive will they be qualified to join us. The dwarf sovereign said proudly. For a person of his level, it was inevitable that he did not care about the life and death of others. Among so many people, other than Gu Chen, he did not really treat anyone as a partner. Gu Chen looked at the situation of the entire battlefield and his eyes gradually focused on the Ministry of Works. At the moment, the inside of the punishment realm was filled with turbulent energy waves, so it was difficult for him to use his divine sense. However, after Feng Yaya was brought back to the punishment realm by Kongxing, she should be imprisoned in Kongxing's research institute. He had to save Feng Yaya as soon as possible because they did not have enough manpower. It was destined that the attack on the punishment realm would not last for too long. Dwarf Sovereign, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go find Kongsheng. Guchen said solemnly. He decided to leave the overall situation of the battlefield to the Dwarf Sovereign. The Dwarf Sovereign knew the real reason why Guchen broke into the punishment realm, so he nodded. Be careful. Don't lose to Kongsheng again. I promise you, when you bring that little girl back, I won't hold you back. Thank you. Guchen felt warmth in his heart. He gently kicked the infinite T-Rex, and it immediately flew towards the Ministry of Works. Only the Dwarf Sovereign and the hunchback old man were left. The Dwarf Sovereign wanted to ask the hunchback old man for help, but he walked towards the depths of the punishment realm by himself. Where are you going? It's not safe to move alone at this time. The Dwarf Sovereign asked in surprise. The old man had some doubts in his heart for a long time. Today is the perfect opportunity to clear them up. I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, the old man will not be lazy. No matter what, I have to do my part in today's battle. The hunchback old man said some confusing words and then walked away unhurriedly. This guy, where did he come from? The Dwarf Sovereign muttered a few words. Among the group of prisoners, he could not see through this old man at all. Not only his cultivation, but also his personality. Now was not the time to guess others. He quickly got rid of those messy thoughts and focused on the battlefield. Riding the infinite T-Rex, Guchen quickly flew towards Kongsheng's research institute in the Ministry of Works. At this time, the huge Ministry of Works was completely engulfed in the flames of war. Most of the buildings had been turned into ruins. Guchen knew very well that the huge number of slaughter weapons developed by the Ministry of Works was the biggest threat to their attack on the penalty boundary this time. Therefore, before they entered the penalty boundary, he had told all the prisoners that their first target was the Ministry of Works. Because of the reasonable tactics, even though Kongsheng summoned the killing weapons in time, many of the killing monsters in the Ministry of Works were still buried in the ruins before they could come out. Before the battle started, the Ministry of Works had already suffered a great loss. In those ruined buildings, apart from the killing monsters that responded to the summoning and struggling desperately, there were also many slaves trying to escape. There were usually two outcomes for the prisoners that the Xing County had conquered from different worlds. Among them, those with high status and strength were often sent to the prison star to be imprisoned. Lord Xingdao used extreme punishment on them to show his authority. As for those ordinary and weak captives, they would often become the slaves of the punishment realm, and a large portion of them would be sent to the Ministry of Works to be used for Kongsheng's various research. In the punishment realm, especially in a place like the Ministry of Works, the fate of the slaves was always very miserable. To this day, Guchen still remembered the childish look in the eyes of the golden-haired little girl when he first stepped into the punishment realm, as well as her miserable fate. Now, he led the prisoners in the prison star to attack the punishment realm. Although some slaves would inevitably be killed in the war, it was also a chance for them to escape. At this moment, many slaves had already realized that this was their chance. They were trying to escape from the Ministry of Works. In order to escape, they were even trying to kill the killing monsters in the Ministry of Works. This was what Guchen had expected. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. The crueler the Xing County was to the slaves, the fiercer their resistance would be when the opportunity came. Guchen didn't plan to be the savior of the world, but his arrival gave all the slaves a glimmer of hope, which he was happy to see. The formerly cold and oppressive Ministry of Works was falling apart in the flames of war. After the initial surprise attack, under the leadership of many high-level cultivators, the various legions in Xianxia finally organized an effective counterattack. In every corner of the Xing kingdom, prisoners, slaves, and soldiers were fighting for different positions. The Ministry of Works was the main target of the prisoners, so the situation naturally escalated. The best of the prisoners and many high-level generals of the Xing County fought fiercely here. Guchen rode the infinite Tyrannosaurus straight to the Research Institute in the Ministry of Works. With its strong hind legs, the infinite Tyrannosaurus could easily pass through the war-torn area. Countless Xing mantis tried to stop it, but the infinite Tyrannosaurus swept all the Xing mantis with a casual sweep of its silver tail. Some of the Xing mantis were even cut in half at the waist. It was unstoppable, the infinite Tyrannosaurus swept across the battlefield with a crushing momentum. Soon, it arrived at its destination. Kongxing's three-story research institute came into Gu Chen's sight. The flames of war started by the prisoners had not spread here yet, so it was very quiet here. Crazy girl. Gu Chen mumbled to himself. He told the infinite Tyrannosaurus to slow down and walk towards the gate of the research institute. Kongxing was very likely to be here. Considering the consequences of his carelessness in the previous battle, Gu Chen did not dare to let his guard down. He stared at the gate of the research institute. Suddenly, a group of people walked out in a hurry. The person in the lead was Marquis of Tianfa. Gu Chen? You're not dead? Marquis of Huanyang was shocked when he saw Gu Chen. The generals beside him were also shocked. Do you think I'm that short-lived? Where is Kongxing? Gu Chen looked at the group of people expressionlessly. They were all holding strange treasures in their hands, and they all looked familiar. If Gu Chen remembered correctly, they should be the killing weapons on the first floor of Kongxing's research institute. Are you here to take revenge on Master Kong? Were you the one who released the prisoners outside? Marquis of Huanyang quickly guessed the truth from Gu Chen's words and asked in surprise. Kongxing is not here? Gu Chen frowned. Kongxing's research institute always had a spiritual consciousness restriction, so he couldn't be sure whether he was inside or not. You want to cause trouble for Master Kong? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. The Marquis of Huanyang came back to his senses and sneered. His face was filled with excitement. After Gu Chen's death, he had thought that he could only take revenge by attacking Gu Chen's hometown. Although he could vent his anger in that way, he had still lost face at the border. However, Gu Chen was still alive, and in his opinion, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he could kill Gu Chen here and now, not only would the humiliation he suffered vanish into thin air, he would also be able to make a great contribution. Gu Chen, get down from that dragon and kowtow. Otherwise, you will die today. The Marquis of Huanyang held a strange weapon and smiled cruelly. Hearing his words, the generals next to him were shocked. One must know that the person in front of them was a terrifying person who killed his way out of the longevity realm alone and blinded King Qing Tsung with one sword. The Marquis of Huanyang had been taught a lesson by Gu Chen previously. Was he tired of living by saying such words? Sir, it's best not to clash with Gu Chen head-on, one of the generals reminded softly. What are you afraid of? The weapon in your hands is Master Kong's masterpiece. With so many of us attacking together, can't we deal with this brat? The Marquis of Huanyang's eyes were cold as he casually scolded. Many of the generals came to a sudden realization after this reminder. That's right, the power of the killing weapons developed by Master Kong was obvious to all, especially those placed in his research institute. They were of the highest quality. As the battle was reaching its climax and the Ministry of Works was about to fall into the hands of the enemy, the Marquis of Huanyang brought them here to borrow the weapons. He didn't expect to bump into the enemy's leader as soon as he came out. If we can take down Gu Chen, one of us might be promoted to the new Tianfa Great General. In an instant, many of the generals looked at each other, their hearts burning with passion. They were originally generals with outstanding military achievements, and were only a step away from the position of Tianfa Great General. Now that the original Tianfa Great General had betrayed them, if they could work together to capture him, the empty position would naturally fall into their hands. With the encouragement of the Marquis of Huanyang, and with Kongxing's killing weapon in their hands, everyone was filled with confidence. Audacious traitor, quickly kneel down and surrender. Everyone scolded harshly. They had decided that if Gu Chen showed the slightest abnormality, they would immediately use the weapons in their hands, even if they had to raise this place to the ground. Kongxing's weapon? It is indeed very powerful. If you guys have it in your hands, it will affect the situation greatly. Gu Chen thought of the Tao Tai pot that he had obtained from Kongxing. The weapons in these people's hands came from the same place as the Tao Tai pot. If the level and power were similar, it would be really troublesome. However, no matter how powerful a weapon was, it would only be meaningful if there was enough time to use it. External objects are ultimately external objects. Do you think that you can deal with me with a divine weapon? Marquis of Huanyang, your judgment will take your lives. As Gu Chen's words landed, every inch of his skin suddenly produced an explosive blue electric current. Crackle, his hair stood up under the electric current, and his eyes were as cold and emotionless as the god of thunder. The Marquis of Huanyang's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "Do it." Including him, all the generals were about to activate the killing weapons in their hands. However, a pair of wings of time suddenly appeared behind Gu Chen's back. With a light flap, the surrounding time and space suddenly seemed to stop. The group of generals suddenly realized that their thoughts had become sluggish, and even the movements of their hands had all stopped. At this time, Gu Chen, who was on the limitless Tyrant dragon's back, suddenly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared. He seemed to be independent of this space and time. With a movement that no one could capture, he circled around the group, leaving only an electric chain. When the slow space-time returned to normal, Gu Chen appeared behind the group of people. Including the Marquis of Huanyang, everyone's arms were broken, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground, clang. Clang. How is this possible? The group of generals widened their eyes, and after spitting out a few words with difficulty, they fell to the ground one after another. Looking at their bodies, each of them had a fatal wound, and one of Gu Chen's hands was dripping with blood. Only the Marquis of Huanyang was safe, but both his arms were broken as well. When he turned around and saw Gu Chen's back facing him, especially that blood-stained hand, his legs went limp for a moment. Dharma King Qingsong can't even open and close his eyes in front of me, and you actually naively think that you can defeat me? Gu Chen turned around and looked at the Marquis of Huanyang mockingly. Lord Gu, spare me. Marquis Huanyang said fearfully. Do you know why I spared your life? Tell me, where is Kongsheng? Gu Chen said coldly. I don't know, Lord Kong was just here. Marquis Huanyang stammered and told him about Kongsheng's arrangements in the Great Hall, as well as why he had not seen him since. You mean, Kongsheng is not in this research institute? What about Feng Yaya? She's not here either? Gu Chen understood and furrowed his brows tightly. Lady Feng returned to the realm of punishment some time ago. I heard that she went into seclusion not long after. But where and for how long, I do not know. Marquis Huanyang answered honestly. If you don't know anything, then what use do I have you? Gu Chen's expression darkened and he strode into the institute. Marquis Huanyang saw that Gu Chen did not kill him and had just breathed a sigh of relief when a loud buzzing sound came from behind him. He turned and saw a swarm of silver-white butterflies flying towards him. The demonic sky-devouring butterflies were almost perfect after their evolution. Marquis Huanyang's Dao technique attacks were almost useless against them. Very quickly, he was drowned in the swarm. After a shrill scream, he turned into a pile of white bones. Gu Chen walked into the institute and used his divine sense to scan the Great Hall. Just as Marquis Huanyang had said, he did not find Kongsheng or Feng Yaya. Gu Chen did not give up. He followed the stairs to the individual rooms in the institute and broke through the restrictions outside, trying to find Feng Yaya. Not here, still not here. Each room was filled with Kongsheng's experimental products. They looked shocking, but there was no sign that Feng Yaya had been there. Bang, Gu Chen kicked open another door. Inside was a huge glass trough. In the trough was a human-headed, spider-bodied monster soaked in an unknown solution. The monster's skin was rotten in many places, and its disfigured face looked especially frightening. Wu Li? Gu Chen recognized the monster and his expression changed. He quickly shattered the glass trough, the liquid immediately dispersed, and Wu Li fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Are you okay? Gu Chen rushed forward and asked with concern. After being defeated by Kongsheng in the Cerulean Sea Star, Gu Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of how to rescue Feng Yaya and how to ensure the safety of the Ninth Realm. Since his mind was filled with so many things, he neglected to consider what kind of situation Wu Li, as his follower, would face after the fact that he had betrayed him was exposed. Looking at Wu Li's current appearance, Kongsheng had most likely subjected her to inhumane torture after he returned to the punishment realm. Gu Chen felt a little guilty. This was the second time Wu Li had been implicated by him. Master Gu, Wu Li finally recovered with great difficulty. When she saw the appearance of the person in front of her, she forced out a smile. You came to save me. That's great. She quickly observed her surroundings again and asked weakly when she vaguely heard the loud noises outside. Sir, what's going on outside? I brought people to attack the punishment realm. Right now, it's a mess outside. Gu Chen briefly explained what had happened. Master Gu finally doesn't have to endure anymore? Wu Li mumbled to herself after understanding the situation. Yes. Although I had no choice, there's no need for me to endure everything here anymore. Gu Chen nodded. That's great. 2 streams of tears flowed down Wu Li's eyes unknowingly. She desperately tried to get up from the ground. Your injuries look serious. Don't force yourself. Gu Chen quickly reminded her. No. I've waited for so long, and this day has finally come. I want to fight. I want to fight side by side with Master Gu. Wu Li finally stood up stubbornly. The tears in her eyes gradually disappeared and evaporated. She had worked hard for Xing County for her entire life, but in the end, all she got in return was Kongxing's insane torture again and again. Failure was not allowed in Xing County. It was so cold that there was no warmth at all. Because she had seen through everything, she made up her mind to follow Gu Chen, even though she had guessed Gu Chen's true feelings for Xing County. She had always known that following Gu Chen would make them enemies with Xing County one day. She had thought it would take a long time, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. With a heart full of hatred, with the hope of breaking the shackles of Xing County and embracing the beautiful vision of a new world, she did not want to miss this moment. She wanted to fight, she wanted to leave this ugly place in a dignified manner. Wu Li was extremely determined. Seeing her clenching her teeth and holding on, Gu Chen suddenly realized that this battle was not just for him, Feng Yaya, and the 9th realm. This battle was also to bring light to the people who had been oppressed by Xing County. For those who had been living in the abyss for a long time, what they did today was enough to reignite hope in everyone's hearts. I understand. Gu Chen was moved. He took out a petal of the tricolor Bingdi lotus from the space inside his body and gave it to her. General Wu Li. Gu Chen changed the way he addressed her. Wu Li was shocked and said solemnly. Yes, General. I order you to take this medicine and leave this place. Do your best to save the slaves in Xing County. I don't need you to participate in the battle. You must do your best to protect the innocent people, understand? Gu Chen said solemnly. Wu Li understood what Gu Chen meant. He did not want her to take too many risks, but he also wanted her to do what she wanted to do the most. I will obey your order. Wu Li's eyes were filled with tears. She swallowed the petal Gu Chen gave her and ran out of the research center with determination. She wanted to save as many slaves as possible. As long as they could leave this place alive, they would bring hope to all the worlds under the oppression of Xing County. After Wu Li left, Gu Chen was left alone in Kongxing's research center. He felt that every place was repulsive. He personally opened up all the laboratories and released all the test subjects that still had spiritual intelligence. Then, he set the place on fire. Thick smoke billowed. All the ugly research center in the Ministry of Works was engulfed in flames. The light from the fire made Gu Chen's face look red. Where is Kongxing? Crazy girl, where are you? Gu Chen mumbled to himself as he looked at the sea of fire. The entire Xing County was in chaos. It would be extremely difficult to find Feng Yaya in such a chaotic situation. Logically speaking, Kongxing should have shown himself a long time ago after such a major incident happened and the destruction of the Ministry of Works. However, he had not shown himself for a long time. This made Gu Chen feel inexplicably uneasy. Why hasn't Kongxing shown himself? Could it be that there is something more important than protecting the Ministry of Works? Just as Gu Chen was feeling anxious, he suddenly heard light footsteps from the side. Who is it? The footsteps got closer and finally stopped 10 feet away from Gu Chen. Brother Ouyang? Gu Chen's eyes flickered when he saw who it was. Ouyang Mo kept his distance from Gu Chen. He glanced at the corpses of the generals from Xing County and spoke calmly. Friend Gu, it is not a wise decision to betray His Majesty. Aren't you being too impulsive? The situation forced me to do so. Gu Chen shook his head and said playfully. How do you plan to deal with me? You betrayed Xing County. I should take you down, Ouyang Mo replied calmly. Oh? If that was your plan, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me. Gu Chen smiled. Why do you say that? Ouyang Mo remained calm. Brother Ouyang, you know my strength very well. If you knew you could not defeat me, you would not fight me head-on. However, you chose to reveal yourself to me. It seems like my judgment was correct. When Ouyang Mo heard this, a smile inadvertently appeared on his sinister old face. Friend Gu, you are too confident in yourself and underestimated the old man. Gu Chen shook his head when he saw that Ouyang Mo was still trying to hide his identity. Let's not beat around the bush. Brother Ouyang, are you from the Fang clan or the Lin County? Ever since Gu Chen returned from the Seven Realms, Ouyang Mo had been helping him in secret and in the open. At that time, Gu Chen had the title of being defeated, and everyone avoided him. He did not think that there was anything worthy of Ouyang Mo's special treatment. Ouyang Mo helped him many times and did not try to hide it. Therefore, Gu Chen gradually guessed his identity. Ouyang Mo must be from the Fang clan or the Lin County. Only these two forces would help him after he returned from the Seven Realms and help him leave Hell Planet. This was because he was still in an alliance with them. Ouyang Mo was not surprised that Gu Chen had seen through him. He asked with interest. Does Friend Gu think that the old man is from the Fang family or Lin County? It should be someone from the Fang clan. Gu Chen glanced at him and analyzed calmly. The Lin County and the Fang clan have both planted spies in the Xing County. The Lin County has Medusa, while the Fang clan has Hu Healy. However, the Lin County is an enemy county after all. Their infiltration of the Xing County is not as good as the Fang clan. If you are from the Lin County, you can tell me your identity directly. That way, it will be easier for the Lin County to obtain useful information from me. However, you have never revealed your identity and have been evasive all this time. This is more like the Fang clan style. The Fang clan was tricked by me once in the past, so they've always maintained an attitude of using me while restraining themselves. It's exactly the same as your attitude towards me. After listening to Gu Chen's analysis, Ouyang Mo's eyes flashed with admiration. Friend Gu is indeed smart. You have guessed correctly. Hearing this, Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had guessed Ouyang Mo's identity, he was not confident until he received confirmation. Time was precious and he did not want to waste it on Ouyang Mo. Friend Ouyang, please tell me, where is Kongxing? And where is Lady Feng? Gu Chen went straight to the point. Why should the old man tell you? Friend Gu, according to the agreement between you, the Fang clan, and the Lin County, you can only help the two clans if you hold a high position in the Xing County. However, your betrayal of the Xing County has been confirmed. Even if you manage to leave this place alive today, you will be hunted down by the Xingdao Lord. You are no longer of any value to the Fang clan. Under these circumstances, the old man will not benefit you at all. Instead, he might expose his identity. Ouyang Mo shook his head. Friend Ouyang, you are truly considerate of the Fang clan. Gu Chen was stunned. Then, he snapped back to reality and his eyes shone brightly. It is true that I will no longer be able to work with the Fang clan in the Xing County. But if you tell me where Kongxing is, the Fang clan will benefit in another way. What kind of benefit? With Kongxing's death, the Xingdao Lord will have lost his right-hand man. If the Xing County suffers a great loss today, the Xing County's rule will be unstable. The Xing County's power will weaken and chaos will erupt. With the Fang clan's ambition, they will be happy to see this happen, right? Gu Chen asked meaningfully. After hearing this, Ouyang Mo's face revealed a look of hesitation. Friend Gu has the confidence to kill Kongxing? Old man, I heard that you almost died in his hands. Last time, I was careless. This time, Kongxing will die. Gu Chen spoke without hesitation. Ouyang Mo paused for a moment and made up his mind. He pointed into the distance. After Friend Gu caused such a huge commotion, Kongxing only mobilized his troops and left for the Heavenly Punishment Palace alone. As for Lady Feng, although Kongxing didn't say anything about her isolation, but according to the old man's understanding, she should be in isolation in the Heavenly Punishment Palace. Kongxing went to the Heavenly Punishment Palace at the critical moment when the realm of punishment was being attacked. This old man guessed that something even more important had happened. Gu Chen looked in the direction of the Heavenly Punishment Palace and his expression changed. Could it be, Friend Gu, I hope you can kill Kongxing and leave the Xing County alive. If your plan fails, the old man will make other plans in order to protect himself. Ouyang Mo's silhouette disappeared without a trace, leaving only his words in Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen understood what he meant. Only by killing Kongxing would the Fang clan have the value to continue working with him. If he failed, the Fang clan and Ouyang Mo would kick him when he was down to protect himself. Crazy girl, wait for me. Gu Chen didn't care about Ouyang Mo's words. After confirming the location of Feng Yaya and Kongxing, his eyes turned cold. He summoned the limitless Tyrant dragon and leaped onto its back. Go. Time was of the essence. If he guessed correctly, if he delayed any longer, he might end up regretting it. The Heavenly Punishment Palace was one of the palaces Dao Lord Xing lived in. It was known as the most heavily guarded place in the Xing county. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man snuck into the palace and came to Dao Lord Xing's study. He rummaged through the drawers and drawers in the study, opening jade scrolls one by one. No one knew what he was looking for. Finally found it. After a while, his gaze was fixed on a pitch-black jade slip. He unfolded it completely and looked at the picture on it with a solemn expression. What was strange about the painting was that it was entirely gray in color. Under the shroud of gray, there were countless specks of light scattered around like stars in the sky. The painting itself was still moving. The gray gas in the painting kept surging, and with it, the specks of light extinguished one after another. As expected. Although I've sensed it before, I didn't control such a large force, so I couldn't sense the situation in the entire Chaos Sea. Once the Realm Sea opens, the darkness chaos will appear again. If I want to leave, I must have enough power. Only then can I snatch food from the tiger's mouth from the Dao Lords, the hunchbacked old man muttered to himself. He kept pinching his fingers and calculating, his expression uncertain. He was lost in thought when he suddenly sensed that the surrounding chi of heaven and earth had become abnormal. Someone has proven their Dao here? Heavenly Punishment Palace, Dao Comprehension Platform. This was a place of cultivation personally created by Xing Dao Lord. Within Xing realm, only a few were qualified to cultivate here. Most of the time, this place was empty and quiet, isolated from the rest of the world. But today, on the Dao Comprehension Platform, a purple-haired girl sat upright. All sorts of shocking phenomena appeared around her. Around her, every blade of grass, every tree, every rock seemed to have a life of their own. They were growing at a crazy rate. Even the air seemed to have grown legs, making strange noises. Finally broke through. After so many years, the unripe fruit has finally ripened. Kongxing had come to the bottom of the Dao Comprehension Platform. Looking at Feng Yaya above, he could not help but lick his lips, intoxicated. When Xing realm was invaded, he should have been the first to command. But almost at the same time, the spirit-binding bracelets that bound Feng Yaya sensed that she was about to break through. Xing realm being attacked was of great importance, but in his heart, how could it be more important than Feng Yaya, the most valuable test subject? Therefore, he chose to come here first to personally witness Feng Yaya's breakthrough. At the same time, he wanted to ensure that the unknown enemies who attacked Xing realm were not after his most valuable test subject. At this moment, the phenomena around Feng Yaya gradually disappeared. Her cultivation level also stabilized at the first heaven of the Dao Querying realm from the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. After stepping into the Dao Querying realm, her body formed her own source of power. Feng Yaya's appearance also changed. Her purple hair became more lustrous and full of life. Her skin became more rosy and fair. Her entire person exuded a unique and noble aura. Kongxing admired his work to his heart's content. He slowly approached Feng Yaya, occasionally swallowing. Feng Yaya felt something and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her eyes were indifferent and without the slightest trace of emotion. There was a maturity beyond her age and an awareness that had seen through the mortal world. How do you feel? With the divine hands of creation, you must have gained more than others when you stepped into the Dao Querying realm? Kongxing's eyes were filled with passion. It was the kind of gaze that Feng Yaya once feared and hated the most. I feel different. Feng Yaya answered coldly. She examined her perfect, white hands, her gaze landing on the spirit-binding bracelets on her wrists. Oh? What's different? Kongxing walked onto the enlightenment platform, his face filled with anticipation. I don't know either. Feng Yaya shook her head and stood up. Let me take a look. Kongxing stepped forward and extended a hand, wanting to examine Feng Yaya's condition. Suddenly, a murderous glint flashed in the depths of Feng Yaya's eyes. Her right hand slammed into Kongxing's chest at lightning speed. The strange power of the divine hand of creation rippled out and shook into Kongxing's body. His expression suddenly froze. He only had time to spit out a word. With the chest that was touched by the divine hand of creation as the center, his flesh, skin, and even bones began to decompose strangely, like dust returning to dust, dust returning to dust. The decomposition was soundless, but it caused one to shudder with fear. Go to hell, you monster. The first thing I'll do after breaking through is to perish together with you. Feng Yaya looked at Kongxing, whose body was decomposing, and said hatefully. With the terrifying talent of the divine hand of creation, she gambled that once she entered the Tao querying realm, her strength would increase greatly. She wanted to use this chance to fight to the death with Kongxing. Reality proved that her guess was right. After proving her Tao, her original ability to change the structure of all things had completely sublimated. Just now, when Kongxing was defenseless, she had struck with all her might. This strike was enough to completely destroy Kongxing's body structure. No matter how strong a person was, once the structure of their life was decomposed, they would die without a doubt. She knew that even if she managed to kill Kongxing, because she was wearing the spirit-binding bracelets, she would most likely die. But she no longer cared. There was nothing in this world that was worth her nostalgia. All she wanted was revenge. In the end, you're still so easy to see through. Suddenly, Kongxing, who should not have been able to open his mouth due to decomposition, laughed. From his decomposing body, a chaotic flower floated out, giving off a gray glow. How can this be? Feng Yaya's expression changed. She knew that Kongxing's body was strange, but she had completely decomposed his body. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to revive. We're in the same boat. You and that Guchen made the same mistake. He thought that if he cut off my head, I would die. But you went one step further, thinking that if you completely destroyed my body, I would not be able to revive. Your divine hand of creation has indeed become stronger after proving your Tao. My body could not withstand the power of decomposition. Even a normal 9th-tier Tao querying cultivator could die if they were caught off guard. The power you possess truly stands at the pinnacle of countless lives. Kongxing's voice was filled with joy and mockery. Feng Yaya watched as his body completely decomposed. But as the gray mist from the chaotic flower spread, a new body and limbs grew out. Even his head grew back, and he was as good as new. You don't even have a body? Feng Yaya cried out, guessing the truth of Kongxing's body. Her divine hand of creation could be said to be an almost invincible power upon direct contact. Kongxing's body had been decomposed, and the process was irreversible. But he had recovered so easily. This meant that the Kongxing she saw was merely an artificial limb derived from the chaotic flower. Kongxing had actually abandoned his physical body and cultivation to become one with the chaotic flower. His madness made Feng Yaya feel helpless. You realized too late. The fruit is already ripe. It's time to pick it. Kongxing's body returned to its original state. With a vicious smile, he reached out towards Feng Yaya. Feng Yaya tried to resist, but at that moment, the spirit-binding rings on her neck and wrists all lit up. She could not move at all, only then did she realize that the sneak attack earlier could have been avoided by Kongxing. It was only to test her current strength that he had purposely taken her attack. Damn it, tears flowed from Feng Yaya's eyes. Her heart was filled with indignation. In the end, she still could not defeat Kongxing. Was she still being toyed with by him? Aunt Feng, everyone, Feng Yaya thought of her dead relatives. She could not avenge them in the end. Clatter, Kongxing grabbed Feng Yaya's head with one hand, his face filled with maniacal joy. I'm finally getting it. As long as I have your power, I can create a body that can perfectly fuse with the chaotic flower. Kongxing pulled on Feng Yaya's hair, his face full of vigor. His hysterical laughter echoed around the Tao Enlightenment platform. Tears glistened in Feng Yaya's eyes. Under the control of the spirit-binding hoop, she could not even commit suicide. Suddenly, Kongxing's laughter came to an abrupt stop. In his field of vision, the space suddenly became dark, as if a layer of night had covered his eyes. When he reacted, he felt his hand loosen. Xianxia, who was in front of him, had disappeared. Who's behind this? Kongxing was both shocked and angry. He sensed the location of the spirit-binding hoop and looked out of the heavenly punishment palace. Where do you think you're going? Leave my test subject behind. He chased in anger. How could it be you? Xianxia looked at the person in front of her in shock. Just a moment ago, she was still in despair and did not understand what had happened. In that instant, she felt the world spin and she was pulled away from Kongxing. She was being carried by the person in front of her and was running out of the heavenly punishment palace at an extreme speed. Little girl, this old man has returned the favor of the wine you gave me. The hunchback old man ran as he smiled at Xianxia, revealing a row of black and yellow teeth. Xianxia's thoughts were in a mess. The old man she knew from Hellstar had suddenly appeared in the Xing realm. It was strange no matter how she looked at it. Feeling Kongxing's terrifying aura chasing her, she did not have time to think and hurriedly said, "Senior, put me down. Senior, quickly put me down. If Kongxing catches up, you'll die. Little girl is quite kind. Don't worry, since this old man has gotten involved in this mess, I am not afraid of dying." The hunchback old man's face was calm. With a few leaps, he flew over the palace walls and continued to escape. Although he spoke calmly, Xianxia could clearly feel the distance between Kongxing and the hunchback old man closing in quickly. "Senior, there is a restriction on my body, I cannot escape no matter what. You should leave on your own, don't be a burden to me." Xianxia was very anxious. She had already decided to perish together with Kongxing, so she did not care about her own life. But she did not want to drag others down before she died, otherwise she would have a guilty conscience. "Little girl, calm down. Pay attention to your surroundings first. Look at this Xianxia before you speak." The hunchbacked old man replied with a grin. At his reminder, Xianxia could not help but raise her head. Far away, she could see the flames of war raging in the sky and strong tremors coming from all directions. The entire Xing realm seemed to have been engulfed in the flames of war. "What's going on?" Xianxia asked suspiciously. "We broke into the Xing county, so even if we didn't save you, we still offended the Xing county. Although that kid didn't say it directly, the old man could see that he came for you." The hunchbacked old man said meaningfully. "Him? Who is it?" Xianxia was lost for a moment, and she could not help but think of Gu Chen. However, was it possible? Although she had secretly saved his life behind Kongxing's back, she wasn't sure if he would survive. Even if he could survive, how could he come back to the penalty boundary to save her when he was seriously injured? She only hoped that he could escape as far away as possible. She had already given up all hope. Is it really Uncle? How stupid is he? Why did he come back? Doesn't he know that I don't want to live anymore? Xianxia's tears fell uncontrollably. She originally thought that she was all alone in this world, and that she could die without any worries. Only now did she realize that there was someone who still cared about her, someone who was willing to become the enemy of the entire world for her. Sob, sob, sob. As if she had suppressed her emotions for too long, Xianxia could not help but cry out loud. She did not know what to do now. "You little girl, why are you crying?" "Old man, I didn't do anything to you." The hunchbacked old man's head hurt from Xianxia's crying. "Where is Uncle? Why did he come back? Who wants him to come back to save me?" Xianxia cried as if she was being unreasonable, but she had regained her vigor. "Little girl, don't say one thing but mean another. At times like this, you only need to do your best to respond to his feelings." The hunchbacked old man smiled and suddenly stopped running. There were still a few palace walls to go before they could leave the heavenly punishment palace. At this time, Kongxing had successfully caught up to the two of them. "Where did this rotten old man come from? How dare you steal my things?" Kongxing blocked the hunchbacked old man's path and glared at him unkindly. Xianxia saw that Kongxing had caught up and stopped crying. Her face was filled with worry. The hunchbacked old man's face was calm. "Time has changed too quickly. It seems like even you can't recognize the old man's broken body." "You are?" Kongxing's eyes were filled with confusion when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed it. I don't care who you are, put her down. The hunchbacked old man took a step back, obviously unwilling to listen. Rotten old man, where can you run to? Kongxing laughed coldly. Old man, I did not run. I purposely stopped here to wait for you. The hunchbacked old man laughed. Wait for me? Don't tell me you want to fight with me? Kongxing's face was filled with disdain. This person looked like he had one foot in the grave. Although the method he used to kidnap Xianxia was strange, Kongxing did not think he was a match for him. It's not me fighting you, it's someone else. The hunchbacked old man grinned. His eyes swept past Kongxing and looked behind him. Kongxing heard this and casually glanced back. Behind him was the palace wall, but there was nothing. I don't have the mood to talk nonsense with you. Kongxing's eyes turned cold as he prepared to kill the hunchbacked old man. At this time, a violent and domineering aura swept through the entire heavenly punishment palace like a hurricane, shattering the palace wall behind Kongxing. Pung pung pung. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. When Kongxing sensed that aura, his expression suddenly changed. This is... His eyes were filled with disbelief. Amidst the dust, a figure slowly walked into the heavenly punishment palace. Before he even got close, the domineering murderous aura was suffocating. Uncle Gu, Xianxia felt the familiar aura. Seeing the black-haired and black-robed Gu Chen walk into her line of sight, she finally confirmed that the old man's words were true. Her eyes blurred. You're finally here. If you came any later, this old man might have lost his life. The hunchbacked old man looked at the figure walking out of the dust and laughed. Thank you, Senior, for buying me some time. If not, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. As the dust dissipated, Gu Chen's body was covered in golden blood qi. His eyes were like knives as he stared coldly at Kongxing. Impossible, impossible, how could you not be dead? Hell thinks that my life is stinky and tough, so it sent me back. Gu Chen mocked himself. Xianxia could not help but laugh in between her tears. Kongxing looked deranged as he looked at Gu Chen, then at Xianxia. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. You did this? You saved him? With his intelligence and wisdom, it was easy for him to figure out how Gu Chen had managed to escape from certain death. Although Xianxia's tricks were not obvious, he should have thought of it. It was just that he had been controlling Xianxia for a long time and had been careless. Kongxing, you always thought that you were in control of everything. Who would have thought that Yaya would turn the tables on you today? You deceived and toyed with others unscrupulously. Today, you will pay the price. Gu Chen took a step forward. His aura was many times stronger than when he was on Cerulean Sea Star. Pay the price? So what if you come back to life? You will just be killed by me again. Kongxing's expression was ferocious as he looked at Xianxia. His eyes were cold. Also, so what if this girl played me once? She is still under my control. If you don't want her to die, then be tactful and obediently give yourself up. Kongxing's voice was cold. With a thought, the spiritual binding rings on Xianxia's body lit up. Xianxia's face revealed a pained expression as she murmured. Uncle Gu, don't worry about me. Kill him, kill him. Gu Chen's expression was ugly. He did not expect Kongxing to use Xianxia's life to threaten him. Before he could make a decision, a breeze blew past where Xianxia was. Then, he heard the sound of the spiritual binding rings falling to the ground. It is not difficult to undo these things. The hunchback old man held a spiritual binding ring in his hand and looked at Kongxing with a playful expression. It was taken from Xianxia's neck at lightning speed. As for the two on her wrists, they were also taken off and thrown to the ground. In an instant, before anyone could see clearly, he had undone the restraints on Xianxia's body. You! Kongxing was shocked and angry at the same time. On one hand, he did not understand how the spirit binding hoop could be taken off so easily. On the other hand, he was terrified of the old man's unfathomable abilities. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She was in pain just a moment ago, and now she was suddenly free. She looked at Gu Chen blankly. Seeing that she was fine, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Crackle, blue electric currents surged from his body, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. Not good. Kongxing felt a chill spread from the soles of his feet to his spine. Once Fengya's inhibition was removed, he would no longer have any leverage to influence Gu Chen. Boom! Without waiting for Kongxing to react, Gu Chen, who was already brimming with murderous intent, instantly kicked Kongxing's back in the state of lightning speed. Bang 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 bang. The incomparably ferocious force directly broke Kongxing's spine. His entire body was sent flying, smashing through 7 to 8 palaces before he came to a stop. The palaces of the Heavenly Punishment Palace crumbled, and a cloud of dust rose like a dragon. Kongxing crawled out from the rubble, his body covered in gray energy. His face was filled with malevolence as he rapidly recovered. It's useless. No matter what, you won't be able to kill me. Your ending is destined to be the same as the last time. Kongxing returned to his human form, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the dagger that was full of cracks and glowed with a strange blue light. Gu Chen's face was as calm as an ancient well as he watched Kongxing's recovery. He had already seen through the mystery of Kongxing's body. This time, he would not be as careless as he was last time, nor would he reveal any flaws. Uncle Gu, Kongxing no longer has a body. He has become one with the chaos flower. Fengya was afraid that Gu Chen would be at a disadvantage, so she quickly reminded him. That damned woman. Kongxing's anger was unquenchable. He lifted his hand, and a gray hand emerged from the chaos flower, stretching towards Fengya and the hunchbacked old man. Let's go. The hunchbacked old man placed a hand on Fengya's shoulder, and with a strange movement technique, he dodged Kongxing's attack and escaped from the Heavenly Punishment Palace. Don't even think of running. Kongxing wanted to chase after him, but Gu Chen's palms turned bright gold, and with the mystic battle hands, he slapped the gray hand back. Kongxing was entangled by Gu Chen, and had no way to chase after Fengya. Damned bastard, you were lucky enough to escape with your life, but instead of running away, you came back to the Xing world to stir up trouble. You've really gone mad. Kongxing looked at the flames of war in the distance, and gritted his teeth. I'm tired of running away and enduring silently. Today, I have something to settle. Gu Chen's face was expressionless. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sweeping heaven blade and turned it into 3,000 lightning bolts. He originally had the speed to easily suppress Kongxing. Last time, he had completely suppressed him, and this time was no exception. Gu Chen turned into lightning bolts, and his blade was like a thunderbolt. With the Heavenly Punishment Palace as the battlefield, he engaged in a fierce battle with Kongxing. Kongxing's entire body was covered with gray energy once again, and he summoned a large number of clones, trying to use the same strategy as last time. He took advantage of the fact that Gu Chen was close to him and tried to stab him with his dagger, but Gu Chen easily dodged it with his extreme speed. The same trick won't work today. Gu Chen instantly teleported to the ease 1,000 feet away and looked at Kongxing mockingly. Kongxing's biggest advantage was the dagger that could restrain the tyrants. As long as he was careful, he could easily dodge the attack with his extreme speed. Furthermore, he had already figured out the secret of Kongxing's immortal body, so there was no need for him to take the risk and fight with him. As long as he could hold him back and exhaust him to the limit of his control over the chaotic flower, he could easily win. Damn it! When he realized that Gu Chen had completely seen through him, Kongxing's expression turned ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. In addition, the perfect experimental subject that he had worked so hard to perfect had been snatched away, and he became even more impatient. He had completely lost his usual calmness and caution. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gu Chen opened the wings of time and shook off Kongxing's clones at an extreme speed. He circled around Kongxing and attacked him continuously. He did not use his full strength. Every attack hit Kongxing just in time, but he also left room for him to react at any time. Kongxing could not catch up with his speed, nor could he set up a trap for him. He could only passively take a beating, and for a while, he roared in anger. His entire body was soon drenched in blood. Even though this body was only derived from the power of the chaotic flower, the humiliation of being continuously beaten was real. This kid is deliberately teasing me. He wants to use this method to exhaust all my strength. The Lord and Miazue aren't here, and no one in the punishment realm is a match for this kid. I'm not sure how big the forces attacking the punishment realm are. If this goes on, only death awaits me. Kongxing was about to go crazy from being tortured by Gu Chen. He had only managed to win against Gu Chen previously by relying on tricks. Now that all his tricks had been seen through by Gu Chen, he had lost his chance of winning. Now, this is the only thing that can help me. Inside the Xing realm, the flames of war burned fiercer and fiercer. The leader of the Swallowing Kuan clan rammed himself against the sky-high pillars that supported the Xing realm. Fearlessly, he finally broke one of the pillars. For a moment, a large area of the Xing realm was destroyed. Countless majestic buildings were turned into dust. Kill, led by Zhong Shenrua, the evil shark emperor, the formless woman, and others, the vicious criminals slaughtered to their heart's content. They destroyed everything they could see that belonged to the Xing county. Run! Everyone, follow me. Wu Li led a large group of slaves and ran out of the Ministry of Works. Along the way, they ran into soldiers from the Xing county. Bathed in blood, they broke out of the encirclement. Hundreds of thousands of demonic sky-swallowing butterflies were unstoppable. Their evolution was perfect. Wherever they went, they killed gods and Buddhas. In merely half a day, the entire Xing realm was in ruins. The losses were great. It was the most tragic situation since the establishment of the Xing county. Every second, soldiers and criminals died. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Murderous aura covered the sky. The battle outside was intense. Deep inside the heavenly punishment palace, a desperate chase was taking place as well. Boom, bang, 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 Kongxing's body was covered in wounds. He ran in a panic. Behind him, lightning flashed. Every time it appeared, a palace would collapse. Under the fierce attacks, his hair was disheveled. He rolled and crawled, losing all the prestige he once had as the leader of the Ministry of Works. On the other hand, Gu Chen, who was chasing after him, was like a cat playing with a mouse. He was taking a stroll in the park and was calm. Comparing the two, the disparity was so great that it left one dumbfounded. This Kongxing seems to be running in with a purpose. What is he trying to do? Does he still have a way to turn this situation around? Even though he was suppressing Kongxing, Gu Chen did not dare to be careless. He guessed what Kongxing was trying to do. If he wanted to defeat Kongxing, he could only exhaust him. Therefore, he was happy that Kongxing was running for his life. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. However, this was also a form of helplessness. It was equivalent to giving Kongxing a chance. Gu Chen felt uneasy. Boom, another palace appeared in front of him. Gu Chen casually struck again, and Kongxing tumbled and crawled inside. Gu Chen's attack shook the earth and the mountains, but the entire palace shone with a dazzling light of restrictions, and it actually withstood the attack. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. He knew that this was an important place within the Heavenly Punishment Palace. The Heavenly Punishment Palace was said to be the temporary residence of Dao monarch Xing, and it was usually extremely secretive. Gu Chen had never been here before, so he had no idea what was inside. Kongxing had to be killed, even if he escaped into a place filled with killing arrays. Gu Chen was fearless as he stepped into the hall. Lamps hung on both sides of the hall, and the overall style was dark and depressing. In the center of the hall, there was a copper cauldron that was constantly burning with flames. Strangely, there was a token floating above the cauldron. At this time, Kongxing, who had entered earlier, did not care about the high temperature of the copper cauldron at all. He grabbed the floating token with one hand. The moment he received the token, the originally panicked Kongxing suddenly calmed down. He no longer tried to escape, but instead, he turned around and stared coldly at Gu Chen. This obvious change caused Gu Chen to be extremely cautious. It seemed like this token was the reason why Kongxing was desperately trying to escape. Taking a closer look, he saw that the word Xing was engraved on the token. The word exuded a heavy pressure that caused one's soul to palpitate. It was even stronger than the world-suppressing heavenly monument that was engraved with the word Xing. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. This was obviously a godly item that was related to Dao monarch Xing. It was just that he didn't know what kind of ability it had to give Kongxing confidence. Gu Chen, the reason why you dared to attack the Xing realm this time was because His Highness isn't here. However, do you think that just because His Highness isn't here, you can do whatever you want in the Xing realm? Kongxing's messy green hair covered his eyes, but the smile on his face was exceptionally sinister. He gripped the token so tightly that his hand was deformed. He used so much force that the skin on his fingers broke, and blood stained the token. Weng, the token slowly glowed, especially the word Xing on it. It suddenly seemed to come to life, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Qi Guchen clenched his teeth. No matter how powerful this token was, he didn't want Kongxing to use it successfully. Lightning speed, Guchen turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. He tried to snatch the token from Kongxing's hand at an extremely fast speed, cutting off all of his methods. Don't even think about it. Kongxing had long been on guard against Guchen. At this time, he activated the chaotic flower without any regard for the price. Large amounts of gray energy permeated the air, enveloping him tightly. Bang, 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 no matter how fast Guchen was, he couldn't break through the defense of the chaotic flower in a short period of time. It was like rain hitting a banana leaf. Kongxing bought some time and completely activated the power of the token. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The token itself didn't display any godly power, but the heaven and earth around it began to tremble. The heavenly punishment palace was crumbling, and the ground was cracking. Guchen's legs were unsteady, and he leaped out. Ha ha ha, Kongxing laughed. Wrapped by the chaotic flower, he broke through the rubble and flew into the sky. At this time, the prisoners, soldiers, and slaves who were fighting all over the Xing region subconsciously stopped fighting. This was because, from behind them, there was a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down their spines. The pressure was like a tidal wave, causing normal cultivators to be unable to move. Some even had the urge to kneel down and worship it. That is, the hunchback elder who had just brought Feng Yaya out of the heavenly punishment palace suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking back, his pupils constricted. In between the Xing region and the sky, there was a gigantic door that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The door seemed to have passed through a vast and mysterious time and space. Divine chains made of laws intertwined around the dark purple door, emitting a supreme majesty. Its appearance caused the flames of war in the entire Xing region to suddenly die down. Many prisoners who were originally full of fighting spirit looked at the majestic door with deep fear in their eyes. The door of Tao and decay. Isn't Tao Lord Xing not in the Xing region? Why would his mythical weapon appear here? Damn it, could it be that we've been tricked and Tao Lord Xing is actually in the Xing region? Many of the prisoners felt their scalps go numb. Even the leader of the devouring Kuan clan, Zhong Shinrua, and the other top experts had a solemn look on their faces. Guchen leaped out of the broken palace and spread the wings of time. He stopped in midair. He immediately sensed that familiar pressure. He raised his head, and his expression changed. The door of Tao and decay, the token that Kongxing had obtained, was used to summon the door of Tao and decay. Guchen's heart trembled. Although he had dealt with the gate of Tao decay before and even entered it, he knew very well that the gate of Tao decay he had seen before was probably not the same as the one he was seeing now. Didn't Tao Lord Xing take his legendary weapon with him when he left the Xing realm? Guchen's expression darkened. Kongxing held the token and stood in front of the gate of decaying Tao, looking at Guchen mockingly. The gate of decaying Tao is the foundation of Xing County. His Majesty has always placed the gate of decaying Tao in the Xing realm in order to protect the fortune of the 100 realms. With His Majesty's strength, there are few Tao lords in the entire chaotic sea who can fight him. There is no need for him to carry a legendary weapon with him. In order to prevent any accidents from happening in the Xing realm when he is not around, His Majesty has always left a heaven punishment token in the heavenly punishment palace. With the heaven punishment token, he can use the power of the gate of decaying Tao. Kongxing seemed to have guessed what Guchen was thinking and wanted to see him despair, so he told him everything in detail. His voice reverberated throughout the world, inspiring the soldiers of Xing County. As for the prisoners and slaves who were trying to regain their freedom, they felt as if they had fallen into hell. Although Tao Lord Xing was not around, his gate of decaying Tao could shake the entire chaotic sea. It was also the foundation of the heavenly Tao and the hundreds of worlds under his banner. Now that the gate of decaying Tao had appeared, who could overshadow it, the entire world fell into a strange silence. Kongxing felt that he had regained control of the situation and laughed maniacally. You're a group of extremely stupid guys. How dare you rebel with Guchen? Don't even think about living today. Yaya, you too. There will be no exceptions. Kongxing's ferocious gaze found Feng Yaya, causing her pretty face to turn as pale as a sheet. She looked at Guchen in the sky uneasily. She saw that his figure was still as straight as a pine tree. Although his expression was solemn, there was not the slightest hint of panic or fear. Even if the legendary weapon appeared before him, he would still be fearless. Feng Yaya looked at Guchen in a daze. Suddenly, she was no longer afraid. At most, they would die together. Guchen, today, I will let the gate of decaying Tao suppress you and let you die a horrible death. After threatening everyone arrogantly, Kongxing raised the token and pointed it at Guchen. At this moment, Guchen's eyes turned completely dark purple. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. With his pupil sorcery, he could clearly see that the gray energy in Kongxing's body had become exceptionally violent. Combined with his expression of overexertion, Guchen understood what was going on. Even if Kongxing could use the token to mobilize the power of the door of decaying Tao, it was still a legendary weapon, so it would be too much for him. Under such circumstances, even if he could summon the Tao decaying gate, how much power could he borrow? Guchen's heart was as clear as a mirror. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he strode toward the gate of Tao and decay. At this moment, he did not run away in fear. Instead, his entire body exuded a domineering aura that dared to fight against the heavens. The prisoners and slaves who had been feeling uneasy after the appearance of the Tao decaying gate suddenly felt less fearful when they saw him. They didn't know why, but looking at that man's back, they suddenly seemed to have gained courage. This guy. The leader of the devouring Kuan race fixed his eyes on Guchen. Xianxia, the evil shark emperor, and the others also stared at him. They had originally chosen to follow Guchen because of the situation. They didn't really admire him, but at this moment, they were deeply shocked. In front of the Tao decaying gate, there weren't many Tao querying realm emperors who could display such boldness. Roar, the limitless tyrant dragon sensed the aura of the Tao decaying gate and saw its master walking toward it. It roared angrily, leaped into the sky, and followed behind step by step. There are many first-rate experts on Prison Star, second only to Tao monarchs. To be the leader of such a group, one has to have this boldness. The hunchbacked old man looked at Guchen, smiled, and followed the limitless tyrant dragon into the sky, flying toward the Tao decaying gate. Uncle Gu. Feng Yaya fearlessly followed in Guchen's footsteps. The Tao decaying gate is nothing. The leader of the devouring Kuan race's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he was affected and stepped across the ground. Let's fight. Xianxia, the evil shark emperor, and the other prisoners looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed. They knew very well that there was no way for them to retreat today. So what if it was the Tao decaying gate? As cultivators, there was no fear of fighting. Suddenly, an unforgettable scene appeared in the sky above the penalty realm. With Guchen as the leader, a group of cultivators withstood the terrifying pressure of the Tao decaying gate and advanced step by step in defiance of the heavens. Have all of you gone mad? Kongxing was shocked to see this scene. With his current physical condition, he could only use the Tao decaying gate to suppress Guchen. If he had to deal with so many people at the same time, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it. He didn't expect that these prisoners would be so courageous under the influence of Guchen. The situation had become very troublesome. Forget it. As long as I kill him, everyone will retreat. Kongxing was forced into a desperate situation. He stared at Guchen in a frenzy and activated the heavenly punishment badge in his hand with all his might. Clang. Clang. Under his control, the orderly god chains on the Tao decaying gate fell off and emitted an even more terrifying aura. As the aura swept across the heaven and earth, many cultivators found it difficult to even stand. However, Guchen's black hair and robe danced in the wind as he continued forward. Go to hell. Kongxing was infuriated by Guchen's behavior. He let out a roar and the Tao decaying gate slowly opened a gap. It was as if the door to hell had been opened. From the Tao decaying gate came the strange sound of the Emperor's fall. Guchen was the first to bear the brunt of the sound. He stopped in his tracks. The power of the sound of the Emperor's fall produced by the legendary weapon was far stronger than before. Guchen could feel that his soul and body were showing signs of weakening. He was fearless. He flipped his hand and took out a grayish-black pill. An eternal golden pill, Back then, the first heavenly the Arch and various celestial emperors had refined this pill using the power of the entire celestial world according to the pill recipe of the Tyrants. It was rumored that it could be used to destroy the Tao decaying gate, although the eternal golden pill in his hand was a failed product. According to the heavenly the Arch, it still had the power to resist the influence of the Tao decaying gate. If he could enter the Tao decaying gate, he might even be able to destroy it. At this moment, facing the legendary weapon, Guchen knew that he was not strong enough. He could only hope that the first heavenly Thearch's judgment was right and that this pill could still be used. Guchen moved very quickly. He took out the pill and swallowed it. The whole process did not even take a breath. Then, he pressed his hand slightly behind him, signaling his followers to stop in their tracks. Everyone looked at each other and finally chose to listen to his orders. There was no joy, sorrow, or fear in Guchen's eyes, which focused all the cultivators' attention. Ah, the Emperor's voice exploded in Guchen's ears. Unknowingly, there was a strange power of Tao transformation that tried to penetrate his body. He walked in the air, and with every step he took towards the door of decaying Tao, the force of Tao transformation increased greatly, and the power of his body was far greater than that of his clone. Kongsheng looked at Guchen, who was walking towards him, and his lips curled up in disdain. You want to fight against the door of decaying Tao? You're a frog at the bottom of a well from the 9th realm. What a joke. Guchen's eyes were cold, and he did not respond. At this moment, the power of the eternal golden pill that he had taken had already begun to take effect. The power of the pill was like an unruly wild horse that ran amok in his body, but it did not hurt him. The force of Tao transformation brought by the door of decaying Tao had been trying to invade his body, but after the power of the pill appeared, he could clearly feel that his body had become weaker. Guchen was suddenly filled with confidence. The first-generation Celestial Emperor really hadn't lied to him. This pill indeed had the effect of resisting the effects of the gate of Tao and decay. The only thing he wasn't sure of now was how strong the medicinal effect was and to what extent it could resist. He silently felt the power of the pill in his body, and it further seeped into the tyrant's blood in his body. At this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Buzz, the golden runes all over Guchen's body were affected by the eternal golden pill at this moment, and they became extraordinarily active. Countless runes seemed like they were about to burn. The result of this was that a monstrous golden blood chi suddenly erupted from Guchen's body. In front of the door of decaying Tao, Guchen's body shone with a golden light, and the terrifying and domineering force of the tyrant's bloodline crushed the surroundings. For a moment, it was able to resist the force of the door of decaying Tao. What a terrifying aura! The leader of the devouring Kuan clan, Xianxia, and the other prisoners felt the domineering force of Guchen's body, and their eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. They had no confidence that Guchen would be able to fight against the gate of decaying and Tao by himself, but the aura he exuded at this moment gave them a lot more confidence. What they didn't know was that even Guchen himself didn't know what was happening to him. What's going on? Isn't the eternal golden core supposed to resist the influence of the door of Tao and decay? Why are the golden runes in my body reacting so strongly to it? Guchen was anxious and bewildered in his heart. Compared to the reaction of the door of Tao and decay, the reaction of the medicinal strength within his body when it came into contact with the tyrant's blood was much more exaggerated. The golden talisman markings seemed as if they'd been awakened, and they were about to be completely incinerated to open the door of Tao and decay within his body. Guchen didn't know what was going on, but he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation in his heart. The golden talisman text hidden in his body was a huge treasure trove. In the past, only when his cultivation had a great breakthrough and his physical body had become stronger could it be partially dissolved. But now, all the runes seemed to be melting. It was hard to imagine how great the change would be if he succeeded. What's wrong with this kid? Kongsheng's heart trembled inexplicably as he sensed the monstrous domineering aura from Guchen's body. A strong sense of foreboding caused him to grip the heavenly punishment token even tighter. Door of Tao and decay, kill him, destroy him. As if it had sensed his will, the gap in the door of Tao and decay opened slightly wider, and the terrifying Tao assimilation energy also multiplied, descending upon Guchen with ease. Crack, crack. As the Tao assimilation energy multiplied, Guchen was shocked to find that his skin was showing signs of turning into crystals. He recalled the colorful crystals that he'd seen everywhere in the door of Tao and decay. Could it be that those who were suppressed by the door of Tao and decay would eventually turn into lifeless crystals? His heart tightened, and the medicinal strength of the eternal golden core in his body seemed to have sensed the danger his body was in. They all gave up on fusing with the tyrant's blood and used all their strength to resist the external force. For a moment, the signs of crystallization on the surface of Gu Chen's skin quickly disappeared. Unfortunately, the process of burning the golden runes in his body was also interrupted. It seemed that the medicinal strength was severely insufficient. After resisting the Tao assimilation energy, it could no longer provide the power to open the door of Tao and decay in Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen felt that it was a pity, but he was not annoyed. The eternal golden core was originally used to resist the door of Tao and decay. The abnormality in his body was a surprise, but now that the surprise had disappeared, it was nothing. With the protection of the eternal golden core, Gu Chen simply sped up and approached the gap in the door of Tao and decay. Gu Chen would not forget what the first celestial emperor had said. If he could enter the door, he might be able to destroy the door of Tao and decay. Once the door of Tao and decay was destroyed, the rule of the Xing county would collapse, and hundreds of worlds would revolt. By then, the ninth realm would no longer be alone. Gu Chen knew that this was the only chance to solve the crisis of the ninth realm. Gu Chen went against the heaven's will. Kongxing activated the heaven's punishment token with all his strength, but found that he could not kill Gu Chen. He became more and more anxious. What's wrong with this kid? With the power of the door of Tao and decay, any cultivator at the ninth level of the Tao querying realm should have been assimilated. How can he still move? How did he do it? Damn it. Kongxing had always been used to having everything under control. However, he could not figure out the state of Gu Chen's body. He became the ignorant person, and his position was reversed from when he was on the cerulean ocean star. This made him more and more impatient. Helpless, he could only continue to approach his limit and try to mobilize more power from the door of Tao and decay. Wah! The power of the legendary weapon was not on the same level as him. Under the forceful mobilization, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Die. He did not care. All he wanted was to kill Gu Chen as soon as possible. He could not show any weakness. If he did, he would give the wrong signal to the prisoners who were watching him from afar. Then, everything would be over. Boom, the power of assimilation increased greatly again. Gu Chen could not help but slow down his pace. This is bad. Gu Chen's expression darkened. He could clearly feel the power of the pill in his body like a ball of fire. Although it was burning vigorously, there was a feeling of weakness. The door of Tao and decay had only opened a small gap, and the power of the pill was already being consumed so quickly. What would happen if he entered it? Gu Chen estimated the difference between him and the magnificent door in front of him and felt helpless. This eternal golden pill is a failed product after all. It can indeed resist the influence of the door of Tao and decay, but I'm afraid the first celestial emperor overestimated it or underestimated Tao Lord Xing's power. It's impossible to destroy the door of Tao and decay now. Gu Chen clenched his fists tightly. After a calm and rational analysis, he came to this conclusion: he could take the risk and barge into the door, but he would definitely fail in the end. Damn it. I finally have a chance. If I miss it. Gu Chen was in a dilemma. He had completely fallen out with Xing Jun. If he did not take this opportunity to completely destroy the door of Tao and decay, Xing Jun would soon organize an army to deal with the ninth realm even if the Xing realm was destroyed. Gu Chen's eyes reddened. He wanted to go all out, but the gap between him and the Tao decaying door was too big. I already have the ability to defeat a Tao severing ninth heaven cultivator and am not far from the Tao severing realm. Why am I still unable to defeat Tao Lord Xing's legendary weapon? Unless... Gu Chen's heart was in turmoil. He was afraid that Tao Lord Xing was no ordinary Tao Lord. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's tightly clenched hands slowly loosened. If Tao Lord Xing's ability was beyond his imagination, the ninth realm's crisis would not be resolved even if he destroyed the Tao decaying door. If that was the case, he could only let go of his obsession. What would happen to the ninth realm if he sacrificed his life to destroy the Tao decaying door? Where there's life, there's hope. Gu Chen temporarily let go of his obsession and regained his senses. He looked at Kongxing, who had overexerted himself. From the beginning, his target had been the Tao decaying door. He had not taken Kongxing seriously. Now that he knew that the Tao decaying door could not be destroyed, the only way to resolve the crisis was to kill Kongxing. As long as he killed Kongxing, no one would be able to control the Tao decaying door. Then, the crisis would be resolved. Gu Chen looked at Kongxing with his deep-sea purple eyes. He knew that Kongxing's body had reached its limit after being chased and forced to use the Tao decaying door. This was the best time to kill him. Gu Chen's eyes turned sharp. He summoned the dominating cauldron of origin from his dantian as he resisted the enormous Tao assimilation power. Kongxing's soul had already merged with the chaotic flower. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to destroy the chaotic flower as well. The chaotic flower had a mysterious origin. Unless he used the dominating cauldron of origin, Gu Chen was not confident that he could kill it with one strike. He had lost to Kongxing in the Blue Ocean Star previously because of his carelessness. This time, he would not give Kongxing any chances. The dominating cauldron of origin appeared in the void. As soon as it appeared, it became the focal point of the entire world. It was like a golden sun. The ancient and mysterious cauldron inscriptions on the body of the cauldron lit up. A cauldron? Kongxing felt the pressure from the dominating cauldron of origin and his scalp went numb. Even at a time like this brat still had a trump card. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and that cauldron had a myriad of phenomena. The situation was very bad. Kongxing, go to hell. Gu Chen raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. His roar reverberated throughout the entire Xing realm. With this strike, he wanted to completely break ties with the Xing realm. He wanted to use Kongxing's death to declare war on Tao monarch Xing. No matter how strong the other party was, from today onwards, he would never yield. Dang, as if it had sensed Gu Chen's will, the dominating cauldron of origin let out a deafening metallic sound. At the same time, thick golden lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere around it. Gu Chen could feel the blood and qi in his body being rapidly sucked away by the cauldron of origin, but he did not care. He allowed it to take as much as it wanted. Today was the perfect day to test the power of dominating cauldron's god art. Rumble. Rumble, driven by Gu Chen at all costs, the dominating cauldron of origin raged with countless golden lightning bolts raging. Large cracks appeared in the space, as if doomsday had arrived. What kind of weapon is that? The dwarf sovereign gasped as he stared at the dominating cauldron of origin in shock. He had forged countless powerful weapons in his life, so his judgment was naturally better than that of an ordinary person. As a legendary weapon, the Gate of Tao and Decay was undoubtedly powerful. However, the dominating cauldron of origin did not lose to it in terms of aura. It was as if a newborn dragon was challenging a phoenix from the 9 heavens. Die. A large portion of Gu Chen's blood and qi was sucked away in an instant. At the same time, the dominating cauldron of origin carried his will and flew towards Kongxing. Wherever it passed, the space would completely shatter. It was as if heaven and earth had been forcefully torn in half. Countless cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. I will not die. Don't you dare kill me. Kongxing had nowhere to hide in the face of this attack. Hysterically, a large amount of gray energy surged out of his body in an attempt to resist the attack. However, he had already reached his limit. Soon, he realized that he had lost control of the chaotic flower. Its power was going out of control, and in the blink of an eye, his body was devoured. Before the dominating cauldron of origin arrived, Kongxing's soul had already been submerged in the power of the chaotic flower. He let out a shrill scream. He was being devoured. This mysterious and strange flower seemed to have its own intelligence. As it devoured Kongxing's soul, it released endless gray light, preparing to fight the dominating cauldron of origin to the death. Clang, the dominating cauldron of origin charged forward and collided with the chaotic flower. Thick bolts of golden lightning struck down crazily. Rumble. Rumble, large amounts of gray energy were quickly vaporized by the golden lightning. The power of the chaotic flower was weakening at an alarming rate. In less than a breath's time, the chaotic flower was completely destroyed by the dominating cauldron of origin. It turned into streaks of gray air. Some of its power was dispersed by the golden lightning, while the rest was absorbed by the cauldron's cauldron inscriptions. No, my theory is not complete yet. My lord, save me. Kongxing's soul was also completely destroyed along with the chaotic flower. All that was left behind was a shrill scream of agony. The dominating cauldron of origin destroyed the chaotic flower in an unstoppable manner. However, it didn't stop there. Instead, as if provoking the chaotic flower, it transformed into a golden streak of light and crashed into the door of decaying Tao in front of it. Clang, it crashed heavily into the edge of the door of decaying Tao. The crack that had originally been opened was forcefully closed by this collision. However, the door of decaying Tao was ultimately a legendary weapon. It didn't shatter after this collision, but the dominating cauldron of origin bounced back. The strength of its rebound was extremely shocking. After Guchen used its divine ability, he lost control of it. At this moment, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Crack, the dominating cauldron of origin bounced back and crashed into one of the 8 towering pillars that supported the punishment realm. In an instant, the pillar shattered, and a hole was smashed into it. The cauldron of origin didn't stop after smashing through one of the towering pillars. The remaining might of the cauldron of origin was still astonishing. It smashed through 2 more towering pillars in a row before finally coming to a stop and falling onto the ground of the punishment realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Where it landed, everything within a radius of 1,000 miles shattered, and a huge cloud of dust rose into the air. I used all my strength to barely break one of the towering pillars, but that cauldron broke 3 of them with just its remaining power? The leader of the Swallowing Kuan tribe opened his mouth wide as he stared at the place where the dominating cauldron of origin had landed. At this moment, because 4 of the towering pillars had been broken, the entire punishment realm finally couldn't withstand it anymore and began to completely collapse. The soldiers from Xing County who were still alive felt chills run down their spines. The prisoners who seemed to be the victors were also silent. They were all frightened by the power of the cauldron. Look, look! The door of decaying Tao. The remaining general from Xing County reached out his trembling hand and pointed at the closed door of decaying Tao. Countless cultivators followed his gaze and discovered that a crack had appeared on the door of decaying Tao where the dominating cauldron of origin had collided. Although the crack wasn't obvious, how many people had been able to shake the door of decaying Tao over the countless eras, who could cause a crack to appear on the almost invincible door of decaying Tao? Cracks appeared on the gate of Tao and decay. It was as if cracks had appeared on the strict order that had been established in Xing County for countless years. Even the supreme authority was being questioned. Kong Xing, the head of the Ministry of Works, was killed on the spot. The entire Xing County was riddled with holes. All the remaining generals looked at the demon-like figure in the sky and lost all their will to fight. Buzz, the gate of Tao and decay, which had lost control, did not display any of its power. It melted into the void and slowly disappeared. The overwhelming pressure disappeared, taking away the last remaining will of the generals to fight. They all gave up on hunting down the prisoners and slaves. As for the prisoners and slaves, after witnessing the disappearance of the Tao decaying gate with their own eyes, they suddenly burst into loud cheers. We won! We're saved! The gate of Tao and decay is not invincible. This is great! We can leave this place alive today. Sob sob sob. The crowd was in an uproar. Many slaves had tears in their eyes. After a long period of inhumane torture, they could finally see their freedom. Thank you, my lord, for saving us. We will never forget your kindness. A large number of slaves knelt in the direction of Guchen. The scene just now was forever imprinted in their minds. My lord has conquered the Xing County. Wuli murmured to herself. She was also overwhelmed with emotions. Countless slaves knelt in the direction of Guchen. The leaders of the devouring Kuan clan, Zhong Shenrua, and the others also bowed in the direction of Guchen after they recovered from the shock. Although they had seen Guchen kill the 10 envoys on the prison planet, the shock of killing the 10 envoys could not compare to the power of the cauldron just now. The cracks that appeared on the gate of Tao and decay seemed to be imprinted in the hearts of the prisoners. At this moment, they were completely convinced and began to have some thoughts. Is Kongsheng finally dead? Feng Yaya saw Kongsheng's body and soul die. The emotions that she had been suppressing for a long time finally found an outlet. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Sob sob, he's finally dead. He's finally dead. Aunt Feng, everyone, you can rest in peace in the afterlife. Feng Yaya kept wiping her tears as she sobbed. She was a little girl who had been burdened with too many burdens. From this moment on, she no longer had to live in hatred, and she no longer had to live cautiously. The hunchbacked old man saw Feng Yaya's true feelings and then looked in the direction where the cauldron of origin had fallen. A rare hint of fighting spirit appeared in his old eyes. What a pleasant surprise. It seems that the old man has found a new direction to strive for, he murmured. Cheers rang out from all directions in the penalty realm, and Guchen heard them one after another. He stood in the air, breathing extremely rapidly. The deficit in his body was especially severe. Just now, he had used the cauldron of origin with all his might. Its might was beyond his imagination, but the burden it placed on his body was also much higher than he had expected. Fortunately, he had finally killed Kongxing and the gate of decaying Dao had retreated. Now, they were safe, rumble. Seeing that the execution boundary was collapsing at a faster rate as the sky-reaching pillar broke, Gu Chen's gaze swept in all directions, and his voice spread out. We have won this battle. Now, all of you, retreat. Although there were still many enemies left in the penalty realm, Gu Chen knew that it was better not to pursue a cornered enemy. The symbolic meaning of their destruction of the penalty realm was far more important than the number of enemies they had killed. Now that they had basically achieved their goal, it was time to retreat and conserve their combat strength. Hearing Gu Chen's order, the prisoners and slaves scattered across the penalty realm came back to their senses and responded excitedly. Yes, sir. Let's retreat and fight our way out of the penalty realm. We can finally go home. Let's go, take the warship of the Xing County and leave this place. The prisoners and slaves were in high spirits. They quickly retreated according to Gu Chen's order. Damn it. Today, the penalty realm has suffered such a great loss. How can we let them go like this? Go after them. Kill as many as you can. Some generals of the Xing County were unwilling to give up and tried to continue to chase after the prisoners and slaves. Unfortunately, only a few people responded. After witnessing the power of the cauldron, most of them had lost their will to fight. Moreover, the penalty realm was collapsing now. If they continued to tangle with the enemies, it would be hard for them to keep their lives. This time, even the head of the Ministry of Works, Kongxing, had died in battle. There were also some generals of Tianfa who had fallen. If Xing Dao pursued the responsibility later, they would not be able to bear it. Therefore, the wisest decision at this time was to preserve their lives. They could not afford to offend those prisoners. Ouyang Mo was hiding in the dark. He had many injuries on his body. Looking at Gu Chen who was giving orders, his heart was in turmoil. I didn't expect Kongxing to really be killed. Gu Chen's strength has improved so quickly that it makes one shudder. Based on his speed of growth, I'm afraid he will become a great threat to Xing Dao in the future. Luckily, the old man did not offend him. Now that the penalty realm has suffered such a heavy blow, Xing Dao's prestige will be questioned by hundreds of worlds. The Feng family's chance has come. Ouyang Mo's eyes flashed and he turned to escape. As a sky shadow, his identity was sensitive. He had to hide temporarily to avoid conflict with Gu Chen's people. After that, he had to think of a foolproof plan to shirk responsibility. With so many of the higher-ups dead, Xing Dao would definitely be furious. What would happen next would be troublesome enough. Gu Chen silently adjusted his breathing, then recalled the dominating cauldron of origin in the distance and flew towards Feng Yaya. Uncle Gu. Sob sob. As soon as Gu Chen landed, Feng Yaya could not help throwing herself into his arms. She wailed in his arms like a child who had been wronged and was acting coquettishly. Gu Chen was caught off guard. Seeing her crying in his arms, he could only smile and comfort her. It's okay. Everything is over. From now on, you don't have to worry anymore. Feng Yaya said. She raised her head to look at Gu Chen with her beautiful red eyes. I thought I would never see Uncle Gu again. I was so worried that you would die in Cerulean Sea Star. Didn't you save my life? Silly girl. Gu Chen smiled and ruffled Feng Yaya's hair. If it was not for this girl, he would have gone to hell. Ahem, now is not the time to reminisce. It's time to leave. The hunchbacked old man reminded them with a smile on his face when he saw the two of them acting so intimately. Feng Yaya then realized that she could not control her emotions just now. Her actions could easily be misunderstood. Her face flushed, and she let go of Gu Chen's body as she said this guiltily. Let's go. After a while, the hidden door of the treasure vault of the Xing realm was blasted open by Gu Chen's punch. The door of the treasure vault flew away. Inside, countless natural treasures were shining brilliantly, almost blinding the eyes of Gu Chen, Feng Yaya, and the hunchbacked old man. So many treasures? Uncle Gu, how do you know this place? Feng Yaya opened her eyes wide. Last time, Kongxing brought Xiao Luo man here, so I know the location. Gu Chen explained. The treasures he brought back from the mysterious zone of chaos were all placed in this place. After he conquered the Xing realm, the treasures were returned to their original owners. However, compared to the treasures in this treasure vault, the treasures he handed over were not worth mentioning at all. The Xing county had been expanding its territory and conquering all over the world. All the treasures from different worlds were basically in this place. It could be said that this place was where the foundation of the Xing county was located. Now, it was going to be emptied by him. Gu Chen whistled, and a large number of sky-devouring demonic butterflies flew into the treasure vault. They moved all the treasures into the space inside his body one by one. The efficiency of the sky-devouring demonic butterflies was so high that they were obviously experienced, which made Feng Yaya speechless. Uncle Gu, are we rich now? Feng Yaya murmured. Yes, the treasures here will be of great use. Although the treasure vault of the Xing county was emptied, Gu Chen did not show much joy on his face. It seemed that he had something on his mind. Seeing his expression, Feng Yaya did not say anything. She could more or less guess what was on Gu Chen's mind. After emptying the treasure vault of the Xing county, Gu Chen rode the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex and flew away from the Xing realm with Feng Yaya and the hunchbacked old man. After they left, the entire Xing realm was still collapsing. A large number of soldiers from the Xing county had also scattered. Before Gu Chen flew out of the Xing realm, he took one last look at the place that had once made him feel extremely depressed. Finally, he did not have to endure it anymore. Many prisoners and slaves boarded the battleships they had seized and left the realm of punishments. They stopped at the chaos pathway window that connected the realm of punishments and the realms, waiting. No one took the initiative to suggest it, but everyone tacitly did the same thing, because one person had yet to come out of the penalty realm. When Gu Chen slowly appeared in their field of vision on the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex, the prisoners and slaves all perked up. Thank you, Lord Gu, for saving my life. A large number of slaves knelt down in the starry sky and cowed out in unison. The scene was very shocking. Gu Chen came closer and examined the faces of the survivors. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a golden-haired girl. It was her. It was the little golden-haired girl he had met when he first entered the penalty circle. He didn't expect her to survive as well. She was kneeling in the crowd, looking at him timidly. Gu Chen felt a thought in his mind suddenly became clear, and the origin of soul in his body grew a lot at this moment. Gu Chen attacked the penalty realm for his own sake. But at this moment, he had saved so many people, which made everything more meaningful. Stand up, guys. Although I saved you, if you don't have the courage to fight back, you can't leave the penalty realm alive. Leaving the penalty realm doesn't mean you are safe. The news will spread soon. How to start a new life in the new world is the problem you have to face next. Gu Chen rarely showed his true feelings, so he told the crowd. The slaves looked at each other, and one of them was brave enough to ask. Lord Gu, can't we follow you? Many of the slaves had lost their families. Even if they regained their freedom, they didn't know where to go. The Xing county still ruled this territory. It was not easy for them to start a new life. Gu Chen was silent. He had saved these slaves once, but could he do it again? Gu Chen knew clearly what kind of storm he would face next. Xing Daoist wouldn't give up easily. If these slaves followed him, they would be in more danger. Moreover, he had people and things he had to protect. Realistically speaking, these slaves couldn't help him. If he agreed to the slaves' request impulsively, it would only bring endless trouble to both sides. Gu Chen was silent for a while, and finally shook his head. My situation will be unpredictable and dangerous. It's not a wise choice to follow me. You have to rely on yourselves. With these words spoken, many of the slaves showed disappointment in their eyes, and even confusion about the future. But there were also some slaves who had a firm expression and had long been mentally prepared. Lord Gu, we understand your situation. Let's say goodbye today. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely repay you for saving our lives. A strong man with a face full of scars helped an old man up. He bowed deeply to Gu Chen, then turned around and left without hesitation. Gu Chen found him a little familiar. He seemed to be an experimental subject released by Kongxing's research institute. He left decisively. Gu Chen believed that he would live a better life than the others. With someone taking the lead, the slaves left in groups of 3 to 5, even though they were full of uncertainty about the future. They also knew that following Gu Chen would be a matter of life and death after the collapse of the Xing realm. It was better to split up and leave. That way, their chances of survival would be higher. The slaves quickly left, leaving only Feng Yaya, Wu Li, and the many prisoners of Prison Planet. Lord Gu, please take us in. We are willing to serve you as our master from now on. Many of the prisoners spoke after the slaves left, but there was some uncertainty in their eyes. Gu Chen looked around. After the battle in the Xing realm, more than 2/3 of the prisoners of Prison Planet who had followed him were dead or injured. Those who survived were quite strong. Taking these people as his subordinates wouldn't be too much of a burden. It was more practical for him now. However, Gu Chen saw the uncertainty in some people's eyes. When there was only one path ahead, all the prisoners could unite by his side and attack the Xing realm with him. Now that the Xing realm had collapsed, Xing County wouldn't be able to organize an effective military force to pursue him in a short period of time. The minds of the prisoners naturally became active. It was likely that these prisoners didn't wholeheartedly want to follow him. They were just afraid of the strength he had displayed earlier. On the other hand, they were also afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape Xing County's pursuit if they fought alone. Gu Chen needed combat strength right now. But he would rather not have companions whose minds were wavering. He thought this through and said, "Next, I will return to my hometown, the 9th realm. When Lord Xing finds out that the Xing realm was destroyed because of me, I'm afraid the first person he will target will be me. It's very likely that I will fight Lord Xing to the death in my hometown. Are you sure you want to follow me?" As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the prisoners changed. They had gone to great lengths to destroy the Xing realm. Now, they should escape as far as possible. If they were to return to a place where Lord Xing could find them, wouldn't that be suicide? Lord Gu, given the current situation, we should avoid conflict with Lord Xing. We shouldn't have a direct confrontation with him, one of the prisoners said hurriedly. Many others agreed. The 9th realm is my hometown. If I escape now, all living beings in that realm will suffer. I must return. If you don't want to follow me, you can leave now. I promise that I won't make things difficult for you. Gu Chen's tone was resolute. Clearly, there was no room for negotiation. The prisoners looked at each other. Many of them had the intention to retreat. It was not easy for them to escape from the Xing realm. They did not have the courage to continue to be enemies with Dao Lord Xing. They had only been able to conquer the Xing realm because Dao Lord Xing was not there. Although Gu Chen had killed Kongxing was not as powerful as the Dao Lord in the Xing County. He even had war god Miazin above him. They admired Gu Chen's courage to go through fire and water for his hometown. However, it was difficult for them to risk their lives for him. Gu Chen clearly sensed the change in the prisoner's emotions. He did not feel disappointed. He had said that just now to get rid of those who were not strong-willed. Everyone has their own ambitions. Everyone here has their own concerns and thoughts. Although I have saved you, it does not mean that I can decide how you will live. How about this? From now on, I will turn my back on you. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Although the world is big, we will meet again if we are fated to. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he turned his back on the crowd with a calm expression. Many prisoners immediately showed signs of struggle on their faces. After some difficult deliberation, someone finally bowed deeply to Gu Chen with a face full of guilt, and then left by leaping into the sky. He left without a hitch. Gu Chen did not turn his head back or interfere. This made the others have the same idea. Next, they bowed deeply to Gu Chen with guilt or gratitude and left in groups of 2s and 3s. An hour later, the place became unusually quiet. At this time, Guchen turned around. There were only a few prisoners left. There were barely more than 10 of them. However, there was no disappointment in Guchen's eyes. Looking at the people who stayed, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Apart from Feng Yaya, Wu Li, and the dwarf emperor, there was the hunchbacked old man, the leader of the swallowing Kuan tribe, Zhongxing Luo, the evil shark emperor, and the formless woman. Although there were only a few of them, the strange thing was that they were all top-notch experts of Hell Planet. Are you all mentally prepared to face the wrath of Dao Monarch Xing together with me? Guchen teased. I'm not someone who's afraid of death. Even if I escape temporarily, what's the point? Instead of living in fear and hiding for the rest of my life, I might as well follow you. I might even have the chance to fight to my heart's content. The leader of the swallowing Kuan race was the first to speak. He was a stubborn person. Since he had decided to accept Guchen's favor on Prison Star and followed him out, he would not leave without a sense of justice. Besides, after what he had seen and heard in the penalty realm, he was already convinced by Guchen. Big Meng is right. After suffering so much on the Prison Star, we have long been indifferent to life and death. Instead of dragging out an ignoble existence, we might as well fight Xing County to the death. Everyone here should feel the same. If you can't overthrow the Xing County, your Taoist heart will always be incomplete, and you won't be able to make any progress, right? The evil shark emperor agreed with the leader of the swallowing Kuan race. At the same time, he glanced at the others. Everyone nodded. It was not a coincidence that they all chose to stay. It was inevitable. They used to be influential figures, but after they were defeated by Xing Jun, they suffered a lot. The long period of imprisonment on Prison Star had already caused serious problems in their bodies and minds. If they were to flee after escaping from Prison Star, not daring to compete with Dao Lord Xing again, then forget about advancing any further, it would be extremely difficult for them to return to the peak of their cultivation in the past. Therefore, they needed to fight. To fight against the extremely powerful Xing County, they needed a leader. He killed the 10 Tian Luo on Prison Star and forced the Wuji Tyrant Dragon to surrender. He killed Kongxing in the penalty realm and cracked the door of Dao and decay. Guchen had proven his strength with his actions, and his courage had won the admiration of the arrogant people present, so they had all agreed to stay behind. It seems that everyone has the same goal as me. We all want to completely destroy the Xing County. The current situation is also clear. Unless Xing County dies, we will live in the shadow for the rest of our lives. If that's the case, let's give it our all. Guchen looked at everyone and said confidently and firmly. Everyone nodded. This was what a leader should do. He did not say some pompous words or make empty promises. Instead, he pointed out the goal that everyone had in common. Leader, although the penalty realm has been destroyed, the Xing County is still powerful. At this time, do we really want to use your hometown as the battlefield and fight against Xing County again? Is there no other way to compromise? Asked the immaterial woman. Her expression was solemn under her seaweed-like long hair. It was one thing to have courage. However, they were obviously not strong enough. They all had old injuries in their bodies and needed time to recover. I also hope that there is another choice. Our current combat strength is indeed not enough. Guchen said frankly with a gloomy expression. In fact, this series of events was not his original intention. According to his original plan, he would continue to hide in the Xing County until he was strong enough. However, what happened to Feng Yaya made him break off relations with the Xing County in advance. He could not hide anymore. Therefore, he released the prisoners of the Prison Star and attacked the penalty realm. Although everything had developed smoothly, and he had successfully killed Kongxing and rescued Feng Yaya, he did not have many ideas on how to deal with the coming storm. Because of this, Guchen did not feel happy even though he had taken all the treasures of the penalty realm. Because of his actions, the 9th realm had been pushed into the most dangerous situation. Xing County was unfathomable. After the fight with the real body of the Gate of Dao and Decay, Guchen felt it even more deeply. He really did not know how to fight against him at this stage. What he could do now was to gather all the combat strength he had. It would be best if he could persuade the Lin County and the Feng clan to help him fight against Xing County. However, he was very clear that the probability of persuading the Lin County and the Feng clan was not high. Therefore, he was really at his wits' end. Now, although Xing County is powerful, we have so many people working together. If we can trap him in advance and let the leader smash his cauldron with all his strength, we might be able to kill him. The Stone Emperor grinned optimistically. Half of his stone body was covered in cracks. The blow that Gu Chen had used to kill Kong Xing had left a deep impression on him. Yes, in terms of power, we should have a chance. The evil Shark Emperor nodded in agreement. The others were thinking in silence. The leader of the Devouring Kuan clan looked at the hunchbacked old man. Old Senior, what do you think? Everyone had some guesses about the old man's background due to the Devouring Kuan clan leader's rare respectful attitude. He was a legendary figure with extremely high qualifications. Although no one had seen him display any strength in the battle at the Xing realm, it did not mean that he was weak. To everyone, he looked like he was on the verge of death. However, he had survived such a tragic battle and even successfully saved the leader's woman. That was already very impressive. Gu Chen, you fought the main body of the Door of Tao and Decay. You should know, right? The hunchbacked old man did not directly answer the Devouring Kuan clan leader's question. Instead, he looked at Gu Chen and asked meaningfully. Gu Chen nodded solemnly and asked humbly, Senior, how powerful is Tao Lord Xing? The current Gu Chen already had the strength to kill 9th Firmament Tao querying cultivators, and it was not too difficult for him to kill them. However, he still felt the huge gap between them when he faced the Gate of Tao and Decay. If it wasn't for the protection of the Eternal Golden Core and Kong Xing who used the Gate of Tao and Decay, Gu Chen knew that he had no chance of winning at all. No matter how powerful a mythical weapon was, it was created by Tao Lord Xing. Tao Lord Xing's strength was far from the ordinary Tao severing realm. The hunchbacked old man was very satisfied when he saw that Gu Chen did not pretend to understand and was humbly asking for advice. Everyone knows that there are 9 heavens in the Tao querying realm, but very few people know about the higher realm, the Tao severing realm. That's not strange. Tao lords are already existences at the peak of the Chaos Sea. How can ordinary people know about their pursuit of cultivation? If you want to understand them, you can only sense them when you're at the same realm. The old man is actually not too sure about the gap between Tao lords, but there are about 100 Tao lords in the Chaos Sea now. The old man dares to say that Tao Lord Xing is definitely in the top 20. His strength far surpasses that of ordinary Tao lords, so he's definitely not someone who can be defeated by numbers. As soon as the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, everyone present felt their hearts sink to the bottom. Gu Chen got a definite answer, so he clenched his fists subconsciously. The difference between the 9 heavens of the Tao querying realm was already huge. The Tao severing realm was a major realm, so everyone knew the difference between it and the Tao querying realm. If Tao Lord Xing's strength was only at the early stage Tao severing realm, with the might of Gu Chen's cauldron and everyone's desperation, there might be a way. However, since Tao Lord Xing was no ordinary Tao Lord, everyone's previous assessments of his chances of victory were now meaningless. The old man's words were very straightforward, which dealt everyone's enthusiasm. The old man's words were very straightforward, which severely affected everyone's enthusiasm. Logic told them that they should first strengthen their own forces before clashing head-on with Tao Lord Xing. However, this matter concerned the life and death of Gu Chen's family and friends. How could they advise him? Gu Chen closed his eyes and did not speak. He was not afraid of a battle with Tao Lord Xing. What he was thinking about was whether he could bear the consequences of this battle. If he lost, he would not be able to protect his parents, wife, and children. Countless lives in the 9th realm would also cease to exist. Uncle Gu, Feng Yaya looked at Gu Chen's solemn expression and felt guilty. If not for her, Gu Chen would not be facing such a serious crisis. She knew how much Gu Chen valued his hometown. Whether he fought or not, his hometown would be destroyed. How could he choose? Gu Chen, given our current strength, we cannot protect the 9th realm. However, the old man has another way to ensure its safety. I just don't know if you are willing to pay the price. The hunchbacked old man looked at Gu Chen, who was deep in thought, and rubbed his chin. Swoosh, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly opened. In the Chaos Sea, in front of an endless chaos barrier, more than 100 extremely powerful figures were gathered there. At this moment, vortexes appeared in the vast chaos barrier. The vortexes overflowed with 9-colored light and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. Even the 100 supreme Tao lords who ruled over the entire chaos sea cautiously avoided the vortexes with solemn expressions. The realm wave has appeared. The realm sea is not far from opening again. At that time, the emissary from the upper realm will cross the sea again. We have to make preparations first. It is time for the Chaos Myriad Spirit ranking battle to begin again. A majestic light figure said, his voice full of vigor. It has been a long time since the realm sea last opened. There are quite a few unfamiliar faces gathered here this time, another light figure said with some emotion. There is nothing we can do. If we are not chosen by the emissary from the upper realm, we will have to face the dark turmoil after the realm sea disappears. Every time there is a dark turmoil, countless living beings will die. Even for us Tao lords, it is normal for us to die. Another light figure replied indifferently. Fellow Taoist Qin is a major figure who has survived 5 dark upheavals. You are indeed very confident in your words. An evil voice sounded, the words carried a hint of mockery and arrogance. Fellow Taoist Su, although you have only survived 4 dark upheavals, you are a rising star. I dare not compare to you. The light figure from before replied coldly. The two clearly did not see eye to eye. They spoke tit for tat, but the other light figures did not seem to be surprised. They did not participate and began to talk about other topics. What is going on with Tao Lord Xing and Tao Lord Crazy? There seems to be something wrong with the two of them. Hee, isn't it because the quintessence of nature has appeared again? Tao Lord Crazy lost to Li Wuwei, and he has always been brooding over it. Now that Li Wuwei's successor has become Tao Lord Xing's subordinate, it has naturally touched his sensitive nerves. Tao Lord Xing is playing with fire. However, given his strength, he has no need to fear Tao Lord Crazy. It really is strange. He clearly lost his head for no reason, but he is even more powerful than he was during the last dark upheaval. Tao Lord Xing's movements in recent years have always been unfathomable, and Li Wuwei's disappearance is an even bigger mystery. It is best not to provoke this fellow. The many light figures conversed in secret, and the topic of their conversation gradually turned to the distant, headless Tao Lord Xing. Tao Lord Xing stood there by himself, clearly out of place with the other Tao Lords. He stared at the distant realm wave, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even when he still had his head, he had already been unfathomable. Now that he had lost his head, no one was able to tell what he was truly thinking. As Tao Lord Xing was observing the realm wave, he suddenly sensed something and raised a hand. An illusory door appeared in his hand, and a crack suddenly appeared at the edges of the door. Boom. Within the chaos transit window, a warship was traveling at a shocking speed. Within the warship, Feng Yaya, Wu Li, and the leader of the swallowing Kuan race, who had chosen to follow Gu Chen, were all meditating to heal their wounds. Feng Yaya had just entered the Tao querying realm and was consolidating her cultivation. While she was cultivating, she would occasionally lift her head to look at the closed door not far away. The hunchbacked old man said that he had a way to ensure the safety of the 9th world, but he did not say it in front of everyone. Instead, he urged everyone to hurry to the 9th world. As for everything else, they would discuss it on the way. Gu Chen knew that with the speed of Xing County's reaction, they would probably send an army to invade the 9th world before he returned. Therefore, he was worried and agreed with the hunchbacked old man's suggestion. Therefore, the group of people boarded the warship and rushed to the 9th world at their fastest speed, regardless of the commotion they caused along the way. What would they do after arriving at the 9th world? Would there be another fierce battle with the army of Xing County? Would Xing Tao Lord appear? No one knew what would happen next. Everything would have to wait for Gu Chen and the hunchbacked old man to make a final decision. Waiting was torturous. Feng Yaya did not want the same thing to happen to her hometown in the 9th world. Therefore, she felt uneasy along the way. In comparison, the top 10 experts from the prison star were much calmer. All of them were quietly healing their wounds, trying to heal all the injuries they had accumulated on the prison star before arriving at the 9th world. This was originally difficult to achieve. After all, some of their injuries had already seeped into their bones and spirits. They were just struggling at death's door on the prison star. Fortunately, Gu Chen had ransacked the treasure house of Xing County. There were countless precious elixirs. With the abundant resources, everyone saw hope of recovering their strength. They all focused on healing their wounds. No one knew what Gu Chen and the other two were talking about in the room, but they were all mentally prepared. In the room, Gu Chen, the dwarf emperor, and the hunchbacked old man sat opposite each other. "Senior, you said that you have a way to ensure the safety of the ninth world. What is it? What price do I have to pay?" Gu Chen nervously asked the hunchbacked old man. The hunchback old man glanced at the dwarf emperor. He originally wanted to talk to Gu Chen alone, but Gu Chen insisted on bringing the dwarf emperor along. He did not know much about the dwarf sovereign. "Senior, you don't have to worry. The dwarf sovereign can be trusted." Gu Chen saw through the hunchbacked old man's thoughts and explained. The reason why he allowed the dwarf sovereign to participate in this conversation was to ensure that the information he obtained was comprehensive enough. Although the hunchbacked old man was very experienced, the dwarf sovereign was also a famous weapon refinement grandmaster in the Chaos Sea. The secrets he knew were probably not much less than the hunchbacked old man. He had planned to have a good chat with the dwarf queen after rescuing her, and now was the right time. It was about the primordial Chaos Dao world, the Realm Sea, and the Tyrant race. Gu Chen believed that the two of them would be able to answer the questions that had been lingering in his mind for the past few days. The old man has a presumptuous request. "Gu Chen, could you take out the cauldron from before and let the old man take another look at it?" The hunchbacked old man did not give a direct answer. The dwarf sovereign's eyes were filled with anticipation when he heard this. The aura of the dominating cauldron of origin was unforgettable. As a weapon refinement master, he naturally wanted to take a closer look. Gu Chen did not refuse. He flipped his hand and the dominating cauldron of origin appeared in his palm. Under his special control, the four-legged square cauldron looked small and exquisite. However, the countless streaks of chaotic qi and the ancient and profound cauldron patterns on the surface of the cauldron showed that it was not simple. If the old man is not mistaken, this item should have the ability to control the chaotic qi, right? The hunchbacked old man took a closer look and asked seriously. "Senior, you can tell?" Gu Chen was surprised. Although he had taken out the cauldron to kill Kongxing, he did not show his ability in this aspect. The hunchbacked old man was able to tell. The hunchbacked old man's eyes were sharp. Kongxing had a chaotic spiritual root in his body. When your cauldron killed Kongxing, not only did it destroy the chaotic spiritual root, but it also absorbed its chaotic qi. "I saw it clearly, old man. Besides, the golden lightning that your cauldron emitted could destroy the chaotic qi. That itself is shocking," the hunchbacked old man exclaimed. The dwarf sovereign seemed to have noticed this as he nodded in agreement. "That's right. Although the chaotic qi contained in the chaotic flower is different from ordinary chaotic qi, it's my first time hearing about a weapon that can destroy and control chaotic qi." When Gu Chen took out the dominating cauldron of origin, the Xing realm was in chaos. His attack was even more powerful, so it was extremely difficult to see through the cauldron of origin's ability. However, the two people in front of him, one with his rich experience and the other with his understanding of weapons, managed to see through the essence of Gu Chen's weapon. The ability of the dominating cauldron of origin was Gu Chen's biggest secret. Back then, the Heaven's Equal Immortal Emperor had warned him not to let anyone know about it. However, since the dwarf sovereign and the hunchbacked old man could see through it, Gu Chen decided not to hide it anymore and admitted it. He suddenly guessed that the method mentioned by the hunchbacked old man was probably related to the dominating cauldron of origin. The old man observed the power of the dominating cauldron of origin. "With your current strength, Gu Chen, with the help of the old man and the others, you might be able to destroy the chaos transit window that connects the ninth realm to the outside world. As long as the chaos transit window collapses, the ninth realm will be isolated from the outside world. Even if Dao Lord Xing were to come personally, he wouldn't be able to do anything." The hunchbacked old man blurted out his thoughts. Gu Chen thought to himself, sure enough. Back when he left the ninth realm, he discovered the ability of the dominating cauldron of origin by chance and discussed this possibility with the Heaven's Equal Immortal Emperor. However, back then, Gu Chen could only control a few strands of the chaotic qi. This idea was too unrealistic, so he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. However, after such a long time had passed, the amount of primal chaos chi he could control had decreased from a few strands to a few feet, and then to a few dozen feet. This time, the tyrannical cauldron had absorbed Kongxing's primal chaos flower, and he could faintly feel that it had evolved a little. It should be able to control more primal chaos chi. Compared to the past, the dominating cauldron of origin had undergone an earth-shattering change. It's not easy to destroy the chaos transit window. Senior, are you sure it's possible? Gu Chen asked. Even though the dominating cauldron of origin had evolved a lot, he was still not confident. The chaos chi itself is chaotic, and the chaos barrier can only maintain a relatively stable state. Sometimes, as long as we find a suitable point to detonate it, it can even produce a destructive chaos tide, let alone a simple collapse of the chaos transit window. The real difficulty lies in how to ensure that the ninth realm will not be destroyed by the collapse of the chaos transit window. At the same time, we have to ensure our own safety. With the ability of your cauldron, everything will be possible. The hunchbacked old man explained in detail. Gu Chen listened and pondered seriously. The dwarf sovereign was surprised. Although he had vaguely guessed the ability of Gu Chen's weapon, he did not think that deeply. This is indeed worth a try. If it succeeds, the ninth realm will no longer be your weakness. If you are willing, you can even live in the ninth realm peacefully. The dwarf sovereign said. His tone changed as he spoke, and his eyes flashed with worry. If the plan came true and Gu Chen was willing to stay in the ninth realm to avoid Dao Lord Xing, what should he do? He had already made up his mind to follow Gu Chen to take revenge on Dao Lord Xing. He did not want to see that happen. Gu Chen had naturally thought of what the dwarf sovereign could think of. If everything went well, he would have the opportunity to go home and reunite with his wife and children. He would no longer have to worry about Dao Lord Xing's threat. The entire ninth realm would be his backyard, and he would be carefree. It was a wonderful thing to think about, but, Senior, is this the price I have to pay? Gu Chen looked at the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man nodded and sighed. That's right. Once you do as the old man says, Gu Chen, you will only have two choices. First, you will stay in the ninth realm and live a carefree life. Second, you will bid farewell to your hometown and may never see your family again. You will live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. The dwarf sovereign asked hesitantly, since Gu Chen can control the primal chaos chi, can't he travel freely between the ninth realm and the outside world? There's no sense of direction in the chaos, and it's isolated from all divine sense. Once the chaos transit window collapses, do you think it'll be easy to find the ninth realm or the direction to the outside world? The hunchbacked old man asked. The dwarf sovereign was speechless. Indeed, even if Gu Chen could control the chaotic energy within a certain range, it would be difficult for him to locate the ninth realm after it disappeared. Therefore, if I choose to leave the ninth realm, I may never be able to return home. If I choose to stay in the ninth realm, it will be very difficult for me to progress further. This price is indeed very heavy. Gu Chen sorted out his thoughts, closed his eyes, and thought about how to make a decision. This was a choice between entering the world or avoiding it. What was placed on the balance was one's family, love, and friendship, as well as one's dedication to cultivation. Gu Chen, although you've saved all of us, since it's come to this, it's better to say some things directly. The hunchbacked old man looked at Gu Chen, who was deep in thought, with a rare solemn expression on his face. If you choose to stay in the ninth realm, it'll be equivalent to submitting to Dao Lord Xing's authority. When that happens, not only will your Dao heart be flawed, but the help that you've just received will also leave you. The hunchbacked old man's words were somewhat unreasonable, but the dwarf sovereign did not refute him. Instead, he had a serious look on his face. The ninth realm was Gu Chen's hometown. The dwarf sovereign could see that Gu Chen was a person who valued relationships and righteousness, so it was not strange that Gu Chen had chosen to return to his hometown. However, the ninth realm was not Gu Chen's home. His biggest wish in life was to take revenge on Dao Lord Xing. At this moment, everyone on the ship was gathered together for this goal. If Gu Chen gave up on this goal, it would be equivalent to losing the hearts of the people. Gu Chen did not respond. He silently thought for a while and opened his eyes again. How is it? What's your decision? The hunchbacked old man's eyes flickered as he looked at him. The dwarf sovereign looked slightly nervous. Senior seems to have given me two choices, but in fact, I don't have any leeway to choose, right? Guchen was extremely calm. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. People are born from worry and die from comfort. I don't think that as long as the ninth realm is cut off from the outside world, it will be absolutely safe. In other words, even if it's safe, it's only temporary. Senior, please don't test me anymore. As soon as Guchen's words fell, the dwarf sovereign looked at the hunchbacked old man in surprise. Was what he said just now a test? The hunchbacked old man saw that Guchen was calm and unruffled, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Guchen, after all, the old man and you have only met a few times. I still need to test your character, so I deliberately said that. The old man originally saw that you were a person who valued relationships and righteousness. Although such a person's character is rare, emotions often become a restraint. If you want to compete with the big shots like the Tao Lord of the 100 Prefectures, I don't need to cut off my emotions and desires, but I can't let my emotions drag me down. If you had chosen to give up the ninth realm, the old man would inevitably worry that your previous friendship was fake. If you had chosen to stay in the ninth realm, the old man would inevitably be more disappointed. This shows that you are weighed down by your emotions, and you are definitely not someone the old man can rely on. However, you avoided these two choices and directly saw through the old man's true thoughts. This shows that you are sufficiently clear-headed and calm, and you have long been aware of the cruelty of this vast world. Only by doing this is you qualified to be assisted by the old man. From this moment on, the old man will recognize you as his leader, just like everyone else. After the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a black jade slip. This jade slip was the one he had stolen from Tao Lord Xing's study during the chaos in the Xing realm. This is? Gu Chen's eyes focused. The primordial chaos Tao world, the realm C, and Tao Lord Xing's intentions. Everything you want to know is closely related to everything recorded in this jade slip. Gu Chen, no, leader, please take a look. The hunchbacked old man handed the jade slip to Gu Chen with both hands. Gu Chen opened it and saw a painting inside, a painting that he couldn't understand at all. The painting was completely gray. Amid the gray shroud, there were countless spots of light scattered like stars in the sky. The painting itself was flowing, and the gray gas in the painting constantly churned. Accompanying it were countless spots of light that extinguished and vanished one after another. The surging of the gray gas and the disappearance of the spots of light seemed to follow a certain pattern, but it was indescribable. Leader, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to understand just by looking at this painting. Please allow the old man to explain. This old man will tell you everything I know from the beginning to the end, without missing a single detail. In the room, the hunchbacked old man's back seemed to straighten a little. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence as he spoke frankly with assurance. The ancient Netherworld era was the earliest era of the Chaos Sea. In that era, countless worlds had just been born, and countless races were just in a budding state. It was an extremely dark era that we can't imagine. The countless living beings in the world were far from being able to compete with the harsh natural environment in that era. The Chaos Sea back then wasn't as stable as it is now. The newborn world could be devoured by the chaos tide at any time. Many powerful races were buried in the darkness before they could grow up. It was an era of fighting against the heavens. All the races were fighting against the cruel environment at all times. They had to do everything they could to fight for resources. The survival rate was extremely low. Many creatures didn't even make it past their infancy before they died. In the ancient Netherworld era, it wasn't any race that ruled the Chaos Sea, but chaos itself. Gu Chen had previously heard a description of the ancient Netherworld era from Granny Shu, but it hadn't been as detailed as the hunchbacked old man's description. From his words, Gu Chen's mind sketched out a scene of an ancient desolate era where countless living beings fought against the heavens for the sake of reproduction and survival. Everything in the ancient Netherworld era was dark, and there was almost no light in the future. All the races could only try their best to survive in the face of the natural might of the heavens. The ancestors of the ancient Netherworld lived in such repressive times for a very long time, until one day, the 9 primordial chaos Tao laws appeared. The hunchbacked old man spoke with a yearning look on his face. Primordial chaos Tao laws? Gu Chen's gaze froze. He had heard about the primordial chaos too many times. What are the primordial chaos Tao laws? Some people say that they are the 9 great Tao true intents that transcend all laws and laws. Others say that they symbolize the 9 mighty figures that led the ancestors of the ancient netherworld to the light. These are just rumors that have been passed down. After all, the era is too long ago. The old man has only heard it from others. When the 9 primordial chaos Tao laws appeared, the Chaos Sea underwent a huge change. The primordial Tao lands that spread across the various worlds fused into one and evolved into the primordial chaos Tao world. The primordial chaos Tao world space is extremely sturdy, and the chaos tide can't destroy it at all. The primordial chaos essence energy within is a huge creation bestowed by heaven and earth. It's said that everyone in the primordial chaos Tao world can live forever. There are grotto heaven paradise everywhere, so there's no need to worry about the threat of the Chaos Sea. It's said that everyone in the primordial chaos Tao world can live forever. There are grotto heaven paradise everywhere, and there is no need to worry about the Chaos Sea paradise. Guchen was fascinated when he heard that. What kind of mighty power could change the environment of the entire Chaos Sea and create a place like the primordial chaos Tao world, the world, to the various worlds up to now, and the Tao, one of the Tao. The primordial Tao of the 9 primordial Tao was the Tao realm cultivator. I Tao of the primordial Tao were truly was unfazed. And I up Tao. Of. Ancient. Ancient God Tao ancient of Dong. God, the world ancient God ancient. That's right. Rumor has it that when the primordial chaos Tao world was born, some of the powerful races of the ancient netherworld moved into the Tao world. However, most races did not have such an opportunity, said the hunchbacked old man. Why? Guchen pondered. It's because the Realm Sea appeared when the primordial chaos Tao world was born. The Realm Sea blocked the path of all races to the primordial chaos Tao world. Only the earliest batch of ancestors became people of the upper realm. The hunchbacked old man finally mentioned the Realm Sea. Where is the Realm Sea? Back then, there were countless living beings in the Chaos Sea. I'm afraid there was no lack of mighty divine power. Could it be that none of them could cross it? Guchen muttered. Rumor has it that the primordial chaos Tao world was formed from the primeval Tao soil of countless worlds. In order for the primordial chaos Tao world to form a sturdy space that could withstand the chaos, the countless worlds that lost the primeval Tao soil became sacrifices. The Realm Sea was formed from countless broken worlds. It's said that a wave is a world. When the tide rises, countless worlds will be destroyed. Do you think anyone can cross such a place? The hunchbacked old man asked Guchen. Guchen couldn't help but hold his breath. A wave was a world. How terrifying was the energy contained in the wave, perhaps even a Tao Lord couldn't withstand a wave that was set off in the Realm Sea. The appearance of the Realm Sea separated the inner realm and the outer realm. We have no way of knowing how superior the upper realm, which is protected by the 9 primordial chaos Tao laws, was. However, after that, the Chaos Sea entered an era of warring states. The hunchbacked old man continued explaining, because almost all the strongest races of the ancient netherworld entered the primordial chaos Tao world, the remaining races were reshuffled and a group of experts gradually grew. They conquered various worlds and established huge factions. They were known as Tao Lords. Tao Lords ruled countless worlds in the Chaos Sea. Most living beings thought that Tao Lords were supreme and had obtained everything they wanted. They thought that they were immortal and had no desires. However, I don't know that when Tao Lords come into contact with the realm of the Creator, they will naturally sense the cruelty of the environment of the Chaos Sea. They will also sense their own bottlenecks and restrictions, and they will naturally yearn for the primordial Tao world. And over the long years, the primordial chaos Tao world has never been completely cut off from the Chaos Sea. There is a secret hidden in this world. When the hunchbacked old man said this, his eyes lit up. What secret? Guchen's eyes fluctuated. For countless epochs, the Realm Sea would open every once in a while. The upper realm messengers would cross the sea by boat and bring a group of selected living beings back to the primordial chaos Tao world. After the hunchbacked old man revealed the secret, Guchen remained silent for a long time. He finally understood what the primordial chaos Tao world and the Realm Sea were. He also understood Tao Lord Xing's true intentions. At his realm, all he wanted was to step into the primordial chaos Tao world. His previous guess was right. 1,000,000 years ago, the tyrants had indeed left the primordial chaos Tao world for some reason. An unknown figure from the upper realm had chased them down to the lower realm and used Tao Lord Xing to wipe out the tyrants. Tao Lord Xing must have followed the orders of the figure from the upper realm, but for some reason, he didn't seem to have obtained the results he wanted. He couldn't enter the primordial chaos Tao world as he wished. This matter might have something to do with Li Wuwei or the white-haired demon lord. In short, the reason he had sought him out was inseparable from his ambition to enter the primordial chaos Tao world. Gu Chen's confusion these days was suddenly cleared up. Finally, he was no longer ignorant about the truth of this world. Although I know a lot about what you said, I can't explain it in as much detail as you did. You are indeed not a simple person. The dwarf emperor, who had been listening quietly at the side, suddenly spoke and looked at the hunchbacked old man with a strange expression. Since you have decided to follow Lord Gu, why don't you tell me your original name? The hunchbacked old man smiled and shook his head. After losing to Tao Lord Xing, the old man decided to never mention his name again. After so many years, his name has become even more meaningless. Fellow Taoist is so concerned about the old man's background. Are you worried that the old man has ulterior motives towards the leader? If that's the case, you can rest assured. Since the old man has decided to follow the leader today, I naturally have a way to make him trust the old man. The hunchbacked old man's answer did not satisfy the dwarf emperor. He frowned and did not speak. Gu Chen did not care whether the hunchbacked old man was willing to reveal his identity or not. He was more concerned about the truth that he had been pursuing. Senior, according to what you said just now, the border sea opens every once in a while. May I ask, was the last time the border sea appeared was 1,000,000 years ago? Gu Chen asked. No. The hunchbacked old man and the dwarf emperor answered in unison. The two looked at each other and the hunchbacked old man smiled and made a gesture of invitation. The dwarf emperor saw that there was a chance for him to answer Gu Chen's question and did not hesitate to tell the truth. Lord Gu, you may not know this, but before the border sea opens, the Tao Lords will sense it and make preparations. What preparations? Gu Chen asked doubtfully. Lord Gu, think about it. There are so many worlds and races in the chaotic sea. The emissaries won't be here for too long. How would they have the energy to select talents one by one? Therefore, they must first conduct a screening. Only those who are on the chaotic myriad spirit list are qualified to be brought to the emissaries. And the ranking battle of the chaotic myriad spirit list has always been jointly managed by the Tao Lords of the 100 Commanderies. As the dwarf sovereign spoke, Gu Chen understood. He had heard of the chaotic myriad spirit list. It was said that it was a list in the chaotic sea that evaluated the strength of living beings in the various worlds. It turned out that the reason for the existence of this list was for the people of the higher realms to choose from. In that case, every time the chaotic myriad spirit list appeared, it meant that the realm sea was about to open. The last time the chaotic myriad spirit list took place was 8,000,000 years ago. Lord Gu, you're wrong, the dwarf sovereign said. Gu Chen could not help but frown. In that case, how did the tyrants come from the primordial chaos Tao world 1,000,000 years ago? He told them his doubts truthfully, including the fact that the big shots from the upper realm might have used Xing Daoist to destroy the tyrants. After hearing this, both of them took a deep breath. The old man was wondering why the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex would appear in the Chaos Sea. So it really crossed the realm sea. What is the origin of the tyrants? How could they tame the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex and be hunted by the big shots from the upper realm after descending to the lower realm? The hunchbacked old man was bewildered. He realized that Gu Chen's bloodline probably had a great origin. Gu Chen already knew that there were very few people in the Chaos Sea who knew about the tyrants. He was not disappointed by the hunchbacked old man's question and turned to look at the dwarf sovereign. The dwarf sovereign had recognized his identity as the successor of the tyrants at first glance. In this regard, he should be able to provide him with more information than the hunchbacked old man. Seeing the fervent look in Gu Chen's eyes, the dwarf sovereign hesitated for a while before speaking. Lord, I'm afraid that I don't know as much about the tyrants as you think. I was able to recognize your identity back then because the ancestors of the dwarf race had forged weapons for the tyrants. However, that was already in the ancient Netherworld era. There was too little information about the tyrants left behind by the race. If it was in the past, we might still be able to find some ancient records. However, because of the Xing County, the dwarf race was almost wiped out, and all the historical records are no longer around. The dwarf race was an extremely ancient race that could be traced back to the ancient Netherworld era. Such a race naturally had inherited memories that even the hunchbacked old man could not compare to. However, the ancient Netherworld era was too long ago. After such a long period of time, even the most earth-shattering events of the past might have been forgotten. Guchen felt a little regretful when he heard this, but he was not discouraged. At least from the information that he had obtained so far, the origin of the tyrants was definitely far beyond his imagination. The tyrants should have already existed in the ancient Netherworld era, and they were very unusual. Otherwise, the ancestors of the dwarf race would not have been so obsessed with them. When the primordial chaos Tao world was born, the tyrants were obviously one of the ancestors of the ancient Netherworld who entered the Tao world. Although he did not know what happened in the long years that followed, there must be a deeper reason why the tyrants eventually went to the lower realm. The only person who could tell him these things was probably the white-haired demon lord that Tao Lord Xing was searching for. Guchen had completely sorted out the matter, and the conversation between the three gradually returned to the original topic. The jade slip that the hunchbacked old man took out was related to the primordial chaos Tao world and the realm sea. However, after Guchen understood everything, he still could not see the mystery of this jade slip. "Senior, what does this jade slip have to do with our current situation?" When the hunchbacked old man saw that Guchen had answered all his doubts, he finally returned his gaze to reality, and his expression immediately became serious. "Leader, you already know the existence of the primordial chaos Tao world and the realm sea, but do you know what happens every time the realm sea reappears and disappears?" Guchen could not help but narrow his eyes. Every time the realm sea reappears and disappears, the chaos sea will usher in a dark turmoil. During the dark turmoil, many worlds will be engulfed by darkness forever. Countless living beings will perish, and even Tao lords may lose their lives. And such dark upheavals have already happened 7 times in the War County era. The hunchbacked old man said this with a serious expression. "Dark turmoil? How can that be?" The dwarf sovereign's expression froze. He wanted to retort, but he suddenly recalled that there seemed to have been a particularly chaotic period in the past. During such a period, the dwarf race would always stay in seclusion, but their ancestors had never explained the reason. "Dark turmoil," Guchen muttered to himself. From the old man's face, he could tell how terrifying the dark turmoil was. It turned out that the strange painting on the jade slip described the consequences of the 7 dark turmoil. During that turmoil, a large number of worlds had already been destroyed. "Leader, if you choose to stay in a corner of the 9th realm, even if you can avoid Tao Lord Xing's pursuit, will the 9th realm be safe when the dark turmoil arrives?" When the dark turmoil arrives, any world can face threats. If leader hides in the 9th realm and does not think about forging ahead, how will you have the strength to protect your homeworld? As the hunchbacked old man spoke, his voice became even more resounding and firm, with a pleading tone. The old man has a premonition that the realm sea is about to open. There are only a few years left before the dark turmoil. "Leader, time is very precious now. The only thing we can do now is to temporarily abandon our emotional restraints and try our best to increase our strength and influence. Only then can we deal with the upcoming storm. Our goal should not just be Tao Lord Xing leader, we want to fight with the 100 county Tao lords." The hunchbacked old man revealed his true thoughts about Guchen. This was also his ambition. He wanted to compete with the Tao lords of the 100 counties and expand his forces as much as possible before the dark chaos arrived. What he said was not as simple as revenge. Instead, he wanted to point out the way for Guchen to move forward. Before today, everything Guchen had done was to protect the 9th world. Just thinking of ways to protect the 9th world from the threat of Xing realm had already exhausted all of his abilities. But now that he had broken off his relationship with Tao Lord Xing, he was destined to walk another path. He had also grown up and was no longer defenseless. Be it the threat of Tao Lord Xing or the dark chaos, all the dangers are because I am not strong enough. Do the nobles have the guts? Tao lords aren't born, they're forged through battle. Since Tao Lord Xing could do it in the past, I, Gu Chen, can do it too. If I can dominate the entire chaos sea, who would dare to touch my heart? Gu Chen's eyes gradually became determined. He jumped out of his original mindset and began to look at the world from a higher perspective. Dominate the chaos sea? If that day comes, I will forge all the weapons that you use to conquer the counties. The dwarf emperor was overwhelmed by Gu Chen's words. It was as though he had found the passion of his youth. The hunchbacked old man was also gratified by Gu Chen's decisiveness. He had not misjudged Gu Chen. If I want to do what I want without any worries, I must first resolve the danger before me. Senior, please tell me how to cut off the passage between the ninth world and the outside world. Gu Chen looked at the hunchbacked old man. Time was of the essence, and he had already decided to accept the price. The ninth world, within the chaos transmission window. At that moment, 5 battleships had been destroyed and were burning in flames. Hundreds of corpses floated in the void around the battleships. Not far from the corpses, the battle was still going on. More than 10 Dao-seeking realm cultivators were surrounding a youth and attacking him crazily. The young man had short silver hair, and his eyes were long and thin. Even at the most dangerous moment of the battle, a seemingly harmless smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He wore a green robe and casually waved a long sword in his hand. From time to time, cultivators would bleed and die. Damn it. I thought I could make a great contribution, but I didn't expect to be stopped by such a monster. Didn't they say that Gu Chen was the only monster in the ninth realm? If this goes on, other people will come to steal the credit. One of the dozen or so people besieging the silver-haired youth had an ugly expression on his face as he murmured to himself. He was a high-ranking shadow guard of Xing County's Shadow Division, and was often out on missions. The news that the former Tian Fa's General Gu Chen had led people to destroy the Xianxia spread like wildfire after the collapse of the Xianxia. With his identity as a shadow guard of the Shadow Division, he quickly received the news. At that time, his location was coincidentally not far from the ninth realm, so he smelled a golden opportunity. The Tian Fa's General Gu Chen had betrayed Xing County and killed Kong Xing and many higher-ups. This was a heinous crime, and the Dao Lord would definitely be furious. At this time, if he could attack Gu Chen's hometown in the name of punishment, he would definitely be rewarded by the Dao Lord. Considering that many higher-ups might have died in the Battle of the Xianxia, his status might even be greatly improved, and he would be highly regarded by the Dao Lord. Thinking of this, he decided to take the risk. Even though he was not a general in the military, he still gathered all the people he could and attacked the ninth realm immediately. He had originally planned to attack the ninth realm and kill all of Gu Chen's friends and family. Who would have thought that they would meet a tiger blocking their way when they crossed the chaotic transit window of the ninth realm? The silver-haired youth seemed to have been cultivating in the chaotic transit window all along. He noticed them immediately, and both sides began to fight. The process of the battle made them even more terrified. They originally thought that the cultivators in the ninth realm, apart from Gu Chen, were not very strong. They did not expect the silver-haired young man to block all of them by himself. Both his strength and temperament were extremely terrifying. Just one person and one sword had become an insurmountable moat. Seeing that the best opportunity to seize the credit was slipping away, the remaining people were extremely anxious. The silver-haired youth was fighting with more than a dozen experts from the outer realm. Even though he was smiling, those who knew him could see the seriousness in his eyes. What happened? These people came from Xing County, but they dared to attack the ninth realm. Did something happen to Gu Chen in Xing County? It happened too suddenly, and there was no time to inform the others. I wonder if there are more enemies behind us. Xianxia murmured to himself. He was full of worries because of the encounter. When Gu Chen left the ninth realm, he did not think that the crisis was really resolved. Hence, he had been cultivating near the chaotic transit window ever since. In the past few years, the chaotic transit window had been very peaceful. Xing County had kept its promise, so the experts from the ninth realm who were stationed near the transit window had gradually retreated. Even the Buddha Emperor, Hai Dongqing, and the others left the ninth realm one after another to cultivate in a wider world because they were provoked by Gu Chen being forced to surrender to the Xing County. Due to some changes after he attained the grand development immortal body, he did not leave the ninth realm early. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a situation, In just a few years, Xing County had broken the promise and sent a bunch of small fries. Chuanqiu concluded that something big must have happened to Gu Chen. Chuanqiu was in a terrible mood because he was not sure if Gu Chen was dead or alive, and he did not know how many enemies were behind him. I have to deal with these people as soon as possible and send the news back to the inner realm. Regardless of whether Gu Chen is dead or alive, I have to be ready for war. Chuanqiu's smile slowly disappeared as he considered the development of the situation. The remaining enemies were all experts, and it would not be easy to deal with them in a short time. I have no choice but to unseal the grand development immortal body. Chuanqiu's eyes lit up, and a 9-colored radiance flowed out of his body. A moment later, all the experts were dead. Only the shadow guard who had gathered the people in the beginning was left. This monster's cultivation level is not high. How can he go against so many heavens to kill people? His face turned pale and he lost all his will to fight in front of Chuanqiu's power. He turned around and fled in a panic. Clang, a crisp sound of a sword was heard. Chuanqiu's sword pierced through the back of his head. The shadow guard was dead. After killing all the enemies, Chuanqiu looked at the many corpses in the void and breathed heavily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had reached his limit. There are indeed many experts in the outer realm. I have found my own path, but it still took me so much effort to kill all of them. It seems like I have to leave the 9th realm to cultivate if I can survive this. Chuanqiu muttered to himself. He turned around and planned to fly back to the 9th realm to inform the Celestial Court, the Ascension Sect and the other major powers of the 9th realm. He had to organize his army as soon as possible. Otherwise, the 9th realm might crumble before it could even put up a fight. Right at this moment. Rumble. Rumble. From afar, 7 or 8 warships came from the other side of the transit window with irresistible force. Crap, is it too late? Chuanqiu's expression changed. He had almost exhausted all of his strength. He would not be able to stop so many people. Those 7 or 8 warships were standard warships of the Xing County. When they saw the flames of war in the passage, they slowed down and became cautious. Only when they confirmed that Chuanqiu was alone did they relax. Laughter could be heard from within the warship. What? I thought that Gu Chen had returned to the 9th realm after seeing so many dead people. I was so shocked. So you're a native of the 9th realm. You're quite impressive to be able to kill so many people. However, your luck has run out. After those words were spoken, many figures walked out of the warship. The auras they emitted were so powerful that Chuanqiu's heart sank. Show us the way to Gu Chen's family, and we'll spare your life. The leader of the non-human generals said arrogantly. Chuanqiu's eyes narrowed, almost forming a line. Why are you looking for Gu Chen's family? Why are you asking so many questions? Just listen to us, shouted one of the officers. Although none of them said it directly, Chuanqiu could clearly see the killing intent in their eyes. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, something big happened to Gu Chen. Did I owe you something in my previous life? Perhaps I'll die here today. Chuanqiu shook his head. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and slowly raised the sword in his hand. The sword aura was biting cold. He had made his decision. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The people of the 9th realm are all idiots, snorted the leading officer. Then, he gave the order to attack. Another battle broke out in the passage. However, this time around, Chuanqiu was not only alone, he was also a spent force. Soon, he was covered in wounds. Bang! The non-humankind commander gave Chuanqiu a heavy kick and sent him flying away. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in a row, and his eyes were losing focus. Haha, as long as I'm here, I won't let you pass. His body was swaying, but he forced himself to stand up. His spine was straight, and he vowed to defend this passage with his life. He's probably a madman. He doesn't even care about his life. His courage is commendable. From the looks of it, he has already experienced many battles. I've seen many people who would rather die than submit for the sake of so-called morality, righteousness, and kinship. Such people are too naive. Many of the invaders mocked and ridiculed. They had the advantage in numbers, and they were waiting for their exhausted comrades to exhaust themselves. This battle was simply too easy. For morality and kinship? Stop joking. Xianxia sneered when he heard their mockery. Oh? If not for morality and kinship, then what are you standing here for? The leader of the non-human generals said mockingly. There are always some people who think they are infallible. Back then, they took all the responsibility. He is great, but how can I, who was protected for no reason, be willing? Xianxia mumbled to himself. His unfocused eyes regained focus, and he managed to mobilize the remaining energy in his body. Whether he's willing or not, he's already being protected. He sacrificed himself to lead this place, and no one knows if he's dead or alive. If at this time I still allow others to do whatever they want on this land, where will I, Xianxia, put my face? If he comes back one day, how will I face him? I, your father, have never owed anyone favors. As Xianxia spoke, he was almost roaring in anger. An even more powerful aura exploded from his body. Under the stimulation of danger, his great development immortal physique seemed to have evolved. TCH, at the end of the day, you're still pedantic and stupid. The general no longer had the patience to waste words. He stepped forward and was about to snap the enemy's neck. Crackle, suddenly, blue electric chains appeared out of thin air around the foreign race general and his subordinates, and they were suddenly unable to move. What's going on? The general's face was full of fear. He felt his thoughts stop, and the origin energy in his body stagnated. Because I felt something strange in front of me, I ran here in advance. I didn't expect to hear such touching words. Brother Xue, who has always been cold and elegant, I didn't expect to have such a passionate side. A teasing voice rang in the general's ears. He was shocked to find that the electric chains in front of him had slowly turned into a figure. No, it wasn't the electric chains that had turned into a figure. The electric chains that had trapped all of them were naturally formed by the person in front of them. Gu Chen. Xianxia's expression froze when he saw that familiar face. Did the other party hear what he said just now? This damned fellow, why didn't he appear earlier or later? Why did he have to mess with him? Gu Chen? When the general heard Xianxia's words, his body couldn't help but shiver. Although they had come to the ninth world aggressively, that was because they knew that Gu Chen wouldn't be able to return to the ninth world in a short period of time. After all, he had just destroyed the Xing realm. No matter how he thought about it, he should be running for his life. Why would he have the courage to return to his hometown? We're doomed. The general's face turned pale. He knew how ruthless the person in front of him was. He had even killed Kong Xing and dared to act wildly in front of Dao Lord Xing. Oh no, run. Seeing that the situation was not good, the soldiers on the battleship immediately wanted to turn the ship around and escape. Rumble, at this moment, another battleship flew in from the outside and blocked their way. The door of the battleship opened, and the dwarf emperor, the leader of the swallowing Kuan tribe, the evil shark emperor, and the rest walked out. They glanced at the situation and grinned. Since you're here, don't leave. The leader of the swallowing Kuan tribe said savagely. The cultivators of the Xing county turned pale. They were done for. They had kicked an iron plate. This group of ferocious criminals had followed Gu Chen to the ninth realm. It seems like the tables have turned. Are we the ones bullying them with numbers? Xianxia looked at the powerful cultivators and was stunned for a moment before teasing them. He had been bullied badly just now. Lord Gu, please spare our lives. The cultivators didn't even have the courage to resist as they begged Gu Chen. Gu Chen was expressionless as he announced their fate. The Chaos Transit window was littered with corpses. All the invaders had been killed. Xianxia continued to heal his wounds while Gu Chen stood by his side to protect him. The hunchbacked old man, the dwarf emperor, and the rest began to inspect the chaos ramparts on both sides with a serious look on their faces. After an hour, Xianxia's strength had recovered a little. He opened his eyes and looked at Gu Chen. What happened? Suddenly, groups of uninvited guests arrived one after another. Gu Chen also brought a group of strangers back. He knew that something big was about to happen. It's a long story. Gu Chen sighed. Then make it short, Xianxia said. Gu Chen then told Sui Chuanqiu everything in detail. Sui Chuanqiu listened with a serious look on his face. So, Dao Lord Xing might come to the ninth realm himself? Is he really that powerful? Sui Chuanqiu murmured. Based on our current strength, we definitely can't stop him. Gu Chen gave a rational evaluation and then added. However, I've already thought of a way to solve the crisis. It should work. What? Destroy the chaos transit window. Sui Chuanqiu listened to Gu Chen's plan and looked at the hunchbacked old man and the others who were preparing. He immediately understood their actions. He pondered for a long time before he said. Is this the only way? Once we do that, the ninth realm might lose contact with the outside world forever. It's not a good thing in the long run. The threat of the Xing County is just around the corner. This is the only way. As for the future, it's not impossible to change the situation. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with determination. The chaotic qi that he could control a few years ago was much weaker than it was now. Although the hunchbacked old man said that it would be difficult to find the ninth realm once the chaos transit window collapsed, he believed that he would be able to solve this problem sooner or later as he grew stronger. Sui Chuanqiu couldn't think of any better ideas, so he could only nod. Just 2 waves of enemies had forced him to use all his strength. He knew that even if all the cultivators of the ninth realm gathered together, they would still be like moths flying into a flame. There was no way they could stop the army of the Xing County. When have you decided to destroy this tunnel? Sui Chuanqiu asked again. The sooner, the better, Gu Chen said concisely. Sui Chuanqiu was surprised and muttered. You're already at your doorstep. Don't you want to go home? You should know that if by any chance, we might never see each other again. Gu Chen fell silent and slowly closed his eyes. On the way here, he had already considered the price he would have to pay, so he did not hesitate. Right now, his hometown was right in front of him. As long as he passed through this passageway, he would be able to see his parents, wife, and son and resolve his yearning for them. But then what? It was still a parting. The current him still did not have the ability to let them live a carefree life. The less contact they had with him, the safer they would be. Especially now that news about him was fermenting outside and countless enemies were coming from the outer realm, there was no time for him to be sentimental. He was lucky that Sui Chuanqiu was guarding the chaos transit window. Otherwise, if he let the 2 waves of enemies enter the ninth realm, there would be a serious disaster. Gu Chen did not dare to be careless anymore. Xing Dao Lord could come to the ninth realm at any time, so he had to destroy the chaos transit window as soon as possible. I'm not going back. Gu Chen finally opened his eyes and answered resolutely. He seemed to be unreasonable. Sui Chuanqiu nodded and seemed to recall something. He smiled and said, I've seen your son. I've seen your son. Although he's still young, his aptitude is astonishing. His name is Gu Yuping, right? I heard that you named him. Gu Chen's eyes flickered when he heard that. Yuping was indeed the name he had given him. Before he left the ninth realm, he had asked Hai Dongqing to bring back a letter from his family to the ancient Song Huang star. The letter mainly told him about his son's name. The name Yuping was his wish for the child who was still in swaddling clothes at that time. He hoped that he would have great ambitions in the future, and that his thoughts and realm would be as broad as the universe. He also hoped that no matter how high he stood in the future, he would be willing to be ordinary and understand the true meaning of life. Gu Chen had never spent even a day with his child. He had mixed feelings when he heard the name he had given him from Sui Chuanqiu. Even others had seen his son, but he seemed to have lost him as a father. If he grows up one day, he will probably blame me, right? A wry smile appeared at the corners of Gu Chen's mouth. He had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, let alone a qualified husband. He was destined to be unable to accompany his child as he grew up. He, Gu Chen, was worthy of the heavens and earth, but he felt guilty to the child he had never met. Uncle Gu, if that child grows up and understands your situation, he will definitely understand you. He will be proud to have a father like you. Feng Yaya, who was next to him, sensed the sadness in Gu Chen's heart and could not help but comfort him. Gu Chen waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. Feng Yaya suddenly stopped talking. She knew that returning to the ninth realm this time would make Guchen feel even worse than the last time he left. Last time, he had to bear the humiliation and leave for his hometown. He still had the thought of returning to reunite with his family. However, this time, he would personally cut off his connection with his hometown and embark on a path destined to be full of thorns and blood. He had a home, but he could not return. As strong as he was, he felt helpless. As Xianxia thought about it, she felt even more sorry for the man in front of her. "Chief, everything is ready. We can move at any time." While they were chatting, the hunchbacked old man and the dwarf emperor walked over and said, "Well, let's do it according to plan." Guchen took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia. "Brother Zhua, are you going to stay in the inner realm or leave?" "I have already decided to go to other worlds to train," Xianxia said truthfully. "Well, there will be some danger when the chaos transit window collapses. Brother Zhua, please go to the other side of the passage first." "Yaya, you should also go with Brother Zhua," Guchen reminded. Xianxia nodded and did not object. Xianxia also obediently agreed and the two of them left the place together. After the two of them left, Guchen took out a letter that he had already written. A black hole opened in front of him and he placed the letter inside. The black hole closed, and the letter also flew back to the dark yellow ancient star under his Dao La, to his distant home. This was the only thing he could do right now. The dwarf emperor took out a strange rope and tied it to Guchen, himself, the hunchbacked old man, and the 10 experts. "Hey, is this thing reliable?" "Don't worry, this rope is specially made by me. There are tens of thousands of layers of restrictions on its surface. Even if it is contaminated by the chaotic qi, it should be able to hold on for quite a while based on the speed at which the restrictions are breaking. With this rope, we won't be separated when the chaotic qi erupts." The dwarf sovereign explained confidently, but everyone still felt numb after listening to him. Usually, a strand of the chaotic qi would be like being poisoned. This time, they might be drowned in it. If there was a slight mistake, they would really lose their lives. "Chief, we're all depending on you. Don't let us die," Immaterial Woman said to Guchen anxiously. "Everyone, don't worry. If I don't die, I won't let you die," Guchen promised. It was a huge risk to collapse the chaos transit window this time. It meant a lot to him that these people chose to help him and share life and death with him. As long as they didn't die today, they would be companions who could treat each other with sincerity. If Guchen wanted to use these people to fight for the top position in the chaotic sea, what he needed the most was unconditional trust from each other. "If we can successfully collapse the chaos transit window and leave this place alive, then we will really have the confidence to fight against the 100 commanderies." Compared to uneasiness, Zhong Shenruo's eyes were more filled with anticipation. After hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. They couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. After Guchen, the hunchbacked old man, and the dwarf emperor had finished their discussion, he told everyone about their future plans in an open and honest manner. Everyone naturally knew about Guchen's ability to control the chaotic qi. They knew how valuable this ability was. Just thinking about its future potential was enough to make them yearn for it. The reason why they were willing to follow Guchen's crazy action today was because they wanted to see to what extent this ability had been developed by Guchen. Tie all the ropes, then put on the inner armor and heavy armor. Do everything you can think of. Otherwise, you might lose your life if you're not careful. The dwarf sovereign took out a large pile of protective equipment and even defensive Dao talismans. It could be said that he had done everything to ensure everyone's safety. Everyone hurriedly did as he said. Although Guchen also put on some protective gear, it was not much. Compared to safety, he, who was about to become the core of the team, needed agility more. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. Although he could indeed control more chaotic qi after absorbing Kongxing's chaotic flower, he was not sure if he could withstand the surge of chaotic qi when it erupted like a raging tide. This was like the difference between rowing a boat against the current and rowing a boat against the current. The slightest mistake would result in the destruction of the boat and the death of the passengers. After making all the preparations, the hunchbacked old man led Guchen and the rest to one side of the chaos barrier. The state of the primal chaos barrier here is the most unstable. It's the easiest to start from here. Moreover, this place is quite a distance away from the 9th realm, so we can ensure that the ninth realm will not be affected. The only troublesome thing is that we'll be quite far away from the emergency exit, so we'll have to run for our lives." Just like Gu Chen, the hunchbacked old man did not wear much protective gear. He gave a simple explanation of the upcoming operation. "Leader, later on, you'll use the dominating cauldron of Origin's golden lightning magic power. With the power of that magic power, you'll be able to tear a big hole in the chaos barrier in an instant and cause a huge commotion. When that happens, I'll have to trouble everyone. You'll have to use your full strength and expand the area where the chaotic chi will explode. That way, the entire passageway will collapse. During this process, everyone's movements might be affected because of the chaotic chi. However, with so many protective gear, it shouldn't be a big problem. When the passageway collapses, there will definitely be a terrifying chaotic chi wave. We have to escape before the chaotic chi wave completely drowns us. When that happens, we can only rely on the leader's ability to control the chaotic chi. Everyone should understand your responsibilities, right?" After the hunchbacked old man explained, everyone did not ask any more questions. In fact, they had already discussed the plan many times. The most crucial person in the entire plan was Gu Chen. He was the main force in destroying the chaos barrier and leading everyone to safety. Everyone's lives were tied to him alone. "Let's begin." Seeing that everyone had no more questions, Gu Chen said solemnly. A total of 13 people were connected by ropes. Gu Chen took the lead and walked to a place that was only 2 zhang away from the chaos barrier. With a flip of his hand, the dominating cauldron of Origin appeared in his palm. Under his control, the dominating cauldron of Origin rapidly enlarged. Its entire body shone with a dazzling radiance. The patterns on the body of the cauldron glowed with electricity. After absorbing the chaotic flower, the patterns on the dominating cauldron of Origin became even clearer and more mystical. The patterns on it seemed to have come from the ancient netherworld. They were simple and mysterious. With a solemn and nervous expression, Gu Chen controlled the dominating cauldron of Origin to fly into the chaos barrier. Whoosh! The dominating cauldron of Origin entered and disappeared in an instant. Gu Chen took a deep breath. His connection with the dominating cauldron was still there. Even the chaotic chi could not cut off the mental connection between the two. Sensing that the dominating cauldron of Origin had sunk into the chaos barrier, Gu Chen stopped the dominating cauldron of Origin. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. "Explode." His voice was like thunder. At this moment, he activated the dominating cauldron of Origin, rumble. Rumble, like Panga splitting the heavens and earth, terrifying golden lightning appeared around the dominating cauldron of Origin and struck the layers of chaotic chi. In an instant, all the chaotic chi that was struck by the lightning began to boil. It was as if the heavens and earth were evolving. Some of the chaotic chi directly evaporated, but most of it formed an explosive, colorful energy. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the chaos barrier, waiting for the terrifying chain of reactions that would follow. After a few breaths, everyone heard a shocking whistling sound. Then, the space around them began to destabilize and collapse. Rumble, countless strands of chaotic chi churned. The chaos barrier in front of them suddenly caved in and a vortex appeared. Then, there was a loud explosion. The dazzling multicolored flames momentarily blinded everyone, and the tsunami-like energy directly sent a group of people flying. "Do it!" The hunchbacked old man shouted anxiously. The dwarf sovereign, the swallowing Kuan race's leader, and the others felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the heaven's might that was right in front of them. They gritted their teeth and unleashed their strongest techniques or the forbidden artifacts that they had prepared beforehand. Boom! 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 The chaos transit window began to collapse, and the turbulent chaos chi swept toward them like a huge wave. Gu Chen immediately manipulated the rope to pull everyone in his direction, trying to gather them together as much as possible. During this process, the chaotic chaos chi occasionally collided with them, but their defensive talismans were all shattered. Even the restrictive spells on their armors made a series of cracking sounds. After making sure that everyone was within 10 zhang of him, Gu Chen summoned the cauldron of Origin back without hesitation. It floated above his head and he performed the chaotic spirit secret skill. Buzz, 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 a shocking scene appeared. The The chaotic chaos chi in the surroundings seemed to have found a backbone and began to dance around the cauldron of origin, vaguely forming some sort of order. This is great. Leader is really powerful. When everyone saw that Guchen could really control the chaos chi, they were so excited that their hearts were about to be loosened. Boom, boom, boom. However, the chaotic wave caused by the collapse of the transit window was too terrifying. Even though Guchen had controlled the chaotic chaos chi within a radius of 10 zhang, there was still more chaotic chaos chi rushing toward them from afar. The huge gray vortexes were terrifying. Not only were they violently colliding with Guchen's defense, but they were also attacking his mind. Let's go. Guchen's heart tightened. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. If he hesitated any longer, he would never be able to leave. He activated the seraphic speed and the wings of time, leading everyone to escape. Behind them was the gray wave that connected the sky and the earth. Wherever the wave passed, the space would be shattered, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. Guchen's speed of escape was extremely fast. His companions were also doing their best to escape to a safe zone as soon as possible. Crack. 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 Along the way, they were surrounded by the chaotic chaos chi. Even though they tried their best to avoid it, they were still contaminated by it. Under such circumstances, everyone's defensive measures were losing their effectiveness. We are not far from the exit. We can make it. The dwarf sovereign said excitedly as he saw a dot of light in the gray space ahead of him. That was the safe zone. Everyone nodded and circulated their cultivation to try their best to resist the erosion of the chaotic chaos chi. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a collapse in front of them, and a large mass of chaotic chaos chi blocked their way. This is bad. Everyone's faces paled. Time was of the essence. If they purposely avoided the collapse, they would be caught by the gray tide. Guchen's expression also became gloomy. He had used all of his energy to stop the primal chaos chi from behind, so he didn't have any energy left. Out of the way. Let me handle it. I'll lead the way. Suddenly, the dwarf sovereign and the swallowing Kuan race's patriarch rushed forward and roared. A strange metal cannon appeared on the dwarf sovereign's shoulder out of nowhere. The muzzle of the cannon emitted a blazing flame as it shot towards the gray mist in front of it. The swallowing Kuan clan patriarch brandished his huge arm and threw out a huge axe, following closely behind the dwarf sovereign's attack. Bang! The two's joint attack forcibly blasted open a huge passageway in the gray fog. Let's go. The two of them took the lead and charged forward. This primal chaos chi was different from other things. Even if they attacked it with all their might, they could only disperse it temporarily. They could not destroy it at all. If they did not hurry through, the mist would quickly return to its original state. The group's reaction speed was not slow, and they quickly followed behind the two of them. Guchen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his companion's strength was very reliable. Rumble. Rumble. What followed next was a very short distance, but there were many collapses. The entire primal chaos passage was originally a single entity. Once one part was destroyed, the entire passage would suffer. Everyone had underestimated the scale of this disturbance. Left with no choice, the group could only take turns to attack, learning from the swallowing Kuan clan patriarch and the dwarf sovereign to forcefully open a path. Under such circumstances, no matter how fast they attacked, they were still delayed. The gray tide behind them was just inches away from them. This is bad. The 13 people's armors were corroded by the primal chaos chi, and their talismans were burnt to a crisp. Fear was written all over their faces. If this continued, at least half of them would die here in less than 3 breaths' time. Guchen gritted his teeth. He tried his best to delay the impact of the tide, but the scale of the primal chaos chi was too large. Everything he did was in vain. With his lightning speed, it was very likely that he could survive. But if more than half of his companions died, it would be a huge blow to him, who was just about to establish his own clan. Don't worry, we still have the old man at this time. The hunchbacked old man who had not made a move all this while had a solemn look on his face. His hands slowly grabbed at the void around him. All things are impermanent. Life and death. Life and death destroy oneself. Nirvana is joy. The hunchbacked old man murmured. As his words fell, everyone felt the light in the world suddenly dim. It was as though they had been swallowed by the primal chaos chi, and they jumped in fright. Strangely, the loud noise caused by the primal chaos chi suddenly disappeared. The world was silent, as though everything had returned to nothingness. What kind of Taoist technique is this? Zhong Xingrua asked in surprise. Gu Chen was in the silent darkness. His deep-sea purple eyes lit up, and he realized that everyone's protective gear, which had been almost destroyed, was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious power. As a result, the speed of the primal chaos chi's erosion was greatly reduced. He felt this strange power and murmured to himself. Undying and indestructible, absolute silence. After the hunchbacked old man acknowledged him as his leader, although he was not willing to talk much about his past identity, in order to win Gu Chen's trust, he told him all his abilities, including the origin that he cultivated. And the origin that he cultivated was very special. It was called the Nirvana origin. According to the hunchbacked old man, the Tao that he cultivated now was comprehended after he was defeated by Tao Lord Xing. And when he fought with Tao Lord Xing, Gu Chen vaguely guessed his strength at that time from his confession. Tao Lord, the hunchbacked old man seemed to have been a Tao Lord, but he was defeated in a battle with Tao Lord 100 Counties. From then on, he lost all his luck and fell to the Tao Severing realm. Under normal circumstances, a Tao Lord who was defeated in a battle during the War County era would die. But he stubbornly survived. Because he was a loser, he did not speak of his past experiences. And it was not easy for him to make up his mind to assist Gu Chen. How powerful was a former Tao Lord? How much help could he be to him in the future? Now that the hunchbacked old man had fought in front of others for the first time, it gave Gu Chen a chance to find out. Under the support of the Nirvana origin power, everyone's protective gear was in a strange state of undying and indestructible. The speed of the primal chaos chi's erosion was greatly reduced. When the state of absolute silence was lifted, sound and vision returned. Everyone was shocked to find that they were far away from the gray tide and safe. Only Gu Chen, who knew the hunchback old man's ability in advance and possessed the deep-sea purple pupils, could see the entire process clearly. The hunchback old man lifted the Tao technique, his aged face looking a little tired. "Senior, you are indeed powerful. With your help, I will be more confident in the future," Gu Chen said sincerely. Last time in Xianxia, the hunchbacked old man had used the power of Nirvana to quietly remove the spirit-binding hoop from Feng Yaya's body. This time, he had protected everyone through the last journey. There was no doubt about his strength. When everyone heard Gu Chen's words and thought of how they had strangely escaped danger, their respect for the hunchback old man grew. Without a doubt, their newly formed faction would be led by Gu Chen, and this senior would be the second in command. He would even play the role of a military advisor. With the leader and the old senior here, there will be a place for us in the Sea of Chaos sooner or later, the evil shark emperor said excitedly. Although they had worked together before in the Xing realm, they had mostly fought alone. But today, they had fought side by side and done something unheard of. The successful destruction of the Chaos Transit window was like a reassurance pill that made everyone look forward to the future. Amidst the excited crowd, Gu Chen turned around and stared at the completely collapsed Chaos Transit window in silence for a long time. The collapse of the Chaos Transit window had exceeded their expectations. Even if Tao Lord Xing forced his way through the Chaos Chi, it would be difficult for him to find the location of the Ninth Realm. Without him, the Ninth Realm would be of little use to Tao Lord Xing, and he would not pay a huge price to search for it. Therefore, the Ninth Realm was truly safe from now on. He, Gu Chen, was no longer under the control of others, no longer had to endure humiliation, and no longer had to compromise. Gu Chen's eyes gradually burned with a fierce fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists tightly. He could not return home, at least for a long time. Alone in the world, he would be lonely, but he would also be fearless. The realm sea was about to open, the darkness chaos would descend upon this world once more, and he, Gu Chen, would be thrown into that enormous vortex. Only when one was strong enough would they be able to protect everything they treasured, and only then would they be able to have true freedom. Who said that the Chaos Sea was under the control of the 100 Commanderies Tao Lords? He, Gu Chen, refused to accept this. Gu Chen silently swore to the vanished passageway that he would carve out a vast world. He wanted his name to resound throughout every world in the Chaos Sea and make every Tao Lord feel uneasy when they heard his name. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the rose. Gu Chen looked deep and calm, but the invisible aura that flowed out from his body, that indomitable sharpness, had unknowingly infected everyone present. It was unknown when Xianxia and Xianxia had arrived not far behind the crowd, quietly looking at the towering figure at the forefront. Brother Zhua, I'm about to conquer the Chaos Sea. Are you willing to help me? Gu Chen sensed Xianxia's approach. He did not turn around, but his voice spread out. The two of them had always been enemies and friends when they were in the Tsang Huang Ancient Star. There were very few people in the same generation that Gu Chen admired, but Xianxia was one of them. Now that he was about to embark on an expedition, if he had Xianxia's help, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Follow you? Xianxia's slender eyes swept across the many experts present, and he smiled innocently. The people present were either ambitious people who had once dominated a region or top geniuses in a certain field. So many important figures were willing to submit to Gu Chen. It was not too condescending to follow him. However, Gu Chen, Xianxia, will never submit to anyone. I helped you protect the ninth realm previously because I didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Now that the restraints on us have been removed, it's time to leave this shallow pool. You want to dominate the Chaos Sea. I, Xianxia, am the same. Xianxia said his final farewell, turned around, and strode away. This true dragon, who had been trapped in the shallow pool for the past few years because of his principles, finally had the time to jump into the sea. He used to be a genius who was on par with Gu Chen. Now that he had stepped into the widely praised Chaos Sea, no one knew what he would become the next time they met. This guy is really arrogant. He doesn't know his place. He actually rejected the leader's invitation. He should be taught a lesson. Many experts looked at Xianxia, who was leaving, and discussed. Gu Chen knew Xianxia's character very well. Seeing him leave without hesitation, the corners of his mouth curled up. If Xianxia had chosen to follow him, he would probably have been a little disappointed. Leader, the danger of the ninth realm has been resolved. We can't stay in this Xing County for long. We should leave. After settling everything, the hunchback old man reminded him with a smile. Gu Chen nodded. He turned around and got on the back of the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex, reaching out to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled sweetly, took his hand, and sat on the back of the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex. The two of them rode on the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex. On the left was the hunchback old man, and on the right was the dwarf emperor. As for the 10 experts, they slowly followed behind. Leader, where are we going next? The leader of the Devouring Rock clan asked curiously, following behind them with his huge body. The entire Xing County is in the way of heaven created by the gate of Tao and decay. If we continue to stay here, we will be easily discovered. Let's first go to the 3,000 lesser worlds at the border of the Xing County and the Lei County. Our companions are still there. Gu Chen answered casually. He had already thought about what to do next. In a situation where all the worlds in the Chaos Sea were basically controlled by the Tao Lords, it would not be easy for them to start a fight. They definitely could not stay in the Xing County. They had caused such a big commotion. Even if they escaped to other counties, if Tao Lord Xing came out to negotiate with the other Tao Lords, they would still be in danger. Gu Chen did not have a clear direction on how to strengthen his own forces. What he needed now was time. The 3,000 lesser worlds was a gray area at the border of the two counties. It was the easiest place to hide in there, so it was a suitable choice. Moreover, Fatty Qian and the Qi clan's ancestor were still waiting for him there. It was time to use these two hidden pawns. He had asked Fatty Qian to look for an alchemist, but he did not know how it was going. Given the current situation, he was determined to get a top-notch alchemist. Gu Chen and his group embarked on a new journey. However, they did not know that at about the same time, an uninvited guest came to the Xing County, which had been destroyed after the war. The leader of the Sky Shadows, Xiaoluo Man, had rushed back after hearing about what happened in the Xing County. At this moment, she was being easily stepped on by a man. She could not move at all, and countless corpses of the Xing County soldiers were lying around her. Damn it, the Xing County has been attacked twice. Blood flowed from her mouth, and her eyes were filled with indignation. The man who was stepping on her had a head full of white hair. His aura was deeply hidden, and he looked around the ruins of the Xing County expressionlessly. After a while, he waved his hand casually. As if returning to the source, a drop of golden blood floated over from the ruins in the distance and landed in his palm. The white-haired man sniffed, and then a strange look appeared in his eyes. "Tell me, where is Guchen now?" In the largest restaurant in the 3,000 small worlds, an entire floor of private rooms had been booked half a day ago. The people who booked the entire floor were a group of foreigners who had an unusual aura. All of them wore hoods and were dressed in black. They were generous with their money but did not speak much. The manager of the restaurant could not tell where they came from, but since there was money to be made, he was not interested in finding out who they were. After all, the 3,000 small worlds had always been a place where people dressed like that were everywhere. The entire floor of private rooms had been booked, so the other customers could only eat in the lobby downstairs. As the restaurant had always been bustling with business, the lobby was extremely crowded at the moment, and there was a lot of noise. Rumor has it that General Guchen of the Xing County broke into the Chaos Passage of the Longevity Realm alone, kicked away the Eagle Guardian King, and blinded the Azure Dharma King with one sword. His power is really unstoppable, and he made the entire Thunder County lose face. How long ago did this news come from? The latest news is that Guchen released a group of extremely vicious criminals from the Xing County's prison star, raised a flag in rebellion, killed Dao Lord Xing's right-hand man, and destroyed the entire Xing realm. This is an official declaration of war against Dao Lord Xing. How many years has it been? It's been a long time since such an ambitious person appeared in the chaotic sea. He actually dared to openly challenge the authority of the Dao Lords. In the lobby of the restaurant, the customers were drinking and talking about the major events that had happened recently. They seemed to be in high spirits. The 3,000 small worlds were located between the Xing County and the Thunder County. Most of the news they could hear was related to the two counties, and the major events that had happened in the two counties were all related to one person. Breaking into the Thunder County alone, stealing the creation of the Chaos Mystic Land, and destroying the Supreme Sacred Land of the Xing County, any of these things sounded shocking and extremely mythical. How can the authority of the Dao Lords be offended? I heard that the two counties have jointly issued a wanted order, offering a huge reward for Guchen and his accomplices. Whoever can catch them or provide their whereabouts will be able to rise rapidly. The Xing County and the Thunder County have always been hostile, but now they are jointly issuing a wanted order for a criminal. Is this true? It's true. Here, I just came from the border of Xing County and got the arrest warrant. A half-drunk guest casually took out a jade slip and casually opened it. Immediately, a misty green light emerged from it. The image and identity information of a group of people were recorded on it. The criminal, Guchen, was originally a general of Tian Fa in Xing County. He was born in the 9th county of Xing County and was known as the Overlord. He cultivates a rare natural source energy, and is now a wanted criminal, dead or alive. Anyone who could provide information on his whereabouts would be rewarded handsomely. The criminal Gu Huang, the leader of the devouring Kuan race, an expert at the 9th tier of the Dao Querying realm. He had pledged allegiance to the Overlord Guchen and was wanted by all, dead or alive. The criminal, the Dwarf Emperor, was originally the leader of the dwarf race and a famous artifact refinement grandmaster in the Chaos Sea. This person has been missing for a long time, and he has a life and death feud with our county's marshal, Mia Zheng. He was now wanted by everyone, dead or alive. One by one, the wanted posters flashed past everyone's eyes. Each of the people described on the posters had a powerful background, causing the group of guests' eyelids to twitch. This Overlord Guchen is really not simple. He has gathered a group of top-notch experts around him. With such a group of experts gathered together, no matter which county they appear in, I'm afraid people will not be able to eat and sleep in peace. The guests sighed incessantly. They looked at the wanted poster over and over again, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The wanted posters are nothing. Everyone, I have the video of the Overlord barging into the Chaos Passage window of the Longevity Realm that was spread from the Thunder County. Seeing that everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a guest at a table in the corner could not help but want to show off and took out a mirror image inscription stone. Back then, when Guchen fought the Thunder County army alone, the situation at the scene was recorded by the Thunder County's mirror image inscription stone. This mirror image inscription stone was originally handed over to the Thunder Dao Lord, but for some reason, the copied video gradually spread. This person had obtained this video by chance, and now that he took it out to show off, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Fellow Daoist, you are really well informed. I admire you very much. Can you let us see the situation of the battle that day? Many guests were very interested, and they flattered and asked at the same time. Since I have taken it out, of course I can. The guest's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he injected power into the mirror image inscription stone. The video of the battle that day suddenly appeared in mid-air. The video seemed to be intermittent. Most of the time, only a blue lightning could be seen coming and going freely, and then the Thunder County's army was defeated. Why is the video so blurry? It can't be fake, can it? Someone who could not see the video clearly questioned. Pfft, what do you know? That Guchen the Overlord is said to have the fastest speed below the Dao Lord. Can this mirror image inscription stone record his movements clearly? The guest who took out the mirror image inscription stone immediately said disdainfully. The fastest speed below the Dao Lord? Everyone was shocked. The restaurant's lobby was in an uproar because of the wanted posters and the video. All kinds of discussions and speculations were endless. In the private rooms on the upper floor, a group of guests who had already taken off their hoods looked very calm. They were either drinking wine slowly, or moving their ears to eavesdrop on the conversations below from time to time. The two counties jointly issued a wanted order. This is really a big deal. Even people in the 3,000 lesser worlds know about it. The hunchbacked old man sipped his wine happily and said with emotion. His appearance had changed a little compared to before, but he still looked like an old man. I haven't heard any news about the 9th world on my way here. It seems that the Xing County deliberately hid it. That's right. They can't even find someone to vent their anger on. Why would Dao Lord Xing publicize such a shameful thing? Guchen picked up a mouthful of food and ate it, and said with a smile. After destroying the chaos transit window of the 9th world, they had traveled a long way to the 3,000 lesser worlds. They had been very careful along the way, and finally arrived here safely. At the same time, they had heard a lot of news about them, so they were not surprised. Leader, now that the two counties have jointly issued a wanted order for us, I'm afraid that the 3,000 lesser worlds are not a safe place. We can't stay here for long, the Dwarf Emperor reminded. The 3,000 lesser worlds were located at the junction of the Xing County and the Thunder County. Since they could not find their traces in the two counties, it was possible that the two Dao Lords would soon notice them. The safest way was to leave the territory of the two Dao Lords as soon as possible. Don't worry. I didn't plan to stay here for long. Guchen nodded. He came to the 3,000 lesser worlds mainly to pick up Fatty Qian and Ancestor Xian of the Qi family. They should be arriving at the restaurant soon. After a while, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. The person outside the door was the one he had been waiting for. The door opened, and Fatty Qian and the ancestor of the Qi family walked in together. Because Guchen had changed his appearance at the moment, the two of them did not recognize him at first. After counting the number of people present and thinking of the wanted posters they had heard recently, they suddenly felt a little uneasy. None of the people here were easy to deal with. Fatty, fellow cultivator Qi, long time no see. Guchen said at the right time and invited them to take a seat. Hearing Guchen's voice, the two relaxed a lot. Fatty Qian said with a smile. Boss, the things you've done after returning to Xing County are really shocking. The ancestor of the Qi family nodded in agreement. He felt that he had followed a great figure. He and Fatty Qian were left here by Guchen. In order not to be idle, they deliberately subdued several powerful local forces. They thought they could take credit when they met, but they didn't expect to hear the news that the Xing County was destroyed. The people who had participated in the attack on Xianxia were all big shots in the past, and some of their names were like thunder piercing through his ears. Master Gu was indeed Master Gu. The people he subdued were all dragons and phoenixes. Compared with the forces he had subdued, they were not worth mentioning at all. He was even a little worried. Now that Master Gu had such a group of powerful companions, would he still need him? After drinking this glass of wine, we will be on the same side in the future. Gu Chen saw that Fatty Qian, the ancestor of the Qi family, and the people present were on guard against each other. He took the lead and raised his glass. His meaning was clear. Everyone nodded their heads, raised their glasses, and drained the wine in one gulp. After a few glasses of hot wine, the unfamiliarity between them quickly disappeared. Fatty, I asked you to find a top alchemist. How is it going? After talking about some things that had happened recently, Gu Chen took the initiative to ask. Finding a top alchemist to help him or even make him his companion was the most important thing for Gu Chen at the moment. Others might not understand the reason, but Gu Chen knew very well that he had too many reasons. First, he had stolen a large number of natural treasures from the Xing County's treasure house. If these natural treasures were refined into elixirs, their value would be many times higher. In the world of cultivators, elixirs were more valuable than money. If he wanted to expand his forces in the future, he had to make good use of these resources. Secondly, even though limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex had managed to escape death thanks to his treatment, its severe internal injuries had yet to be fully healed. Some of the companions present were also far from their prime due to the years of torture they had endured on Hell Star. They needed elixirs, and what they needed was a specialized elixir. This could only be done by finding a powerful alchemist to prescribe the right medicine for them. Thirdly, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Tao Lord Xing, and his situation would only get more and more dangerous in the future. Thus, he needed the help of the immortal medicine. The tricolored twin lotus in his body was an extremely rare herb. If he refined it into a pill, it would be equivalent to having a few more lives. The fourth and final reason was also the most important one. During the battle at Xing Realm, Gu Chen had already confirmed that the eternal golden pill was indeed effective in resisting the influence of the door of Tao and decay. However, because it was a failed product, its effects were very limited. Since the eternal golden pill was effective, could he find a powerful alchemist to refine a perfect pill again? In the beginning, Gu Chen had asked Fatty Qian to find a top alchemist. In addition to the three colors twin lotus, another important reason was that he wanted to use the eyes of an alchemist to determine whether the eternal golden pill was really useful. It was just that his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. He had no choice but to use it in the battle at Xianxia, so he confirmed its effects in advance. Although the eternal golden pill had been consumed by Gu Chen, at that time, he had been careful and suppressed a small amount of medicinal efficacy in a corner of his body. After that, he used a divine ability to force out the remaining medicinal power, turning it into a small ball of gray powder. If it was a top-notch pill refinement master, he should be able to analyze the composition of the medicinal powder and deduce the entire pill formula, right? At the thought of this, Gu Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. The eternal golden pill was originally used to deal with the door of Tao and decay, but after experiencing it personally, he already had other ideas. After consuming the eternal golden pill, the golden runes all over his body seemed to be burning, and all the hidden doors seemed to be opening. Although this momentum was later interrupted, it also made Gu Chen see a possibility. The golden runes were a kind of inheritance imprint of the perfect tyrant body. For a long time, as his cultivation level improved, especially after his physical body evolved, the golden runes would always melt apart. Every time the golden runes melted, his tyrant body would advance further and give birth to new supernatural powers. Gu Chen saw a supreme path in this, but the conditions required for the golden runes to melt were too harsh, and the evolution of the tyrant body could never keep up with the four origins. However, it was different now. He was very concerned about the effect that the eternal golden pill had on his body, and he had a terrifying guess. The tyrants had provided the eternal golden pill formula to the first celestial emperor, saying that it was to fight against the door of Tao and decay, but was that really the case? Gu Chen wanted to verify his idea, so he really needed an alchemist. If he could find a top-notch alchemist, then he might be able to master the key to the evolution of the tyrant body. Whether it was to improve his own strength or to expand his influence, Gu Chen was in dire need of an alchemist now. This alchemist must be first class in the Chaos Sea in order to realize his ambition. Hearing Gu Chen mention business, Fatty Qian wiped the grease stains on the corner of his mouth from the chicken drumstick and grinned. I have already found 5 alchemists. They are not top-notch, but they are quite famous in the Xing and Lei commanderies. Boss, you can meet them and personally inspect the goods. There are 5? Gu Chen nodded. It seemed that Fatty Qian was quite concerned about this matter. Gu Chen glanced at the hunchbacked old man, who understood what he meant. He flipped his hand and took out a pill formula from his storage ring. Give this pill formula to the 5 alchemists and let them refine the pills according to the formula. After seeing the effects of the pills, the leader will decide whether to hire them or not, the hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Do we have to test the pills like this? Fatty Qian was dazed for a moment, revealing a look of embarrassment. Boss, the 5 alchemists are very arrogant because they think that their alchemy skills are top-notch. If we do this, I'm afraid they will be dissatisfied and may not listen to us. If they don't listen, that's because the reward is not high enough. Gu Chen handed a storage ring to Fatty Qian and smiled. There are some herbs in this storage ring. Bring them to them and show them their faces. Tell them that as long as they can refine pills that satisfy me, these herbs will be given to them for free. In addition, there will be more benefits waiting for them. On the table, there were 5 round, jade-like, brightly colored pills. Gu Chen looked at them carefully, then picked up the pills one by one and sniffed them gently. Fatty Qian looked at them with a smile on his face. He was quite proud of himself. In just 4 days, he had gone to the residences of the 5 alchemy masters, and each of them had refined the pills that met the requirements according to Gu Chen's pill recipe. None of the 5 pills looked ordinary, and Fatty Qian believed that Gu Chen would be satisfied. Gu Chen carefully observed for a moment, his face showed deliberation, and he turned to look at the hunchbacked old man behind him. Senior, what do you think? The hunchbacked old man just glanced at the 5 pills and shook his head in disappointment. If you want to refine ordinary pills, these 5 alchemy masters are enough to meet the requirements. However, if you give them the first ingredient, it is definitely a waste of God's gifts. The old man said with certainty, and Gu Chen could not help but sigh when he heard this. He looked at the appearance of these 5 pills, and they were all good, but far from perfect. The elixir in the prescription they gave him was actually not difficult to refine. The 5 alchemy grandmasters were still unable to refine it perfectly. If he handed the precious tricolored Bingdi lotus to them, he would not be able to guarantee the success rate he wanted. Especially when Gu Chen wanted to find someone to help him study the eternal golden pill recipe, none of these 5 people met the requirements. The skills of these 5 alchemy masters are already recognized as superb. Old man, aren't you being too nitpicky? Fatty Qian thought that he could get Gu Chen's praise, but he did not expect that all 5 of them would be rejected. He immediately felt a little dissatisfied, and felt that the hunchbacked old man's standards were too high. The hunchbacked old man did not mind Fatty Qian's rudeness, and smiled as he explained, Don't be unconvinced. Don't be unconvinced. This pill formula was given by this old man. This old man naturally knows what kind of quality is the best. If this jade dragon pill is perfect, 11 green lines will appear on the pill body. The lower the quality, the fewer the lines, until the pill is not formed. Look at the pills of these 5 alchemists. The highest pill has only 8 pill veins, and the worst only has 5 pill veins. They are far from meeting our requirements. Fatty Qian listened to the old man's words and carefully examined them. Sure enough, the number of pill veins on the 5 pills was not the same. He was speechless for a moment. It seemed that this old man was not nitpicking, but he really had a good eye. Since these 5 people don't meet the requirements, I can only choose someone else. Gu Chen frowned, realizing how difficult it was to find a satisfactory alchemist. Fatty Qian saw that Gu Chen was in a dilemma, and his face was a little embarrassed. Boss had only given him 1 mission in total. If he couldn't even complete it properly, how would he have the face to stand in this group of people in the future? He was anxious. Suddenly, he thought of someone, and hesitation appeared on his face. Fatty, what's wrong? Gu Chen asked when he noticed the change in his expression. Fatty Qian gritted his teeth and simply told him the truth. Boss, in fact, there is another alchemy grandmaster who may meet your requirements, and this person lives in the 3,000 small worlds all year round. He is very famous, far from the 5 I invited. Oh? Since there is such an expert, why didn't you invite him? Gu Chen asked in surprise. It's because this person's character is too strange, and his identity is distinguished. With my Qian family's channels and ability, we can't afford to invite him. Fatty Qian smiled bitterly. Oh? What is this person's background? Gu Chen's interest was piqued. This person's name is Xianxia, and he has been famous for his alchemy fire for a long time. It is said that Thunder Dao Lord personally invited him 3 times, but he refused to see him. Fatty Qian said, shaking his head. Boss, think about it, he even dared to ignore a person like Thunder Dao Lord, how could I invite him? I thought that the 5 alchemy grandmasters were enough to meet your requirements, but I didn't expect you to be so demanding. After thinking about it, only Grandmaster Xianxia can meet the requirements. After listening, Gu Chen looked thoughtful. Such a person dared to ignore Thunder Dao Lord, it was indeed difficult to invite such a person. Although he had the resources of the entire Xing County, he could not give them all to Xianxia. Since Thunder Dao Lord invited him, the price he was willing to pay would certainly not be small, at least higher than his own. Even so, that person still refused, and did not worry about offending Thunder Dao Lord, which showed how difficult it was to please him. Xianxia. Tell the old man, what are the rumors about that person? The hunchbacked old man did not retreat, but asked Fatty Qian with great interest. Fatty Qian had previously considered inviting Xianxia, and even tried to visit him, so he naturally had done a lot of research on him. At that moment, he told some of the rumors about Xianxia to the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man listened with a smile. The old man has a general understanding of this person's character. Fatty, you said you tried to visit him before, right? Yes, but Xianxia is too arrogant. Not to mention meeting him, even if I wanted to visit him, I had to prepare a visitation card in advance and get his permission before I could go. I gave a visitation card to his gatekeeper before, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, he didn't even pay attention to me. Fatty Qian said indignantly. The old man understands. The old man will write a visitation card in person, and you can send it along with the prescription I gave you before. The hunchbacked old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. Old man, do you want Xianxia to test the pill for you? Fatty Qian suddenly widened his eyes, suspecting that the old man did not hear him clearly. Just do as the old man says. Who says he won't meet him? The hunchbacked old man said meaningfully. Fatty Qian's face was full of disbelief, but Gu Chen knew that the hunchbacked old man would not speak without thinking, so he gestured to him to do as he said. Fatty Qian took the old man's visitation card and the prescription and went to see him. 2 days later, he got a reply. Boss, this. Xianxia actually invited us to visit him. Fatty Qian looked like he had seen a ghost. In addition to Xianxia's reply, he also got a jade box. Show the jade box to the old man. The hunchbacked old man was not surprised by this result. He took the jade box from Fatty Qian and opened it. There was a jade dragon pill in the jade box, which looked much better than the one refined by the previous 5 alchemists. Gu Chen took a closer look and was surprised to find that there were 12 blue lines on the pill. This person's alchemy attainments are really terrifying. If he breaks through to the Dao Severing realm, I'm afraid his achievements will not be lower than that of Alchemy Book Dao Monarch. What's going on? Gu Chen didn't quite understand why Xianxia was suddenly willing to see them. Leader, you don't know this. The old man heard Fatty's words and concluded that Xianxia is a person who pursues alchemy wholeheartedly. As for other aspects, he has no desire. It's useless to promise such a person great benefits. We can only start from alchemy itself. The old man told Xianxia about the strangeness of the Jade Dragon pill. This pill recipe is rare, and it can also judge the level of an alchemist. It must have aroused his interest. I told him that Dao Lord Pillbook, one of the 100 county Dao Lords who was famous throughout the Chaos Sea, had once refined this pill when he was young. When the pill was formed, it had 11 green runes. It could be considered perfect. After Xianxia saw it, he must have wanted to compete with him. His hands were itching, so he refined this pill. The hunchbacked old man explained with a smile. Fatty Qian couldn't help but gasp. I've heard of Dao Monarch Danshu. Rumor has it that he is the only great figure who has achieved the position of Dao Monarch through alchemy. He can only refine 11 green patterns. Xianxia is better than him and refined 12? Fatty Qian was frightened, but the hunchbacked old man and Guchen laughed together. Senior, you said that Dao monarch Danshu had also refined this pill. Is that a lie? Guchen guessed the truth. Yes, the old man has only heard of Dao monarch Danshu's name. He has never met him. How would he know such a secret? That's just to fool Xianxia. Look, didn't he take the bait? The hunchbacked old man smiled sinisterly. It's a lie. What if he finds out? Fatty Qian understood and asked in surprise. Xianxia may not have met Dao monarch Danshu. As long as we don't take the initiative to tell the truth, how will he know? Besides, this is just a stopgap measure to make him willing to see us. If we can't meet him, how will we have a chance to recruit him? What the hunchback old man said made Fatty Qian speechless. Senior, I don't think Xianxia is willing to meet us just because you mentioned Dao monarch alchemy's name, right? Guchen said in a low voice. That's right. The old man told Xianxia that he had a few pill recipes passed down from the ancient underworld era and was willing to give them to him. That's why Xianxia was willing to meet him, the hunchbacked old man replied. Pill recipe from the ancient underworld era? Is this also a lie? Fatty Qian's face was full of suspicion. No, that's true. If you're not willing to pay anything, how can you recruit such a genius? The hunchbacked old man solemnly informed Guchen, although it is false that Dao monarch Danshu has refined the Jade Dragon pill, Xianxia was able to improve on the perfect foundation and refine 12 green patterns, which is enough to show that his alchemy skills have reached a magical level. This person is most in line with your requirements, and even far exceeds your expectations. He's worthy of our efforts to win him over. Guchen nodded, and a little hope was ignited in his heart. If it was such an alchemist, perhaps he could help him refine a truly perfect eternal golden pill. Old man, you're right, but with just a few pill recipes, do you think he would be willing to join us? Fatty Qian muttered. Where there's a will, there's a will. The old man will do his best to create opportunities. As for whether we can subdue this person, it's all up to you, the hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Guchen nodded. Man proposes, God disposes. They still had a long way to go to expand their influence. If they could get Xianxia's help, it would be a solid step forward. The day of the meeting is tomorrow. Everyone, move out and meet this person. Guchen's eyes lit up. Because of the unique chaotic sand window landform, the 3,000 micro-worlds had formed different environments. Some of these micro-worlds had developed into bustling cities, while others were inaccessible and had beautiful natural scenery. Xianxia's residence was called the Golden Toad World, which was built by occupying an entire micro-world. The Golden Toad World was only accessible through a small, curved chaotic sand window. The narrowest part was only 100 feet wide, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Today, Guchen's group of more than 10 people arrived outside the Golden Toad World. The entrance ahead was covered in thick fog, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Who are you? Sensing the arrival of Guchen's group, a boy's clear voice came from the entrance. We're here to visit Grandmaster Xianxia. Guchen stood at the head of the group and handed over Xianxia's reply with a smile. The reply immediately turned into a white light and flew into the entrance. After a long while, the boy replied. May I know which one of you is Senior John Doe? The hunchbacked old man standing beside Guchen took a step forward and said with a smile. Yes, I am the old man. Since he had abandoned his past identity, he was a nobody. The name hunchbacked old man was given very casually. Senior John Doe, my master has already told me that you will come. Please. After the boy finished speaking, the fog at the entrance stirred and revealed a passage. The group then entered the passage. After a few steps, they found a lake in front of them. A boy with red lips and white teeth was standing in the middle of the passage, waiting for them. Everyone, please, the boy said politely. The group then boarded the boat. The boat moved without any wind and followed a specific route to the depths of the Golden Toad World. Every time they passed a place, the endless fog would shroud them again. Frogs croaked and cicadas chirped occasionally. It was quiet and distant. Senior John Doe, my master was ready to receive you today, but another group of guests suddenly came to visit. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for half a day. On the way, the boy explained with a slightly apologetic tone. It's okay. The hunchbacked old man replied casually, but his eyes communicated with Gu Chen. This was a little strange. Didn't they say that this Xianxia always had an imposing manner, and that people had to apply in advance to see him? Where did these people come from? Why did he make an exception to receive them, and even put aside the guests who came to deliver elixir recipes for them? The boat soon reached the shore. The group followed the boy into a beautiful forest and saw a secluded courtyard in the distance. At this time, there seemed to be a lot of people gathered in the courtyard. They had the aura of outsiders, which was as obvious as fireflies in the night to Gu Chen's group, who had a keen spiritual sense. How is it? Did anyone see where that group of people came from? The patriarch of the Devouring Rock clan asked through his divine sense. He was a little unhappy that Xianxia had put them aside for that group of people. This is strange. Logically speaking, it should be a very prominent force that Xianxia made an exception to receive them. But I see that this group of people's races and clothes are not the same. They look like a temporary team. The invisible woman touched her chin. Her judgment was similar to that of the others. Gu Chen operated the deep-sea purple eyes and saw more than the others. He even guessed a little about the orthodoxy that these people cultivated. Judging from the orthodoxy that this group of people cultivated, they were even more unrelated to each other. An expert at the fifth heaven of the Tao querying realm would be an emperor in any world. A group of emperors gathered together, but they did not seem to be from the same lineage. This was a little strange. This group of people is not to be trifled with. Everyone, keep a low profile. Gu Chen transmitted his voice to everyone to avoid unnecessary trouble. At present, the wanted posters of the two counties were in an uproar, and they were at the border of the two counties. It would not be strange if such a group of experts were related to Lei County or Xing County. Understood, leader. Although they were all arrogant, they were not reckless people. They knew that it was not a good time to attract attention. Xianxia was receiving the group of guests. The boy who led the way led Gu Chen and the others to a courtyard a little further away. Several maids brought tea and candy boxes. They sat in the courtyard, quietly waiting for Xianxia to receive them. Gu Chen closed his eyes to rest. Taking advantage of this moment of leisure, he studied Tao techniques in his mind. Feng Yaya ate the candy in her mouth and excitedly studied the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Everyone passed the time. After an hour, there was a sudden exclamation from the courtyard where Xianxia and the group of unknown guests were. Master! Then, there was a strong gust of wind, and the grass and trees were all broken. This quiet and secluded place was suddenly in an uproar. What's wrong? Gu Chen opened his eyes in a swoosh. The group of people were moving at different speeds, disappearing on the spot one after another. The next moment, they appeared in the courtyard where Xianxia had been. It was a mess, and the place was empty. Only the boy was left, his face full of panic. What happened? The leader of the Devouring Rock tribe scolded. Master and that group of people didn't get along, so he was forcibly taken away by the demoness. The boy said in a panic, pointing in a direction. The trees in that direction were all broken. Everyone sensed that more than 10 chaotic auras were leaving. Good Lord, how dare they kidnap people under our noses? Evil Shark Emperor's eyes widened. Zhong Shenrua wanted to go after them immediately, but he remembered Gu Chen's warning and looked at him. Leader, should we go after them? Gu Chen didn't expect to encounter such a thing during his visit to Xianxia. That group of people was obviously not simple, and it would not be good for him to get involved. However, he could not let Xianxia be taken away just like that. Chase. Remember, if you make a move, don't let any of them escape. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. His body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after the others. On the vast surface of the lake, there was a dense fog everywhere. A group of cultivators was flying through the air at an extremely fast speed. The leader was a purple-robed woman with a pretty face and a cosmos sack in her hand. There seemed to be something in the cosmos sack that was constantly struggling and squirming. The group of people hurriedly rushed towards the exit of the Golden Toad world. However, this place was filled with dense fog. After going one round, they actually returned to their original spot. Left emissary Ruan, Xianxia has been captured by us. His disciples are no threat to us at all. Why should we leave in such a hurry? Not far from the purple-robed woman, a sturdy green-haired man asked in confusion. What do you know? Left emissary Ruan is worried about the group of people who entered the Golden Toad world after us. They are not simple. Without waiting for the purple-robed woman to speak, a one-eyed old man answered the question for her. We have so many people. Is there any force that can threaten us in this 3,000 lesser worlds? The sturdy green-haired man said, unconvinced. It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't talk nonsense. We have to leave this place quickly, or that group of people will soon catch up. Left emissary Ruan's pretty face wore a cautious expression. She dispersed the fog with a palm strike and was about to continue moving forward. Just then, crackle, a strange blue electric arc appeared in the fog. Left emissary Ruan had a strong premonition and instinctively dodged to the side. Swoosh. She felt that her hand was empty. Looking down, she was shocked to find that her cosmos sac had disappeared. Damn it! She shouted angrily. Her beautiful eyes swept forward and saw a black-robed figure standing in the void in the dissipating fog. The cosmos sac in her hand was now in the other party's hand. You came to visit but kidnapped the master. Everyone, I'm afraid this is not the way of a guest, right? Guchen snatched the Qianquan pouch from the woman's hand with his lightning-fast speed and said slowly. He used his divine sense to casually sweep it and confirmed that the person in the cosmos sac was Xianxia. Although he did not know how this famous alchemist could be so easily kidnapped, it was a good thing that he had saved him. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over Xianxia. Left emissary Ruan looked at Guchen in front of her with an extremely gloomy expression. From the time they kidnapped Xianxia and left, they had grasped the time perfectly. According to her original estimation, it should have been enough time for them to leave this place by the time they realized the situation and reacted. Who would have thought that the person in front of her would react so quickly? Not only did he catch up with them, but he also took advantage of her inattention and kidnapped her. Originally, she did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and provoke unnecessary enemies. But now that the other party had taken Xianxia, the situation was different. Little brat, hand him over. Xianxia is our companion. This is our internal conflict. What does it have to do with you? The dozen or so cultivators around the woman all looked at Guchen with unkind eyes. They surrounded him from all directions, trying to bully him with numbers and quickly solve the problem. If Grandmaster Xianxia is your companion, why did you use such means to take him away by force? Guchen's eyes were cold and indifferent. He was not afraid of the enemy's step-by-step approach. It's none of your business. Hand him over. The strong blue-haired man said rudely and took the lead to rush toward Guchen. Guchen narrowed his eyes and was about to make a move. Just then, where did this reckless guy come from? How dare you disrespect our leader? The patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan stretched out a frightening giant hand from behind and grabbed the strong blue-haired man in an instant. Let me go. The strong blue-haired man shouted angrily. The blue veins all over his body glowed strangely and his muscles continued to swell. However, under the grasp of the patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan, no matter how much his muscles multiplied, he could not resist. TSK, how dare you be so arrogant after falling into my hands? The patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan said arrogantly. Under the powerful grasp, the strong blue-haired man let out a blood-curdling scream, and blood kept gushing out of the pores all over his body. Qinggue. When the companions of the strong man saw this, a scythe immediately grew out of his left arm and rushed out, trying to chop off the giant hand. What, you want a gang fight? Rumble, the scythe instantly rusted and crumbled. The man suddenly lost all his strength and was easily suppressed by Zhongshan rusted. What? One of the left's companions' expressions changed at the sight. Be it green ghost or flying scythe, they were not weak. How could they be taken down so easily? Hee, you guys are fast. Our hands are still itching for a fight. The leader said that if we make a move, we can't let a single one of them go. That means we can do whatever we want. Voices rang out one after another, as if they were competing with each other in a game. Bang! Boom! Figures flashed past like phantoms. One of the left's companions attacked in a panic. Damn it! Kill them! The scene was in chaos as terrifying energy surged, however, the commotion ended in less than 10 breaths. How is this possible? One of the left's pretty face was extremely ugly as she looked around. In just a short period of time, apart from her and the one-eyed old man beside her, all her companions had been taken down. One had to know that this group of people were the elites of the organization. How could they perform so badly? Compared to one of the left's shock, the one-eyed old man was much calmer. He looked at Gu Chen, who was obviously the leader, and his remaining eye emitted a demonic light. Capture the leader first. He tried to take down Gu Chen and turn the situation around. As the demonic light pulsed, a strange ripple appeared in the space. Hee, the difference in strength is too great. Don't put up a resistance. Gu Chen did not even move. The hunchbacked old man came to his side and casually waved his sleeve. This seemingly casual movement directly interrupted the demonic light. The one-eyed old man grunted and took 2 steps back, covering his eyes in pain. Elder Xiao. One of the left's expression was no longer ugly. Instead, she was completely flustered. One must know that Elder Xiao was the strongest among them. It was thanks to his ability that they could instantly subdue Xianxia. But now, Elder Xiao's ability was so easily broken. Where did this group of people come from? She suddenly realized that it was not that they were weak, but that the people in front of them were too strong. Her body trembled and she clenched her fists tightly. Right now, she was the only one who had the strength to fight. If you're smart, then stop resisting. Gu Chen glanced coldly at Left Emissary Ruan. With that one glance, Left Emissary Ruan felt a chill run down his spine and all his courage disappeared in an instant. This group of people were all subdued. Gu Chen unhurriedly opened the Cosmos sack. At this time, Xianxia's disciples hurried over. Master! Master! They rushed over in a hurry, only to see that the group of enemies had been subdued by Gu Chen's group. For a moment, they were dumbfounded and did not come back to their senses. I really failed miserably. Xianxia crawled out of the Cosmos sack, revealing his smooth head. He was dressed in a yellow robe and had the body of a human, but he had many toad characteristics. Especially that head, it was clearly a toad. Through and through, but its eyes were exceptionally bright. Master, are you all right? The disciples regained their senses and hurried forward. I'm fine. How could I not be? Xianxia coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. It was a little shameful to be suddenly tied up. After dealing with the disciples, he turned around and glanced at Left Emissary Ruan's group. His eyes flickered, and then he shifted his gaze to Gu Chen and the others. Your Excellency is? He asked hesitantly. Great Master Xianxia, Old Man Wu Ming. I've come to visit you today. As for the one in front of you, he's our leader. The hunchbacked old man introduced himself with a smile. Xianxia suddenly realized that he had not forgotten about this matter, but he did not expect that the group of guests he had invited today would be so strong. He knew the background of Left Emissary Ruan's group the best. It had only been a short time since he was thrown into the Cosmos sack, but this group of people had actually captured all of them. It was really not easy. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be such an untrustworthy person. Left Emissary Ruan said angrily when he saw Xianxia. This? Xianxia suddenly looked embarrassed. No one knew what he was thinking. What nonsense are you talking about, witch? You kidnapped my master indiscriminately. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Xianxia's disciples immediately rebuked him. With Gu Chen and the others present, they were a lot more confident. Left Emissary Ruan simply ignored the group of disciples and stared at Xianxia. She knew very well that they had suffered a terrible defeat today. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on Xianxia. Xianxia, it's true that we were a little impulsive to kidnap you, but if you hadn't repeatedly made excuses, how could we have done this? Even if you have the support of this group of people now, what about when that lord comes out? Left emissary Ruan seemed to be afraid of Gu Chen and the others present. His words were vague, but when Xianxia heard it, he could not help but look solemn. Left emissary Ruan seemed to be afraid of Gu Chen and the others present. His words were vague, but when Xianxia heard it, his expression involuntarily became serious. After struggling for a while, he looked at Gu Chen and smiled awkwardly. Fellow Daoist, thank you for your help. However, this is actually a misunderstanding. Can you let them go? Let them go. As soon as Xianxia's words came out, not only were Gu Chen and the others astonished, but even his disciples were confused. Gu Chen was deep in thought. It seemed that what these people said before was not necessarily false. Xianxia might really be related to them. This matter was a little strange. Gu Chen had helped to save Xianxia, but now he was in an awkward position. If it was in the past, since Xianxia had spoken, he wouldn't mind letting him go, and would be happy to do him a favor. However, today was different. He had yet to figure out the origins of this group of people, and his companions had all revealed their strength. As long as someone was paying attention, it would be very easy to discover the identity of this group of people. What if they told this to Xing County or Lei County? Gu Chen was not a bloodthirsty person, but when it came to his own safety, he could not be merciful. Master Xianxia, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that I have already formed a grudge with this group of people. How can I let them go so easily? Gu Chen responded coldly to Xianxia. When his companions heard this, cruel smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. He was indeed their leader. Even if he had a favor to ask of Xianxia, he would not give him face. He was the man who would dominate the chaotic sea in the future. How could he be stupid and merciful? You worry too much. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, everything will be fine. The old man promises that they won't be dissatisfied with you. Gu Chen was unwilling to let them go. Xianxia hurriedly smiled apologetically and winked at Left Emissary Ruan and the others. Left Emissary Ruan also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. She gritted her teeth and said, "Today was indeed a misunderstanding. We have no enmity with you. Please be magnanimous." As soon as she finished speaking, her companions lowered their heads reluctantly. Misunderstanding? How could there be so many misunderstandings? Gu Chen laughed sarcastically. Apparently, he didn't buy it. Xianxia was embarrassed for a moment. This matter had arisen because of him, and he couldn't clean it up now. What should he do? Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he thought about how to deal with this group of people. To be safe, he should kill all of them and put an end to it once and for all. However, if he did that, he would probably offend Xianxia, and his plan to recruit him would be ruined. After thinking about it, the relationship between Xianxia and this group of people was somewhat ambiguous. It was better to figure out the reason first before making a decision. "Grandmaster, can I have a word with you?" Gu Chen took the initiative to say. "Of course, this way, please." Xianxia thought that things had taken a turn for the better. Therefore, Gu Chen asked his companions to guard Left Emissary Ruan and the others, while he and the hunchbacked old man followed Xianxia to his residence. The boy brought tea again. Gu Chen looked at Xianxia's residence calmly, while Xianxia looked a little uneasy. Xianxia decided not to mention the release of the group of people and asked politely, "I still don't know your name, Your Excellency." "My surname is Chen," Gu Chen said casually. "So it's fellow Daoist Chen." Xianxia nodded and then looked at the hunchbacked old man. "Fellow Daoist Nameless, how was the Yulong pill refined by the old man?" "Grandmaster's alchemy skills have reached perfection." "The old man admires you very much," the hunchbacked old man replied with a smile. Xianxia relaxed a lot when he heard this. It seemed that his alchemy skills were still worth a lot of face. He wasn't stupid. This group of people in front of him had come to visit him and even said that they had a pill recipe passed down from the ancient underworld era for him. This meant that they had something to ask of him. What could they ask for? Naturally, it was their alchemy skills. As long as he had this bargaining chip, he believed that he would be able to convince the young man in front of him to give him face and release Envoy of the Left and the others. "Fellow Chen, fellow Nameless, you came to visit the old man. You must have something to ask of him, right?" Xianxia began to put on airs and put aside the embarrassment he felt when he was taken away. When Guchen saw that his aura had suddenly changed, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This person's skin was really thick. If it weren't for the previous incident, he would only think that Xianxia was putting on airs because he was a noble person and would naturally be more courteous. However, after the episode just now, Guchen knew very well that he already had a handle on the other party. Now that the other party asked them why they were here, it was clear that he wanted to return to the original unequal position. How could Guchen let him have his way? Originally, I wanted to ask Grandmaster for a little help, but given the current situation, it seems that Grandmaster can't even take care of himself. We'd better not disturb you, Guchen said flatly. His words made the hunchbacked old man next to him look strange. Xianxia's face suddenly froze. Not asking for help, did this kid think that he was in trouble and didn't want to get involved? Or did he see through my intentions and want to advance by retreating? This wouldn't do. What should I do with the excuse I prepared in my heart? Ahem, since you're here, tell me what you want, fellow Daoist Chen. Fellow Daoist Chen helped the old man just now. The old man has to return the favor. It's not that the old man is bragging, but in the entire chaotic sea, there are only a few people who can compare with the old man in alchemy. Others may not be able to help fellow Daoist Chen. Xianxia's eyes were arrogant, and his words were filled with warning. Grandmaster's alchemy skills are indeed second to none, but my request is extremely demanding. If Grandmaster is entangled with trivial matters, I really can't rest assured. Guchen shook his head regretfully. What trivial matters? It was just a misunderstanding. How could it affect the old man's alchemy level? Xianxia was a little annoyed. That was questioning his authority. The hunchbacked old man sat on the side, listening to the sharp conversation between the two. He finally understood what Guchen was thinking. He was trying to suppress Xianxia's arrogance and prepare to subdue him. However, if such behavior was not handled properly, it would backfire. The hunchbacked old man did not interrupt. He had created an opportunity to meet Xianxia. As for how to subdue him, that was what a leader should do. He could take this opportunity to observe whether his leader had any shortcomings in other aspects, apart from his profound cultivation and extremely high talent. It seems that I can't get along with Grandmaster today. I'd better take my leave now. Guchen and Xianxia talked for a while. The more they talked, the more upset he became. All his plans fell through. Then, he suddenly got up and said that he was leaving. Wait. Xianxia's eyes widened. This guy is really fearless. Is he really not going to ask for my help? Is there anything else, Grandmaster? Guchen asked coldly. Xianxia met his eyes and immediately lost his temper. He sighed. Fellow Daoist Chen, how are you going to deal with those people? He finally spoke frankly. He also realized that the moment he raised the question, he had already lost the whole negotiation. Guchen said without hesitation, in order to not leave any future troubles, of course, I'll kill them all. Fellow Daoist Chen, please think twice. Those people are not to be trifled with. Xianxia hurriedly said. Oh? I wonder where that group of people came from? How did Grandmaster get involved with them? Guchen said thoughtfully. After going around in circles, Xianxia finally agreed. Xianxia shook his head and his expression became serious. Fellow Daoist Chen, have you heard of the Qi Prefecture? Upon hearing this, Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank. Qi Prefecture? The old man has a general understanding of the Chaos Sea's 100 prefectures, but I have never heard of such a force. While Guchen was silent, the hunchbacked old man answered while stroking his chin. This Qi Prefecture is very mysterious. The old man only came into contact with it by chance 500 years ago. Although this force is not as powerful as the prefectures controlled by the Dao Lords, it has a large number of internal members. The group of people you captured belongs to the Qi Prefecture. The woman in the lead is the left emissary of the Qi Prefecture. She has a high status. If you kill her and her people, you will definitely be hunted by the Qi Prefecture. Xianxia said with a face full of fear. No wonder. No wonder this group of people was so powerful but didn't seem to be from the same lineage. It turned out that they were from Qi County. How could he not remember this force? When the secret land of chaos in the longevity realm appeared, he had dealt with them many times. The powerful old black tortoise came from Qi County. Qi County wanted to take over the secret land of chaos, but their plan failed in the end because of him. He didn't expect to meet people from Qi County again in Xianxia's place and ruin their plan again. Guchen felt that fate was really unpredictable. I see. This Qi County is so powerful. After listening to Xianxia's introduction, the hunchbacked old man seemed to take it seriously, but he didn't think so. They even dared to destroy the Xing realm. Why would they be afraid of a force that was inferior to Xing County? Xianxia didn't know their background, otherwise he wouldn't have warned them like this. Although the hunchbacked old man echoed him, he clearly didn't look worried. Xianxia looked at Guchen again and saw that he was smiling. He felt even more helpless. You too, this Qi County doesn't just have a large group of powerful members. Their leader, Mo, is even more extraordinary. Xianxia emphasized in order to attract the attention of the two. I heard that Mo hasn't been born yet. What's there to be afraid of? This time, Guchen spoke with a chuckle. Daoist Chen knows about Qi County? Xianxia was shocked to hear this, and even the hunchbacked old man cast a surprised look at Guchen. I've been in contact with them before, Guchen answered in a secretive manner. It turns out that Daoist Chen has been in contact with Qi County before. Then you should know that this force is not to be offended. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Although Mo hasn't been born yet, the old man has seen his miracles with his own eyes. It's no exaggeration to say that once this person is born, he will definitely change the structure of the Chaos Sea. Xianxia's words aroused the interest of the hunchbacked old man, and Guchen also seemed to be thinking about something. Qi County was a very strange force. Most of its members were itinerant cultivators with good strength. The structure of the whole organization was actually very messy. The foundation that it relied on was the rumor that Mo was about to be born. With just this, he was able to win over such a large number of cultivators with extraordinary strength. Even if this Mo was pretending to be mysterious, he should really have some ability. While thinking, Guchen looked at Xianxia and teased. I heard that you even refused Thunder Dao Lord's invitation. Why are you afraid of a mere Qi County? I'm afraid there's something fishy about this, right? Xianxia wholeheartedly explained the power of Qi Commandery to them. Guchen did not think that he was simply afraid of them. Thinking of what left emissary Ruan had said, Xianxia might have done something wrong. Xianxia suddenly looked embarrassed. This wasn't something to be proud of, and he didn't want to mention it. But now, he had no choice but to do so. It's like this. In order to obtain a rare medicinal herb, the old man had once pretended to join Qi Commandery. Originally, I wanted to say that Qi Commandery's organization was loose, and there hadn't been a single operation for hundreds of years. So, there probably wouldn't be any trouble. Who would have thought that Qi Commandery had been in a series of movements recently, and that the old man had been recruited several times? The old man was afraid of trouble, so he was unwilling to go and found excuses to refuse. Unexpectedly, this move angered Qi Commandery. Left emissary Ruan personally came to visit with his men, and because of a disagreement, they took the old man away. Xianxia explained everything in detail. He felt that he could no longer keep his face. After listening to him, Guchen and the hunchbacked old man understood. No wonder Xianxia hesitated and wanted to let left emissary Ruan and the others go. It was clear that he was in the wrong. As a famous alchemist, it was really unkind of him to cheat for a medicinal herb. However, he was not an evil person. If he was, he would have asked Guchen to kill left emissary Ruan and the others. In that way, no one would know his shameful little secret, and he could push the trouble to Guchen and the others. At best, he was just an old man who was obsessed with alchemy and accidentally got involved in some trouble. Fellow Daoist Chen, fellow Daoist Wu Ming, you know the ins and outs of the matter. Can you let that group of people go? Xianxia put down his psychological burden and pleaded with Guchen and the hunchbacked old man. Guchen and the hunchbacked old man looked at each other. Leader, how much do you know about this group of people? The hunchbacked old man asked through his divine sense. Not much, but I have a bold idea. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. In his opinion, the appearance of Chi Commandery was a perfect opportunity. Great Master Xianxia, I understand your situation. It's not impossible for me to let them go. Gu Chen did not continue chatting with the hunchbacked old man and changed the subject. Really? Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. But, Great Master, have you ever thought about what will happen to you if you let them go? When we leave the Golden Toad world, they are likely to return. What will you do then? Gu Chen asked rhetorically. Xianxia's face revealed an awkward expression. He had indeed not considered this problem, but because he was in the wrong, he did not have the face to attack the people of Chi Commandery. As long as Great Master says the word, I can kill them without anyone knowing. Won't Great Master get rid of this trouble? A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Absolutely not. Xianxia was shocked and instinctively objected. Seeing his reaction, Gu Chen secretly nodded in his heart. He already knew that this group of people belonged to Chi Commandery, so how could he easily kill them? What he said just now was just a test. He wanted to recruit Xianxia, but if Xianxia's character was too bad, it might be a bad thing to recruit him. He deliberately tested Xianxia, but Xianxia's immediate objection showed that he had his own principles. Only people with principles could become companions. If Great Master is not willing to kill them, I have another way, Gu Chen continued. Oh? What is it? Xianxia hurriedly asked modestly. He was indeed struggling to make a choice. He did not want to go with the people of Chi Commandery, nor did he want to do something against his conscience. Great Master Xianxia, you can go with me. As long as you follow me, the people of Chi Commandery can't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Gu Chen revealed his true intention with a smile on his face. Xianxia looked at him and inexplicably felt as if he had been forced to board a pirate ship. The hunchbacked old man was stunned. The chief's recruitment method was really sinister. Fellow Daoist Chen, your method is not very good, Xianxia said in a dilemma. He was a person who only liked alchemy and did not care about other trivial things. Otherwise, he would not have been so resistant to Chi Commandery. Although he did not know the specific background of the two people in front of him, he could see that their identities were not simple, just like the people of Chi Commandery. If he followed them, he could not guarantee that he would also be followed by a lot of trouble. It was like driving away the wolf and then the tiger came. Xianxia looked unhappy, but Gu Chen was not surprised. Judging from his attitude towards Qi Jun, it would not be easy to win him over. In fact, the current situation was very fortunate for Gu Chen. If the incident with Qi Jun had not happened today, it would have been difficult for him to subdue Xianxia by any means. But now, whether Xianxia was willing or not, Gu Chen was confident that he could pull him onto his pirate ship. Xianxia's will was not firm, and he was reluctant to give up his original life. But in any case, since he had provoked Qi Jun, he should understand that he could not go back to his old days. What he needed to do now was to give him better treatment than Qi Jun and make him completely submit to him. He did not expect Xianxia to immediately become like his other companions, but at least he wanted him to stay by his side. As long as he stayed by his side, he could help him refine pills. As for sincerely submitting to him, it was only a matter of time. Gu Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He signaled the hunchbacked old man with his eyes. Although the hunchbacked old man still did not understand Gu Chen's actions, how could a cunning old man like him not know what to do? He coughed and said to Xianxia with a smile. Grandmaster, don't worry. Following us is not like submitting to Qi Jun. We won't ask you to do anything you don't want to do. You are still free. When this matter is over, you can leave at any time. Old man, here are a few pill recipes handed down from the ancient underworld era. I have been looking for an opportunity to communicate with you, Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's originally hesitant face showed a hint of interest, and he looked at Gu Chen. Really? Can the old man really leave just like that? Of course, Grandmaster, you are just a guest. Gu Chen nodded with a smile, secretly thinking that the hunchbacked old man's assistance was just right. What Xianxia cared about most was his freedom, How could he, who only wanted to refine pills, be willing to be tied down by worldly affairs? Therefore, as long as they promised him this, it would be much better than forcibly taking him away from Qi Jun coupled with the pill recipe from the ancient netherworld era as bait. There was no need to worry that he wouldn't take the bait. Gu Chen was not worried that Xianxia would really leave when the time came, because his biggest purpose in recruiting him was to help him refine pills. In fact, Xianxia's life would not change much if he went to his place. Moreover, he was confident that the conditions he could offer Xianxia would surely make Xianxia slowly give up the idea of leaving. If that's the case, then the old man is willing to follow you for the time being. Xianxia pondered for a moment. There was no better way than this, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing him agree, Gu Chen and the hunchbacked old man couldn't help but smile at each other. This trip to the Golden Toad world was much smoother than he had imagined. Fellow cultivator Chen, since the old man is willing to go with you, you have to keep your promise and let Ruanzhua and the others go. Xianxia was worried that Gu Chen was deceiving him, so he reminded him. Master, don't worry. I'll do what I say. I'll let them go now. Gu Chen got up and walked to the place where the group of people from the Qi commandery were imprisoned. The hunchbacked old man and Xianxia hurriedly followed behind him. Leader, although you can easily recruit Xianxia by doing this, you'll also make a big enemy of the Qi commandery. It's not a good choice, is it? On the way, the hunchbacked old man's voice entered Gu Chen's mind. He didn't understand. Although it was important to recruit Xianxia, letting those people go would leave behind future troubles. He had a feeling that Gu Chen had other ideas, so he simply asked him directly. Gu Chen walked ahead and heard the hunchbacked old man's divine sense transmission. His face didn't change, but he also used the secret voice-sending technique. Senior, do you think it'll be easy for us to strengthen our forces according to your plan in our current situation? The hunchbacked old man raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. The forces in the chaotic sea have been stable for many years. Now that we're wanted, it's not easy to strengthen our forces. In that case, what do you think of the Qi commandery, Senior? Gu Chen asked again. You mean? The hunchbacked old man's eyes lit up. He suddenly understood Gu Chen's idea. I've known about the Qi commandery before. Its internal organization is very loose, but it can indeed be called a huge force. If we can absorb this force, we can grow stronger in a very short time. They already have ready-made intelligence channels and combat power, but their internal members don't have a strong sense of belonging to the organization. Don't we want to eat such a fat piece of meat? Gu Chen's words were very straightforward, and the hunchbacked old man was immediately tempted. Indeed, compared to putting in effort to manage their own forces, if they could absorb the Qi commandery force, they would save a lot of time and energy. The boundary sea was about to open, and they didn't have much time left. This was the best choice. So that's how it is. Leader doesn't really want to let those people go, but wants to use them to further contact the Qi commandery. This is really killing two birds with one stone. Not only can we subdue Xianxia, but we can also look forward to the Qi commandery. The hunchbacked old man involuntarily felt a sense of admiration in his heart. Although Gu Chen was young, the wisdom and courage he showed were incomparable to many old immortals. Judging from the situation of those people we captured today, there are many people in the Qi commandery, including many experts. It will be difficult for us to take them down with our strength. Especially that GMO, we don't know exactly how strong he is. The hunchbacked old man began to consider the next specific plan for Gu Chen, and his heart was filled with a long-lost excitement. It's because we don't know enough about the Qi commandery that we have to let those people go. Later, secretly tell the dragonfly monster to track the group of people. Don't lose them. Gu Chen instructed. The dragonfly monster was one of the top 10 criminals who followed him on Prison Star. In terms of combat strength, it was much weaker than the patriarch of the devouring Kuan clan and Zhong Shenrua, and usually kept a low profile. However, he had a unique ability when it came to tracking and scouting. His pair of demonic compound eyes were even more useful than his deep-sea purple polar eyes in many situations. The old man understands. Don't worry, leader. With the help of the dragonfly monster, this matter won't be messed up. The hunchbacked old man replied with a smile. The three soon arrived at the place where left emissary Ruan and the others were imprisoned. The hunchbacked old man followed Gu Chen's instructions and quietly told the dragonfly monster what to do. Meanwhile, Gu Chen ordered his companions to release the people of the Qi commandery under the nose of Xianxia. Leader, are we just going to let this group of people go? The evil shark emperor's face was full of surprise and reluctance. Didn't you hear my order? Gu Chen glanced at him coldly. The evil shark emperor immediately gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he still carried out his order. Left emissary Ruan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when the restrictions on them were lifted. Gu Chen set them free and then said in a flat tone. Today, for the sake of Grandmaster Xianxia, I'll spare your lives. But remember, Grandmaster Xianxia is my companion from now on. If you dare to do anything to him, I'll kill you without mercy. Although Gu Chen's words were flat, the killing intent in them was not fake. The expressions of left emissary Ruan and the others changed when they heard this. Is there a problem? Gu Chen asked again. His companions looked at him with unfriendly eyes. No problem. Left emissary Ruan clenched his teeth. He felt greatly humiliated, but he could only endure it. Let's go. As soon as they left the Golden Toad world and the enemy's sight, left emissary Ruan and the others could no longer suppress their feelings of shame and indignation. Damn it. Where did this group of people come from? They're all so powerful. Qing Gui, who was beaten black and blue by the devouring Kuan clan leader, said indignantly. Xianxia is treacherous. He doesn't respect our Qi prefecture at all. Flying Sickle cursed. The group of people talked and cursed Xianxia and Gu Chen's group. However, they did not feel relieved at all. Instead, they felt even more aggrieved. Ever since they joined the Qi prefecture and became stronger, they had not suffered such humiliation for a long time. Left emissary Ruan, Elder Xiao, now that Xianxia has joined that group of unknown people, what should we do? Only left emissary Ruan and Elder Xiao looked gloomy and calm while the group of people cursed. Left emissary Ruan was actually the most aggrieved one because Xianxia was snatched away from her hands. She was even stunned by the mysterious young man's power. As the left emissary, she was completely disgraced today. Lord Chiamo is about to come out, and Xianxia is the one who must be present. We have to get him back no matter what. We'll leave one person to keep an eye on the Golden Toad world. The rest will return to Maple World with me and gather people. We'll get revenge later. Left emissary Ruan's eyes surged with coldness as he suggested. Everyone nodded. Although that group of people was powerful, the Qi prefecture's combat power was not limited to this group. They did not believe that they could not get revenge. Left emissary Ruan could not help but ask when he saw that everyone agreed with him except for Elder Xiao, who was deep in thought. Elder Xiao, do you think this is inappropriate? Elder Xiao came back to his senses and laughed involuntarily. Left emissary Ruan's suggestion is naturally correct. We have to get Xianxia back no matter what. We can't delay the important matter. If that's the case, why didn't you say anything? The old man just has something he doesn't understand. Elder Xiao shook his head. What is it? Everyone could not help but look at him. The strength of that group is extremely rare. How did such a force suddenly appear in the 3,000 lesser worlds? The old man is guessing their possible origins. Elder Xiao explained. Oh? Has Elder Xiao figured out their background? Envoy of the Left asked with concern. Xing County and Lei County have always made their territories impregnable. Other than our Qi County, do you think there is any other powerful force in this territory? Elder Xiao sneered. Could they be from Xing County or Qi County? Green Ghost hesitated, but he denied it in his heart. If those people were from Xing County or Qi County, it was impossible for them to hide their identities from the beginning. Moreover, judging from their appearance and temperament, they were different from the cultivators from Xing County and Lei County. Envoy of the Left pondered seriously under Elder Xiao's hint. She didn't think too deeply before because her emotions were affected. Old man, most of them have disguised themselves and are hiding their strength, Elder Xiao said. They hid their strength? Elder Xiao, are you telling the truth? Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. They were able to easily subdue them while hiding their strength. If they didn't hold anything back, just how strong would that group of people be? Elder Xiao, you think too highly of them. Green Ghost was unconvinced. He didn't want to believe that those people were so much weaker than him. Elder Xiao shook his head and didn't explain further. Envoy of the Left knew that Elder Xiao had the best judgment among them. Since he said so, he probably wasn't speaking without thinking. She felt even more upset. Elder Xiao, I'm sure you have some guesses about their identity? Please be frank, she said. Which matter has caused the most commotion in Xing County and Lei County recently? Elder Xiao asked meaningfully. Needless to say, it's the betrayal of Xing County's former Heavenly Law General Gu Chen. An arrest warrant for 2 counties is unheard of, Green Ghost said straightforwardly. Green Ghost said straightforwardly. He didn't mean to offend anyone, but everyone's expression changed. Envoy of the Left gasped, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. Elder Xiao, you're saying that those people are, at least 70% likely. Elder Xiao interrupted her and analyzed calmly. The young leader snatched the Chankuan pouch from your hands. Not only did you not react in time, even the old man couldn't react in time. This kind of speed matches that of the Tyrant in the rumors. And his subordinates are all top-notch experts. Even though they tried to hide it, the old man could still sense the hostility from them that ordinary cultivators don't have. If I'm not wrong, those people are the vicious criminals who escaped from Hellstar. Elder Zhao's analysis was very rigorous. The more they thought about the details of the battle, the more likely it was. It's that Tyrant. I didn't expect him to escape to the 3,000 small worlds under the intense search in Xing County, Envoy of the Left murmured. She was greatly shocked. Recently, she had heard many rumors about that person. He was in the limelight and was more famous than the entire Qi County. If it's really Tyrant and those criminals, even if we gather more people, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy casualties, let alone defeat them. One of the cultivators present couldn't help but ask. When he heard that this group of people were ambitious and ruthless people who had destroyed the punishment realm, his previous rage suddenly dissipated quite a bit. It was shameful to be stepped on by a nobody, but it was much better to be stepped on by such a big shot. Many of the people present were rogue cultivators. They were not arrogant people, so it was easy for them to recognize the reality. Humph, even if they're Tyrant and his gang, even if they've hidden their strength, they're still our mortal enemies since they've taken Xianxia away. We need to think about how to get Xianxia back. Don't be influenced by those rumors. Seeing that their morale was greatly affected, Green Ghost reminded them with dissatisfaction. Green Ghost is right. Whether they're Tyrant's gang or not, we have to deal with them. Envoy of the Left regained his composure and said to calm them down. I have an idea. Since we know who they are, why don't we use the power of Xing and Lei counties to deal with them? We only need to reveal their location to Xing or Lei counties. Not only will we be able to eliminate this great enemy, but we'll also get a lot of rewards, a middle-aged cultivator said with a sinister smile. That's not appropriate. Envoy of the Left immediately rejected the proposal. Don't forget that since the incident in the longevity realm, our Qi County has also entered the eyes of Xing and Lei counties. We're also wanted, but we're not as conspicuous as Tyrant. If we do as you say, it's very likely that we'll get into trouble. Moreover, Xianxia is now with Tyrant. When the troops of Xing and Lei counties arrive, how can we guarantee his safety in the chaos? Left emissary Ruan's words made a lot of sense. The middle-aged cultivator who made the suggestion immediately shut his mouth. The others were silent for a while. How could they deal with this group of troublesome enemies? Elder Zhao's eyes flickered as he suddenly said, we don't necessarily have to deal with the Overlord and his gang. Maybe there's a way to satisfy both sides. Elder Xiao, you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Although the Overlord and his gang seem to be famous now, they are actually weak and helpless under the pursuit of the 2 counties. My Qi commandery is destined to compete with the other commanderies. I might be able to make use of such a powerful force, Yi Futian said. If we can subdue the Overlord and his gang, Xianxia will naturally come back. Elder Zhao's words were full of ambition, but it gave everyone a fright. Is it possible to subdue the Overlord? We were beaten to a pulp just now. Many cultivators were doubtful and felt that the idea was too unrealistic. I object. Left emissary Ruan firmly rejected the suggestion compared to those who doubted it. Elder Xiao, have you forgotten about Elder Xianwu? Left emissary Ruan's face was solemn, and there was some hatred in his eyes. Qi County has been planning for a long time for the creation of the mysterious land of chaos in the Xianxia realm. We were determined to get it. Elder Xianwu was originally a person of virtue and prestige in my Qi commandery, and many people in the organization joined because of his prestige. According to speculation, the failure of Elder Xianwu's plan and his death are related to Gu Chen. This person has ruined our plans again and again. Now, he is a thorn in the flesh of the two Dao Lords. It is not a wise choice to recruit him. Elder Xiao shook his head when he heard that. The matter of the primordial chaos mystic land in the Xianxia realm is complicated. As far as we know, the one who obtained the greatest fortune was the little princess of the sword commandery. That Gu Chen might not have much to do with Elder Xianwu's death. Moreover, that Gu Chen is indeed a talent. Given Lord Qimo's breadth of mind, he will not care about such trivial matters if he sincerely wishes to join us. Elder Xiao was very interested in recruiting Gu Chen, but Envoy of the Left seemed to be full of misgivings. The two, who had always been harmonious, even quarreled over this matter. As for the other companions, they all had different opinions about this. They couldn't come to a conclusion. Forget it. It's meaningless to argue about this here. Let's return to Maple World first. Let's leave this matter to the Elder Council. Left emissary Ruan made a compromise and suggested. That's fine. This matter is of great importance. It's best to get Lord Qimo's approval. Elder Xiao did not object. The group discussed for a while and decided to leave a spy behind to keep an eye on the exit of the Golden Toad world while the others hurriedly left. After everyone left, in the dark void, a pair of strange compound eyes blinked, and the pupils rolled. From the beginning to the end, none of them realized that they were being spied on. That one-eyed old man is quite smart. He actually guessed our identities. This matter is of great importance. We have to inform the leader. The dragonfly monster muttered to itself. According to its orders, it had to continue following this group of people, so it couldn't leave. It could only open its mouth and spit out a strange purple dragonfly. Go. The dragonfly monster casually ordered. The purple dragonfly immediately flapped its wings and flew into the Golden Toad world. The Qi commandery cultivators who were left behind to keep an eye on the entrance did not notice this scene. After the dragonfly monster delivered the message, its pair of compound eyes firmly locked on the group of people in front of it and followed them from a distance. Inside the Golden Toad world, after letting the Qi commandery cultivators go, Xianxia began to pack up according to Gu Chen's instructions. They had to leave within 4 hours. Xianxia was a little reluctant and dragged his feet. Gu Chen and his companions stayed in Xianxia's courtyard. Many of his companions had just learned of Gu Chen's plan. The Qi commandery cultivators look like idiots. Leader, is it useful to subdue them? The evil shark emperor understood Gu Chen's intention of letting them go, but he began to doubt the value of those people. Everyone present was top-notch in terms of bloodline and glorious in terms of military exploits. Naturally, he looked down on a group of unknown rogue cultivators. Don't underestimate the Qi commandery. There are still some experts among them. Most importantly, they can provide us with the living space that we need the most right now. Gu Chen said with a smile. As they spoke, the purple dragonfly sent by the dragonfly monster arrived. Gu Chen stretched out his hand, and the dragonfly landed on his fingertip. A message left by the dragonfly monster flowed into his mind. Gu Chen learned about what happened after the Qi commandery cultivators left, including their dispute. He laughed out loud. Leader, did something funny happen? Everyone asked doubtfully. What a coincidence. These people are thinking the same thing as me. Gu Chen told them about Elder Zhao's attempt to recruit them. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. These people are not strong, but they are quite ambitious. They actually dream of subduing you, leader? The dwarf emperor said disdainfully. You can't say that. People need to have some dreams in life. Zhong Shenrua teased with a smile. Gu Chen waved his hand to stop everyone's laughter. This is a good thing. I was thinking about how to break into the Qi commandery with our poor relationship before. Now, they've opened an opening for themselves. Leader, the Qi commandery has its own ability to develop so well under the noses of the other commanderies. We can't be too careless. The hunchbacked old man could not help but remind them when he saw that everyone was looking down on that group. It was not easy for that group to detect their identity so quickly, especially that elder Xiao, whose strength was no weaker than the people present. Of course. Caution is the parent of safety. We can't underestimate our opponents at any time. Guchen nodded and explained. That's why I asked Xianxia to pack up and leave as soon as possible, lest the Qi commandery cultivators suddenly take things too hard and expose our location to Xing commandery or Lei commandery. We need to know the nest of the Qi commandery cultivators and understand their every move. But on the other hand, we must make sure that they can't find us at all. Only in this way can we be invincible. Guchen had obviously thought it through. The hunchbacked old man was relieved when he heard this. They chatted for a long time before Xianxia finally finished packing up and arrived. Fellow Taoist Chen, can I take my disciples with me? Xianxia, who was worried about the future, asked tentatively. Of course, as long as Grandmaster is happy. Guchen nodded with a smile. He had to give Xianxia enough freedom to calm him down. Besides, he planned to ask Xianxia to help him refine a large batch of elixirs. With the help of his disciples, he could save a lot of time. The Qi County cultivator guarding outside the Golden Toad world was easy to deal with. Guchen's group directly landed in front of him and subdued him with a thunderous method. Then, Guchen threw it aside and left with Xianxia in a dignified manner. Since then, the Qi County had lost track of Guchen's group, and the entire Golden Toad world was deserted. Over the next few days, under Fatty Qian's recommendation, they lived in seclusion in a place called the Great Desolate Ridge. The Great Desolate Ridge was a small world of its own, full of barren mountains and wild ridges. It was an extremely remote place even in the entire 3,000 small worlds. It was a deserted place, and most of the living creatures were wild beasts that had not yet developed spiritual wisdom. It was very suitable for a group of people to temporarily settle down. The matter of the arrest warrant of the two counties was in an uproar, and it was impossible for the dragonfly monster to send back any news in a short period of time. Therefore, Guchen decided to hide his strength and bide his time here. As soon as they settled down in the Great Desolate Ridge, Guchen immediately had an in-depth discussion with Xianxia. The hunchbacked old man gave Xianxia several pill recipes from the ancient underworld era, and Guchen took this as an opportunity to ask Xianxia to help him refine pills. As the saying goes, one's hands are tied, and since he was living under someone else's roof, Xianxia agreed without much thought. Originally, he thought that Guchen's group was small, and that he would at most help him refine a few furnaces of pills. However, when Guchen handed him a storage ring full of medicinal herbs, Xianxia was dumbfounded. The variety of medicinal herbs that Guchen had given him, the quantity of them, and the price of them had far exceeded his imagination. Which Daylord's treasury did you rob? What kind of pills do you want the old man to refine with so many medicinal herbs? Xianxia complained. Guchen and the hunchbacked old man had strange expressions on their faces. He had guessed it right. Weren't these medicinal herbs robbed from Dao Lord Xing? Guchen thought for a moment and told Xianxia, there are no specific requirements. Grandmaster, you can sort out the medicinal herbs according to their properties and refine them into the most valuable pills. Let the old man do what he wants. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had been refining pills for many years, but this was the first time he had heard such a request. One had to know that the value of the herbs in the storage ring could only be said to be ordinary, but when piled up together, it was still extremely terrifying. If it was any other alchemist, they might have pocketed it. Yes, I don't know much about alchemy. If I were to deal with these herbs, it would be a waste of God's gift. Therefore, it's better to leave it to a professional like Grandmaster. Guchen said with a smile. His words expressed his high trust in Xianxia. Xianxia pondered for a while. He didn't know if the person in front of him trusted him too much, or if these herbs were not that precious to him. If it was the former, this person's trust gave him a good impression. If it was the latter, it meant that he had an even rarer medicinal herb on him, when Xianxia thought of this possibility, his heart palpitated with excitement. An alchemist's pursuit of rare medicinal herbs was like a lecher's love for beautiful women. The rarer the medicinal herb, the more precious the elixir could be refined. Alchemists could often gain a lot of experience from the refining process, and thus achieve breakthroughs. The herbs in the storage ring were already very valuable. If there was something more precious than it would be the opportunity he dreamed of. At his level, if there was an extremely rare medicinal herb for him to try refining, he would be willing to do it even if it was free. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Qi Commandery for a medicinal herb. Xianxia looked at Gu Chen's calm and confident expression. His mind was spinning, and he suddenly looked forward to what kind of heavenly treasures he would take out later. It's easy for you to let the old man do what he wants, but do you know how much work it will take? Xianxia had already decided to help, but he still said it with difficulty. The amount of work needed to refine the most valuable elixir according to the medicinal properties of the herbs in the storage ring was too much. How could he do it without more benefits? A few pill recipes from the ancient underworld era looked attractive, but it was difficult to turn them into practical benefits. One had to know that an alchemist like him usually had very high expenses. I promise you that you can take 5% of all the elixirs that Great Master helps you refine. Gu Chen saw through Xianxia's thoughts and promised. 5% was not 50%, which was equivalent to letting Xianxia take 1 out of every 20 elixirs. Considering that Xianxia's success rate in alchemy was much higher than that of other alchemists, such a deal was very cost-effective. Only 5%? Okay, that's fine. Xianxia thought for a moment. Although 5% seemed to be a small reward, the number of herbs needed was huge. Although he had a great reputation, he was extremely picky about alchemy and would only occasionally take on a business. Coupled with the fact that he often purchased some precious herbs, it could be said that he was short of money. Normally, he would not refine such herbs, even if he was offered 50% of the reward. But with such a large number of herbs, even if the share was low, the overall profit would be far greater than usual. In addition, refining these herbs could also increase the alchemy experience of his disciples, which could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was actually very satisfied. Then I'll have to trouble Great Master. If you have any questions or needs, please don't hesitate to ask. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed, Gu Chen was also very happy. Well, although you said to let the old man do whatever he wants, it's still better to tell you what you think. Xianxia was an extremely serious person. Since he had agreed to refine elixirs for Gu Chen, he naturally hoped that he could satisfy him. If possible, Great Master can try to refine more elixirs that are beneficial to the cultivation of cultivators, or medicines that can save the dying and heal the wounded. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said. Okay, these 2 kinds of elixirs are in high demand. Xianxia nodded. Then, he thought of something and looked around. To refine such a large number of elixirs, the old man's own alchemy furnace is not enough. The old man also has many disciples, so he needs a bigger alchemy room. The barren ridge that Gu Chen had chosen to stay in was too desolate, and there were many things that were needed for alchemy. You don't have to worry about this, Great Master. I'll send someone over later. I believe he can meet all your requirements, Great Master. Gu Chen had already considered this point, and with the dwarf sovereign, who was proficient in refining tools, this was not a problem at all. The dwarf sovereign could build the best alchemy furnace, and as for the alchemy room, it was even easier. Xianxia had doubts about whether the person sent by Gu Chen could really meet his requirements, but he did not refuse on the spot. If there were any problems, he could just deal with it when the time came. After discussing alchemy with Xianxia, Gu Chen and the hunchbacked old man left his residence. Leader asked Xianxia to refine elixirs that can increase cultivation. Is he preparing to bribe the cultivators of Qi Commandery? Be it Gu Chen or his group, all of them had reached the late stage of the Tao-seeking realm. To be honest, ordinary cultivation-enhancing elixirs were useless to them. Therefore, Gu Chen's arrangement of a large number of herbs made him speculate. Yes, it's not enough to conquer the Qi Commandery by force alone. That group of rogue cultivators has long been in a state of lack of resources under the suppression of various commanderies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the Qi Commandery. If we can provide them with the elixirs they need most, it will be much easier to win their hearts. Of course, these elixirs won't be given for free. They have to prove their worth. Not just the Qi commandery. We need to expand our forces and recruit soldiers. These elixirs are extremely important at all times. Gu Chen was honest with the hunchbacked old man. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked old man sighed. Leader not only allowed Xianxia to freely refine elixirs, but also gave the rest of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to the dwarf sovereign to forge weapons. If they don't let us down, we will have the foundation to conquer the world in the future. Only when there were soldiers and food could it be possible to expand the territory. In the old man's view, Gu Chen's steady and sure move was undoubtedly correct. The best alchemists and blacksmiths are with us. I am full of confidence for our future. Gu Chen said with a smile. The confidence on his face was something that the hunchbacked old man had never seen before. Since the destruction of the chaos transit window of the ninth realm, the leader has indeed lost his hometown, but it has also freed him from his long-standing shackles and allowed him to soar freely. When a dragon flies out of the shallow abyss, it will eventually soar into the sky. The old man sighed in his heart. He was full of expectations for the future. After the conversation between Gu Chen and the old man, they parted ways. The old man went to find the dwarf sovereign and asked him to go to Xianxia. As for Gu Chen, after dealing with some trivial matters, he went to cultivate. Since the destruction of the Qing boundary, they had been in a state of hurry. He had not cultivated for a long time. Xianxia needed time to refine elixirs and the dwarf sovereign needed time to forge weapons. The matter of conquering the Qi commandery could not be rushed, so Gu Chen took this opportunity to cultivate. He sat alone in his bedroom and listened to his breathing. After Gu Chen returned to his residence, he cultivated for half a month. Half a month later, Gu Chen opened his eyes, revealing a strange light. Back then, after obtaining a huge creation in the Changshu realm, Gu Chen's 4 origins had been in a stable state. From the longevity realm to the Qing county, and then from the Qing county to the cerulean sea star, his cultivation had not improved at all during this period. However, ever since the realm of punishment was destroyed, the situation had quietly changed. Previously, Gu Chen's mind was on the 9th realm and he had been in a hurry to avoid being killed. Thus, he did not have the time to feel the changes. During this half a month, he finally had time to cultivate wholeheartedly, and he immediately discovered something strange. The 4 origins of nature, soul, life and death, and space-time were growing at a much faster rate than before. For some reason, as long as he abandoned all distracting thoughts and cultivated seriously, his spirit would naturally enter the sea of Tao. All kinds of profound meanings about the 4 origins emerged like mushrooms after the rain. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before. It was as if he was suddenly able to communicate with the whole world, and this so-called world was not limited to the great Tao of the world. The great Tao of the world could not let him feel the obvious growth of his cultivation. What is going on? Although the improvement of his cultivation speed made Gu Chen a little surprised, he was still worried if he did not solve this mystery. Therefore, he left his residence and went to find the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man used to be a Tao-severing realm Tao lord. Although his realm had fallen later, he had now recreated his own Tao. In terms of the depth and breadth of experience, he was incomparable to Gu Chen. Gu Chen believed that he could answer his doubts. After listening to the reason for Gu Chen's visit, the hunchbacked old man was stunned at first, and then he stroked his beard and laughed. Leader, it is normal for your cultivation speed to suddenly increase dramatically. Because of the battle in the Qing realm, you have shaken Tao Lord Xing's fortune. His eyes shone with excitement. Shaken Tao Lord Xing's fortune? Gu Chen heard this and fell into deep thought. That's right. Leader, you have never experienced the era of war, so you don't understand the process of the birth of Tao Lords. That's why you have these doubts, the hunchbacked old man explained seriously. Since ancient times, almost every Tao Lord has been born after conquering various worlds and defeating countless emperors. Back then, the old man had also conquered many worlds and stepped into the Tao-severing realm. However, before he could stabilize his position, he was defeated by Tao Lord Xing. Thus, he lost all his fortune and was taken by him. Things like fortune are difficult to understand. It refers not only to one's fortune, but also to the degree to which the thousands of origins in the world accept a person. When a Tao Lord conquers a world, the fortune of each world is gathered in him, so his divine power is more extensive. Tao Lord Xing originally had supreme authority in the 100 realms. The Xing realm was a holy land under his rule, and the Tao Decaying Gate was the supreme faith. However, leader, you destroyed the Xing realm and caused a crack to appear in the Tao Decaying Gate. This directly caused Tao Lord Xing's fortune to be lost. And this lost karmic luck naturally went to you, leader. The hunchbacked old man became more and more excited as he spoke, almost dancing with joy. Leader, the faster your origin power grows, it means that Tao Lord Xing's foundation in the 100 realms is weakening. The 100 realms are already disloyal. If this continues, you might be able to replace him. What the hunchbacked old man said was not something that happened overnight, and the foundation of the Xing county was far from collapsing. However, Gu Chen still let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as there were no problems with the sudden acceleration of his cultivation, he did not think too much about whether he could weaken Tao Lord Xing this way. No matter how mysterious something like fortune was, it could not compare to one's own efforts. What he needed to do was to work hard to strengthen himself so that he could seize every opportunity. After understanding the reason for the acceleration of his cultivation, Gu Chen wanted to go back to cultivate. Based on the current growth rate of his origin power, it would not be long before his 5th heavenly soul and 6th heavenly life and death origins would step into the next heavenly layer. Since he was out, Gu Chen asked the hunchbacked old man Xianxia about his progress in alchemy. According to him, Xianxia was very satisfied with the alchemy furnace forged by the dwarf sovereign, and he even liked it very much. The alchemy room had been in operation for several days. Xianxia and his disciples had been refining pills day and night, and the efficiency of the pills was amazing. Gu Chen was very satisfied after hearing this. He then asked about the situation with the dragonfly monster. The dragonfly monster has successfully infiltrated the Qi County and is secretly gathering information. It will contact us if there are any further developments. Gu Chen returned to his residence to cultivate. With the augmentation of fate, he could clearly feel the growth of his 4 origins every day. After another half a month, Gu Chen's soul origin naturally broke through to the 6th heaven of the Tao Querying realm. After another 3 days, his life and death origin also broke through to the 7th heaven of the Tao Querying realm. His nature and spacetime origins, which had made the fastest progress, were still at the 7th heaven of the Tao Querying realm. However, their power of origin was clearly much stronger. In the Tao Querying realm, it should have been very difficult to rise by 1 level. But now that Gu Chen had cultivated to the later stages, he was improving at a tremendous pace. He sighed at the wonders of fate. The only flaw was that other than his 4 origins, his other cultivation areas had not made much progress. On Prison Star, Gu Chen had established his 3 main orthodoxies. They were the Divine Path, the Martial Path, and the Hegemony Path. The Divine Path used the 4 origins as the core and evolved into thousands of Tao techniques. As his origins continued to grow, his Tao techniques naturally became more exquisite. But his cultivation of the Martial Path and the Hegemony Path had stagnated. His Martial Path was a supreme skill for close combat. The Hegemony Path used the Overlord body as the foundation to develop ultimate mystiques. These 2 paths required the continuous evolution of the corporeal body. If the corporeal body wanted to evolve, besides plundering the origin that could nourish the corporeal body, he could only rely on the melting of the golden runes in his body. The golden runes that covered Gu Chen's body were too profound. Even with his comprehension, he needed a long time to understand a small part of them. This caused his progress in the Martial Path and the Hegemony Path to be slower than the Divine Path. In the long run, it was easy to lose balance. Besides the imbalance of the 3 orthodoxies, what worried Gu Chen more was the stagnation of the nature of the heavenly stellar art. The nature of the heavenly stellar art was Gu Chen's natural origin skill. The reason he had embarked on the path of cultivation was inextricably linked to it. However, ever since he mastered the Black Hole Scroll and mastered the 10th level of the Mystique, Gu Chen had not been able to learn the next scroll and the next level of the Mystique. This situation had been going on for a long time. Ever since Gu Chen had left the 9th realm, his nature's celestial sky art had almost never broken through. Although Gu Chen had already walked his own path and the three great Tao orthodoxies might not be able to do without the nature of the heavenly star technique, Gu Chen could not give up on this technique that had changed his fate. The domain scroll, the primordial scroll, the 11th heaven secret art, rising tides, Gu Chen muttered to himself. His mind was in a state of turmoil. Recently, he had come into contact with too many secrets of this world. He understood the existence of the primordial chaos Tao world and the realm sea, causing him to have some guesses. When the nature of the heavenly star skill was unable to make a breakthrough for a long time, he had a feeling that this skill might have stepped into a whole new realm, and this realm was something that he could not touch with his current realm. From stardust to star core, and from star core to black hole, the nature of the heavenly star technique was like a path of transformation. In this world, its evolution had always been traceable. However, after the black hole scroll was completed, it became unfathomable. Was it really unfathomable? Perhaps it was just that his current realm and vision had limited his path. The domain scroll and the realm sea, the primordial scroll and the primordial chaos Tao world. I'm afraid there is some connection between them. Perhaps only by crossing the realm sea and stepping into the primordial chaos Tao world will the path of the last 2 volumes of the nature of the heavenly star skill unfold in front of me. Gu Chen closed his eyes and pondered silently. The hunchbacked old man's words about the opening of the realm sea and the selection of talents in the primordial chaos Tao world did not have much to do with him. What he wanted to do was nothing more than to protect his hometown from the threat of the dark turmoil. Furthermore, he wanted to get rid of Tao Lord Xing, a great enemy. The old man had great ambitions, but he did not think so much at the moment. Forget it, the future is uncertain. At this stage, I just have to work hard to improve myself. Gu Chen did not think too far into the future. When he opened his eyes, they were clear. He got up and walked out of the room. After cultivating for more than a month, it was time to pay attention to the progress of the outside world. Gu Chen first came to Xianxia's alchemy room. As soon as he arrived, he saw the magnificent alchemy furnace that the dwarf sovereign had meticulously built. The flames in the furnace were burning fiercely, and Xianxia's disciples were busy around it. Not far away, the medicine shelves were filled with many large and small porcelain bottles. The porcelain bottles were filled with elixirs. Obviously, Xianxia had made a lot of achievements in the past month. Many herbs had been successfully turned into elixirs. Greetings, Senior Chen. Xianxia's disciples suddenly saw Gu Chen and hurriedly saluted. Where is the Grandmaster? Gu Chen did not see Xianxia, so he asked. At this time, Master should be studying the medicine encyclopedia. Xianxia's disciples answered truthfully and glanced into the depths of the alchemy room. Gu Chen nodded and walked to a room in the corner of the alchemy room. When he entered the room, Xianxia was indeed studying the medicine encyclopedia, looking relaxed. The Grandmaster's alchemy skills are really amazing. It seems that the task I gave you will be easy to complete, Gu Chen said with a smile. Xianxia raised his head when he heard the footsteps. When he saw Gu Chen enter the room, his eyes suddenly lit up. Fellow Daoist Chen, you've finally come out. He was much more at ease than he was a month ago, and he said with a grin. The refining of those elixirs is not difficult. The old man only needs to control the whole process and leave the rest to the disciples. Won't this affect the success rate? Gu Chen asked. You can rest assured about this, fellow Daoist Chen. The old man is in charge of the whole process, and my disciples are familiar with it. How can there be any problems? Xianxia's answer was very firm. Gu Chen nodded. As long as the quality of the elixirs was not affected, he would not interfere with what Xianxia did. Xianxia and Gu Chen chatted. After a while, he rubbed his hands with a smile. Fellow Daoist Chen, the task of helping you refine elixirs in batches is on track. It will be completed in a few months at most. You see, the old man has nothing to do now. Do you have any other elixirs for the old man to refine? When Xianxia agreed to accept Gu Chen's alchemy task, he had guessed that Gu Chen had more precious herbs on him. He had been thinking about it for a long time. For an alchemist at his level, refining ordinary elixirs was nothing to him. He had been waiting for Gu Chen to take out more precious herbs. Gu Chen looked at the expectant look on Xianxia's face and smiled faintly. Master Xianxia was smart enough to see through his intentions. Yes, the reason why he recruited Xianxia was not just to refine those elixirs in batches. Those elixirs were materials for future recruitment, but the most useful for him was the immortal medicine. Having the immortality elixir was equivalent to having several more lives on the battlefield, which was of great significance to Gu Chen and his companions. Gu Chen had long planned to let Xianxia refine the tricolor Bingdi lotus. Only a top alchemist like him could ensure the success rate. However, the tricolor Bingdi lotus was too precious, and Gu Chen did not fully trust Xianxia. That was why he had given him the task of refining the elixirs in batches. Now that the batch of elixirs was on track, Gu Chen could not help but ponder deeply since Xianxia had taken the initiative to propose it. To be honest, although Xianxia had been with him for a month, he still could not fully trust him. Xianxia was a man who sought good fortune and avoided harm. He knew how to protect himself. Judging from his attitude toward Qi County, although he was harmless, it was not easy to truly become his companion. Gu Chen had originally planned to wait for a period of time to drag Xianxia onto his warship before handing him the first herb. However, Xianxia's progress was beyond imagination, and he had taken the initiative to propose it. Gu Chen thought about it and decided to give him the first herb in advance. The sooner the immortality elixir was refined, the safer their lives would be. Since Great Master has guessed it, I will not hide it anymore. With a flip of his hand, Gu Chen took out the tricolor Bingdi lotus from his internal space. As soon as the tricolor Bingdi lotus appeared, it shone brilliantly and looked magnificent. Xianxia was stunned. This is the first herb? Xianxia cried out involuntarily, his eyes bursting with a fiery light. Great Master indeed has a good eye. Gu Chen did not deny it. The first herb is extremely difficult to find, and it can only be produced in the Primal Chaos Secret Land. How did you get it? Xianxia asked eagerly. As soon as he finished asking, his pupils suddenly shrank. Although he was obsessed with alchemy, he was not ignorant of the outside world. How could he not know about the emergence of the Longevity Realm's secret land when he lived in seclusion in the 3,000 lesser worlds? You are the Overlord Gu Chen? Xianxia quickly guessed Gu Chen's real identity, and his eyes widened. Master, you should know my true identity. After all, we are allies now. Gu Chen smiled. Who's your ally? Xianxia finally understood everything. He was so anxious that he stamped his feet. The arrest warrant for 2 counties is an unprecedented event. You and your companions have made a big mistake. Whoever goes with you will be in big trouble. Xianxia was very honest, and he began to regret boarding Gu Chen's pirate ship. Originally, he wanted to avoid the restless Qi commandery, but who would have thought that he would run into an even more terrifying fellow? I heard that Great Master didn't even give face to Thunder Dao Lord. Why do you seem to be afraid now? Gu Chen looked at Xianxia and teased. How can that be the same? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. No matter how arrogant the old man is, as long as he is not a threat to the Dao Lords and may even be useful to the old man, they will always be polite to me, and I can also gain a good reputation for being courteous. But you are rebelling and offended 2 Dao Lords in one go. It's not like the old man is tired of living. Hearing this, Gu Chen spread out his hands helplessly. But the fact is that Great Master is already on the same side as me. The old man was deceived by you. Xianxia was furious. He, who was used to playing safe, quickly thought about how to get rid of Gu Chen, this trouble. If he couldn't get rid of this trouble, his leisurely life of alchemy might be gone, and he would have to flee for his life. Great Master, are you thinking about how to disassociate yourself from me? There is one thing that Great Master may not know. The cultivators of Qi Commandery have already guessed my identity. Gu Chen saw through Xianxia's thoughts and said indifferently. What? Xianxia was dumbfounded. If the cultivators of Qi Commandery had already known Gu Chen's real identity, this matter was very likely to spread, and it would be very difficult for him to cover it up. If the people of Qi Commandery held a grudge against him and chose to report this matter to Xing Commandery and Lei Commandery, he would be even more miserable. Xianxia was miserable. How did he end up on such a pirate ship, seeing that Xianxia's expression was uncertain, Guchen remained silent and chose to give him some time to sort out the stakes of the whole matter. Since he wanted to recruit Xianxia as a companion, he had to know about this matter sooner or later. The sooner he recognized the reality, the better it would be for everyone. Guchen knew that it was not very kind of him to do this, but who asked him to get hold of Xianxia's weakness? Xianxia pondered for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had embarked on a path of no return. He sighed repeatedly. In fact, Grandmaster doesn't need to worry too much. Although my current situation is not optimistic, I won't let Grandmaster do something that requires my life. If one day I lose my life and can't protect Grandmaster, just say that I forced you to do it. I believe that with your talent, nothing will happen to you. Guchen said sincerely and then handed the tricolor Bingdi lotus to Xianxia. Grandmaster, will you accept this medicine or not? Xianxia glanced at the medicine, and then looked at Guchen's deep and calm eyes. The uneasiness in his heart slowly disappeared. Although he did not like to get involved in disputes, he was not really afraid of trouble. He was just worried that it would affect his alchemy. Since he did not have much of a choice, why should he be hesitant? The medicine was hard to come by, and as for Tao Lord Xing, he could go to hell. Xianxia clenched his teeth and took the tricolor Bingdi lotus from Guchen's hand. He carefully examined it and could not bear to part with it. This lotus is really amazing. Every part of it can be used as medicine. He was originally a medicine fanatic, so he quickly put everything behind him and focused on how to refine the medicine without wasting anything. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Guchen let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had finally made this top alchemist's day. After handing over the task of refining the immortality medicine to Xianxia, Guchen left and went to the dwarf sovereign's residence. Recently, the dwarf sovereign had been relying on the resources of Xing County to forge divine weapons. He had considered the weapons for his own use, the weapons for his companions, and even the standard weapons that he would need when his forces grew stronger in the future. By the time Guchen arrived at his residence, he had already made a lot of progress. Leader, you've come at the right time. The weapon that I've meticulously forged for you has been forged. The dwarf sovereign said excitedly as soon as he saw Guchen. A weapon forged for me? Guchen was stunned when he heard this. It was true that he had asked the dwarf sovereign to refine the equipment, but he did not need it himself. With the dominating cauldron of origin, any divine weapon would be as fragile as paper in his eyes. Even if he could not use the dominating cauldron of origin at will, it was enough with the plundering heaven blade. Leader, please have a look. The dwarf sovereign carefully took down a Rubik's cube from a shelf in the corner of the workshop and solemnly handed it to Guchen with both hands. Is this a space-type magic treasure? Guchen glanced at it and noticed that the Rubik's cube was brimming with a very powerful law of space. Leader, you have a good eye. This spatial Rubik's cube is indeed a rare space-type magic treasure. However, it was taken from the Xing County's treasure vault. I didn't make it for you. The dwarf sovereign explained with a smile. Oh? If it's not the Rubik's cube, where's the weapon you made for me? Guchen was a little surprised. He had robbed too many treasures from the Xing County. Except for the herbs that he had given to Xianxia, he had given all the rare materials, magic treasures, and protective gear to the dwarf sovereign. For him, no matter how precious those treasures were, they were just worldly possessions. His energy was limited, so he didn't even bother to look at them carefully. That was why he didn't even recognize the spatial Rubik's cube. The weapon I made for you is very special. It gained intelligence when it was forged, and it kept trying to escape. If I don't trap it with the spatial Rubik's cube, I'm afraid that once it escapes, I won't be able to find it again. The dwarf sovereign showed a helpless look. Oh? What kind of magic treasure has troubled you so much? Guchen's interest was aroused. Leader, you'll know when you see it. Be careful, don't let it escape. The dwarf sovereign smiled mysteriously, his face revealing an inexplicable confidence. Guchen became even more curious. He took the spatial Rubik's cube with his right hand and gently brushed it with his left hand. Buzz, he opened the seal on the Rubik's cube. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a white light flew out at an extremely fast speed. With the dwarf sovereign's warning, Guchen was already prepared. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it. He mobilized the power of space, trying to restrain the white light. The surrounding space became as heavy as lead. Bang! The white light slammed into the space wall and rolled on the ground. Guchen smiled and was about to take it into his palm. He didn't expect it to hit the wall again. An inexplicable aura rippled from its body, and with a swoosh, it passed through the confined space. Eh? Guchen was surprised, but he did not panic. A black vortex appeared in his left palm, forcefully pulling the white light back. The white light struggled desperately, but in the end, it was still unable to escape from Guchen and was imprisoned in his palm. When Guchen came into contact with it, he immediately felt a wave of unwillingness. This treasure is indeed very intelligent. What kind of weapon is this? Guchen examined the white light in his hand and asked in confusion. This white light was smart, and seemed to have some strange divine abilities, but he was completely unable to tell what kind of weapon it belonged to, and what use it had. Leader, why don't you try dripping your blood on it first? The dwarf sovereign continued to keep him guessing. Guchen nodded and forced a drop of golden blood from his fingertip onto the white light. Very quickly, Guchen felt the white light's resistance to him rapidly weaken. Between him and it, there was a strange spiritual connection. After absorbing Guchen's tyrant blood, the white light shone brightly, showing an extremely extraordinary aura. As expected, Leader's words are indeed effective. This formless thousand weapons is willing to recognize me as its master. The dwarf sovereign saw the strange phenomenon of the white light and burst into laughter. From your tone, if it was anyone else, this weapon would not recognize you as its master? Guchen felt the spiritual connection between him and the white light. Although there was a connection, it was not like other weapons, where he could command it as his own arm after recognizing it as its master. It was really strange. Of course, Leader may not know this, but the material of this formless thousand weapons is a piece of formless hard stone. It is an extremely rare treasure in the chaotic sea, and also the most valuable item in the penalty realm's treasury. This kind of divine item is naturally arrogant. How could it easily yield to others? Oh? Guchen's expression changed. Although he did not care much about the treasures he plundered, he still used the deep-sea purple eyes to take a few glances at it. At that time, he did not notice any formless hard stone at all. However, the dwarf sovereign was an authority in this area. Since he said so, this formless hard stone was probably really that valuable. The formless hard stone is a divine item with no attributes. It is good at hiding itself. It is extremely difficult to distinguish it among the many treasures, so Leader may not have noticed it before. After I refined this divine item, it has become a unique weapon. Its spirituality is even higher, and its eyes are naturally more picky. Other than Leader, I dare to bet that no one in this great desolate ridge can get its approval. The dwarf sovereign explained excitedly. In fact, even if it was Guchen, he was not sure if he could get the treasure's approval. Hence, after it successfully recognized him as its master, he was greatly relieved. You mean that this treasure has a special liking for me? But why? Guchen laughed involuntarily. He did not believe that this thing was willing to recognize him as its master because it valued his talent. In terms of talent, there was still Xianxia in the great desolate ridge who was not any worse than him. Because Leader, you have the world's famous nature's origin. The formless thousand weapons can be said to be born for the nature's origin. Of course, it will approve of you. The dwarf sovereign's eyebrows danced as he urged Guchen. As for the specifics, Leader, you will know after you feel it yourself. You only need to inject the origin's origin into the formless thousand weapons. Nature's origin, Guchen was deep in thought. The nature's origin's mark on his body shone brightly. Following the dwarf sovereign's instructions, he injected the origin's origin into the white light in his hand. Crackle, under his will, the nature's origin turned into the power of thunder and lightning. Buzz, the white light received the power of thunder and lightning. Under Guchen's eyes, it quickly transformed into a bow and arrow covered in mysterious blue patterns. This. Guchen's expression froze. He casually placed the arrow on the bowstring and lightly pulled. Rumble, 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 a terrifying electric current appeared on the body of the arrow. Guchen could feel the boundless sharpness. If this arrow was released, it could easily tear apart a small world like the Great Desolate Ridge. This is too mysterious. Guchen understood the dwarf sovereign's meaning. His eyes shone with a strange light. He retracted the power of thunder and lightning, and the nature's origin once again turned into the power of water. Buzz the thunder arrow disappeared. This time, the formless thousand weapons turned into a blue shield. Water swirled around the shield, as though even the water vapor in the air was under its control. Guchen laughed. He directly turned the power of water into the power of ice. The formless thousand weapons immediately turned into an azure ice spear. Following that, Guchen turned the power of earth, the formless thousand weapons into a truncheon, the power of fire, and the formless thousand weapons into a spear. Using different origins' power, the formless thousand weapons turned into different weapons. They were ever-changing and unpredictable. This weapon, how much can it increase the power of my Dao techniques? Guchen played with it. The more he looked, the more excited he became. He turned to the dwarf sovereign and asked. This treasure, when used with you, leader, should be able to increase the power of your Dao techniques by 50%. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this item is ever-changing and extremely practical. It is a great weapon for sneak attacks. Great! Guchen only said one word to express his love for the formless thousand soldiers. This treasure had no attributes. If it fell into the hands of others, they would not be able to unleash even a tenth of its true power. But he possessed the natural source. The power of the source was ever-changing and could bestow various attributes on this treasure. This gave it a terrifying potential. No wonder this treasure was willing to recognize him as its owner. Only he could unleash its full potential. Through this treasure, not only can the power of the Dao technique increase, but it can also merge with the Dao technique and kill without leaving a trace. This treasure is the best auxiliary weapon for my path of divinity. The more Guchen studied it, the more satisfied he was. Suddenly, he had an idea. If this treasure could combine with the natural source, what about other sources? With a thought, Guchen injected the power of the source of life and death into the formless thousand soldiers. The formless thousand soldiers quickly transformed into a long sword that glowed with rainbow colors. Desolation Emperor Sword? Guchen's eyes wavered as he exclaimed. As a gift from Desolation Emperor, the Desolation Emperor Sword had always held a high position in Guchen's heart. However, during the battle with Kongxing and the Cerulean Sea Star, the sword was destroyed by the Chaos Flower. This made Guchen's heart ache. Unexpectedly, the formless thousand weapons seemed to have sensed the subconscious in his mind and actually took the opportunity to transform into the Desolate Emperor Sword. I wonder if this sword still has its original style. Guchen muttered to himself. Holding the familiar Desolation Emperor Sword, he pointed at the mountains outside the alchemy workshop. In the blink of an eye, all the flowers and plants on the mountain withered and became lifeless. Guchen thought and pulled out the Desolation Emperor Sword. The flowers and grass seemed to have experienced a season of cold winter and were revived. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and the grass was green. With this slight test, Guchen confirmed that the Desolation Emperor Sword formed by the formless thousand soldiers had the same power as the original. One thought to live, one thought to die. What kind of terrifying ability was this? The dwarf sovereign didn't know that Guchen was using the power of the origin of life and death instead of the origin of nature. He thought it was just a variation of the origin of nature. Looking at the changing flowers and plants on the mountain, as well as Guchen's expression, the pride on his face grew stronger and stronger. Last time, when he attacked the punishment realm, he had been in a hurry, and almost all of the weapons he had forged were single-use forbidden weapons. How could they show his true skill? Now that he had time and a large number of treasures, he could finally prove his worth to Guchen. What was Xianxia? His alchemy skills were definitely not the best in the Chaos Sea. But in terms of artifact refinement, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Guchen carefully studied the abilities of his 1,000 formless weapons. He discovered that regardless of whether it was nature, life and death, spacetime, or the origin of the soul, they could all transform into the corresponding weapons, thereby increasing the power of his Dao techniques. The only thing that could not change was the power of the Tyrant bloodline in his body. The power of the Tyrant's bloodline was too special. Even the formless 1,000 weapons couldn't transform into weapons like the sky-seizing blade. Apart from that, the formless 1,000 weapons could be considered perfect. There was only one flaw. This formless thousand weapons doesn't seem to be able to transform into any weapon according to my will. Guchen looked at the dwarf emperor. Although this treasure could transform into various weapons, it was not up to him to decide. This treasure had a spirit and seemed unwilling to hand over the freedom to transform into a weapon. It was very unique. This formless thousand weapons is made of stubborn stone, so it is naturally extremely stubborn. Although it has acknowledged you, I'm afraid it will still take some time for it to completely obey you. The dwarf emperor had long known this shortcoming. He laughed dryly, somewhat worried that Guchen's evaluation of it would be lowered. A weapon that couldn't completely obey was seen as a potential threat by many people. It doesn't matter if it can't transform according to my will. This treasure looks very clever. It might have a miraculous effect if I give it the power to transform. Guchen didn't mind at all and said with a smile. As if it understood Guchen's words, the formless thousand weapons trembled slightly and seemed to be closer to him than before. I will accept this formless thousand weapons. I wonder what other surprises Master wants to show me. Guchen had a higher evaluation of the dwarf emperor's forging skills. He alone was worth 100 armies. In the future, he would definitely give his enemies a headache. Time is still short. There are still a lot of ideas that haven't been formed. For the past month, other than forging the formless thousand weapons, I've mainly been working on these. The dwarf emperor pointed at a shelf in the corner. There was a pile of trench coats made of unknown materials. These trench coats were all dark cyan in color and didn't seem to be anything special. What is that? Guchen asked doubtfully. Leader, since we have our own force now, it would be better to have a uniform. These robes are intended to be distributed to every member. They aren't of much use, but they can block other people's divine sense, make them impervious to fire and water, and have a certain level of defense. A force must have a sense of identity in many aspects to be able to unite its members. Leader, you are too careless on this point. Until now, we don't even have a name for our organization. The dwarf emperor grumbled. No matter what, although their group was small in number, they were all famous people in the past. Naturally, they cared about their reputation. But now, the outside world called them the Tyrant Gang. This name was too casual. These things aren't urgent. Guchen rubbed his nose as he did not expect the dwarf sovereign to care so much about appearances. It's not urgent now. But when we conquer the Qi County, it will be necessary. The dwarf emperor knew that Guchen didn't like to waste time on these things, so he didn't dwell on it. Of course, these robes aren't of much use. They're just to increase the sense of belonging. Right now, I'm researching suitable weapons and protective gear for each of our members based on their cultivation and abilities, as well as the penalty realm's treasury. Once those things are completed, we'll truly be able to increase our combat strength. This project is a bit big. It will take a bit more time. The formless thousand weapons gave Guchen a great surprise. He believed that with the equipment provided by the dwarf emperor, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Thank you for your hard work, he said. He was glad that he chose to save the dwarf emperor. The dwarf sovereign waved his hand. To him, smithing had always been a hobby. Now, on top of this hobby, he could also work hard for his revenge. There was nothing better than this. Guchen gave him a new life. This time, he must treasure it. After staying in the dwarf emperor's crafting workshop for a long time, Guchen left and visited his companions one by one. Ever since Xianxia and Wuli left the Qing County, they seemed to have gotten rid of the huge shadow in their hearts. Because Guchen now had a group of powerful companions, Fatty Qian and Ancestor Xian of the Qi clan were worried that they would be marginalized, so they became more diligent in their cultivation. As for the others, most of them were still searching for their peak state. After being imprisoned on the prison star for so long, it wasn't easy for them to return to their peak state and reach the next level. Although the great desolate mountain was desolate and he didn't have many companions, Guchen could clearly feel the positive atmosphere. Compared to the depression and despair he felt in the Qing County, his current life was much better. On the 8th day after Guchen came out, the dragonfly monster that was scouting for information in the Qi County finally sent back useful information. It had been nearly 50 days since the dragonfly monster chased after left emissary Ruan and the others. Now, he finally sent back the news that Guchen wanted. It was one of his doppelgangers who came back. Guchen immediately summoned all his companions except Xianxia to discuss important matters. Leader, your name has spread within Qi Commandery. Led by Left Emissary Ruan and Elder Xiao, the Qi Commandery is divided into two factions. One regards you as an enemy, and the other wants to contact and recruit you. This matter eventually alarmed the Qi Commandery's Elders Guild. It is said that in 2 days, 3 highly respected elders will come to Maple World to decide how to deal with you. The dragonfly monster's doppelganger explained with excitement in its eyes. The Elders Guild? How much power do these 3 elders have? Guchen touched his nose and asked. The efficiency of the dragonfly monster in gathering intelligence was quite good. At present, they already knew that Left Emissary Ruan and the others had settled in Maple World, which could be regarded as a major branch of Qi Commandery. There were about 200 Qi Commandery cultivators gathered there. Left Emissary Ruan's position in Qi Commandery was called Left Emissary Receiving, while Elder Xiao was a Foreign Affairs Elder. The former had a relatively higher status, but the latter was stronger, so their influence in Qi Commandery was roughly equal. The Qi Commandery's branch in Maple World was roughly centered around these 2 people. The dozen or so people who visited Golden Toad World that day could be regarded as the mainstay of Qi Commandery's forces among the 3,000 small worlds. The influence of the 2 parties was almost equal. In this case, the 3 elders who intervened must have enough power to make the final decision on Guchen's group. The Elders Guild is the highest authority in Qi Commandery besides Qi-Mo. In the absence of Qi-Mo, the Elders Guild naturally has the most authority. Left Emissary Ruan and Elder Xiao have a high status in Qi Commandery, but these 3 elders are internal elders. It is said that the internal elders of Qi Commandery serve Qi-Mo wholeheartedly and can directly convey Qi-Mo's will. Even if Left Emissary Ruan and Elder Xiao are on the same side, it's enough to suppress them in terms of prestige. Moreover, they don't have the same idea. The dragonfly monster understood Guchen's meaning and replied with a smile. Guchen nodded when he heard this. It seemed like Qi Commandery's attitude towards them would soon have a clear answer. What's the attitude of the 3 elders towards us? Do you want to make contact with us, or do you want to attack us? Feng Yaya asked curiously. The 3 elders haven't arrived yet, and they're tight-lipped. Who knows? The dragonfly shook his head and added. However, I can tell that Qi-Mo must have attached great importance to us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 3 of his subordinates over so quickly. TSK, how can I not take it seriously? How can those good-for-nothings of the Qi Commandery compare to us? The leader of the devouring Kuan race said disdainfully. You can't say that. They might only care about Tianxia's whereabouts, the invisible woman said, her eyes flickering. Everyone discussed for a while, uncertain about the attitude of the 3 internal affairs elders. For a moment, they all looked at Guchen. The Qi Commandery's attitude towards them would soon have an answer, and after the answer came out, there would be a series of actions. They had to prepare for a rainy day. If we wait for the people of the Qi Commandery to come to a conclusion, it will be too late. The initiative should be in our hands. Guchen had already calculated in his heart, and at this time, he said indifferently. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly when they heard this. Boss, what should we do? Fatty Qian asked enthusiastically. Since coming to these 3,000 lesser worlds, he had been bored to death and was eager for Guchen to do something. Let's go to Maple World and meet the 3 elders, Guchen said, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Are we going to meet them directly? Everyone was stunned. Yes, let's go directly. Maple World was famous for its fiery red maple forest that grew all year round. The scenery here was beautiful, and it was a rare paradise among the 3,000 lesser worlds. Therefore, the number of cultivators here was far greater than in other lesser worlds. There were more cultivators here, and it was located at the junction of the Xing Commandery and the Lei Commandery, so the trade here was particularly developed. There were more than 1,000 markets in this place. Today, in a market called Blue Moon Valley in Maple World, there was a crowd of people, and it was unusually noisy and lively. The market of Blue Moon Valley was closed all year round, and it could even be said to be in a state of semi-abandonment. However, a large number of cultivators suddenly gathered here, which could be said to be very unusual. However, this place had been uninhabited for a long time, and it was located in a remote place, so not many cultivators would notice this. The three of you have come from afar. Thank you for your hard work. In the market of Blue Moon Valley, Elder Xiao and Left Emissary Ruan received the three internal affairs elders together. The three internal affairs elders looked old, dressed in plain gray robes, and had a gloomy temperament. One of the three glanced at the many cultivators of Qi Commandery in the market and said to Elder Xiao and Left Emissary Ruan with a satisfied look on his face. I didn't expect that this maple world could gather so many companions. It can be seen that the two of you have been very diligent in running this place. It should be you who have worked hard. Elder Xiao and Left Emissary Ruan felt relieved when they heard this praise. These three internal affairs elders could be regarded as people around Lord Qimo, and their attitude also represented Lord Qimo's attitude. Originally, they were worried that because they failed to invite Xianxia, or even lost the whereabouts of Overlord and the others, the three elders would fly into a rage when they arrived. Unexpectedly, not only did they not blame them, but they also affirmed their efforts over the years. It was rumored that Lord Qimo was generous to people, and it was indeed true. There are many cultivators of our Qi Commandery who don't know each other. It is indeed not easy to run it to this stage. Left Emissary Ruan sighed. As the Left Emissary Ruan, no one understood the difficulty of integrating the cultivators of Qi Commandery better than her. The people recruited by Qi Commandery were originally rogue cultivators. At first, they were skeptical about the strength of Qi Commandery, and it was difficult for the members to trust each other. Many of them joined with special intentions. In order to integrate these people and let them come out from the dark, gather them together, and even help each other, she really spent a lot of effort. This Blue Moon Valley market was the idea she came up with when she first integrated this group of people. But every rogue cultivator must have a need to trade, and a place like a market could let them lower their guard. She used this Blue Moon Valley market as a starting point and slowly gathered the cultivators on the list of Qi Commandery here. She treated them with courtesy and enticed them with benefits, and then gradually kept them. Today, the arrival of the three internal affairs elders and the gathering of nearly 300 cultivators of Qi Commandery in this Blue Moon Valley market was a great pride for her as the Left Emissary. Lord Qimo has witnessed Left Emissary Ruan's tireless efforts. When Lord Qimo is born, Left Emissary Ruan will naturally have a bright future. And that day is not far away. The leading internal affairs elder said with a smile. When the cultivators of the Qi Commandery heard this, they nodded in agreement. Qi County had been operating for a long time, and now it was finally time for them to see the bright moon. Lord Qimo was about to be born. When he rose in the Chaos Sea, all of them would have the credit of becoming a dragon. Let's cut to the chase. Now there are less than 3 months left before Lord Qimo's birth ceremony. Time is very tight. Xianxia is the person who Lord Qimo personally ordered to be present. Now that he has been kidnapped and his whereabouts are unknown, it will affect the ceremony. The leading internal elder changed the topic, and his expression became quite serious. We are naturally aware of the seriousness of this matter. Rest assured, we are already searching for the whereabouts of Overlord and I believe there will be news soon. Left Emissary Ruan hurriedly assured. The Tyrant and his gang are wanted by both Xing County and Lei County. They have nowhere to go. They must still be in the 3,000 small worlds. Even if we search inch by inch, we will still find them, Elder Xiao added. The three internal affairs elders nodded their heads. Then, the leader of the group said, as if he had mentioned it casually. The leading one said, Old man, I heard that Left Emissary Ruan and fellow Daoist Xiao had a dispute about how to deal with Overlord. Before Left Emissary Ruan could answer, Elder Xiao immediately said, Yes, Overlord is a dragon among men, and he has a group of capable and fierce warriors under him. Now that he is on the same side as us, Old man thinks that if we can recruit him, the strength of Qi County will be greatly increased. The three internal elders had the same feeling. The leading one stroked his beard and said, Overlord has indeed made a lot of noise recently. In the future, when Lord Qimo conquers the chaotic sea, he will indeed need such a fierce warrior. However, will such a person be willing to submit to others? Since Overlord once surrendered to Dao Lord Xing, it is not impossible for him to surrender to Lord Qimo. His current situation is not optimistic. As long as we sincerely recruit him, I believe that he will be sensible. Elder Xiao answered confidently. Envoy of the left gritted his teeth and retorted when he saw that the three internal elders were convinced. I'm afraid what Elder Xiao said is just wishful thinking, right? Her words were somewhat impolite. Recently, the relationship between the two of them had deteriorated quite a bit because of this dispute. At this time, she couldn't care less. In my opinion, that overlord isn't someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen out with Dao Monarch Xing to such an extent. This person is extremely difficult to control. If we recruit him under the banner of my Qi Commandery, then he might be a hidden danger instead. Left Emissary Ruan spoke with fervor and assurance. In order to sway the three internal elders, he continued. The three of you should still remember Elder Xian Wu, right? The expressions of the three of them froze. How could they not remember the longevity world's old black tortoise, although the old black tortoise was an external affairs elder, because his strength was at the ninth firmament of the Dao querying realm and he had a strange slow essence, he was highly regarded by Lord Qi Mo. His prestige was extremely high, and he could be said to be the number one foreign affairs elder. For Lord Qi Mo's great ambition, Elder Xian Wu had endured in the longevity world for many years. Originally, the fortune of the mysterious land of chaos was already in the Qi Commandery's pocket. However, because of that overlord's interference, Elder Xian Wu had unexpectedly died. Qi Commandery also lost the resources that the mysterious land of chaos will need in the future. Let me ask you, that overlord has seriously damaged our plans and caused the tragic death of Elder Xian Wu. If we recruit him into the Qi Commandery, won't our comrades be disappointed? If so, how can we convince the masses? Envoy of the left spoke with great emotion. As the envoy of the left, she was in charge of recruiting talents. Naturally, her analysis carried more weight. After listening to her, the three internal elders fell silent. No one knew what they were thinking. Meanwhile, in the market of Blue Moon Valley, the 300 Qi Commandery cultivators gathered there were also discussing intensely. That overlord is a scourge. We can't let him join the Qi Commandery. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. Pfft, you're just afraid of the revenge of the Xing Commandery, right? We have always been in a difficult situation under the suppression of the Xing Commandery. The overlord destroyed the Xing Commandery for us. He is undoubtedly a great hero. If we can fight alongside him, it will be such an honor. What nonsense are you talking about? Since I've joined the Qi Commandery, why should I be afraid? It's just that I can't accept the fact that the overlord killed Elder Xian Wu. You better think so. During this period of time, many Qi Commandery cultivators had already debated about whether to recruit the overlord. Today, in front of the three elders, they argued fiercely once again. Envoy of the left, the old man has said many times that the death of Elder Xian Wu might not be related to the overlord, Elder Xiao said with dissatisfaction. He felt that envoy of the left was too absolute. Even if he didn't kill Elder Xian Wu, he must be related to it, envoy of the left said coldly. No matter what, the overlord was an unstable factor. She definitely didn't want him to join the Qi Commandery. If he joined, he might destroy the painstaking effort she had put in for so long. She couldn't bear it. It's useless to say more. Let's ask the three elders to make a decision. I believe the three elders must have come under Lord Qi Mo's decree. Envoy of the left looked at the three elders. All the Qi Commandery cultivators looked over, waiting for the answer. The leading internal affairs elder looked hesitant, as if they didn't have a clear answer. At this moment, a calm laughter spread into the market. Everyone is enthusiastically discussing whether to recruit me, but you didn't invite me to express my opinion. How can there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? The laughter spread into everyone's ears, causing all the Qi Commandery cultivators to be shocked. They all turned to look at the entrance of the market. From the entrance, a group of people walked in unhurriedly. This group of people were all wearing dark green hooded windbreakers. The invisible sense of oppression that they exuded shocked everyone present, especially the black-haired young man in the lead. His appearance was valiant and extraordinary, and every single move he made revealed a composed and domineering aura. Overlord? How dare you come to this place? When envoy of the left saw Gu Chen, her face changed immediately, and her voice became a little shrill. Although Gu Chen appeared with his real face this time, she still recognized him immediately because of his unique temperament. I dared to break into the realm of punishment. Why wouldn't I dare to come here? Gu Chen smiled and strode towards the three elders under the shocked eyes of the Qi Commandery cultivators. The Qi Commandery cultivators along the way subconsciously made way, allowing Gu Chen and his group to walk in. Knowing that this was the headquarters of the Qi Commandery, there were many experts here. But with only a dozen people, they still came here unscrupulously. The courage that was tempered by mountains of corpses and seas of blood directly conquered the Qi Commandery cultivators at this moment. The people of Qi County had spent a lot of energy searching for Gu Chen's group. They didn't expect them to show up. Although there were only a dozen of them, their momentum was enough to overwhelm the more than 300 Qi County cultivators present. Seeing that many of his people were looking at the overlord with awe, Left Emissary Ruan felt annoyed and said coldly. Today, my Qi County has gathered so many people, and you dare to provoke us? Do you really think that with just a dozen of you, you can turn the sky upside down in my territory? Left Emissary Ruan didn't hide his hostility. Before Gu Chen spoke, the leader of the Devouring Rock clan spoke first. Yo, little girl, you're quite arrogant. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? As soon as he finished speaking, his companions laughed out loud fearlessly. They were lawless, acting as if there was no one else around. Such arrogant laughter made the Qi County cultivators, who obviously had the advantage in numbers, nervous. If the rumors were true, it was this group of people who destroyed the Xing realm. Everyone knew that this group of people had the capital to be arrogant if they could escape unscathed from such a heavily guarded place like the Xing realm. Damn it, we were careless last time. Let's fight again and see who will win. Qing Gui said angrily in the crowd. The dozen Qi County cultivators who had been restrained by Gu Chen's group last time also had ugly expressions. That was then, and this is now. If we fight again today, the situation will be different. Left Emissary Ruan's face was as cold as frost as he gritted his teeth. What's the difference? Isn't it just that you have more people this time? Feng Yaya curled her lips and looked down on Left Emissary Ruan. Even a little girl looked down on him. Left Emissary Ruan was even more furious and resentful. So what if we have more people? Where is Tian Chanzi? Hand him over, or you'll pay. As soon as she spoke, many Qi County cultivators on her side took out their weapons, and the marketplace was filled with a murderous aura. Left Emissary Ruan, wait. Seeing this, Elder Xiao hurriedly stood up to dissuade him. He had tried to recruit Gu Chen into Qi County. Now that he had taken the initiative to come, although it was very unexpected, it might be the best opportunity. If he allowed Left Emissary Ruan to lead the situation to an unsalvageable direction, his plan would be in vain. Elder Xiao, these people are arrogant and look down on our Qi prefecture. Why? Do you still have any illusions about them? Envoy of the Left suppressed his anger and said. Left Emissary Ruan's words are too serious. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head repeatedly with a regretful expression. What? Did I say something wrong? Envoy of the Left asked. Of course you're wrong. We've come here with sincerity, but Left Emissary Ruan said that we're here to provoke you the moment he saw us. Aren't you letting your hatred cloud your rationality? Gu Chen said indifferently. Does it? Who would believe you? Envoy Ruan was inexplicably angry when he saw Gu Chen's calm and handsome face. The old man believes it. At this moment, Elder Xiao hurriedly replied with a smile on his face. If he wasn't sincere in his visit, he wouldn't have risked his life. The tyrant's sincerity is obvious. Elder Xiao, you. Envoy of the Left held his breath. 3 elders, what do you think? Elder Xiao pretended not to see Envoy of the Left and turned to the 3 internal elders to consult them. The 3 internal elders were shocked and curious since Gu Chen's group suddenly appeared in the Blue Moon Valley market. They had carefully sized up the group of people in front of them. Combined with the rumors they had heard before, they had the most basic judgment in their hearts. This group of people was unfathomable and must not be provoked. Those who come are guests. Since we're here, it would be best if we can talk to resolve the misunderstanding. The leading internal elder said, and the other 2 elders nodded in agreement. 3 elders, this is undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. Envoy of the Left was unwilling, but he was stopped by a meaningful glance from the elders. He could only shut his mouth for the time being. Fellow Taoists, you are indeed righteous. What happened earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. Gu Chen smiled when he saw the Qi Prefecture cultivators, who had just flashed their weapons, retreat. Since it's a misunderstanding, can the Overlord hand over Xianxia? He's originally from our Qi Prefecture. The leading elder glanced behind Gu Chen and did not see Xianxia's figure, so he spoke. Xianxia was an important bargaining chip in the negotiation with Qi Prefecture, so Gu Chen naturally would not bring him here. He was obsessed with studying the immortal elixir. Gu Chen left the dwarf emperor behind to secretly watch over him. As for his other companions, he brought them all here. Although it's a misunderstanding, Xianxia is now my companion. If I casually hand him over, my brothers behind me will be dissatisfied. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Since you're not willing to hand him over, what kind of sincerity is that? Envoy of the left seized the opportunity and sneered. The three internal elders also frowned, feeling a little displeased. Since I'm willing to come here to negotiate, I'm naturally very sincere. You don't have to doubt it. I've learned about the relationship between Xianxia and Qi Prefecture. I think there may be a compromise to solve our misunderstanding. Gu Chen was still smiling. Oh? What's the Overlord's solution? Elder Zhao's eyes lit up. It's very simple. As long as we're a family with Qi Prefecture, Xianxia won't have anything to fight for. Gu Chen looked around at the Qi Prefecture cultivators and spread out his hands. Elder Zhao's heart warmed up and he hurriedly said. The Overlord, are you willing to join our Qi Prefecture? Not necessarily, Gu Chen said flatly. As soon as he said that, many Qi Prefecture cultivators present showed a look of interest. The Overlord's group could be said to be famous now. If they were willing to join Qi Prefecture, the power of Qi Prefecture would definitely be greatly increased. Moreover, this group of people was brave and good at fighting, which could greatly make up for their shortcomings. This envoy of the left was a little confused. He did not expect Gu Chen to take the initiative to mention this matter. Judging from the Overlord's tone, there should be conditions to join our Qi Prefecture, right? The three internal elders did not show any joy. They looked astute and astute. The leader pondered and said. That's right. Gu Chen nodded and his voice spread out. I'm determined to overthrow Tao Lord Xing's rule and have a place in the chaotic sea. However, this dream is very difficult to achieve, so if there's a strong enough force and a leader that people are willing to submit to, it's not impossible to join. The companions behind him listened to Gu Chen's words, their expressions did not change, as if they already knew that he would say this. However, when the Qi Prefecture cultivators heard this, they felt the same way. The reason why they joined Qi Prefecture was also because they had the same idea as the Overlord, so they could understand his concerns and actions. Does the Overlord mean that you want to see Lord Qiemo? The three elders looked at each other. That's right. I've heard about Lord Qimeo's miracles from Grandmaster Xianxia and I'm very eager to see it, so I want to see it. If Lord Qiemo is really that powerful, all my companions and I are willing to do our best to serve him. Gu Chen said firmly. Many Qi Prefecture cultivators nodded when they heard that. Many of them had seen Lord Qimeo's miracles before, and it was because they understood his strength that they were willing to join Qi Prefecture. The Overlord was a dragon among men, so how could he easily follow others? Naturally, he wanted to see him before making a judgment. Left emissary Ruan, it seems that the old man's idea is right. Things are going much smoother than expected. Elder Xiao was overjoyed. As the first person to recommend the Overlord, if the Overlord really joined the Qi Commandery, his position in the organization would naturally be higher. Emissary of the left's face was gloomy as he looked at Gu Chen. Perhaps it was his intuition from serving as the emissary of the left for many years, but he felt that Gu Chen's words were a little fake. Three elders, if the Overlord truly wishes to join us, that would naturally be a good thing. However, we must guard against this person. She stood out and reminded him. What are we guarding against? The leading elder looked displeased. In fact, when they came to Maple World this time, Lord Qiemo did not give a clear statement on whether or not to recruit Overlord's group. He only asked them to evaluate carefully. Although the evaluation right was in their hands, they also knew that if they could really recruit such a talent, it would definitely be a great contribution to Lord Chiemo. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to surrender, it couldn't be better. Left Emissary Ruan questioned the tyrant in public. What if the tyrant was unhappy and the matter was left unsettled? If the tyrant really had something to guard against, it could have been discussed in private. In their opinion, Left Emissary Ruan's current behavior was inappropriate. The Left Emissary Ruan could tell that the three elders were unhappy, but based on her years of intuition, she did not want to invite a wolf into the house. She fearlessly stepped forward and questioned Gu Chen. Overlord, may I ask if you were the one who killed Elder Xianwu of Qi Commandery? These words caused quite a commotion in the crowd. Elder Xianwu carried a heavy responsibility. If he'd succeeded in obtaining the fortune within the chaotic mystery lands, then all the cultivators from Qi Commandery would have benefited as well. So, many of them still held a grudge towards what happened at that time. Many of them lacked resources, and the primal chaos mystic land had been snatched away for no reason. How could they not be angry? Now that there was a chance to know the truth, everyone pricked up their ears to listen. That's right. I was the one who killed the Longevity Realm's old black tortoise. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen didn't refute it. He admitted it readily. There was an uproar in the marketplace. Many people's initial admiration for the overlord turned into complaints. Left Emissary Ruan thought that Gu Chen would refute. If he denied it flatly, then it would be difficult for her to continue. In the end, he was too honest. She realized that her chance had come and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Everyone has heard it. The overlord killed Elder Xian Wu and ruined the plan of our Qi prefecture. Under such circumstances, he already has a great enmity with my Qi commandery, yet he still wants to rely on Lord Chiemo. Can these words be trusted? I'm afraid he has an ulterior motive. We absolutely can't allow him to join Qi commandery. Once he joins the Qi commandery, there will be too many unknown dangers. Perhaps he wants to use the lives of our Qi commandery cultivators to help him resist the revenge of the two Dao lords. Many people secretly nodded after Left Emissary Ruan finished speaking. Even the three elders had some concerns. This matter was not easy to solve. Of course, successfully recruiting the overlord was a great achievement, but if he really brought trouble, then the merit would become a sin. Gu Chen chuckled to himself when he saw that Left Emissary Ruan was trying his best to stop him. This woman had a sharp eye. He did have an ulterior motive for joining Qi Commandery. If he did not come today, with this woman's hostility, Qi Commandery would probably not be of help to him. Instead, it would be a great hindrance. However, since he was here, how could he allow this woman to ruin his plan? I did kill old Xian Wu, but I did not know his identity at that time. Moreover, before I killed him, he was the one who cooperated with Sky Shadow Peng Fu of Xing Commandery and sent people to assassinate me. At that time, the situation in the Longevity Realm was chaotic. Everything I did was to protect myself. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. If it was anyone else, would you be willing to be killed by someone you don't know? Gu Chen was unperturbed. He looked at everyone in a righteous manner. If that's the case, the situation is indeed understandable. The overlord is willing to be honest with us, which means that he is straightforward and upright. Elder Xiao was the first to speak. Gu Chen could not help but look at him a few more times. This person's strength was considered top-notch among the group of people from Qi Commandery. He also had a strong desire to recruit Gu Chen. After Gu Chen subdued Qi Commandery, he should be of great use. No matter how you explain it, it is an indisputable fact that Qi Commandery lost the fortune of the mysterious land of chaos because of you. Left Emissary Ruan sneered. No matter what the truth was, everyone had suffered heavy losses. As long as the resentment caused by this matter remained, she believed that most of her companions would stand on her side. That's right. The fortune of the mysterious land of chaos is of great significance to me. If Elder Xianwu had brought back heavenly treasures, I might have broken through my current bottleneck a long time ago. A cultivator in the crowd said unwillingly. The others felt sad. Ha ha ha, Gu Chen looked at the many resentful cultivators and suddenly burst into laughter. What's so funny? The overlord was once a general of Xing Commandery and did not have to worry about any cultivation resources. I'm afraid he doesn't understand the suffering of us itinerant cultivators. Left Emissary Ruan said unhappily. I'm laughing at you for being too narrow-minded. Gu Chen did not hide his disdain and said disdainfully. His words angered even more cultivators from Qi Commandery. The mysterious land of chaos is nothing to me. Have you forgotten that I have conquered the Xing Commandery? The resources of the entire Xing Commandery have already fallen into my hands. As long as you become my people, you will have a chance to get the resources of the Xing Commandery, right? You are so obsessed with the small mysterious land of chaos that you have forgotten about the opportunity in front of you. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you are so narrow-minded? Gu Chen's sarcasm was like a slap to the faces of all the cultivators present. They looked ashamed, but their hearts were filled with passion because of Gu Chen's words. The resources of the entire Xing Commandery, that's right, the Overlord had conquered the Xing Commandery and escaped unscathed. He must have taken all the treasures that the Xing Commandery had accumulated over the years. How could they not have thought of this? They were too narrow-minded. The resources of the entire Xing Commandery? Left Emissary Ruan's expression changed as he realized that he had no cards to play. Everyone chased after fame and wealth. The Overlord knew this very well, so he had her as his army. Is what the Overlord said true? The three elders were tempted and asked in a hurry. If they could really obtain the resources of the Xing Commandery, the Qi Commandery would be able to grow stronger in a very short time. Even if Gu Chen was just a mortal, he would still be able to gain a high status after joining the Qi Commandery. Of course it's true. Gu Chen curled his lips. The premise of what he just said was that the cultivators of the Qi Commandery had become his people. However, what he meant by his people was probably different from what the others understood. Alright, the Overlord, please wait for a moment. The three elders no longer hesitated after getting the confirmation from Gu Chen. They held each other's hands and closed their eyes, standing still in a strange manner. What are they doing? Behind Gu Chen, Zhong Shenrua asked the monster dragonfly curiously. It is said that the inner elders can communicate directly with the Qi Devil. They must be asking for the Qi Devil's opinion. The monster dragonfly guessed. The 3,000 lesser heavens and earth are made up of countless tiny chaotic passages. While the chaos blocks supernatural powers, it also blocks all thoughts. It is difficult for the Tao Lords to communicate across realms. Does the Qi Devil have this ability? Zhong Shenrua questioned. His doubt was also what Gu Chen was wondering about. He knew nothing about the Qi Devil. One of the main reasons he came here today was to find out more about the Qi Devil. Only by understanding the Qi Devil's abilities could he better deal with the Qi Devil. With the help of the deep-sea purple eyes, Gu Chen could clearly see the internal situation of the three elders, including the origin power that they cultivated. Gu Chen's divine sense spread out at the same time, almost covering the entire Maple world. He had always been curious about how the Qi County recruited soldiers and bought horses among the cracks of the various counties, and gradually developed and thrived to its current state. How could a Qi demon that had never been born make so many powerful itinerant cultivators want to rely on it? Tian Chanzi had seen Qi demon's miracle, and so had many cultivators of the Qi County, but Gu Chen had never seen it. As far as he knew, one of Qi demon's great miracles was that he had the ability to communicate with others across worlds or even counties. It should be noted that because the various worlds were blocked by the chaotic sea, it was difficult for experts to transmit their thoughts to other worlds no matter how strong they were. For example, the powerful Tao Lord Xing had also used the Gate of Tao and Decay to construct the Order of the Heavenly Tao of the hundreds of worlds under his command. Through the Order of the Heavenly Tao, his will could manifest through the various parts of the Gate of Tao and Decay. Even so, his understanding of what happened outside the Gate of Tao and Decay was limited. The further the distance, the greater the weakening. Otherwise, when he attacked the Xing realm, his will would have arrived through the Gate of Tao and Decay. The closer he got to the realm of the Tao Lords, the more Gu Chen understood that the Tao Lords were not invincible, and there were many things that they could not do. What realm was the Qi demon that created the Qi County? When Gu Chen decided to attack the Qi County, this was the most important thing to consider. The Qi County had the word county in its name, so Qi demon should be a Tao Lord in the Tao Severing realm. However, in the past so many years, the Qi County had been unknown. To put it nicely, they were hiding their strength and biding their time, but it also showed that they were not confident. Gu Chen was inclined to believe that Qi Demon's strength had not reached the Dao-severing realm. Then the question was, how could a person who had not reached the Dao-severing realm communicate with others across worlds, something that even Dao lords might not be able to do? After figuring out the truth about Qi Demon's miracle, he naturally had nowhere to hide in Gu Chen's eyes. At this moment, Gu Chen's divine sense covered the entire Maple world. He was searching for someone who might be Qi Demon. If Qi Demon himself was in Maple world, it would actually be a piece of cake for him to achieve the miracle of cross-border communication. Considering that Qi Mo had never appeared for a long time, and no one in Qi Commandery had seen his true face, this possibility was quite high. If this was the case, it would be the best for Gu Chen. He only needed to capture Qi Mo and expose the truth of his miracles. Then, the cultivators of Qi Commandery would be disheartened and might turn to him. This kind of Qi Mo was also the easiest to deal with. People who pretended to be mysterious were no threat to him at all. Qi Demon Chen of him of the three Demon clan was that of Chen Yang spirit. He of the spirit world sect demon had Qi Chen could. Not only did the three elders not send out any divine sense, but he also didn't find anyone that looked like Qi Mo in Maple world under his powerful divine sense that was supported by his soul origin. With Gu Chen's current realm, even a Dao Lord might not have the ability to hide under his nose. Could it be that Qi Demon is really unfathomable and has incredible magical powers? Gu Chen's heart sank. Not only did his divine sense not find any trace of Qi Demon, but even his deep-sea purple extreme pupils did not find anything strange in the bodies of the three elders. The power of origin in the bodies of the three elders was very calm. The primordial spirits in the sea of consciousness were stable. There was nothing unusual in the complex flesh and bones in their bodies. This was the worst situation. Gu Chen could not see through how Qi Demon communicated with the three elders. If he could not see through Qi Demon, he could not verify his strength. If he attacked him, he would have to bear a great risk. Could it be that these three elders aren't actually communicating with Qi Mo, and they're just pretending? Gu Chen considered another possibility, but he felt that things would not be so simple. If Qi Demon only had this little ability, how could he create such a huge organization like Qi Commandery? These three elders might be acting with him, but what about the others? It was said that the people in Qi Commandery who had communicated with Qi Demon were not only the internal elders. In order to recruit some talents, Qi Demon had attached his consciousness to those talents. What is going on? Gu Chen frowned. He did not believe that Qi Demon was so powerful that he could communicate with people through the chaotic aura. He activated deep-sea purple extreme pupils to the extreme. His eyes had completely turned into a deep purple, like two pure gems. In that clarity and transparency, the bones, flesh, and blood of the three elders seemed to have melted, and he could see even more clearly. Suddenly, Gu Chen's pupils shrank. He saw a strange black dot in the blood vessels of the three elders' necks. The black dot was too insignificant, and it was hidden in the blood vessels, so he did not notice it at all. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, his eyes focused on the black dot, and he stepped into the state of imperceptibility. Slowly, the black dot became clear. It seemed to be a bug. The bug stuck to the blood vessels of the elders, as if it had been integrated into one for a long time. Its eyes were extremely lively. I see. The purple in Gu Chen's eyes slowly receded. He thought that he had figured out the mystery of Qi Demon who had not been born yet and could communicate with the cultivators under his banner across realms. Such a mystery was not worth mentioning. At best, it could only deceive the cultivators of Qi Commandery who were kept in the dark. This miracle is fake. It seems that the other miracles are similar. I have already understood Qi Demon's strength. Gu Chen closed his eyes. He had already understood Qi Demon's methods, but it was not easy to expose his deception. The bugs attached to the bodies of the three elders were too well hidden, not to mention whether he could catch them before they self-destructed. Even if he could, he would need the cooperation of the three elders. However, how could the three elders believe his words? If this matter was not handled well, not only would his plan to replace Qi Demon fail, but he would also push the group of rogue cultivators to the opposite side of him. Things are not easy. Gu Chen felt a slight headache. Qi Demon was not as weak as he imagined, but he was not easy to deal with either. Overlord, Lord Qi Demon has given his orders. The three elders communicated with Qi Demon for a long time, then opened their eyes and said. Gu Chen came back to his senses. Lord Qi Demon invited Overlord to participate in his birth ceremony. The leading internal elder said, looking at the surrounding cultivators of Qi Commandery. The cultivators were instantly excited. Lord Qi Demon's birth ceremony was so sacred, he took the initiative to invite Overlord. It meant that he recognized him and wanted to recruit him. Lord Qi Demon is wise, with Overlord joining, our Qi Commandery will be like a tiger with wings. Lord Qi Demon is far-sighted, his decision is naturally right. The cultivators of Qi Commandery echoed, they were very happy. The foundation of Xing Commandery mentioned by Gu Chen had already tilted the balance in their hearts. Seeing that even Lord Qi Demon accepted Overlord, envoy of the left side in his heart. It seemed that this matter could not be changed. In fact, when Overlord proposed to share the foundation of Xing Commandery, she knew that she would definitely lose. Overlord, Lord Qiamo has invited you and Xianxia to attend his birth ceremony. Is that okay? The leading internal affairs elder said to Gu Chen with a smile. My pleasure. Gu Chen showed a humble smile. Since he couldn't expose Qiamo today, then he would wait until he was born. At that time, all the cultivators of Qi County would gather together. It was the best time for him. When Overlord meets Lord Qiamo, he will naturally know that joining our Qi County is the right choice. In the future, we will all be a family. Another elder said expectantly. A family? I hope so. Gu Chen smiled insincerely, and the companions behind him also had a faint smile on their faces. The meeting in Qi County in Maple World ended just like that. Gu Chen and his group came and left in a dignified manner. His arrival was like a balm to the cultivators of Qi County. All the cultivators of Qi County were looking forward to the birth of Lord Qiamo. Lord Qiamo was powerful, while Overlord was brave, good at fighting, and rich. With the two strong forces joining hands, Qi County had been dormant for many years. It seemed that it was finally time to shine, regardless of the follow-up effect caused by Overlord taking the initiative to visit Qi County. Gu Chen and his group left Maple World and quickly returned to the Great Barren Mountains. That Qiamo didn't inform us of the specific time and place of his birth ceremony. He only said that it would be less than 3 months and that he would inform us when the time is right. This means that Qi County is still on guard against us. We haven't fully figured out the details of Qiamo, so we can't be careless. There are still more than 2 months. Everyone, rest and build up your strength. During the birth ceremony of Qiamo, I want everyone to help me take down Qi County. As soon as they returned to the Great Barren Mountains, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't hide his ambition and said to all his companions. All the companions responded in unison, their faces showing excitement. Their group was not weak, but after all, there were too few of them. It was not enough to form a huge force to conquer the world. There were many things that needed others to do. And the Qi Commandery just happened to make up for their weakness. As long as they plucked the peaches of the Qi devils, they would be able to truly rise. The birth ceremony of Qiamo could be said to be of extraordinary significance to them. It concerned whether they could occupy a place in the Chaos Sea in the future. After destroying the Xing realm and deciding to follow Gu Chen, they had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but they didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. The dragon in the abyss was about to soar into the sky, and now, they needed to conserve their energy. Many companions left one after another to go into closed-door training. There were still more than 2 months left. No one wanted to be a burden when facing Qiamo. Everyone wanted to make a great contribution. Gu Chen left Fatty Qian alone and said a few words to him. Can you do it? Gu Chen asked expectantly after giving the instruction. My cultivation is progressing very quickly now, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'll practice a bit more in the next 2 months. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Fatty Qian made a solemn promise and was in high spirits. According to Gu Chen, he could be considered a trump card in the birth ceremony of Qiamo. Previously, he had failed to find an alchemist, and he had always felt ashamed. Finally, it was time for his dream origin to show its power. After Fatty Qian left, Gu Chen went to Xianxia's alchemy room and the dwarf sovereign's refining workshop to make sure that their work was going on in an orderly manner. Then, he returned to his residence and went into closed-door training. Everyone was working hard, and as the leader, he couldn't be a burden. No one in the outside world knew that in the remote mountains of the 3,000 lesser worlds, a group of big shots who would affect the entire Chaos Sea in the future were crazily accumulating strength. Xing County, in the newly rebuilt Heavenly Punishment Hall of the Xing Realm, the headless Tao Lord Xing sat on the throne. The entire hall was filled with an extremely terrifying pressure, causing all the higher-ups of the Xing County to tremble and not dare to breathe. I've only left the Xing County for a while, but the Xing Realm was attacked twice. Kongxing died, and the entire Xing Realm was destroyed. Do you know that I've become a joke among the Tao Lords of the 100 counties? No one could see the expression of the headless Tao Lord Xing, and his tone was as indifferent and emotionless as usual. However, it made everyone shiver, and they hurriedly knelt down. We've made a mistake. Please punish us, my lord. Everyone's heads almost dropped to the ground, but Tao Lord Xing only snorted coldly. My lord, I'm useless. I couldn't stop the white-haired demon lord. Sha Luo Man was also present, but she looked dispirited and listless. She stood on the left side of the hall, closest to Tao Lord Xing. She wasn't present when the Xing realm was destroyed by Gu Chen, so she was innocent. However, when she returned, she happened to encounter the white-haired demon lord. Not only did she fail to stop him, but she also caused the Xing realm to suffer heavy casualties. She felt extremely ashamed. How can you deal with the white-haired demon lord? Even I don't have the confidence to defeat him. What did you do wrong? Tao Lord Xing ignored the kneeling cultivators on the ground and spoke to Sha Luo Man in a much more amiable manner. Sensing her lord's attitude, Sha Luo Man felt even more ashamed. She gritted her teeth and said, My lord, please don't worry. I've already mobilized all the forces of the Shadow Division to search for the whereabouts of the white-haired demon lord and Gu Chen. I believe we'll have news very soon. I'll definitely capture that traitor Gu Chen and his accomplices with my own hands. Sha Luo Man wanted to make up for her mistake, but Tao Lord Xing waved his hand. There's no need for you to deal with the matter of the traitor Gu Chen. I've gone to participate in the 100 Counties Conference, and the Tao Lords have come to a unanimous decision regarding the future. The chaotic myriad spirit role is about to be reopened. You'll be in charge of this matter. As Tao Lord Xing's words fell, the expressions of the kneeling high-level cultivators turned serious. Was the legendary battle for the chaotic myriad spirit role about to reappear in this era? Sha Luo Man was shocked by Tao Lord Xing's instructions, but when she thought about how her lord's authority had been completely destroyed after the fall of the Xing realm, she was unwilling to do anything else. If I'm in charge of the chaotic myriad spirit role, who's going to deal with the traitor Gu Chen? Sha Luo Man asked unwillingly. Kongxing had already died at the hands of Gu Chen, and there were very few people left in the Xing realm who could deal with Gu Chen and his accomplices. Although the arrest warrant for the 2 counties had already been issued, she didn't think it would have much effect. The Thunder County is also searching for the traitor. Let's leave this matter to them, Tao Lord Xing said indifferently. From his tone, it seemed that not only did he not want to personally deal with the traitor, he didn't even want to waste manpower on this matter. The high-level cultivators of the Xing County in the hall looked at each other. What was their lord thinking? Gu Chen had disgraced the entire Xing County. If he wasn't captured and executed by the Xing County, even if the Thunder County made him suffer, he still wouldn't be able to save the Xing County's face. My lord, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Sha Luo Man wanted to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Tao Lord Xing. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more. The hall fell silent for a moment. No one could guess what Tao Lord Xing was thinking. The traitor Gu Chen's crimes are unforgivable. How can we ignore him? If you don't want to deal with him, then let me do it for you. The newcomer was clad in armor, and his blue muscles could be said to be perfect. His face was resolute, and his gaze was like a knife. He strode into the Heaven Punishment Palace. In everyone's eyes, it was as if an all-conquering axe was coming at them. His imposing manner was so terrifying that it was extremely rare. Extermination, why have you returned? Tao Lord Xing looked at the god of war who had just entered the great hall, his voice filled with displeasure. He had just said that he had made up his mind, but Annihilation had rejected him the moment he arrived. His temper had not changed even after so many years. Your Highness, you've forgotten yourself. Exterminator stood in the center of the hall, his chest puffed out as he looked at Tao Lord Xing. His voice was loud and clear. It was dead silent in the hall. The leaders of the Xing County who were still kneeling had cold sweat on their backs. They didn't dare to say a word. Throughout the entire Xing County, only the god of war had the guts to deny Dao Lord Xing in front of everyone without the slightest fear of his wrath. This war god had always been Dao Lord Xing's right-hand man, just like Kong Xing. However, he and Kong Xing had completely different personalities. Kong Xing was usually smooth and slick, and always listened to the Lord's every word. However, if he felt that something was wrong, he would dare to criticize Dao Lord Xing in front of everyone. Most of Xing County's territory had been conquered by Miazin. He was almost invincible in the army. His personal strength was undoubtedly the second strongest in Xing County. Although Kong Xing had a high status in Xing County, Miazui's reputation was far above his in the entire Chaotic Sea. This was a figure who gave even the various Dao Lords headaches. The army he led had once terrorized many commanderies. He was the number 2 figure in Xing County. Therefore, even though he was disrespectful to the Daoist, no one dared to step out and criticize him. When did I lose my composure? Dao Lord Xing's tone grew even more displeased. The Xing realm has been destroyed and Kong Xing has been killed. It wouldn't be too much even if you personally went after Gu Chen. But now, you want to ignore it. If this isn't a loss of composure, what is? Annihilation said bluntly with a gloomy expression. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the 7 realms and guarding against Lin County? You came back without saying a word. What if something happened? Dao Lord Xing said coldly, obviously changing the topic. Not long ago, the 7 realms were completely reclaimed. How could I not come back when such a big thing happened in the Xing realm? Just leave the border to the demonic mountain. Lin County has been beaten to a pulp. They won't have the courage to invade in a short time. His words made the higher-ups of the Xing County tremble in fear. After the 7 realms were devoured by Lin County, they had paid a great price to protect their territory. It could be said that they had managed their territory flawlessly. However, Annihilation Sin had still managed to snatch the 7 realms back from their hands. Although he didn't explain the details, everyone could imagine that Lin County must have suffered heavy casualties this time. Even so, without my permission, you shouldn't have left the 7 realms. Dao Lord Xing said coldly. The veins on Sin's forehead bulged as if he was tired of Daoist Xing's beating around the bush. He went straight to the point. Your Highness, I heard that the dwarf sovereign is still alive. Daoist Xing fell silent for a moment. The higher-ups of the Xing County were all enlightened. Although Crime Exterminator was extremely courageous, he still took military rules very seriously. Therefore, he would not be so overbearing towards Dao Lord Xing the moment they met. It turned out that his unusual behavior today was because of his enemy. Many people present had heard of the feud between Crime Exterminator and the Dwarf Sovereign a long time ago. The Dwarf Sovereign destroyed my home planet and killed my entire family. I once swore that I would tear him to pieces with my own hands. Crime Exterminator's eyes were filled with coldness. He gritted his teeth as he spoke of the past. The Dwarf Sovereign has indeed reappeared. He is indeed following Gu Chen now. Daoist Xing's tone softened. However, his whereabouts are unknown now along with the traitor Gu Chen. The 9th realm where Gu Chen resided has also disappeared for some reason. Even if you want to take revenge, how are you going to do it? No matter where he has escaped to, since he has reappeared, I must capture him no matter what. Crime Exterminator's tone was very determined. There was a hint of madness on his face. He must still be in Xing County. I will search every realm and I will definitely be able to find him. What if they have already left Xing County? Daoist Xing asked. Then I will overturn the territories of the other Daoists as well. I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Crime Exterminator's tone was very boastful. In an instant, his killing intent filled the entire hall. Daoist Xing was silent for a moment, then said, "Understood. I understand. You can go now." Seeing that Daoist Xing had agreed, Crime Exterminator cupped his hands towards him, then turned and left. He had come like the wind and left like a torrential downpour. When his aura disappeared, the dark clouds above the Divine Punishment Hall dissipated. Your Highness, are you really going to let Crime Exterminator do as he pleases? Sheriman asked worriedly as she watched Crime Exterminator leave. As the commander-in-chief of the various armies in Xing County, Crime Exterminator had always been very restrained. However, she knew very well just how crazy he was in his bones. He was a ferocious tiger that was hard to tame. Now that he had been released in a fit of rage, there was no telling if he would cause trouble. "Do you know what I admire the most about Crime Exterminator?" Daoist Xing said calmly. "He is different from all of you. Even if all the Taoists in the Chaos Sea were standing in front of him, he would still dare to swing his blade at them. He has no idea what fear is. That indomitable and earth-shattering momentum of his is the source of his power. How could I bear to suppress him? If he wants to cause trouble, then let him. He might not be able to find Guchen anyway. It's been a long time since he's used his full strength in battle. Now that the Chaos Sea is about to descend into chaos once more, it would be good for him to help Xing County establish our prestige and scare some of our enemies." Time flew by in the great desolate mountain range. Guchen stood in the middle of the mountains, training his Dao techniques and his 1,000 formless weapons. Divine Dao, lost in the fog sea. He waved his sleeves, and the mountains within a radius of thousands of kilometers were covered in white fog. Everything within the fog was disordered, and divine sense was rendered useless. Swish, a beam of white light shot into the fog sea. Immediately after, the sound of countless swords humming could be heard in the forest, accompanied by the rumbling of mountains collapsing. The fog quickly dissipated, revealing the broken ground. Flying swords formed a sword formation and flew back towards Guchen. When they arrived in front of him, the countless sword lights merged into one. Then, they disappeared and turned back into white light. It shouldn't be like this. In a situation like this, it shouldn't be possible to form such a huge sword formation. Guchen looked at the 1,000 formless weapons and shook his head helplessly. The 1,000 non-phase weapons revealed a bit of confusion and a bit of dissatisfaction. The Lost in the Fog Sea is a Dao technique that focuses on sealing and trapping the enemy, blocking the enemy's senses. The sword formation you formed is powerful enough, but it also caused the fog to dissipate. It's not that you can't form a sword formation, but even if you want to, it should be a sword formation that kills silently. End of chapter 15:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.